Then there's the informed voter. They're probably the smallest percentage out there. They're the ones the politicians are terrified of. Because if you're smart enough to go out and do your own research from multiple sources and draw your own conclusions, oh, you terrify politicians. They want mindless lemmings out there that they can tell you who to vote for and you'll just go do it. And if you vote along party lines, you're the ideal candidate. They don't have to say anything. They could go out there and kill people in the streets and you'll still vote for them.
Yep.
That's what they hope for. And if you're informed, and the one thing that we try to do on all of our podcasts is to educate and inform people, enlighten people. Don't listen to what I'm telling you. Don't listen to what we say on the show. Go do your own research.
Yep.
If I'm wrong, come back and tell me that I'm wrong about something. I'm happy to hear that, and I'm willing to have my point of view changed if it's legitimate. But don't just vote. You know, the politicians go out there, oh, you have to vote. It's important. Go vote.
They guilt you. No.
Right. But, oh, as a citizen, it's your job that's the one duty that you have is to vote. But what they're really saying is vote for me.
Right.
And voting is important because it's the only way that our kind of government continues to exist. So I totally advocate people vote. But when you're voting, if you're voting in your local election or your school board or something like that, understand the choice that you make affects you. You may not think who's in Congress affects you, but I'll guarantee you it does. Because the amount of money you pay in taxes and the amount of money they take out of your pocket is something you can control by who you vote for. And if you vote somebody in this time and they don't do what you want, or you don't think that by the end of their term you're better off, or if you are worse off, vote the next guy in. And then vote the next guy in. Keep doing that until you teach them that you're in charge. Mm. The first thing the politician wants to do when they get into office is get reelected. That's their number one priority. It's not you. It's not their constituents. It's not the people that contributed to them. It's to get reelected. And they're never going to vote term limits on themselves. The highest office in the land has term limits. Politicians, Congress, Senate, they'll never do that. We have the power to do that. If you don't let incumbents get reelected, you're imposing term limits. And even if the guy gets in and you like him, vote him out. And vote the next guy out. And vote the next guy out. Don't let him get entrenched. Don't let him get in there. Don't let him create a power base or start to influence things or anything. That you've got people now, and I'm going off topic obviously here, but it's important to discuss. You had Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell gets up there the other day and does a presser, and something in his brain hits pause right in the middle of it. Now, I'm not saying this to be mean or facetious or anything. It was very clear the man had some kind of health issue at that moment. But they walked him off the stage and brought him back a little bit later after they did whatever they had to do to fix the wiring there so he could finish what he was saying, so he could pretend like he was still okay. And that was just so they could keep power. That's what they're doing. They did the same thing the same day Dianne Feinstein.
Was that where they told her to just say aye?
Just say aye.
Yeah.
Because she was completely oblivious as to what was going on because she was so far gone.
We see it with Biden all the time, too.
Yeah. And, you know, this isn't a crack on old people or mental illness or anything like that. But there comes a point when you're no longer effective at your job.
Right.
And when you get to that point, I used to unload tractor trailers for a living. And when I hurt my back, I couldn't do that anymore. So I knew I had to change careers. I had to go do something else that was not impactful to that. And I did. Had I kept doing it, I wouldn't be able to do my job and I'd get fired. You can't allow people to stay in power who can't do the job.
And unloading tractor trailers is much lower stakes than running the country.
That's true. That is true.
And that's the part that scares me is like you have these people that may not, and it's okay, you know, when people get to a certain age, you might not be all there.
Absolutely.
But that you shouldn't also still have the same amount of power as you did when you were fully lucid.
Right. You know, they talk about Reagan when he was in office, where he started having onsets of Alzheimer's. And do you really want someone who's suffering from a disease like that to have his finger on the nuclear button?
Yep.
Like, you have to do what is right. You have to have some moral sense of right and wrong to put your foot down in these times, or at least have the gumption and the class to step away and say, look, I can't do this anymore. I'm not up to it anymore. I can't do it the way that it needs to be done. Let a younger person come in and do this type stuff. We as the voter have the power to do that.
The more you know.
Anyway, that's it for my soapbox for there. We're going to run over time here, but that's okay. We're going to come back with our last segment here and talk about religion, free speech, and gay rights. That should be a quick one. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to Insights into Tomorrow. We are still covering the Supreme Court's recent decisions after a brief aside.
Sidebar into politics.
Yeah, but we're back, and this is our last point for today. Religion, free speech, and gay rights. That's a lot, but we're going to do our best. The 6-3 decision, which turned on the court's interpretation of the First Amendment, appeared to suggest that the rights of LGBTQ people are on more vulnerable legal footing, particularly when they're at odds with claims of religious freedom. The ruling was the court's latest in favor of religious people and groups, notably conservative Christians. The Supreme Court sided on Friday with a web designer, recently. The Supreme Court sided recently with a web designer in Colorado who said she had a First Amendment right to refuse to design wedding websites for same-sex despite a state law that forbids discrimination against gay people.
Justice Neil Gorsuch, is that Gorsuch?
I have no idea.
I'm not very good
Neil.
with names. Neil. Justice Neil.
I'm sure he loves to be called that.
Writing for the majority in a 6-3 vote, said the First Amendment protected the designer, Lorie Smith, from being compelled to express views she opposed. Quote, 100 years ago, Miss Smith might have furnished her services using pen and paper. Those services are no less protected speech today because they're conveyed with a voice that resonates further than it could from any soapbox.
Yeah, I read this. I was reading the show notes before the show. What? I don't understand what that means. Like, what is he saying?
Basically, he's saying that because it's something that's being done on the internet and has a wider reach, it's no different than if it was a printed material.
Okay, gotcha.
The case, though framed as a clash between free speech and gay rights, was the latest in a series of decisions in favor of religious people and groups, notably conservative Christians. At the same time, the ruling limited the ability of governments to enforce anti-discrimination laws. The justices split, surprisingly, along ideological lines, and the two sides appeared to talk past each other, kind of like politicians tend to do. The majority saw the decision as a victory that safeguarded the First Amendment right of artists to express themselves. The liberal justices viewed it as something else entirely, a dispute that threatened societal protections for gay rights and rolled back some recent progress. This also comes at a time when transgender people are facing increased discrimination at the local and national level, with the American Civil Liberties Union stating that there are currently 492 bills in the works around the country that would directly harm transgender individuals.
And this goes back to what we're talking about with this backsliding that we're feeling, right? This is another example of that. Using the Constitution as the weapon. In an impassioned dissent, Justice Sonia Sotomayor warned that the outcome signaled a return to a time when people of color and other minority groups faced open discrimination. It was the second time this week that the justice summarized her dissent from the bench, a rare move that signals deep disagreement. Appearing dismayed, Justice Sotomayor spoke for more than 20 minutes. Quote, "This case cannot be understood outside of the context in which it arises. In that context, the outcome is even more distressing. The LGBT rights movement has made historic strides, and I am proud of the role this court recently played in that history. Today, however, we are taking steps backwards." A Colorado law forbids discrimination against gay people by businesses open to the public, as well as statements announcing such discrimination. Ms. Smith, the woman who owned the website, who has said that her Christian faith requires her to turn away same-sex couples seeking website design services. I'm sure that's probably in the Bible. Jesus probably has a Squarespace page. Seeking website design services has not yet begun her wedding business, nor has she posted a proposed statement on her current website about her policy and beliefs for fear, she has said, of running afoul of the law. So she sued to challenge it, saying it violated her rights to free speech and the free exercise of religion.
So you jumped on my point too quickly there. So, okay, first of all, there's nothing in the Bible that is anti-gay, anti-LGBTQ, nothing like that. There are no teachings.
There's not? I thought there was.
Nothing.
I'm not even joking. I legitimately thought there was about like
not
men.
a single mention. There are stories about same-sex. There are instances of it occurring in there. Nothing is ever preached against. In fact, if you go by the teachings of Jesus, Jesus says to love all men, to love all people. So there's nothing in there. How the court could even use that as an excuse, number one. Number two, I'll guarantee you there's nothing about websites in the Bible, okay? Maybe the new King Charles Bible there might be, but there's nothing in the King James Bible or before it that has anything to do with it. So that's a falsehood.
And that makes sense why Justice Neal had that quote that he had, because you have to frame it so it's legitimate.
Right.
And not a bunch of baloney.
So, and the other problem that I have here is she's not being forced to express opinions that are contrary to her beliefs. She's being contracted to produce a website for someone else. If she didn't like fur coats and she made a website for someone selling fur coats, nobody would confuse her as being the person selling fur coats. Mm-hmm. So using that as logic for why you can't produce something for someone else is bogus. So there isn't a single argument in this case that has a leg to stand on.
But it worked.
But somehow the conservative Supreme Court decided to latch onto this with as flimsy an argument as it was to set precedent again.
And to legalize discrimination.
And that's exactly what it is. That is how dangerous this Supreme Court is, and that is how broken this Supreme Court is that they took something that was so flimsy, it shouldn't have gotten past.
It's like a Judge Judy case.
Right. It shouldn't have gotten past TV court. Yeah. Okay. It was literally that weak of an argument. And somehow the Supreme Court decided that was important enough to listen to.
And to create such strong precedent.
Right.
Which makes you wonder that they could do it with anything, right?
The Supreme Court receives hundreds and hundreds of cases a year to hear. And they go through and they cherry pick the ones that they feel are the most important, the most impactful, and the ones that are the most influential on the Constitution. And they pick this steaming pile of crap as one of the ones that they wanted to talk about.
It's pretty tough to not argue there's an agenda when this is what they go with.
Exactly. That's why it was vitally important that we talk about this one.
Yeah.
I'm embarrassed at our Supreme Court for even listening to arguments on this case. It's that bad.
Right. And it's like, if you actually look at the case, it is just gay people trying to exist. And when you look at a lot of these anti-LGBT laws or anti-trans laws, it is just people trying to live and maybe get married. And it's like, it's always framed as if they have this like agenda, like they want to take over the country, the LGBT people.
Indoctrination.
Yeah.
You gotta throw that in there
It's
too.
a bunch of baloney, man. Like it's these people are just trying to live and be treated fair and equally, but that's just not allowed.
No, and the worst part is the state itself had already passed legislation that prevented this.
Right. So move.
Now, the problem that I have, I have several problems with this. The other problem that I have here is this Constitution says any laws that the Constitution does not explicitly cover fall to states' rights.
Yep.
There's no anti-discrimination law in the Constitution. So therefore, if the state has a law that governs it, the state should take precedent. The Supreme Court should have had no jurisdiction over this case whatsoever because of that law that was on the books.
Yeah. Should have been done right then and there.
So it should have never even gotten to the Supreme Court.
But when you can politicize anything and you can make an agenda out of it, because now it becomes an issue of the First Amendment, which isn't that the one about free speech? First Amendment?
Free speech and freedom of religion.
Yeah. So, but like it's
So how does her freedom of religion trump the other people's free speech by having a website?
right.
Someone needs to explain that one too.
Yeah. Yep. It's pretty tough. No matter what side of the spectrum you're on politically, it's pretty tough to argue that there is not an agenda here. Especially this. It's good we ended with this because this is like the standout.
It's the smoking gun.
Yeah.
You know, not only is it an agenda, it's a poorly thought out, poorly researched, and poorly executed agenda.
And a hateful one.
Yeah, and it's blatant. Like
Yeah.
it's like the expectation that Americans are stupid is written into this agenda because you're not supposed to see this stuff. You're not supposed to pay attention to it. Supreme Court rule. They're supreme, so it should be okay, right? Only we're overturning other Supreme Courts, so it's really not supreme. It's kind of the okay court now.
Yeah.
Just do as we say, though. That's the hypocrisy that our country is dealing with today.
Yeah, and it goes back to that. We talked about the feeling of regression and the feeling of legalized discrimination. And again, we mentioned this a lot. But if you're an audio listener, we're two white guys, so
Right.
it's really not impacting us that much. I can't imagine what it must be like being a transgender person or a member of the LGBT community or a minority or a woman. Like there's just so many people out there that are, and I'm not laughing. I'm laughing because it is so horrible, right? I'm not laughing to make light of it.
Right.
I'm laughing because it is just, it's really bad.
And that's like, it's literally so bad that you don't need to be a member of the community to see how blatant
Yeah.
this is and how wrong it is. That's how bad it is at this point.
and it's not even hidden. And then they have the Republican side of this. They tend to like put the blame on the other side of like, oh well, they're the ones that are trying to take all the power. They're the ones that are actually trying to brainwash you. When in reality, that's just not true.
Right.
It could be in some way, but not nearly as much as the right is doing.
Right.
I just don't know how you can see that and just act like if you believe in these far right conservative Christian ideas that that you're the minority in this
So I'm going to get insulting here for a second because I just can't make my point without being insulting. So the people that are doing this, the far right politicians and radicals that are doing this are so blatant and so callous and not well thought out that their argument requires stupidity to believe, are doing that because the vast majority of people that support right-wing politics are stupid. They're people who don't want to think for themselves, don't want to do their own research, blindly want to follow somebody who they think is the next coming of Jesus, and generally are religious fanatics.
but they think that they are smart because they have backing like this where they're being legitimized.
They think they're smart because the people that know they're stupid keep telling them they're smart.
Yep.
Okay.
And that they have all the answers. You have to I hear this a lot with what I do for a living, okay? They say, "Oh, you can't trust the Democrats, you can't trust the liberals. They're trying to brainwash you, but you can trust me. I have all the answers." And I'm like, you are no different than if they actually are brainwashing you on the left, because you're doing the exact same thing. You're delegitimizing everything else, but you're saying you have to listen to me. I have all the answers. You can trust me.
Right. They can't provide proof or evidence or a logical argument, so their way of arguing their point is to attack the legitimacy of the other guy.
And it's working.
It's fake news. Don't listen to it. It's political sabotage. It's a witch hunt. It's never me.
Right.
You've got a president, a former president of the United States, with like 50 indictments against him right now.
And he said he's going to run from jail.
And it's not him. It's everybody else.
And it works.
But it doesn't take a genius. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to look at this and say, you're delusional.
Yeah.
Like it can't be that.
Yeah.
But the problem is their supporters don't see logic.
And though it's like when, we talked about earlier when we got on our little aside about voting, right? The types of voters, the people that will vote on party lines. And now you have that with this far right, that they're going to vote. Like, when Trump said he could shoot somebody and get away with it, he was right.
Right.
Like,
exactly. He literally got up on national television and bragged about inappropriately groping a woman.
And then got elected.
And got elected president. They'll vote for him no matter what.
And then they'll do it out of spite.
He gets indicted for violating espionage laws. And he gets $1 million in donations the next day. He gets indicted. Did he get indicted yet for the other one?
I have no idea. We can do another episode on that.
There's so many indictments. It's hard to keep score at this point.
Yeah.
But every time he does something wrong, he gets more supporters.
And if he does go to prison for something, I think it will guarantee that he gets elected. Like it's like the kingpin.
Well, fortunately, there's 2 indictments he's under that if he gets elected, if he gets convicted, he cannot hold public office.
Oh.
Well,
then the Supreme Court will just say that,
then the Supreme Court will reinterpret the Constitution, exactly. I'm sure. So anyway, that's where we're at.
That's the show.
Anyway, yeah, I mean, we don't even have to summarize. It's literally that bad at this point. Before we do go, though, I want to take a moment to push the right button here, which I just did, and invite you to subscribe to the podcast if you don't already do so. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. You can find video and audio versions of all of our network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Pandora, Castro, Podbean, Buzzsprout, pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast these days, but not Stitcher soon. So Stitcher's going away.
Rest in peace, Stitcher.
I would also invite you to contact us. Tell us how we're doing. Argue with us. Tell us we're wrong, that we don't know what we're talking about. I'm take anything at this point in time.
The liberal check is in the mail.
You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things. You can find us on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings 5 days a week. If you have an Amazon Prime subscription, you do get a free monthly Twitch Prime. Throw that our way. We'd appreciate that. Or you can get links to all these and more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Stay safe, everybody.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 173, Cancel Culture. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my objective and understanding co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
I'm doing okay as well. We are back from another week off. We seem to be taking a lot of those. Last week was the holiday, obviously, though, so...
And also, a very ceremonious time for me because I have finally gotten my braces off.
Yes, you have. Let's give a big smile for the camera there. Braces are off, but you are wearing a retainer, right?
Yes, I am.
And kind of had some issues with, it's a two-part retainer, top and bottom.
Yes.
And you had some issues with the bottom. Tell us about that real quick.
Yeah, for some reason, I knew I was gonna feel pain when it came to both the top and the bottom retainers, and I've gotten used to the top in the few days that I've had it, but when it comes to the bottom, every time I'm in excruciating pain to the point where I have to get ice or something, and that doesn't seem normal, and I can feel a spot in my gums that feels sore because of it. So Mommy suggested we basically call the orthodontist, and I have an appointment to check that out. So.
All right. Well, hopefully we can get that taken care of for you and get you back on the road to recovery there. And look on the bright side, braces are off though, right?
Yep.
All right. That's not what we're talking about today, though. Today we are talking about cancel culture, which seems to dominate social media, the news, and society in general. But what is it? What impact does it have, and can it be used for constructive purposes? And more importantly, what effect does it have on teens? Well, that's what we're going to be discussing on today's episode of Insights into Teens. But before we get to that, I do want to take a moment to invite all of our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find video and audio of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And you can find us pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast these days. Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, and so forth. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us topics you'd like us to discuss. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things. Or you can find links to all those and more for our social media links on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Shouldn't be giving out the wrong address there.
Probably best.
Anyway, ready to get into it?
Yep.
Here we go. So what is cancel culture? Even as tales of cancel culture fill newspapers and social media feeds, disagreement on its definition and impact continue. Some consider cancel culture an important tool for accountability and social justice. This perspective is a way of combating, through collective action, some of the huge power imbalances that often exist between public figures with their far-reaching platforms and audiences and the people and communities their words and actions may harm. Meanwhile, critics of the trend view it as the rule of merciless internet mobs. That sounds kind of scary there, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Alternatives to canceling people are seen in the concepts of calling out and calling in. Calling out is understood as publicly shaming another person for behavior deemed unacceptable. Calling in is about pointing out issues privately with respect and compassion. But cancel culture isn't just about public shaming. It's about lasting professional consequences, or at least that's usually the intent. Public shaming is followed by calls to cancel the person, to smirch their career and oust them from society. Calls for cancellation originating on social media don't always stick, but they can lead to firings, resignations, and lasting emotional and mental trauma for those targeted.
So when did cancel culture originate? So the modern idea of cancel culture began to bubble up in mid 2019, peaking in July 2020, right after former President Donald Trump denounced the phenomenon. That was followed by calls from the media condemning the stifling of dissent. But the seemingly modern process of cancellation predates social media, where it's often said to dominate the conversation. The term originated from the 1991 film New Jack City and, years later, was widely used by black thinkers and comedians on Twitter in the mid-2010s as a way to seriously or jokingly disapprove of another person's comments or actions. And the concept of social ostracism clearly goes back to the earliest forms of society. Cavemen were likely shunning each other for transgressions long before language existed.
So, cancel culture, even though it's something that's kind of talked about a lot today, it's not something that's new. And really, cancel culture has always been something that societies that are open and free markets like we have here, it's always been something that has been a tool mostly for the public. You know, if a company does something wrong, or if a car manufacturer, listen, I go back to the 1970s when you had one particular car was found in a very well-published book by Ralph Nader to be unsafe. The book, in fact, was called Unsafe at Any Speed. And through numerous tests and so forth, they found that there was defects with the car that basically made it explode if it was hit in the rear. But through that book, there was a call to action that forced the manufacturer to make changes. That really was a form of cancel culture back then. And it was a way for people who didn't have the power. I mean, the only power that you have as a consumer is where you spend your money, or in the case of social media, who gets your attention, who gets your eyes on the internet.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have the ability to impose fines on Twitter. You don't have the ability to pick up the phone and call Elon Musk if you think he's doing something wrong with his platform. So the only thing that you can, and I don't want to pick on Twitter and Musk, although I do a lot, but it's a very target-rich environment when it comes to Elon Musk, I think. But, you know, the only choice that you have in that situation is to not give them your attention and your business.
Yeah.
And what happens is that because of the internet and social media now, it's very easy to get a group of people to go along with that philosophy. So it's magnified the power of cancel culture, or whatever we called it before we called it cancel culture, but it's not new.
Yeah.
Have you seen cancel culture in social events or at school or something on a smaller scale that's affected teens or people in school or people your age where, you know, one of the things that used to happen a lot is cliques in school. And when you have a clique in school and they decide that they don't want to let the new kid into this clique or they don't want to talk to them, that's a form of cancel culture too. Have you seen anything like that in your experience?
It was probably something that was going on in the background, but it wasn't really something that I tended to dwell on all that much. At least when it came to school. Like, there were definitely times where, like, people didn't want you to, like, play with them or anything, especially when you were younger, but, like, you kind of learned, you know, to deal with it. I never really took too much mind to it. It wasn't something that completely affected me. But I definitely do know that I definitely think I was aware that that kind of stuff would tend to happen in certain instances.
Well, and it's interesting that you point out the fact that it's kind of a learned skill that people would do this at a young age as kids where they don't want to play with you. Maybe it's because of the way you dress or the way you look or your hair or, when I was in school was if you didn't have the nice clothes, then you were considered poor and they didn't want to play with you. And I think, I was in school some years ago, and you're in school now, not now, but, currently. And I think the fact that that amount of time has passed kind of tells you that cancel culture is really ingrained in social society. It's something that's learned early. And if you look back, the article we quoted here mentions cavemen. And if you look back at cavemen, or even now with some of the more remote Aboriginal cultures, there's a survival aspect to cancel culture when it comes to distancing yourself from people.
Yeah.
You'll have people who maybe are sick and they're cast out, or people who get injured and can't perform to contribute to society and they're cast out in some situations. You have some people who do something that's contrary to the natural order of that society, and they're ostracized for it. And that's because people who go against that grain, who are, I don't want to say antisocial, but they're the people that disrupt the natural order of things, oftentimes are perceived as a threat. And as a result, they're canceled from that culture, quite literally, as a form of natural self-preservation. So the concept of cancel culture isn't new. It isn't unique. It's just magnified now.
Yep.
Where have you seen cancel culture in the media? Have you seen it with brands or companies or anything like that?
Yes, I have. This might be a bit of a hot topic, but it's something that I've kind of taken into consideration. It was Target during Pride Month and how there was this huge uproar about how Target was catering to the community and how there were so many people that would not only completely boycott Target and not do anything or buy anything, but some people that would protest the establishment by destroying the signs.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and then that caused Target to basically almost get canceled in the way that they didn't really want to have too many of their products out anymore.
Well, and then you look at Disney, who's really going the opposite end of the spectrum. Most people know that Disney has kind of gotten into a bit of a fighting match with Ron DeSantis down there in Florida because under their former CEO, they came out against what was labeled as the Don't Say Gay bill. Bob Chapek, the former CEO, had been pressured by a lot of his employees to say something publicly, to support his employees, because there's a large LGBTQ community that work at Disney. And when he did come out against it, he probably didn't come out the best way possible and didn't really handle it very well, but he made an enemy out of DeSantis. And DeSantis has made it his personal war to get back at Disney now. Well, fast forward and Chapek's out and Bob Iger's back in. And instead of getting into a public argument and trying to fight it out with DeSantis, they just doubled down on their support of the community. They're having, pride events. They're having parades. They're inviting conventions that are LGBT-centric conventions, and basically reinforcing their support of the community, which, while Ron DeSantis tried to cancel Disney, Disney basically just ignored him and went on, and a company the size of Disney could get away with that.
Yeah.
You know, someone like a Target, maybe if they had doubled down on their pride, they could have pushed back instead of backing off on it. I don't know. I don't know what their situation is.
Yeah.
But that's a good example of each side of that, where cancel culture in one example had the desired effect of the protesters, where cancel culture on the other side, which ironically, I have to say, most of the individuals who have come out against cancel culture, and the article even talks about it, are conservative Republicans, unless it's canceling what they don't like.
Yep.
Then cancel culture's okay. So I'm not going to dwell on it. This podcast is not about hypocrisy, although we probably will have one coming up in the near future. But you can't have it both ways.
Yep.
You can't be against cancel culture when it's disadvantageous for you, but for it when it's advantageous for you. So that's kind of where part of my issue with the whole thing comes in.
Yeah.
So we're going to take a quick break and come back, and we'll talk about why you should care about cancel culture. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about cancel culture, and now we're going to talk about why you should care about cancel culture. This phenomenon has had a significant impact on not just individuals, but on our discourse, and has even impacted societal norms. Many of cancel culture's victims are public figures who've suffered professional consequences as a result of the calls for cancellation. But the impact of cancellation goes beyond a person's career. Although ostracism is not a new practice, social media has created a particularly virulent form of mob justice that is degrading, right? Our already taxed mental health. There's real concern regarding the lasting impact of cancel culture on society and the potential for stifling of dissent. On both sides of the political aisle, many have argued that this tendency to cancel transgressors has hampered society's ability to have open and constructive debates. Many thought leaders believe that this culture of stifling discussion and free speech is a particularly detrimental impact of cancel culture.
So that's a very interesting point that they make there, and that is that instead of cancel culture being an agent for change, where society sees something happening that's inappropriate or shouldn't happen, and it uses cancel culture to change that, what you have now is you have people canceling people who are pointing out the bad things that other people are doing or the inappropriate things. So they're kind of flipping the script at this point in time. And if you don't like what I say politically, then your side is trying to cancel me so that I can't have a voice anymore. So it's kind of a distorted approach to cancel culture where they're really turning it against what the constructive purposes of cancel culture are. Have you seen that happen, either in public life or politics or anything?
I mean, yeah, like there are certain people that a lot of people tend to follow who end up getting canceled, and then like they kind of double back and like they continue to support the person that ended up getting canceled by basically saying that like, oh, you just canceled this person because you didn't like what they were saying. Oh, you're trying to cancel our voices. And especially when it comes to America and the idea of free speech, First Amendment rights or whatever, it's become a pretty big issue to the point where it's like a lot of people tend to use cancel culture and say that it's a negative because it's just an excuse for one side to get their way over another side.
Yeah, and one example of this is someone like a Roseanne Barr. So Roseanne Barr had come out and made what were really inappropriate comments. They were racially charged and other attacking other minorities, and she wound up getting literally canceled. Her show, she had just come back on the air with her Roseanne show, was very successful first season, and kind of sunk herself when she made these comments and wound up getting canceled. And you're seeing some of this happen with some Disney stars. We've seen some stars from some of the Star Wars shows in particular who have said things or done things publicly that are contrary to the company's acceptable use, we'll say. And as a result, they've wound up losing their jobs or losing the position that they were in. Is that a justifiable use of cancel culture when a company like a Disney will say, and because they're an immediate example of this, or any studio. Let's say that any studio out there has an actor and the actor says something or does something that damages the brand of the studio and is contrary to the image the studio wants to portray. Does the studio at that point in time have the right to cancel that person, or is that stifling that person's free speech? What do you think?
I mean, if it's something that like is directed like to hurt the company's like IP and like their reputation, I'd say they would technically have that power, because it's like you'd probably like, if somebody in your company was like making a mess of things and like talking to other people and saying like, oh, this company is really bad or whatever, like they wouldn't want you working there anymore. And like I feel like they would have the right to basically fire you and say like, hey, if you're gonna be saying that stuff, you're not supposed to be working here anymore. So I would say that they have the right to do that if the person is working for them and they say things against the company. Against the company and its values.
So here's another example. Have you ever heard of Colin Kaepernick?
No.
All right. Colin Kaepernick was a quarterback for an NFL team. And as a form of protest during the Black Lives Matter movements and to protest the violence against African Americans, during the playing of the national anthem before football games, he would kneel, he wouldn't stand. And as a result, he was basically canceled and blacklisted by the NFL and couldn't continue to work in the NFL. And the reasoning given behind that was that the message that he was sending while he was in uniform, basically on the clock for the company, for the NFL, was contrary to what the NFL's policy was. And it was hurting viewership and ratings of the NFL, so it was having a financial impact. His claim was that was his freedom of speech. He was expressing his own opinions under those conditions, and he thought he was unjustly attacked for it. How would you rule on something like that?
Okay, I do remember us talking about this. So I would say that, hey, you're allowed to basically make those claims. It's fine if you have that opinion. No one should really be stopping you from having that. However, if you're doing it specifically, like in your uniform and in career, like I would say if you're gonna do something like that, wait until like you're not in your job position or like you're not like on the field in uniform. Like if you want to do something like that, then you can totally do it. But if you're working for someone who isn't going to support that publicly and it's going to damage their reputation, I'd say that at that point it is kind of something that the company has to worry about, at least. I don't know if they have to full-on outright cancel you for it, because, like, again, you can have your own views, but, like, if you know that the company is going to have a problem with it, like, again, you can do that on your own time, but, like, if you're going to do it for a company that would be against something like that, and, like, it would hurt their ratings, I feel the company can have more of a say in it.
Okay.
And, like, that's the thing. If he said that, like, if he, like, just posted it and, like, he wasn't on duty or anything and it was just, like, a Twitter post or something, I don't think, like, the company would have the right to, you know, do anything about it.
So that brings me to the next scenario with Gina Carano, who played Cara Dune in The Mandalorian. She, in her private time, made a post on social media, I think it was Twitter, that was it was, I forget what it was attacking. It was attacking a minority. It was perceived as attacking a minority. And she was fired, basically. They canceled her contract. They took her off the show and basically let her go. Now, is that something that Disney was justified in doing, or did Disney step on someone's toes there and stifle someone's freedom of speech?
Yeah, I'd say at that point, like, she probably would have gotten justice anyway, even if Disney hadn't done anything about it. And I don't really think Disney needed to fire her if it was just something that she said not related to Disney, didn't technically harm the company, even if she was working for it and people could still kind of correlate it to that. It's more or less up to, I guess, the public to kind of reprimand her, and since they can't, like, directly cancel her, it's more or less up to them to, like, say something about it, and I don't think it should have been Disney's responsibility.
And I would agree with that, and I think Disney probably overstepped their bounds in the way they reacted to her specific incident. The one thing that I think didn't really come to light is Disney traditionally has, for all their talent, usually they have a morality clause. And you have to act a certain way, even in public and in private. And as long as you're under contract with Disney, you can't do certain things that are contrary to what that contract says. I don't recall if she was ever in violation of something like that, but that's the only situation where I think Disney would have any grounds to dictate what she can do off company time.
Yeah.
So anyway, moving right along. So has cancel culture changed you? Whether or not you believe that cancel culture has led to silencing some voices, has it altered the way you interact online? Does that bleed into how you interact in real life? Do you hold back on expressing possibly controversial thoughts or ideas for the fear of being attacked, or do you witness a marked shift in the conversations you have with your friends, family, and strangers? Those in support of, quote, deserved cancellation argue that it's given power to previously marginalized communities, offering them tools to be heard and helping shape moral standards. Some have said cancel culture has been misnamed and that instead consequences are finally encompassing everybody in the society, whereas they haven't been ever in this country. This is supported by the mindset that cancel culture is merely a question of accountability, especially in an environment where public figures who say or do bad things continue to have significant influence. Now, I'll go back to what we had talked about previously and say that the true spirit of cancel culture really is designed to empower marginalized communities and give you some power where you didn't have it before. But it's been taken to an extreme now, and it's been mutated into something that's now a politicized weapon. And that's probably where a lot of the issues come from now. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, like, that's the thing. It's like, it was kind of a similar thing when we ended up talking about woke a couple weeks ago, is the idea that both of these had, well, despite the fact that woke I still think is inherently good and better, and that a lot of people still kind of demonize it for some reason, cancel culture was meant to be something, productive, and for a while it kind of worked, but then it became so heavily politicized that, like, so many people, like, or either even are just aggressively against it or somewhat for it. And, like, I can definitely see the positives when it comes to cancel culture, because kind of like what I said in the woke video, some voices are just never gonna change, and those voices can genuinely harm a lot of people, and probably shouldn't be things that you say to people based on just being a good person. But when it comes to other things, it's like it's gotten to an extreme to where both sides are trying to use it against each other. And while one side might be more, well, both sides tend to have hypocrisy with it, really, because, like, they can, like, it's hard to be both for and against it. And, like, cancel culture is something I do think has been heavily politicized, especially considering how it's gotten into the public eye, considering the former president. And anything that involves the presidents has immediately become political at this point, and it's just another one of those things in society now that, at least in the U.S., is something that is heavily politicized that doesn't really need to be.
I agree. So how can we use cancel culture as a tool for change?
So in the end, the impacts of cancel culture aren't mutually exclusive. A cancellation should simultaneously hold people accountable and lead to trauma for an individual. However, in a polarized political environment, critics often place these impacts at odds instead of in peril with each other. Cancellation often leads not to silence, but to reinvigorated conversations about what we hold dear as a society, and what we will and won't accept.
And I think that's probably a very accurate statement, because I think, if nothing else, the last 8 years, 10 years of politics have kind of showed us that what we as a society will accept has stooped to new lows.
Yeah, and I've actually seen, like, various comments on posts, or, like, there's this one thing that keeps going around that, like, oh, this generation can't take a joke, or, like, it's something along the lines that relates in some form to cancel culture, because a lot of, like, jokes now, like, you have to almost be careful what you say, because it could seem offending, it could offend somebody, and even get you canceled in some extremes.
Yeah, and I think from a politics standpoint, we've moved. There was a time, not that long ago, certainly within my lifetime, when there was a certain decorum, a certain decency in politics. And when a politician stepped across that line and it was made public, I'll give you Gary Hart as an example. So evidence had surfaced during a presidential campaign back in the 80s, I want to say. I don't remember exactly. Where he had an affair with another woman while he was married. And when that information came out and he realized that he couldn't combat it, and he knew it was true, obviously, he backed out of the race and didn't continue. You go back to Richard Nixon, when Richard Nixon was president of the United States, and the Watergate scandal. And when that exploded on him, and he knew that he was guilty and he was going to be impeached and he would probably be found guilty, he at least had the decency to resign from office rather than disgrace the office of the presidency and put the country through all that turmoil. And you don't have that now. I mean, some of the things that Donald Trump has been convicted of, some of the things he's been indicted for, and some of the things he's accused of and is awaiting trial for, are any one of those things, society would have basically canceled him 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And for some reason, we've lowered our standards so much that a man who gets up on national television and brags about sexually assaulting women can be elected president. What is wrong with our society if we're allowing something like that to happen? And you have such a large portion of the voting population who supports him no matter what. Donald Trump could walk down the street tomorrow and shoot somebody in the face and murder them, and they'd still support him for some reason. I don't understand that. And maybe that's part of maybe I'm just out of touch from society at this point in time. But I don't know how you could, even in the most egregiously distorted religious cult, how could you just blindly follow someone who has demonstrated an absolute disregard for the societal norms that we adhere to, and then criticize cancel culture?
Yeah, and that's the one thing that I've also noticed is I still don't understand it, even though I'm part of today's generation. I don't understand how somebody could almost worship a president. Because, I know that, the whole idea of presidents, almost everybody's pretty much corrupt. You're not going to be able to find the best president ever, because in my eyes, all politicians tend to lie. Mm-hmm. So, I have that mindset, and really you've described it this way before, but in the past, voting was kind of like voting for the lesser of two evils. And the lesser of two evils was never necessarily evil, it was just who's going to be slightly more in your favor than the other.
Right. And now, unfortunately, the choices that you have, one of those choices consistently seems to be voting for pure evil, almost. I mean, that's just my opinion, but we as a society need to demand better. And until we do, and the one way that we do is through cancel culture. And what we've allowed that segment of society that is well below the standards of where society should be to turn the one power that the average citizen had to make a difference into a weapon against those people. And that's really the tragedy here. We're going to take our second break, and then we're going to come back and talk about cancel culture's direct impact on teens. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
I didn't transition. I pushed the wrong button again. It's okay.
It's fine. We'll fix it in
Just
post.
that look on your face is worth it, though.
Anyway, welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about cancel culture. And now we're going to talk about cancel culture's direct impact on teens. There are times when cancellations lead to social change or combat inequality. Cancel culture's effects are due largely to social media for its easy access, large audience, and etc. Canceling an individual or entity involves blocking, unfollowing, and/or verbally targeting them through social media platforms. The cancellation of celebrities and public officials often becomes big news.
Teenage cancel culture takes place both online and in real life. Commenting, unfollowing, bullying, ignoring, and isolating are common experiences a teen can have when they've been canceled by peers. This can be in response to a teen making racist or homophobic comments, making a tasteless joke, being a toxic friend, and so forth. For many teens, cancellation is the worst punishment imaginable because rejection by their peer group is this age group's biggest fear. Teens are particularly vulnerable to social influences because the regions of the brain involved in the social aspects of life are still maturing.
Being canceled can lead to teen anxiety, depression, trauma, and suicidal thoughts and behavior. Cancellations can lead to social ostracism, and at an age when peer connections are incredibly important, this can be devastating. Teens who cancel others may do so because they have strong moral convictions, and that is to be acknowledged. But teenage cancel culture gives teens the permission to bypass empathy and forgiveness in favor of being right. Rather than learning to have debates about topics they disagree on, cancelers simply shut out those they deem wrong. As for the teens on the sidelines, they often suffer from anxiety and fear that they will be next and/or guilt about not standing up for someone who was harshly canceled. Less harsh alterations of cancellation can include calling out or calling in someone, as previously discussed.
So, based on what we've talked about so far with cancel culture and the impact that it has, do you know anybody at school over the last few years who has been affected by cancel culture and experienced any of these types of things?
I'm not entirely sure. I've found that I tend to surround myself with people that tend to have similar opinions and ideas to me, so I haven't entirely experienced this sort of stuff. But I can certainly understand how it can be a huge issue, even if it's for, like, something somebody said that was kind of insulting.
Has the school had any kind of training or any kind of program? Like, I know they've got anti-bullying in place and so forth. Do they have anything that kind of addresses this and how teens should deal with it? Or does the staff talk about this on any level, or any of the counselors or anything?
I would say that they probably do, because there was this group therapy that ended up coming up and my one counselor got me to be in it. And, like, they basically, like, ask for kids' perspectives on what they want to talk about and such. And I feel like that's a good opportunity to bring up, talking about teen cancel culture in the ways that, like, your peers don't want to associate with you because of something you said.
Okay. So how can parents help their teens cope with cancel culture? It's important for parents to have conversations with teens about cancel culture and mental health. Here are some tips for parents to help prevent the harmful effects of cancel culture. Help your teen understand the consequences of teen cancel culture. Teens may not realize how cancel culture can be cyberbullying if it's used in a way that shames and ostracizes a classmate, even one who has done something offensive. Talk to your teen about the importance of understanding what others feel and think, even if you do not agree with them. Validate your teen's emotions about cancel culture, whether it involves classmates or celebrities. Even if the issues do not seem serious to you, recognize how meaningful they may seem to your teen.
Teach your teen to think twice before posting on social media and avoiding engagement when one is feeling emotional. For teens who are canceling others, try to understand the behavior. Do they feel like canceling people is the only way they can keep friends or be a leader? Has canceling become an unhealthy way for them to boost their self-esteem? Explore more effective ways that they can share their beliefs and values. If your teen has been canceled, do not judge him or her for their actions. If they did or said something problematic, use this as an opportunity to discuss it and help them see why it was harmful.
It's important to start conversations with your teenager to understand their intentions and perspectives. The social media world changes constantly, and we're not always in the loop. Offering a safe and non-judgmental open forum with teens creates a space to not only bridge the miscommunication gap, but also build a stronger relationship of acceptance, empathy, and change. So with that said, I haven't asked you yet, which is kind of shocking to me, but have you experienced cancel culture at any point in time in school or with friends or anything like that?
I mean, not entirely. I mean, there was this one time when I was like a child, but I think it was honestly probably the best way they could have handled this. I ended up saying something when I was like really young when we were playing a game that could certainly be seen as offensive, and like I had no idea about it. And like the people who were at my aftercare were basically kind of saying, hey, you probably shouldn't be saying stuff like that, you know. It's probably not, it's not good for a lot of people to hear and stuff. And like they technically didn't cancel me for it, but like they basically, you know, told me like, hey, you probably shouldn't be saying something like that. And like I had no idea that it could seem offensive.
And I can understand that. A lot of times people say things, you know, I used to be the type of person in school when I was a class clown that I wasn't always a class clown. I like to make people laugh. And sometimes you say something before you think about it, and almost as it's coming out of your mouth, you realize, oh my God, I didn't just say that, did I? And then you face the consequences for it. Have Mommy and I provided an open environment, a nurturing environment for you to talk about these types of things, even though you've not experienced them so far?
I mean, yeah, like a lot of this podcast was really about like discussions we've had before, because like I remember us bringing up the football player and about the cancel culture that led to him being fired, and like I've at our like dinner time talks, like we talk about this kind of stuff, we discuss these things, and I definitely think that provides an open environment for us to kind of, you know, mention this kind of stuff.
And final question, and then we'll finish up with the business of the podcast. Cancel culture, good or bad?
I feel if it's used in the right ways and at the right times, I do think that it can be beneficial, because sometimes people aren't really gonna change, and the things that they say can certainly hurt people. But in instances kind of like teen cancellation, in a point where it's more of a controlled environment and less of like this is going to change the course of the laws of my country. Like if it's just a teen who says something who says something offensive, I wouldn't necessarily say, you know, completely stop all contact with them. Cancel culture isn't the right mindset to have at that point. It's better to have an actual open discussion about it, because something I want to try to do is to be open to opinions that are contrary to my own, because I don't want to be ignorant to other people, because like other people can have actual reasons for believing things that I don't believe, and I want to be willing to hear them out and have, you know, constructive criticism when it comes to the way that they think, and have an actual constructive conversation to where both of us end up walking away not feeling like either of us had an argument and that either of us ended up winning it.
It's a very woke philosophy you have there. That is all we had today. We're going to take a quick break, come back, get your final thoughts, and to finish things up, we'll be right back.
All right. So to everybody out there, I just wanted to say that much like with the idea of being woke, I wouldn't say that anyone should really be demonizing cancel culture unless it's being used in an incredibly inappropriate way that really shouldn't be doing it. I feel like it can be beneficial in certain instances, and it shouldn't be something that so many people deem as like breaking their rights or anything. It is something that can certainly be a problem and is something that I feel should be addressed in different instances. However, ultimately, it still can be used for good use, and I feel people kind of need to recognize that more.
Okay. Sound advice as always. And before we do go, I want to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can find video and audio versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. You can find us on Google, Spotify, TuneIn, Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, anywhere you can get a podcast. I'd also invite you to write in, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can check out all of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We stream 5 days a week on both Twitch and YouTube. At Twitch, we're on twitch.tv/insightsintothings. And you can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. Or check out our primary website at www.insightsintothings.com.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy. We have plenty of episodes out. Not really sure when you guys are going to put any new ones out.
We just did one. Cut me some slack.
I'm joking. And Insights into Tomorrow are not really monthly podcast hosted by you and my brother Sam.
Hey, we just cranked a couple of those out, so we're on the ball with all these right now.
Nice.
So check out the website at www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 150, A Strong Finish. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my rested and relaxed co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, dear?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well now that I've gotten everything back up and running here.
And you're not cursing or...
It shocks me. We just did a podcast yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Everything worked perfectly fine throughout the whole thing. Didn't do anything to configuration, came in, turned everything back on, and nothing worked.
And nothing works. Of course. That's how it always is, isn't it?
I love technology.
Yes, you do.
That is the bane of my existence most days. So we're back after a relatively long hiatus.
Yeah, I don't even remember the last.
It's been quite some time, yeah.
Yeah, it's been a while for us at least.
We have. We've been recording our other ones. We haven't found all that much to talk about, really.
Right, because we kind of feel like we're in a little bit of a rut.
Yeah.
Where we're not sure where we want to go with things. And, for those of you listening, watching, maybe give us some ideas. What is it that you like about our podcast? What don't you like about our podcast? What can we do to improve?
Yeah.
What would you like to hear us talk about or not talk about or review or whatnot? I think that's where we kind of were feeling like we were more like an entertainment show.
Yeah. Well, Insights in Entertainment kind of would have made sense being an entertainment show.
Right, but like an Entertainment Tonight or
Right,
something.
we were doing too much news reporting, and
Right, and it was something where we wanted to be topical, but we also didn't want it to be, this person passed away, or this
Right.
thing or that thing.
well, we didn't want to
and,
regurgitate somebody else's news stories and
Right.
just stick to that.
Right. So we're still kind of trying to figure out what it is that we want, I guess. And so again,
Took us 140 some episodes to realize we didn't like what we were doing. Go figure.
no, we've had different variations throughout the 150 episodes.
We
so,
have. We've
yeah.
tried
Hey,
different,
you know
different
what?
things.
Some podcasts don't even make it to 150.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
So there's that. So again, still trying to figure out what we want to be when we grow up.
Right. If we want to grow up.
If we want to grow up, well,
That seems to be the real challenge.
yeah, no.
But after a long hiatus, we're back in a revamped studio. We completely redid the studio. We upgraded some of our equipment. If you have watched previous episodes of the podcast, you'll notice that our positions are reversed, so we changed things up dramatically there.
Yep.
And we had some interesting experiences to share. First that we're going to talk about was from a trip we took up to Niagara Falls a few weeks back. Had fun with that. That was
we did.
interesting. Sad little town because I didn't have my passport, and Maddie didn't have hers, so we couldn't go into the fun part of Niagara Falls, which is the Canadian side.
Yeah, we'll get more into that
Yeah,
when we start. But yeah.
And we have a new convention in town, which we attended. That was potentially a really good convention. They just didn't advertise.
Right.
So hopefully the
They'll be
poor
back.
turnout didn't turn them off, and they will be back.
Yeah.
And then we're going to wrap up with some thoughts on a few of our favorite shows coming to an end. And then we have some afterthoughts that I just threw in literally in the last 5 minutes to finish things off with. But before we do that, though, I do want to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. And as always, you can find audio and video of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Google, Apple, Spotify, Stitcher, pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast. I'd also invite you to write in, which, we've already solicited your input here, but you can email that over to us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things, or you can find links to all that and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Shall we get into it?
Sure, let's do it.
All right, here we go. So the first thing we're going to talk about is the Strong National Museum of Play, which when we were up in Niagara Falls, we actually went out to Rochester for a day trip because it's a bit of a ride from Niagara Falls, and found that we probably needed much more than one day to do this museum.
Yeah, it was definitely, we spent pretty much the whole day there, and we still didn't get to see everything. There were a few areas that we were just tired because we didn't expect to have so much to see. And we kind of said if we ever come back to the area, we would probably do an overnight in Rochester, just because Rochester had so many different things to see and do that we didn't get a chance to do. So now this was something you had heard about the museum. You remembered it from a show that you watch.
Yes, it had appeared. In fact, they had a display at the museum.
Right.
It was the most appearing facility on the TV show that I watch called Mysteries at the Museum that goes around and profiles different exhibits at various museums. And it was there. It appeared on the show, I think, 17 times.
Yeah, something like that.
So that was where I had heard about it. And on the drive up, I was looking for things that we could do. And it came up in there. And I thought, hey, that would be really neat, but not on the way up because
because
we knew it was going to take some time.
Right, because at first we were like, all right, well, do we do it on our way to Niagara? Do we take it as a day trip? And as it turned out, because we really didn't have anything planned for our trip, we said, okay, well, this will be the day that we'll go. And it ended up probably being the highlight of our trip, besides the one restaurant that we really enjoyed. But that's a whole other...
We'll plug them too by the time we're done here.
Sure.
But yeah, no, the Strong National Museum of Play, also known as just the Strong, is in Rochester, New York. It was established in 1969. Based initially on a personal collection of a Rochester native, Margaret Woodbury Strong, the museum opened to the public in 1982 after several years of planning, cataloging, and exhibition development for the museum's new building in downtown Rochester, which the building itself is just amazing to see. It's massive. It's got probably one of the most incredible designs I've ever seen for a museum itself, both inside and outside, and it's just a wonder to see.
Yeah. So for at least 15 years after its opening, the mission of the museum was to interpret the social and cultural history of average Americans between 1830 and 1940. Under the direction of H.J. Swiney and William T. Anderson, Mrs. Strong's collection of dolls and toys, American and European decorative arts, prints, paintings, Japanese crafts, and advertising provided a firm foundation for this mission and were supplemented with collections purchased and donated to more fully support the museum's early mission. The museum received considerable local and national publicity and support and substantial financial support from the National Endowment for the Humanities Exhibition and Public Programs Division.
And in the 1990s, the museum's board of trustees and director changed the museum's mission to collecting, preserving, and interpreting the history of play. Since then, it was refined and has increased its collections, hundreds of thousands of them. And believe me, we didn't get to see them all. There's so many there.
Right.
It's been expanded twice, and in 1996, it was expanded twice in 97 and 2006. The museum is now one of the 5 play partners of the Strong, which is also home to the National Toy Hall of Fame, the International Center for the History of Electronic Games, and the Brian Sutton Smith Library and Archives of Play, and produces the American Journal of Play.
The National Museum of Play is the only collections-based museum anywhere devoted solely to the study of play. And although it is a history museum, it has the interactive characteristic of a children's museum, making it the second largest museum of that type in the United States. The museum includes exhibits that interpret the key elements of play, as well as allow guests to explore the worlds of Sesame Street, the Berenstain Bears, Reading Adventureland, and the Dancing Wings Butterfly Garden.
The museum's exhibits are immersively themed for video games, storybooks, television shows, education, nature, history, comic books, carousel, and train rides, and they do have a massive carousel there, and children's lifestyles. E-Game Revolution is the first permanent video game exhibit in the U.S., and includes the World Video Game Hall of Fame. The National Toy Hall of Fame is at the museum. Dancing Wings Butterfly, as we mentioned already, features thousands of butterflies and is the largest indoor butterfly garden in New York. The Berenstein Bears Down a Sunny Dirt Road is an original permanent exhibit produced in partnership with the Berenstein family. So I was in awe, really, of the whole thing.
Yeah.
It was just shocking, the size, the quality of the collection. One of the things that really kind of caught my attention was a number of the exhibits were interactive in that they would ask your input. And as you provided your input, they would tally the input of the visitors and use it in the various studies that they do, that they release in their magazines and books. So it was kind of neat being able to be part of that, a little bit of part of that history and that knowledge that's preserved there. But unfortunately, we just didn't get to see the whole thing. We didn't have enough time to see the whole thing.
Right. Because, again, it was just one exhibit after another. And it was like, well, what's around this corner? And what's this corner? And it was just so well done. And what was interesting was going back, which I did today, because they did have a bunch of different plaques about Margaret Woodbury Strong and her background. And she was an only child, and her parents were very affluent, and she traveled a lot with her parents. So by the time she was 11, she had probably seen more of the world than most people do in a lifetime. And because of that, she would always collect little toys and treasures from these trips. And her parents were also collectors as well. Her father collected coins and her mother collected Japanese art. So it was kind of like the hobby of collecting things. And that's how her personal collection actually started, to the point where she actually built 2 wings onto her house in Rochester to display these things, and would have people come to her house and sign a little guest registry that they had been there. And over time, that was when the Historical Society kind of came in and said, hey, we really should do something with these. And that was kind of the start of the museum. And when she passed away, she had willed all of the items to start this foundation. So it was all started just by a little girl collecting, toys, and just at the time to be able to see. And that's what's so interesting is, some of the sections, they kind of go through the history of, here's the history of a doll, from the 1800s to now. And it's so well done and so well preserved. And then you have, the board game section, and here's what board games were like in the 1800s to now. And again, just the video game section, which was, we probably could have spent so much more time just with the video games and the history of the video games and how it's evolved. And you figure the video games, that's a much smaller window of time that they have been around versus, some of the other things. So it was just so much to do, and for all ages, and it was funny because when we were thinking about going, we know of the Please Touch Museum in Philly. And that's one of those things where little kids go. Once your kids get to a certain age, you don't usually go back there. But with this, there were people there that didn't have kids who were visiting the museum, because there's just so much to see and do. It's a real museum. And for, the kids at heart, or you've played, anybody that goes there, you're going to find something that you've played with that was in your personal collection there. And, just finding the history of Legos and how Legos kind of came to be. And that was really fascinating, and all the different things.
Well, and the other thing that really kind of struck me was that the entire facility was geared towards play and entertainment, to the point that even when we went to get lunch, the cafeteria where they served lunch, you had a skywalk that you could do, and it was various levels, and the kids strapped into these harnesses and could walk the sky over your head while you're sitting there eating.
much.
or even when we left, they had a little coffee shop when you come in and you leave, where you just stop and get a little snack, a little pastry, have a little refreshment. But they've got board games on the shelf there that you can
Right,
just
that
pull
you
those
could
out
just
and just
pull and
play
play
those
with.
while you're sitting there
Yep.
eating. So, like, literally everything that they had there was geared towards it. It was one of the most immersive experiences in the spirit of what the museum stood for that I've ever seen.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Oh, and the other thing that was really interesting was they had books all over the place that you could take out from their library. So obviously we couldn't have done it because we're not local. I'm sure that, you know, it's something where you go to check it out, but you know, hey, if your little Tommy's reading a book and thought it was really cool, we'll borrow it. It's a big giant library with everything else.
yeah, well, and even to that point, over where the Berenstein Bears is, they have an entire storybook area, and it's not just a place where you can sit and read. It's a place where they've got the props and they've got the toys and they've
Right.
got the scenery. It's a place where the books that the kids are reading can come to life right in front of you there.
Right.
I can't imagine driving somebody's imagination any better than that. The one was the mystery room.
Yes.
Talk about that for a little bit.
That was kind of really cool. We kind of came around this corner and it was kind of set up like a haunted house. But what was awesome was it had like secret passageways where you could go behind the walls and spy on the people that were in the room.
Through the portrait. You could
Through
look
the
through the eyes of the
you
portrait.
could look through the portrait, and then when you were on the other side, there was an area where there were buttons to do sound effects, so you could make it sound like a screeching cat or a ghost or chains and scare the people that are in the other room. So, you know, that was just really neat. One of the other sections that Maddie and I had gone to, where it was kind of the fairy tale area, they had a big giant and they had like a pirate ship. Well, you could walk across the pirate ship, and then there was a bridge, and then there was like a little nook area where you could kind of sit and just read if you wanted to, that was up back, hidden away, away from everything. So all these little nooks and crannies of places to go and hide and explore. And when you get someplace, oh, look, there's a plaque and here's some information about a story that this is based upon or something. So just really cool, just so much to see and do. Where it would really be nice to go back there and spend 2 days doing
I think we
it.
need to figure out a way to plan to get back up in that area and see the other stuff that's up
the
there.
Rochester Institute of Technology, since we're going to be visiting some colleges this
true.
coming year.
That is true. So anyway, that was the Strong Museum of Play that we went to, and there'll be links in the show notes.
Did you have a video for that?
Actually, I think I did, and I didn't play it. I guess I should have probably have played that, huh? We probably could have talked over the
It's
video.
okay. We liked it so much, we'll do it again.
They had a giant Mr. Potato Head that was a remote control Mr. Potato Head you
Yeah.
could play with.
Oh, and the superhero section, which was...
Their superhero section was huge.
Yeah.
They had interactive things that you could do there. You could great picture opportunities for it. So
More of the little fairy tale...
gingerbread house. You had
section.
a castle there. You had a dragon. Everything was so interactive.
Oh, this was one of the hidden nook areas, and then again, Harry Potter stuff, Narnia stuff. So up until, current items,
And
obviously.
some of this stuff was like literally museum grade things that you would not normally find in stores and stuff as well. Oh, and they had a train. Yeah, they had a train inside too.
Right. They did actually have, and then the different, school area type things. Then a whole huge section of Sesame Street with a huge Big Bird and play area and stuff. And then here's part of the history of the dolls.
And the dolls were one of the interactive ones too, where you got they asked you a series of questions about the dolls. or they showed you like the 1860s dolls and the moderns, and they asked simple questions like, are these the same type of play? And they went into
and
details.
of course the little play Wegmans that you could go into and shop, which was adorable because we love Wegmans. And then Snoop, basically any character, and our daughter loved SpongeBob, so that was, woo, yay, SpongeBob was there.
The video game section was because it was a walk down memory lane to begin with, because it was a lot of home video games and stuff like that. A lot of classic World War II era type toys that were in there that you just don't see, and tons of Star Wars. They had probably 4 or 5 different Star Wars displays, which is,
and it was Star Wars of every generation,
right?
Between the old, the new, the original.
No sequels though, which I was okay with.
You were totally okay with that. Buffy was even represented.
Action figures had their own section there, which was awesome. They had the original Promise Box for the 1978 Star Wars figures. And then just classic toys that if you saw anywhere else, they would look like creepy dolls.
Right, but when they're all put together,
presented so well here that you could appreciate the history.
Yeah. And you go, oh, wow. And again, you go, I had that, or,
And that was every corner you turned. Oh, I had that. I played with that.
Or
I had
my
a friend
neighbor had that.
Right.
I've played with that before. I had that before.
The light bright section there. In the video game section, they even had recovered a copy of the ET,
the ET game
that was buried out in the desert.
That was funny.
So that was interesting.
And I tried playing that and realized, wow, this game really does stink.
Oh, and their dollhouse section.
Oh my gosh.
They had every possible dollhouse room imaginable.
Right.
On display.
And like multiple houses and basically explaining how dollhouses, here's the first Lego set, but with the dollhouses talking about how usually it was a model of the child's own house, made with pieces from their house, and kind of the history of how dollhouses kind of came to be, and that the idea behind a dollhouse was to a little girl to be prepared to be a mom and have her own house.
And you learned that Samsonite was the first dealer in the United States for Legos.
I went, luggage?
Yeah.
You bought a piece of luggage and you got a Lego house? What? How'd that happen? So that was, amazing to see. And of course, then you
Solitaire.
See Solitaire.
Right. So you had Solitaire. And there was it was a dedicated display just for Solitaire, because it had the old mouse and everything with it,
and which my mom had, so it was kind of funny. And the World Almanac to play, where in the world is Carmen Sandiego,
right?
Because you didn't have Google to look up things.
And that's the thing with a lot of their displays. It wasn't just, oh, here's the topic. It's here's all the supporting things that went around with it,
right?
That made it all that more familiar for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was good that we took all these pictures, because we were running out of time here's the whole thing with the ET, being buried and stuff like that. But just to be able to go back and look and see what we missed, really, but yet at least got pictures of. And
what was neat was they gave it all to you mostly in chronological order, so you could actually see the evolution. Whether it was the evolution of play, the evolution of the technology, you could see how you got from the 1970s, I'll say, which is, kind of where I pick things up until modern times. And you can see how the technology's changed. And you realize people still play the same way.
Right.
That really hasn't changed all that much. It's just the toys, the tools that we use to play.
We're a little bit more sophisticated with the way.
Absolutely.
But to be able to play some of these older toys would
And
be.
the selection of board games that they have was mind-blowing.
Board games I didn't even know existed.
And they even, they still take donations of toys and games and stuff like that. And they'll curate them, they'll get the backstory for them, and, they make them available on display. I can only imagine if that's everything that they've got on display there.
What do they have
that they don't have room for right now that they haven't put on display yet?
You know that they probably, move stuff in and out, change the displays, every now and then. So yeah, I can't even imagine what their back room looks like.
And the technology that they had on display. They had one room where it was probably a massive wall that was, 50 feet long, and it had projections on it. Projectors, throwing various interactive things on there. But you could walk into the projection and actually interact with the displays. You could, like, it was a kid's toy room that they were displaying.
That
could
was
walk
part
over,
of the Toy Hall of Fame display.
You could walk over,
which is what these pictures are showing.
Virtually pick something up off the shelf and play with it or bounce a ball or whatever.
Right.
And then you had the one wall that was the tall screen that you were able to do interactive bubble popping and stuff like that with. So just a lot of different things to keep you occupied, to keep your mind engaged, and to just have fun.
Yeah, and that was really the whole point of it. So,
So the Strong Museum of Play in Rochester, New York. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
So welcome back. So for our next segment, we're going to be talking about one of the newer conventions that came to town this past May. It was called Contropolis, PA, and this year it was held at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks. It's organized by Altered Reality Entertainment, and they are the producers of the Rhode Island Comic Con, which is the largest pop culture event in New England. And and this is the first time that they've done something in the Philly area.
That's pretty cool. It was huge. They had, I think, 4 halls I think they had open for it.
Yeah, I think so.
They had the cars. They had tons and tons of vendors, and vendors that we hadn't even seen before.
Right, because a lot of the vendors were from the New England area.
Right.
Because we did talk with a few of them just to kind of see, how things had been, because we had gone, did we go on Saturday or did we go on Sunday?
We went on Sunday.
We went on Sunday, and we, and normally we go on Sundays, and Sundays are usually a little quieter, but it just seemed very quiet. So we had asked, were you guys busy, Friday and Saturday? And they said, the crowds really weren't that big, and it seemed that they really hadn't advertised it.
Right. And there was a
much.
lot of stuff going on in Philly that weekend. They had playoffs for one of the sports teams going on, and a bunch of other things were going on that weekend. So it was kind of a perfect storm of things that played against their ability to really put people in the convention there. But the vendors, they had a lot of vendors that were there. They had some vendors who didn't come back in for Sunday, I think, because they were
because there were some empty spots.
but the vendors that they had there were quality products that they had there. In fact, we found a new vendor that we wound up buying quite a bit of merchandise
You wound
from.
up buying a lot.
What did I get? I got the
Red 5, that was them.
Red 5, yeah. So
Oh, that's me trying to convince our daughter to
right. So Maddie bought her SpongeBob. What kind of backpack was it?
Loungefly.
Loungefly backpack. I bought my Ray Force Effects lightsaber.
I bought a Haunted Mansion keychain.
You didn't really spend all that much there.
No, I didn't.
And I wound up scoring another Darth Vader statue from a different
from a
vendor
different
as
vendor.
well. Tons of artists, and I love the way they did it too, because they mixed their artists in with their vendors.
Right. So
You
that
didn't
it's not
have-
just
You didn't have a dedicated artist alley, so it was a nice mix. You could get in there. You weren't elbow to elbow with people. They arranged everything, plenty of room. They arranged everything with plenty, sufficiently wide aisles. Which that's the one thing I hate, especially when we went to New York Comic Con.
right. That's
is
probably
you're
our
stepping on
biggest
people.
our biggest gripe with New York.
You had a great mix of comic book vendors, pop culture vendors. We're looking at a toffee vendor there.
Yeah, there was something for everybody. It was a very nice mix. You had the homemade stuff. That's always nice. You have a couple of different authors that are there with books.
A lot of crafty stuff.
A lot of crafty
And that's
things.
one of the things that I've noticed recently at the conventions is you're getting a lot of the laser engraved, laser carved wood objects and stuff now.
Right.
Now, they had celebrities here too. So let's talk about the celebrities for a minute that they had. And I'm not talking about
Sure.
Fezzik there.
Sure.
So who was the highlight performer, or highlight celebrity that they had?
So I think probably their top billed person was Corey Feldman
Yeah.
from the Lost Boys, and
He was a
and
draw,
other-
though. He had a line.
He had a line. He definitely had a line. Now, we didn't do any of the panels. We were going to do one or two of them,
Right.
but we were just kind of tired, and we're like, all right, you know what? I think we're done. So we
That seems to be a theme in this episode.
Yeah, I
We're just old and tired now.
just tired. We needed a nap. So that would have been interesting to see.
The
How
Bob
many
Eubanks
people?
panel. That would have been awesome.
I think we had missed that because I think that was Saturday, or the MASH one. I think that was
Yeah,
Friday.
because they had Jamie Farr and
Jamie
Loretta
Farr.
Swit there.
So that was kind of interesting because, all right, Corey Feldman, yeah, I could see he's done, the convention circuit before, but to see Bob Eubanks and Jamie Farr, and that was just kind of like,
Yeah.
okay, that's
It
kind
was
of
not the typical
not the
celebrities
typical-
you'd expect.
right. And then a lot of the voice actors that unfortunately I don't know who any of them are.
Right. Well, and the one who was supposed to be there that I
Right.
wanted to see and would have sat through his panel, Sam Witwer, wound
Right.
up pulling out, unfortunately.
Right, but I also know him as not a voice actor. I know him as an actor.
Well, yeah, he's an actor.
Right. I'm saying, but you know him from the Star Wars game also.
Right.
So that would have been one,
And from
yes.
Clone Wars, he was Darth Maul.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. For people that are very into gaming and anime and things like that, some of
He plays Star Wars, The Old Republic, too, you know.
Okay.
And he's on Twitch, too.
Okay. Are you guys like best buds? Did you
Well,
message
no,
him
if
to find out
we
why
were, he would have showed up, right? I gotta drop a note and find out what happened.
Like, I hope everything's okay. I missed you.
When are you gonna be in town again,
When are you
man?
gonna be in town? But again, it's one of our favorite locations to go and see conventions at. But as you can see, some of the space is a little sparse. They weren't filled to the max with it. But again, enough of a selection of different things out there.
They definitely overbooked the hall, which they'll probably correct that next time.
Right.
But as far as I know, they're coming back again. So
Yeah, they haven't updated their website with new dates yet.
Right.
So everything is still last year or this past May.
right,
But plenty to see. depending on what your interests are. Again, we didn't see any of the panel, so I don't know how, was space limited? Was, how was the sound?
But we did go through the panel room because that's where the restrooms
Right,
were.
that is true.
Which
They were
kind of
setting
thought
up.
that was odd that you would have
Yeah.
done it where the restrooms are.
Yeah. But of course they had,
Because they were getting set up for karaoke.
Right. They were doing, and then I think they were going to be doing like a trivia thing.
Right.
They had a couple of different things. The one that was really interesting, I don't know if we got footage of it. The one, he was a puppeteer for Henson.
I think that was one of the last shots that we had.
Oh, okay, yeah, he was in this section. Oh, yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
this was the start of it with his artwork, but then he had various different Muppets that he has worked on.
Not at all creepy, by the way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he had all his awards and everything.
So for the people who are watching and not listening, it's worthwhile to tune in and actually see some of the details that we had.
So it was very, it was very well done. We don't normally go to see celebrities, so that's
Right.
never, this is gonna.
Especially when the lead draws Corey Feldman. We're not standing in line for Corey Feldman. I'm sorry. I would have stood in line for Jamie Farr and Loretta Swit because I love MASH.
Right, and they had no line,
had
so
no
you
line,
probably
right.
could have just gone over and talked to them and said hi, and they
Yeah.
probably would have been ecstatic to.
I was spent by them. We probably
Yeah.
should have did the celebrities first.
We always should do that. Go and find them and work our way back.
Yeah.
Maybe next one.
So, do we have any conventions coming up in the near future?
I think September. I don't think there's anything in the summer because the last one would have been Fan Expo that we decided not to go to.
Right. We're not going to go to the Burst in Flames HorrorCon at Expo Center, the outside one again, or are they not doing that?
they're not doing it. That they only
Okay.
did. They'll be doing Monster Mania. Will be back at Oaks in November.
Okay.
So we'll be doing that one again.
That was a memorable one, the
Yeah.
outside one. If COVID didn't kill you, we will.
That's last weekend in May. It won't be so hot.
I almost passed out. I'm over on the grass sitting under this tiny little umbrella trying not to die.
And at that one, they were actually selling umbrellas at
Right.
least. Where
We had to buy them fast because they went quick.
Right, that is true. That is true.
So anyway, that was Contropolis Philly. They don't have anything new. We're looking at the website now, actually.
Yeah, they haven't
there it is
updated
there.
anything yet.
We're not looking at any new information there. So hopefully they come back and, if they do, I'm sure we'll be going.
Sure.
But we're going to take another break. We're going to come back and we're going to cry over a couple of shows that have said farewell to us. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com. Welcome back, everyone. So for our next segment, we're going to be talking about the different couple of our favorite shows that have wrapped up and had their series finales in the last few months, or since we've actually done a podcast before. So the first would be the long-running original Walking Dead. And if you didn't ever hear about it, you're obviously living under a rock, because it's based on the comic book series written by Robert Kirkman. It's the gritty drama that portrays life in the months and years that follow a zombie apocalypse. You have a group of survivors that travel in search for safety and security and are constantly on the move and in search of a secure home. But the pressure each day to stay alive sends them, many of the group into the deepest depths of human cruelty, and they soon discover that the overwhelming fear of the survivors can be more deadly than the zombies walking among them. Since the original came out, there have been now 6 spin-offs from this show. The original, obviously, was the one that lasted the longest with 11 seasons, and kind of rewrote the way zombie shows were done and looked at, really, when you kind of think about it. The popularity really boomed once Walking Dead came around. But they finally wrapped up their season, and we kind of thought, oh, this is the end. And then all of a sudden now you have these other spin-offs where some of the other spin-offs that they've had were totally different characters, were different places. You had the one where it's out in California, one that was also in the South where there were a couple of little tie-ins, but not really. But now after Walking Dead, they have the New York version that just came out. Dead City, which is with Negan and Maggie. But you have the Michonne show with...
Allegedly.
That one's also in the works. And then, of course, you have the one... I can't think.
Fear?
No, with... what's his name? Daryl, the Daryl show that was supposed to be the Daryl and Carol show, but Carol backed out. So you have, so where you kind of thought things were just ending. Nope, we're giving you 3 other shows with characters from your beloved
Daryl and his sister Carol and their other brother Daryl.
Right. So what did you think of the finale? Or the final season?
It was kind of, the final season was just a mess. They were all over the place. And it was largely because of COVID. They didn't really know how to deal with shutting down, because a zombie show where you're getting eaten by other people doesn't really work in a pandemic, does it?
True.
They were very creative in how they went about doing some of the things, because you had the little shorts that came out for it that pushed it around. You had season 11A, and then you had season 11B, and then you had the interludes that were the Tales of the Walking Dead in between there.
Right.
You had the ridiculously long episodes. Then you had a 4-part series, and then they did the second half. It was so confusing as to where you were with things that it was really like 3 seasons in one for season 11.
Right, because I think they kind of felt like they had gotten gypped out of previous seasons because of COVID coming in and shutting things down, that they felt they had more story to tell. But yet I only read the comics up to a certain point. You did kind of read the anthologies or to kind of know where things were going, and the way the story ended on the show and where it ended in the comics was completely different. There were characters, you said, that survived,
and that was the problem. So by the time you got to this point in the comics, this show was completely off the rails. The main character, well, first of all, like, Daryl never even appears.
Right.
So the characters...
Everybody knows that part. Yeah.
Right. The characters that wind up at the end of the series are not the characters that are in the comic books. And the key characters that show up in the comic books are all dead or gone or missing or walkabout or whatever. They're just not there.
Right.
So what was interesting was seeing the parallels. So, like, for instance, Michonne in the comics turns out to be a lawyer, and she's a judge in this new community. Well, they had to kind of have somebody there to drive part of that story.
Right.
So they pick a different one. So they pick... who'd they pick for that?
Nikita. I can't think of what her...
Khrushchev?
I'm horrible with names.
Yeah,
That one.
That one. Yeah, yeah.
The one in the picture right there.
So, right. So, and one of the key things that happens in the comics is the son of the governor, I guess, or whatever her
Right.
he winds up killing, no spoilers here, the comic's been out a while, killing, what's his face, cowboy hat. Big gun, sheriff. What's his name? Help me out here.
Michonne's husband.
Yes, him.
Rick.
Rick, right. So he winds up killing Rick, and that sends that whole story down. So they wind up doing something completely different here.
Okay.
Like not even close to it.
Right.
So it was an interesting take on it, but the comics didn't end,
Right.
which is the weird thing. So you get the penultimate episode of the comics, and everything's, all hell's breaking loose, and it doesn't end. And then the final episode is a time hop
Right.
that tries to sort of tell you where things are 20 years in the future or whatever.
Right. Right.
And it was such a disappointing end to the series. This one here, at least the TV series, kind of tied up all the loose ends by the end.
Right. Right.
But you still have that potential for a 20-year time hop down the line there, that where you might pick things back up again.
Right.
So the contrast between the two is very different. They tried to stick to some of the story, but you just couldn't because of all the changes that happened up until this point.
Right.
It wasn't a MASH ending, and every time I think of like a series finale, I compare every series finale to MASH, right? Because that was like the ultimate ending to the ultimate show. And it wasn't that, but it wasn't terrible. I don't know. I don't have any other words to really describe. It was kind of just, oh, okay. That's how it ended. All right. Well, let's move on to the next show now. Because you knew it wasn't over.
Well, and
that was the
that's
worst
kind
part.
of what I was thinking, is that we knew we weren't completely saying goodbye
Right.
to most of these characters, because they've already said, oh, by the way, we have these 3 shows in
Right. There were no
production.
tear-jerking goodbyes. There was
Right.
no, we'll never see you again type thing. It was like, oh, okay, guys, I'll see you on the set next week.
Right.
So it was like, it was such an artificial end to the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And let's be honest, 11 seasons, they dragged it out a little too far.
And that's the thing, is there were some seasons that didn't have to,
Like season 2. The Terminus season was terrible.
or that didn't have to be so long. There, And again, this is before COVID even happened, where there were seasons that were just kind of like,
That one whole season where they were wandering in the wood. The only good thing that came out of that season was look at the flowers. Just look at the flowers. Now, if you get that reference, I commend you for sticking with the show, okay?
and that's the thing, is there were people who had started watching it and got to a certain point and they were just like, you know what?
Well, and I told
I'm
you,
done.
when I binged watched the first 7 seasons,
Right.
had I watched season 2 week to week, I would have walked away from that bored out of my mind. The only thing that kept me with the show is that I had binged the entire season and was able to get it done in a couple of days.
Right.
So, but anyway, that ended kind of in preparation
Sorta.
for the new ones to come out, which
Right.
Dead City is out. We saw first 2 episodes, right?
We only watched the first one so
Just the
far,
first one.
But there have been 2. We haven't
Right.
watched the next one.
What's your opinion of the first episode?
I'm interested to see where it goes, but it's kind of there. Oh, look, there's more bad people. Oh, okay. Wow, there's more bad people, and they're really, really bad, and they're stuck on an island in New York. Ooh, let's go. And then you have, like you even brought up, the whole marshals and things that are, trying
Just
to
doesn't
keep
make sense.
law and order, and it's like, well, what organization is there? How did that organization come to be? Because
Well, and how do you invest somebody with authority in a society where you can kill people at will? Like
Right.
there's no laws. The only thing that makes a law enforcement officer valid is people who follow the law.
Right.
And if you don't follow the law, you face the penalties. Well, if nobody follows the law and you're just killing people,
Right.
like clearly they are, I mean,
Right.
you literally have communities that are miles away from each other going to war with each other. The premise of a marshal doesn't make any sense.
Right. Now, I did read some brief thing because I didn't want to know spoilers, but there was somebody that had watched the whole season and basically said you have to give it a couple of episodes to finally get going.
Oh,
and-
it's the Disney philosophy now.
yeah, pretty much.
You need to get 4 episodes into the 7-episode series before it gets interesting.
Right. So we'll see. We'll probably watch it just to
What I think what annoyed me was there was always this curiosity of what could possibly bring Negan and Maggie together
Right.
to go on this adventure to New York City.
Right, because
and
you
we
knew-
called it months ago what it was, and the fact that we were so spot on for it was
Right.
just so disappointing.
Right, but still we don't know why Negan was where he is. They still haven't really, like he kind of hinted, but nothing else. Like no more information
Right.
about what happened.
But that's not what I interests me how he got there.
Mm-hmm.
He got there probably because he got kicked out of 12 other communities because of
True.
who he is.
Yeah, well.
I would expect nothing less. But the fact that you have Maggie, and the only reason that Maggie went to find Negan was because the guy who runs this new gang in New York happened to be one of his followers.
right.
That is such a weak driver, motivational driver for putting aside the fact that this man bashed your husband's brains out in front of you.
Right.
It makes no sense from a logical standpoint.
Yeah.
You could have literally taken anybody else and been just as effective. So my hopes aren't particularly high for this one, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
What's the next big disappointment?
Well, no, it wasn't a disappointment.
That it's over, I mean.
Oh, okay. Would be Star Trek Picard. That happened to be a favorite of ours. It aired for 3 seasons and wrapped up. So the series actually begins in 2399, which is 20 years after Jean-Luc Picard's last appearance in Star Trek Nemesis. And finds that the character is deeply affected by the death of Data in that film, as well as the destruction of the planet Romulus in the film Star Trek. He is retired from Starfleet and is living on his family's vineyard. Picard is drawn into a new adventure when he is, let me move my mouse, visited by a synthetic daughter of Data, one of the several new synthetic beings that seem to be coming out now in that time period. So Picard fights for their right to exist and gives his life to save them. After his consciousness is transferred into a synthetic body for the 2nd season,
Conveniently.
we move to 2401, and now Picard and his companions are living new lives when an old adversary, Q, traps them in an alternate reality, and they must travel back to time to the 21st century to save the future of the galaxy. And then finally, the 3rd season, Picard learns that he has a son who is being hunted by a mysterious enemy, and then he reunites with the former crew of the USS Enterprise to protect his son and face the new invasion of the Borg.
Yep.
Yep, that's what happened.
That's pretty much
That's
it.
pretty much what happened.
No spoilers or anything though, but he has another son. It's not a clone from Nemesis that the Romulans made. And he helped the synths to define the fact that they could exist, kind of like he did with Data when the only thing with the series was they kind of recycled a lot of themes that they had previously.
Right.
There wasn't fresh themes there, but the way that they did it, it was a throw to the fans.
Well, definitely season 3 was definitely a throwback and a love letter to the fans because they knew it was ending. They knew they weren't doing a 4th season, so they knew they kind of had to tie up all of the loose ends. So
Right.
you had where, season 2 and season 1, you had a couple of cameos by a couple of different things. By season 3, it was basically everybody and all these different cameos and people that you weren't even expecting to show up. that, you know, we would watch and be like, oh my God, is that? And it was. And, you know, so that was kind of neat to have that happen. And then
It was. The only problem is there was some of the situations in which these people showed up were completely unbelievable. It's like these people don't have a life. Like they all just sit around waiting for Picard to call them and come do something.
okay, yeah, they're all retired for the most part.
I love
Sure,
the
why
fact.
not?
I love the fact that they had Geordi running the ship museum, and he just conveniently put together the Enterprise that was destroyed in Star Trek Generations. Just conveniently happened to have that in his back pocket, just right when they needed
Because
him.
you never know when you're going to need a ship.
Yeah, it was.
Suspend reality.
I felt like so much of this third season was forced down my throat. I ate it up.
You sure did.
Because I'm a Star Trek fan.
Yep.
I just felt force fed so much of this and was just told to believe it. Yeah, that was really my take on it.
But who was your favorite character in the whole season?
My favorite character?
In the third season?
I don't know. Who was my favorite character?
Who wasn't from the original?
Who wasn't from the original? I don't know. I don't think I really had a favorite.
Wasn't the captain?
Oh, yes, the captain of the what was the ship? Oh, yeah. That's what it was. Yeah, we're not going to mention that.
No.
But the captain of the other ship was my favorite just because he was so dry and sarcastic.
Yes.
And he was a prick, and he admits that he's a prick, which, you know, just kind of endears you. And unfortunately, you know, he doesn't make it out of everything as squeaky clean as everyone else does. But yeah, he was definitely the highlight.
He
of
definitely
the series.
added to the highlight of your
Yeah.
watching.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, Picard seasons 1 through 3 now available on Paramount Plus. We're going to take a quick break, come back. We're running a little bit late here for the good, the bad, and the ugly segment. We'll be right back. I don't have the music queued up, unfortunately, but we'll be right back. So the good, we mentioned it earlier during our trip to Niagara.
Right.
Down up to Niagara Falls. The one gem that we found in what was really a sad, rundown resort town that is on its bad luck, really, was a restaurant that we found on the other side of town from the resort we stayed in called The Bakery.
Yes.
The bakery itself, and I did a review. You can find my review up on Google if you look it up on Google Maps. We have pictures and everything there. The bakery was the most unique eatery experience that I think we've had in a long time. It was genuine. It was authentic. You walked in there and you felt like you were in your mom's house from the 1950s and 60s.
Yes.
It was decorated beautifully, and the staff was attentive. When you had gotten up at one point in time to take some pictures because of how unique the place was, the chef came over
Right.
and said, "Oh, well, if you're interested in learning more about it," and he took you on a tour of the
Yeah,
place
he
and
gave
he
me a little
showed you
walk
the
through
place.
what was interesting. So it was originally a bakery, and the baker's house were next to each other. So that's what became this building. And he took me, you know, to the hallway where the restrooms were, and you could see through the architecture, oh, this is where the house was, this is where the bakery was, and they kind of built the two buildings together, and you could see where the front porch had been, where they had built an enclosure, and then, you know, the one area had been a dance hall, had been a speakeasy at one point in time. There was a back entrance that you would come in to go and to dance and drink and stuff. So just got all these historic things from it. There was even a picture of the original house, and a picture of the original family was there too. So if you didn't know that it was there, you might not have even known the history of it. So
it was such a genuine experience, and it was so enjoyable. Chef Joseph was so attentive. You had gone off to the restaurant at one point in time, and he was talking to Maddie and I, and he was saying, I don't live in town here. I commute in from Buffalo, and he was giving us,
suggestions
things to do
of other
in
things. Yeah,
it was just so. It really made kind of a lukewarm trip really special to do that, and it was before we went to the Strong, by the way.
Right. Yeah.
So that was the other highlight of the trip itself, was the bakery in Niagara Falls.
Yeah.
Now for the ugly. So we had talked about this a lot. We had talked about the anticipation of it coming. We had talked about the accommodations and the experience, and we talked about the price. And we said, I'll be shocked, and I have to go back and probably get my quote. I'll be shocked if this lasts 18 months. And of course, we're talking about Disney's Galactic Star Cruiser, which is set for its final voyage in September. Hasn't been open 2 full years now?
Yeah, it's been 18 months, I believe.
18 months. And they're closing. Because they can't convince enough stupid people to pay the kind of money that they want you to pay. And really, it was ridiculous that they were charging the equivalent of a 7-day cruise for 2 nights.
Right.
To basically stay in a prison cell.
Right.
And that's what people who've stayed there described it as. No windows. You're sleeping in bunk beds, like prison-style bunk beds. Your day is regimented. You have to do certain things because of the way that they have their interaction.
Right.
And people just didn't find it enjoyable.
Right. And if you weren't the type of person that enjoyed role-playing or LARPing or anything to that, this wasn't for you, because you're not going to get anything out of it. Now, people that were into that and liked dressing up and liked being interactive, they enjoyed the trip because it was immersive that way. But if you weren't that type of person, you were probably bored out of your mind because there wasn't anything else to do. Or you kind of felt weird hanging around other people that were doing these adventures and things like that. So
I just want to take a moment to tell Disney, I told you so. I took great pleasure in hearing about this, because there was as much as I would have loved to go and experience it, there was no way in hell that I was going to give Disney that kind of money for any kind of experience. I don't care. I'm not giving Disney that much money for something like that for 2 days.
Right. Now, if it was a week's vacation with, on an actual cruise ship, yes, I will give you that kind of money.
Right.
For me to actually go someplace and see something and do. But yeah, that was the thing. We were very excited when they were first announcing it, and we said, okay, let's see what it comes out to be, how much it's going to be, how much, okay, where's our price point, what we're willing to spend. And then when the prices came out, it was just,
and then Disney slapped millions of people in the face with the fictitious price that they gave you. And it was just embarrassing.
Right.
I was embarrassed for Disney that they were asking people for that kind of money.
Yeah.
Second ugly thing, and this is one that's near and dear.
Well, this is really the bad. This is probably more than ugly.
Oh, right. This is the bad. Sorry. I went out of order.
Yeah, it's okay. It's fine. Okay. You can fix it in post.
Yeah, I'll fix it in post. I keep saying that. Anyway, we were robbed. Somebody stole money from us. And the people that stole money from us were the Philly Pops and the Kimmel Center, because we had bought tickets for a Star Wars concert event. And it was canceled at one point in time, allegedly.
It was supposed to be last summer.
Right.
And then due to whatever reasons, they had to postpone it until June of this year. So they said, hold on to your tickets.
They didn't offer any refunds.
Right. You could transfer your ticket to something else, but just hold on to your tickets. Everything will be fine. We'll see you June 2023.
Right. And then what happened?
Oh, it's postponed again, but we don't know when now or where it'll actually even be.
They were very communicative, the Philly Pops were, in telling us about this legal battle that they had with the Kimmel Center. And it was a terrible thing, and they kicked them out, and they're not giving them any concert hall time, and blah, blah, blah. And I didn't give a damn about any of that. All I know is I paid money for a concert that they didn't put on, and I don't care whose fault it is. The concert was scheduled for last week. I want my concert, or I want my money.
Right.
I don't want to wait. I don't want to hear it's postponed. I don't want to hear this guy did this. I don't want to hear that you're crying poor mouth. You took my money. You didn't give me a product. You stole my money. And it was the Philly Pops and it was the Kimmel Center that stole my money. And at this point in time, I'm waiting for the class action lawsuit because I know it's going to come out and I'll get $3 back from it and the lawyers will get the rest of the money. But at least based on principle, someone's going to pay something for this. And neither the Philly Pops, which we've gone to a number of their shows already, nor the Kimmel Center will ever get another dime from me because they stole my money. That's my public service announcement for today.
Do you feel better now?
A little bit.
Okay.
A little bit. It's a little hot in here now, so I'm getting a little hot under the collar.
I understand.
So anyway, that was the afterthoughts I had. Be careful of who you give your money to. Don't trust anybody, et cetera, et cetera. Be paranoid like me.
Sure.
And bitter. Be bitter too.
Be bitter.
That's the important part.
Nice.
I don't forgive. I don't forget either. So I guess it doesn't really matter. Anyway, that was all we had for the show today. Before we go, I do want to once again invite folks from our listening and viewing audience. If you don't already do so, please subscribe to our podcast. You can find us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify. You're looking at me as though I have to say something.
No.
Okay. We're on Google, Stitcher. I would also ask you to take a few moments, give us a review. Give us a thumbs up or a star or whatever your podcast of choice uses for a rating system itself.
High five.
High fives work too.
Fist pump. I don't know.
That works. I don't know of any of them that do fist bumps, but that could be kind of awkward. Also, reach out to us. Give us your feedback. Tell us how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at insights_things.
We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
On Instagram, we're at Insights Into Things.
And you can go to our main website that has links to everything that we mentioned, which is www.insightsintothings.com.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
welcome to Insight into Tomorrow. This is episode 17, Women's Rights Are Human Rights. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my special guest host this week from our Insights into Entertainment podcast, Michelle Whalen. How you doing today, Michelle?
Full of many, many emotions.
I can imagine. We had actually planned on doing this podcast for a little while now. We've been working on putting it together and stuff, understanding that there was going to be an impending decision. And today was the scheduled day that we were going to do this.
Right. Not knowing
that yesterday was going to be the day that the other shoe dropped.
Right.
So we're going to continue to go through the material that we did plan, and we reserved the last segment to have an open discussion on the groundbreaking, rule-shattering, country-damaging decision, I think, that came yesterday. So there's been a disturbing trend in recent years in the United States. There's been an assault on women's, an assault has been waged on basic human rights. Victims of this assault have been chosen by color of their skin and their gender and various other things. All are victims that have been targeted for generations and have fought for their equal human rights. In this episode of Insights into Tomorrow, we're going to take a deeper look at the assault specifically on women's rights. We'll take a look at the history of women's rights through the years. We'll examine the current state of women's rights, and we'll explore the threats against those rights. Before we leave, we'll take a special look at the current issue of abortion and the not-so-impending Supreme Court decision that threatens to overturn, which it did overturn, Roe versus Wade. But before we do that, I'd like to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audiences to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. You can find video and audio of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things, and you can pick those up anywhere you can get a podcast these days. We're pretty much everywhere. I would also invite you to write in, give us your comments, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing. Email us at comments@insightsintothings.com, where you can find links to all of our social media on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
As ready as we'll ever be.
Let's get into it.
So, all women are entitled to human rights. These include the right to live free from violence and discrimination, to enjoy the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health, to be educated, and to own property, to vote, and to earn an equal wage. Across the globe, many women and girls still face discrimination on the basis of sex and gender. Gender inequality underpins many problems which disappropriately affect women and girls, such as domestic and sexual violence, lower pay, lack of access to education, and inadequate healthcare. For many years, women's rights movements have fought hard to address these inequalities, campaigning to change laws or taking to the streets to demand their rights are respected. And new movements have flourished in the digital age, such as the Me Too campaign, which highlights the prevalence of gender-based violence and sexual harassment.
So there has been a fairly long history of women's fight for their rights, in the United States at least, because when the country was formed, there was no explicit provisions in the Constitution for women's rights to anything.
Mm-hmm.
The Constitution protected, quote, consent of the government, consent of the governed, which at the time meant white landholding men
Mm-hmm.
only.
Right.
The Bill of Rights did not protect everyone either. Women were considered second-class citizens. They were essentially property of their husbands.
So women started to organize as early as the Seneca Falls Convention in July of 1848. It planted the seeds for the women's suffrage movement. It pushed for equal rights for all people of all races and sexes. The end result was the signing of the Declaration of Sentiments by 100 men and women, a document based on the Declaration of Independence.
So we move into the women's suffrage movement. This is really probably the foundation for the first fight for women's rights. Wyoming passed the first law granting women the right to vote in 1869 and was the first state to grant women the right to vote in all elections in 1890. But it took until 1920 for the 19th Amendment to the Constitution to allow women the right to vote across the country.
So now let's talk a little bit about abortion and contraception. So there were widespread anti-contraception laws on the books as late as 1819 before they were challenged, starting with Margaret Sanger in New York. Abortion laws criminalized the act of ending a pregnancy apart from saving a woman's life were in place and well into the 60s before any challenges were raised. These obviously culminated into the 1973 Roe v. Wade Supreme Court ruling that being drawn into question, unfortunately, as of yesterday.
Yeah. So then we move on to women's equal employment and equal pay. The first minimum wage laws applied to women didn't come into effect until 1912. This was later superseded by the 1938 Fair Labor Standards Act, imposing a federal minimum age regardless of gender. It wasn't until 1963 with the Equal Pay Act that any attention was given to equitable wages for wages, well, wages too probably, but wages for the same work performed by men. It took until 1974 for Congress to include gender protection in fair housing and education as part of the Civil Rights Act. Now, it's worth noting that even though these laws were on the books, they're on the books today. They're not observed. There's still discrimination today, despite the fact that we have these laws on the books.
Right, exactly. And finally, leadership in government. So the first woman to serve in Congress was Jeanette Pickering Rankin, who didn't take her seat until 1917. But it would take nearly 100 years for a woman to take on the leadership role of Speaker of the House when Nancy Pelosi assumed that role for the first time in 2007. And we didn't see our first Supreme Court justice until 1981 with Sandra Day O'Connor. And Madeleine Albright was our first Secretary of State in 1997. And obviously, our first female Vice President, Kamala Harris, in 2020.
So, the disturbing trend that I see in this history here is there's spurts of progress. There's long periods where there's no progress. Then you get a few exceptional people that just get mad as hell and they're not going to take it anymore, and they do something about it.
Yep.
And the establishment throws a couple of crumbs out there and gives a little bit of rights to people. And then there's a long period of time until it happens again. How do you think this compares to other fights, civil rights, for instance? How do you think this compares to civil rights for African Americans and minorities?
It's almost the same, really, when you think about it. Unless you are a rich white male, you're fighting every day, and maybe once in a while something comes along that you get something, and then unfortunately something else in the news is going to pop up where everybody's mindset is on something else, and that fight still hasn't been won.
Yeah.
And until something happens with that fight again, everybody kind of forgets about it because, again, our attention span, is, we have short attention span theater, of our minds. Look at, not to get on a totally different tangent, but all of the school shootings, it's been how many weeks and none of that is in the news. There, you have the gun reforms that are they're trying to pass. But again, now that you have everything going on with Roe v. Wade, that's the main focus. But yet there's other things that still need to be focused. Black Lives Matter still needs to be a focus because you had everything that went on with George Floyd and all the other African Americans who with the police issues and things like that, and none of that was solved, but because something else came along, oh, well, now our attention, but no, you have to go back and do all the other things.
It's funny you mention that. What do you think is the cause of that? Is that a media issue? Is that a society issue? Is it a politics issue where politicians don't want to deal with the issue, so they distract with something else? Or is it media just trying to get ratings that's dictating what our issues are today?
I don't know. I think it's a little bit of. I think everybody's a little bit to blame with all of that, because obviously media is one aspect, and when you kind of think back of, okay, well, why did it take so long? So Wyoming, it was the 1800s when, Wyoming, but it wasn't until the 1900s that it was actually, and you have to think back then, how long did it take for news to travel? How long, same thing with Juneteenth, it was signed into law that blacks were no longer slaves, but how many years did it take for the news to actually travel? Right. There was no quick way to do it, where now we have that instant gratification. We can, as soon as news broke yesterday of the Supreme Court's decision, everybody in the world knew about it. So I think a lot of it is because we're so hungry for information right now, what's the next thing? What's the next thing? What do I need to do? And also, we're all so tired. We're all so tired of having to stand up for everybody. And there's just so much injustice. It's like, well, where do I put my energy?
Where's my next fight? Yeah.
And it's like, I have no more spoons to give. My jar is empty because I've given, so much, because there's so much that's needed, from all of us. I think that's, where it comes to, because there's obviously thousands and thousands of organizations and different things that are in need, but it's, how much can the average person give before you have nothing left to give?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely been a problem. Let's take a little break. We'll come back and we're going to talk a little bit more detail about where we are right now with these specific women's rights. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
So let's talk about the current state of women's rights. And we'll talk first about women's suffrage. At the moment, it's safe to say that fight has been won, I guess, kind of, sort of, in the general statement, yes.
If nothing else, we can say that women are equally discriminated against with everyone else when it comes to your right to vote these days.
Yes.
Okay, there's no special discrimination
right,
against women
okay,
on this one.
okay, we can go with that. Abortion and contraception. Well, this had been won, but it looks like it might be a split decision with the much anticipated ruling from the majority right-wing Supreme Court that was held yesterday. And we'll have more on this later on in the show.
So we take a look at employment and pay. So legally on paper, this was a win back in 1963 with the Equal Pay Act. Do you feel like this was a win?
No.
And I think most women would be of the same opinion. In practice, there's a long fight ahead of this one. Progress continues to be made, but not nearly enough to level the playing field between men and women, equal pay, equal work. It's a mess. And the fact that people are still getting away with it is frankly disturbing, that you can get away with it.
Yep.
Leadership in government. There was a surprising amount of progress early on this, but it's been painfully slow in coming into the modern time. Since, the 80s, 2000, we've seen some progress here. Many parts of the country are progressive enough to make the progress that's needed. There are other parts, and less progressive, less evolved parts of the country, where politics is still an old boys network. But from a national standpoint, we're seeing, we have a female vice president now, which is huge. How do you think, let's talk women's suffrage, your ability to vote. Do you feel you have the ability to go out there and vote when you want, for who you want, how you want?
Absolutely. And that's something I've never felt I wasn't able to do. I've never felt that I wasn't allowed. Even in high school, senior year was when I turned 18, and I had a history teacher who was very passionate about the women's movement and made sure she had her little pamphlets in her desk drawer, and who's turning 18 this month, fill out your form so you can vote. And she said, it doesn't matter if it's a presidential election, if it's a governor election, even your little local election, you will vote every time because there are women that died doing this. It is your heritage. It is your responsibility to pass this on and make sure you vote.
How do you think how can I say this without getting hate mail? How do you think the outcome of the 2020 election
or the 2016 election, we can even go.
You could, but specifically the 2020 election, in which there was an artificial stigma built up about the legitimacy of the election and voting and voter fraud. And it drew the entire country into that. And now we're seeing certain states that support a certain party are now imposing laws that, if not discriminating against people from voting,
will make it harder,
making it much more difficult.
Absolutely. And that's...
Do you feel threatened by that?
Fortunately, I don't, because at this point we are in a very blue state, and I've never felt threatened going to our polling places. We don't have far to travel. We usually never have more than 5 minutes to wait, if we even have a wait whenever we've gone. And I know that's not the case for states right next to ours, where people will wait in line hours to cast their vote, or have to travel, an hour to get to their polling place. And I would probably feel intimidated if I had to go through all those measures, and almost jump through hoops to fulfill my civic duty.
Right.
And nobody should have to feel that way to do that.
Absolutely. Abortion and contraception. So for now, we're going to put abortion aside because we already have a discussion on the last segment. Contraception.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel that you can acquire the contraception that you want and that the health care that you need as far as women's health is readily available to you? Do you think that's a threat? Do you think progress needs to be made on that front?
So, again, being a white female, a middle-class white female in a blue state, I don't feel discriminated at all against any healthcare. I know that's not the case for others of my gender in other parts of our country. That now that is something that there are rumors about being taken away. Now you see all over social media people saying, if you're on some sort of IUD, if you're on any sort of implant, get it replaced now. Anything that, has a couple of years, because we don't know what's coming down the pike. The fact that some male can make a decision what I do with my body absolutely blows my mind. And that, whether or not I'm a married woman or a single woman should have nothing to do with it either. And that if I want to have a child, it should be by choice.
Right.
I should not be forced. I am still of age where I could have a child. I am not at a point where I would want to begin that process all over again. And I need to have that body autonomy. That's my right to decide that, and nobody else should decide it. I don't make a decision for anybody if they want to be on Viagra or not, or if they want to get, reconstructive surgery or some. I don't make that decision for anybody else. So nobody should be making a decision
Sure.
for what I do to myself.
And I agree 110%. As long as you don't expect the government to pay for it, then
Right.
it's your say what you do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm totally down with that.
Mm-hmm.
Employment and pay. Where do we stand with this? Do you think there's sufficient progress? Do you think you're compensated fairly for what you do? And do you think that there is a threat to that looming?
I don't know. It's one of those things because, of course, at most places of employment, one of the rules is you don't talk about how much you make. So, you don't find out how much somebody else is making. So that's a really hard, I know, or I shouldn't say, I assume within the company that I work in, there are people that work in the North Jersey facility that make much more money than the people in the South Jersey facility.
And that's unusual because of geographics.
Right, absolutely. But again, it shouldn't matter where I'm physically located because I'm doing just as much work as
Well, there's certain
somebody
factors like cost of living and stuff like that.
absolutely.
That you have to factor in
Oh,
the salary.
totally. I totally.
Compensation wise, on a 1-to-1 ratio, are you being fairly compensated?
I really don't know, because it's one of the things that probably bad on me is I kind of stopped paying attention, because there's always these websites you can go to and say, you know, how much does a person that does this job make? And the thing is, what I do for a living is kind of specific to my job, you know, so it's kind of hard to say if I went someplace else where I could kind of try and figure it out. And I think I know I'm probably underpaid. Just one, because I'm, you know,
Is it because you're a woman, or because you're a one-of-a-kind person doing what you do?
I don't know. It might be a combination of both. We recently at my company had somebody who left the company who was a woman. I never asked her or found out how much she made. I knew she probably made more than I did, even though I've been with the company much longer than she had been. And we recently hired somebody who I knew was a grade level or a position higher than her. And I have a feeling probably started out making more than she did.
Okay.
So that's another, you know.
So clearly we're not where we need to be.
No.
Leadership in government. So my question to you here is, clearly we're seeing progress certainly on the federal level. A lot of states are making progress with women in leadership positions. You personally, do you think the doors open for you if you wanted to get into, say, local politics? Do you think you'd have any obstacles with that? Do you think you'd be discriminated against because of your gender?
I don't know. I think in a lot of cases it's still a boys' club when you come to, you know, your local. You know, but I'm sure there are some areas of the country where it's not like that. I've never been interested in wanting to run for a government position, so it was never something that I thought about, but I could see where I wouldn't, you know, again, where we live, where we are. I'm sure if it was something where I started volunteering or doing things, I could, you know, eventually see something.
You know, what's interesting is of the 4 fundamental rights that we talked about, 3 of these you attributed to some level of political influence on how it impacts you.
Mm-hmm.
That's disturbing. That women's rights are a matter of politics.
And they shouldn't be.
No, they shouldn't. And I think that is a highlight of where we are today. And it astounds me, and we're not going to pull any punches here. You're obviously a Democratic supporter.
I am? How did you know?
What astounds me is your experience, I would say, is pretty typical for most women, Democratic women or Republican women. But there are so many staunch Republican women that support a party that has, for over a century, had policies that were contrary to women's interests.
Mm-hmm.
And what is it about people like that who would support someone who wants to hold you down? Like, is it I almost attribute it to like a beaten wife syndrome type thing.
Yeah.
Where they just accept their place as a lesser citizen in society.
And you have to kind of think that, you know, there are still women that are you know, young girls, women that are raised today to, your only job in life is to raise the family and and support your husband. And that's it. And I'm not knocking anyone that's what they want to
Right.
do in their life. If
that's what you aspire to do, knock your socks off.
right.
But don't hold other people back.
Exactly.
In the
But
process.
don't tell me that I can't do more.
Absolutely.
Or tell my daughter that she can't be more.
Yeah, that's my hang up about this whole thing. As much as I hate seeing how you are treated, it irks me to think that she's going to face some of these same prejudices, and it really pisses me off.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I want to do everything I can to make sure that she's got every opportunity.
And
she
I'm
has.
I'm so proud of what she stands for and what she believes in. And yes, a lot of it has to do with us, but there's a lot that, is her own,
Yep.
and I'm so glad that we raised her and are still raising her to be so open-minded to things. And she, in so many cases, is more open-minded than we will ever be. And that gives me hope that, she's also surrounded, she surrounds herself with people that feel that way too.
Yeah.
And that generation will hopefully make a difference and bring about so much that more than we could ever hope for.
I'm also very fortunate that she's patient enough to help
Educate.
carry me along in that journey.
Yes.
I've learned a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I've learned a lot from her that I never thought I would learn.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take another break, and when we come back, we're going to take a look at what some of the obstacles and threats are to these rights. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So, threats and obstacles to women's rights in America. And, we'll attack these rights as we've been doing in order. So the first one we're going to talk about is women's suffrage. So in the wake of the toxic 2020 elections, there's been a wholesale attack on voting rights. These attacks aren't targeted specifically at women and are designed to make it harder for people in general to vote. Not too much in general, but there's specific segments of the population
Right.
they're targeted at. So some of the obstacles. 17 states have enacted 28 new laws that restrict access to voting by targeting citizens with disabilities. The fact that they're not including accessibility, common accessibility options to get into voting places that make it difficult for people with disabilities to vote.
Mm-hmm.
They're attacking absentee voting. After the 2020 election, when when absentee voting was done, because we were in the middle of a pandemic,
Right.
a pandemic that the sitting president ignored for the first 4 months and downplayed it and pretended it didn't exist and created the crisis in the first place.
Right.
They're attacking provisional ballots. They're requiring voter ID, which there's nothing. Take a drink here. I'm joking to death here. This is how much I hate these rules. There's nothing in the Constitution that says voter ID is required to cast your vote. Nowhere. So I don't know where they're coming up with that one. They're targeting voter registration. They're making it harder to register. They're requiring different requirements to now register. They're instituting registration purging. So normally with registration purging, if you don't vote in so many elections, they purge you from the voter registration roll. Well, that number of elections is usually like 4, 5, something like that, presidential elections. Now they're saying if you don't vote in the last one, you're not registered anymore.
Oh, see,
You need to register again to vote. They're restricting student voting, making it difficult for students, because before they would make it accessible to students to vote during student hours and stuff like that at colleges. They're restricting that. And they're limiting polling places to make it harder to vote. So people who are, again, disabled, infirmed, aged, people that don't drive, they're making them travel hours to get to a voting place to cast a vote, knowing that they won't vote because they're the people that they don't want voting because they're going to vote for the opposition.
Right.
So that's some of what we're looking at here. Not specifically against women, but affecting everybody.
Right. And you figure it's the lower income, more likely the people of color.
Yep.
That's the areas that they're really targeting.
Absolutely. So what's your next one?
Abortion. Somehow, after nearly 50 years, this is still a matter of debate. Instead of being an ideological discussion, anything to do with abortions has turned into a political discussion, which generally means that all logic is out the window with it. There is a real threat to women's reproductive rights with the recent leaked draft of the opinion by the Supreme Court that now wasn't just a leak, because now it has come to fruition that they have now overturned Roe v. Wade.
More on that later.
Later on.
Deep cleansing breaths.
Deep cleansing breaths. Okay. Let's go back to employment and pay. So on average, women earn 82 cents for every dollar that a man earns. And in comparing salaries over 350 jobs, women actually earn less in nearly all jobs. Women earn less than their same race and ethnicity, their counterparts at entry-level positions, of education attained as well. So the pandemic is estimated to have set the women's labor force back more than 30 years.
So there's that progress that we're losing.
That astonishes me that during the pandemic that even, happened. Finally, leadership in government, again, we now finally have a woman vice president. How many years did that take? And then you even look back, how far was when the first vice president, female vice president, was in the 80s, late 80s, and then
Geraldine Ferraro.
Geraldine Ferraro.
Nomination,
never elected. And then you even had Sarah Palin, the second, never elected.
Right.
So it took 3 women, but how many years, obviously, to get to that position? Another interesting thing, for the first time in our history as a government, there will be 2 female signatures posted on currency in our country, because we will have the treasurer has Secretary of the Treasurer, and what's the other signature that's on the bill? I can't think of what it is, but that was something that came out in the news because of a newly appointed position. top 2 women in money.
Right. See, and I'll tell you,
So
while that's nice that we've gotten to that point, what annoys me is every time the press takes this is the first time a woman did this, and this is the first time a woman.
right.
It annoys me that we're saying that.
Right. It's annoying that we have to say anything like that. And when you look at, obviously there are other countries in the world that will never have women in government. But then there are other countries that have had women in leadership and had women in politics so much longer, and they kind of look at us and go, how backwards are you?
And these women were incredibly strong, competent women who overshadowed their previous male counterparts by a long shot,
right,
in most cases.
So it just baffles me, with as progressive as we say we are as a country, we're so backwards than so much more.
Well, and the thing that annoys me when we say it's the first woman to do this, that fact doesn't annoy me. But what annoys me is that attention that we draw to it being the first woman to do that is the same attention that the detractors use. Oh, well, you have a first woman in the Treasury, and look at what the economy's like, as if it's their fault,
right?
And they use that fact that they're a woman as justification for how things are and the state of, and it annoys me that they do that.
Right, and the other thing too is how many women had to do so many other things to get that person, to lift that woman up.
Absolutely.
To do that. That's the thing. Standing
on the shoulders of giants.
Absolutely.
And women like Kamala Harris was extremely complimentary and appreciative of all the women that came before her that gave her the opportunity that she has today.
Yeah, absolutely.
So lot of obstacles out there that we need to
we've come far, but we haven't come far enough.
Right. And it's almost like the old boys network, their attitude's almost like, all right, well, we threw you a bone, now shut up and go away for a while, okay? You're fine. Like, they're terrified of having an equal playing field, and they think trickling little bits out here and there will keep the masses occupied and quiet them down when they get a little riled up, which is unfortunate. That's why you know, the one thing that I think might come out of this Supreme Court ruling is that a lot of rich white guys might not have a career in politics moving forward anymore. Let's
hope and pray.
We'll talk about
prayers
that.
And thoughts.
We're going to take our last break, and we'll talk about that when we come back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So, women's rights are human rights.
Damn Skippy.
And as of yesterday, I think we've seen a significant encroachment upon women's rights.
You think?
So, this is our open discussion on Roe versus Wade and abortion in general. You have the floor, dear.
I don't even know where to
rip into it. How about we start with just the hypocrisy of the Supreme Court's decision, because the day before they had a very contradictory decision.
Absolutely. They said that you could carry a gun, that it's okay to carry around a gun now. You don't need to conceal it anymore.
Right. So New York had some very common sense gun safety laws
For over 100 years.
designed to save lives.
Right.
Which the Supreme Court decided that was a constitutional violation.
Right.
Where if you read the Constitution and the Second Amendment, nowhere in there does it say anything about carrying concealed weapons by citizens.
Right.
It speaks entirely about pertaining to a well-regulated militia.
Right.
Which for some reason everyone seems to want to ignore that. So
Right.
So
because it's all up for interpretation.
Yep.
That's what it is.
So the Supreme Court decides that we're going to do away with common sense gun law because it's against people's constitutional rights.
Mm-hmm.
But now you can't get an abortion.
Nope.
So we're preserving life on one side with overturning Roe versus Wade, but we really don't give a damn about it because you can carry guns and shoot anybody you want.
Right. So one of the memes, our government is bold enough to force you to have a kid, but is too weak to ensure that they make it to recess alive.
Yeah.
If that is not...
That's profound.
With between the past 2 days of the Supreme Court, that how...
Yeah. It highlights the ludicrous level of hypocrisy coming out of today's Supreme Court.
Right. The fact that church and state is supposed to be separate, but yet the church has more say over my body, and I'm not a member of a church.
Right.
My religion, I am Jewish, if you didn't know. My religion states abortion is okay. Because my life is more important than what is in my body, what is in my womb. Yeah. And until what is growing in my womb can live and take 3 breaths on its own, it doesn't have a choice over me.
Well, you could also interpret the 2 rulings from the Supreme Court of you can have an abortion as long as you don't mind getting shot in the process.
Right. Right. And unfortunately, there has been violence that has happened at clinics that aren't even performing abortions. Because that's the other thing, is that everybody goes after Planned Parenthood. Oh, they're doing all these abortions and da-da-da-da. That's not even their main purpose. That they are giving health care to women, and somebody going there just for a routine checkup is risking their life from these crazy psychopaths who are trying to save the unborn child, but yet are taking their gun to go kill people.
Well, and to play devil's advocate for a minute there, you have people who are pro-abortion who are also attacking anti-abortion clinics as well. So you've got violence on both sides. You've got crimes being committed on both sides. But if nothing else, that should simply highlight the level of passion involved here, that the decision that the Supreme Court made to overturn a previous Supreme Court decision, which, honestly, that's where I have my biggest problem, is the Supreme Court has basically made itself useless.
Right.
They decided that no matter what we decide, it doesn't matter because the guys 5 years from now can overturn it.
Right, and that's where now... Okay, so everybody's, kind of... you have the people that are like, oh, well, it's still at the state level and da-da-da-da-da, and now you can still travel to get to states even though they were passing laws saying that you couldn't, and that there were certain laws where, if the doctor performed one, they were going to be jailed, and the woman who received it was going to be jailed, and all this other. But this isn't where it's going to stop.
Right.
That's the thing that most people aren't looking at, is now that you've taken this away, now all these other rights of, gay and lesbian couples, you're seeing that there are people out there that are, get a hold of a lawyer, make sure everything is written and that you have legal documentation. If you have children, make sure there is legal documentation. Make sure you have copies of your birth certificates and everything, that both parents are listed. If you got married in a state that is in danger of overturning your marriage decision, I have various clergy friends that are now offering free to remarry you in a state that is protecting you. And the contraception, that's another thing that now, oh, thank God for Clarence Thomas, for everything. But you know what law he's not going to overturn is Loving, because that affects him, because he's married to a lovely white woman but all the recent things he's picking in, oh, well, I can't do that one, but I can do this one.
And this is the problem that I have, is that our current Supreme Court has turned into an activist court.
Mm-hmm.
And their job is to rule on the constitutionality of laws and situations.
Right.
It's not to make new laws. It's not to overturn laws. The Supreme Court should never be able to overturn a Supreme Court decision.
Right.
Because the Supreme Court is the Supreme Court.
Right.
It's the law of the land.
Right.
If they can overturn their own decisions, where do you go from there?
Right, exactly. And that's the thing, is now what else is on the books that you can overturn?
Right. The only way a Supreme Court decision should be overturned is with a constitutional amendment. That's the only thing that should overturn.
Right.
So a couple of things that come out of this. One, you're going to see an assault on other freedoms that the right-wing nut jobs in the Supreme Court don't agree with. That's the number one concern. Number two, you're going to push decisions like this down to the state. So you're going to have 50 different laws in 50 different states governing all these different things.
We're basically becoming 50 different countries at this point.
Yep. The other problem that I have is now, because you're going to see the Supreme Court overturning Supreme Court precedent, the only way to defend against that is a constitutional amendment. And to think of our politics today and who's, how that razor sharp edge that we're on right now between Republican and Democrat, to think that these idiots would contemplate doing amendments to the Constitution terrifies me.
Yeah.
I mean, we thought we were ripping the Constitution apart with the 2020 election. These people are just itching to rewrite it in their favor. And that's what scares me more than anything else. Yes, the whole abortion thing is probably never should have gotten to the Supreme Court, because really it's not, and at least it shouldn't have gotten there in the form that it did, because abortion is not a constitutionally protected right. Your health is, your personal well-being is, and that's how it should have been presented to the Supreme Court, and then you couldn't overturn it at that point.
Right.
But things that go to the Supreme Court now don't matter.
Right.
Because after a couple of years and you get a couple of justices retire, whoever happens to be president at the time, they're going to switch it their way. There's a real threat that Joe Biden might pack the Supreme Court now because of the situation that's going on. So then, so 5 years down the line, when we have a new president out there, what's going to happen there? Are we going to wind up with 50 Supreme Court justices, because every time a new president comes in, they want to make sure that the court's tilted in their favor? This decision breaks the country.
In so many ways.
Yeah. Do you feel threatened by this?
Absolutely. And fortunately, again, I'm an older woman. Ugh, as much as that hurts me. Who I know if, again, something were to happen, I have the means, I have the ability to get the help that I would need. No matter what, because again, we live in a state where it is still legal and will probably always remain legal. I worry about women, girls, trans men, even, who live in areas where they don't have it accessible and can't get the help that they need.
Yeah.
That's what makes me angry. And I want to go fight.
What do you think needs to happen to set this right? What does the government, the president, the Supreme Court, citizens, what do we have to do to fix this and have it stay fixed? Because we thought it was fixed.
Right. And that's the thing, is there are certain states where it is fixed. No matter what the law of the land is, it's, it was voted in. And that's, I think, what is so frustrating, is that why does it even need to be that way? Why do people have to vote on it? If I want to go and buy a pack of cigarettes, I can go and buy a pack of cigarettes. What does it matter if I want to, do that? And I've never been a smoker, and I would never want to smoke, but yet you can go and that's what's just so.
Your point there being it's your body, you can do what you want to do.
Right. And granted, I got into a discussion, a little bit of a debate with a friend of mine that from high school where, again, my body, my choice, and she's anti-vax and, but very liberal in certain respects and conservative in, she's kind of like all over the board. Like she would never get a vaccine because she just doesn't trust the government. And when I, and I said, but, I don't have to do certain things, or I can do certain things. And, she said, well, you wore a mask when you were told to. And I was like, I wore a mask because I was protecting myself. And guess what? I still wear a mask now, even though the majority of the people don't. And yes, I am fully vaccinated and boosted and whatever, but I'm still wearing a mask because I don't want to get sick.
Yeah.
But if, I think back to when I was in college, and if I had gotten pregnant in college, I wasn't ready to be a mother then, so, and then there are women that, have other medical issues. My best friend had to have a late-term abortion because if she had carried her baby to term, she could have died.
Right.
So, it shouldn't be something that's a law that you're forced to do or not to do. It's your body, it's your choice.
And the hypocrisy, again, that we always seem to go back to the hypocrisy of this. So the Supreme Court ruled in a case where members of the armed forces sued the Army or whatever branch of the government, branch of the military they were in, when they were told that they had to get vaccinated.
Mm-hmm.
And the Supreme Court ruled they didn't have to. They had a right to choose.
Right.
If you have a right to choose whether or not you take a vaccine, how do you not have a right to choose whether or not you carry a child to term?
Right.
Isn't carrying that child to full term far more impactful than getting a vaccine?
Right.
Where you would think you would have that option?
And the hypocrisy of it, too, is if men had the ability to carry. Now, granted, trans men can. I don't want to exclude them. But if these white cis men were at risk of their body harming them, because think about it, when and you've mentioned it numerous times, especially watching me go through childbirth and what happened I ended up having to have an emergency C-section because our daughter was in distress, and you got to see firsthand what my body went through. You've said time and time again, there's no way in hell you would have been able to do that.
Right.
And I bet you if you polled, the majority of men, would you be willing to go through childbirth? Would you be willing to do all these things? No. No, they wouldn't. But yet, you'll put your partner or your wife or your mistress, you'll engage in an act and not have any thought process behind that.
Yeah. The other interesting hypocrisy here is they're forcing women to carry children to full term. Are they forcing the sperm donor to be a father, to be there, to have any level of responsibility?
And that's the thing, is that at the moment of conception, that's when you should be paying child support.
Right. Absolutely.
And you don't get to walk away now.
Yep.
That is now, there were a couple of memes like, Happy Father's Day, you're now going to be a dad because of that one night stand, because you decided, you didn't want to put a condom on.
Right. We're up against the clock here, but I did want to raise one more point. We had talked about it off the air, and I think it's worthwhile mentioning because I think it's a great example. Tell us about the adoption one.
Yeah, let me bring that one up. So this was an interesting,
because I thought this was very poignant.
Yes, this was recently posted and is something for the Supreme Court to consider. Can a 13-year-old girl adopt a baby if she wants to? No, obviously not. Are you nuts? What about a 15-year-old girl? Can she adopt a baby if she feels like it? Nope, absolutely not. All right, how about an 18-year-old girl? Surely she could adopt a baby, right? No, still can't. Well, what if she was 20, no longer a teenager? A 20-year-old can definitely adopt a baby if she feels like it, right? Actually, no. Well, weird. Why not? There are over 400,000 children in foster care, so why can't she adopt at least one of them? She just can't. And you know why? Because you have to qualify to adopt a child. There are rigorous background checks, home visits, proof of financial and mental stability, etc. It's a whole thing, right? But if she is 14 and gets impregnated by an abusive ex-boyfriend who shoved her out of his moving car and left her for dead, she must now carry to term, give birth, just figure it out somehow? Yes, that is correct. But she's only 14. She will figure it out. But she should also have been more careful and made better choices. So, to punish her for her poor choices, we force her into motherhood, which we've established she's totally unqualified for. And now we are suddenly comfortable with a young, traumatized girl caring for a vulnerable, little screaming human being that is wholly reliant on her for survival? Yes, absolutely. Such an unexpected blessing.
And I think that right there sums up the problem. We have standards for what it means to be a qualified parent.
Yep.
We enforce them in one instance in adoption. We ignore them completely in every other instance.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else to be said on the matter at this point?
Vote.
Yep.
Stay angry. Let your voice be heard.
That is the only silver lining I see here, is that they're forcing this onto the states, which means your elected leaders will now not be able to hide behind a Supreme Court decision.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have to go on record on the voting roll call on whether or not they support this. And unlike the Supreme Court justices, the 3 Supreme Court justices that Trump appointed, who all said on the record that they would not overturn Roe versus Wade, and they did,
Right.
you can hold these politicians accountable by voting them out of office.
Absolutely. The other thing, too, is I've seen people posting, I currently live in a red state. I need to move. I had another friend whose children are getting ready to go to college and have now changed which schools they're considering now.
If only we could impeach Supreme Court justices for perjuring themselves during their confirmation hearings.
And that's something, that's making the rounds. So
that's all we had today. Did you have anything else before we go?
resist.
Resist. There you go. Before we do go, I did want to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video and audio of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, anywhere you can get a podcast. We would also ask you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your topics you'd like us to discuss. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things.
We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
You can find high resolutions of all of our video on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
Where you can find links to all this and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 171, Pride Month. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my strong and confident co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
I'm doing okay. Now that we've finally got everything up and running, I think I've gone through 4 changes since we redid the studio here and various technical issues, but hopefully, fingers crossed, knock on fake wood, I think we're okay.
Yeah.
So this week we are talking about Pride Month, and I'll let you do the intro for Pride Month.
So June is Pride Month, and across the world there are celebrations and commemorations to recognize all who identify as LGBTQ and their allies. While the rainbows and glitter may catch your eye, at the heart of Pride Month is a call for greater unity, visibility, and equality for the LGBTQ community, as well as a time to reflect on the milestones of the past 50 years. Today, we're going to answer some of the biggest questions about Pride Month, including why it's celebrated in June and how the rainbow flag came to be a universal symbol of solidarity.
Awesome. Before we do that, though, I do want to take a moment to invite our our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find our podcast pretty much anywhere you can get podcasts now. We're on Apple, Spotify, Google, and so forth. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens, but you can also find audio and video of this podcast and all the network's podcasts if you do a search for Insights into Things. I would also invite you to write in and give us your feedback. Tell us how we're doing. We're always looking for show topics. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things. Or you can find links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Sure.
Here we go. So what is Pride Month? Well, according to GLAAD, the Gay and Lesbian Alliance Against Defamation, which is a nonprofit organization focused on LGBTQ advocacy and culture change, founded in 1985, Pride Month provides, quote, an opportunity for the community to come together, take stock, and recognize the advances and setbacks made in the past year. It's also a chance for the community to come together and celebrate in a festive, affirming atmosphere. So from June 1st to June 30th, Pride celebrations, including marches, festivals, performances, and gatherings, are held to uplift the LGBTQ plus voices and last anywhere from several days to a full week. Pride Month celebrates LGBTQ culture, achievements, activism through its organized activities and events. Through these efforts, the LGBT community and its allies also aim to increase awareness for ongoing issues of inequality, as well as commemorate the lives lost to hate crimes and the AIDS crisis. So why is Pride associated with the LGBT community? This is actually a question that I had thrown in that wasn't in your original notes, because I always wonder, why is it Pride? Why do they associate Pride with it? Because Pride can mean a lot of different things. Yeah. The terms Pride parades, Pride marches, Pride events, and Pride festivals are commonly used to talk about demonstrations for the legal rights of the LGBTQ community and to refer to events that celebrate the rights of the LGBTQ community. Since there has been so much discrimination toward the community, the terms gay pride and LGBTQ pride are used by the people belonging to the community to promote their self-affirmation and dignity in order to end discrimination. So in short, the community takes pride in celebrating their identity and social diversity. And when I read that, it clicked and it totally made sense to me. So what else do we have?
So why exactly does it take place in June? Pride Month is observed in June to honor the anniversary of the Stonewall Uprising, a touchstone event in LGBTQ history. In the late 1600s, being openly gay was...
not 1600s.
1960s. Sorry.
1600s, I'm sure it wasn't particularly helpful either.
Sorry. In the late 1960s, being openly gay was largely prohibited in most places. New York, in particular, had a rule that the simple presence of someone gay or genderqueer counted as disorderly conduct, effectively outlawing gay bars. On June 28, 1969, patrons of the Stonewall Inn, a popular bar with a diverse LGBTQ clientele, stood their ground after police raided the establishment. The resulting clash led to days of riots and protests known as the Stonewall Uprising. 1 year later, on the anniversary of the Stonewall Uprising, thousands of people flooded the streets of Manhattan in the Christopher Street Gay Liberation Day March, originally a protest that is now regarded as the first gay pride event ever. That evening, a similar march was held in Los Angeles. The following year came a march in Boston, and soon Washington, D.C., London, Tel Aviv, and then everywhere.
So I think it's important for us to take a moment to kind of reflect on why we're doing this as a topic. Can you explain that to the audience?
So recently, this topic had been coming up in my life personally because I had been questioning my identity. And eventually I ended up kind of discovering that in myself, and it was something that I felt could be talked about on the podcast because a lot of other people my age are experiencing similar feelings that I have.
So as with most of what we do here, our intention is to educate people. It's to, in this case, certainly to bring awareness, but it's also to kind of show appreciation for people who are oppressed, who are discriminated against. We all had the pleasure of attending a Pride event that we'll show some video of later in the show. And what struck me, because I'm new to the entire community itself for the most part, and what struck me was acceptance and support. The community itself looks out for each other. And given the state of affairs in the world today, I think society could benefit from that simple, basic philosophy of do what's right, support the community, look out for other people, and be a part of the solution, not part of the problem. Yeah. So, but this was really what we wanted to address initially, kind of set the stage for what Pride Month is and what we're going to be talking about. I think we'll take a quick break. We'll come back, and then we'll talk a little bit about the history of Pride Month and dig a little bit deeper. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about Pride Month. So we've already kind of discussed a bit of the history surrounding how gays have been discriminated against. So how exactly did Pride Month begin? Pride Month had humble beginnings. It initially began as Gay Pride Day, observed annually on the last Sunday in June. As awareness increased, more activities and events were planned throughout the month, and eventually it evolved into a month-long observation, aptly named Pride Month. In 1999, President Bill Clinton officially declared June as Gay and Lesbian Pride Month, setting aside the month as a time to recognize the LGBTQ community's achievements and support the community.
So what is its symbol? The rainbow flag is universally recognized as the symbol of the LGBTQ pride movement. It was created by a renowned San Francisco activist named Gilbert Baker. According to Baker, the rainbow of humanity, as he refers to it, is intended to symbolize all genders and races, which, that's inclusivity at its core right there. Each of the 6 colors of the rainbow flag represents a different aspect of the LGBTQ movement. There's life, healing, sunlight, nature, serenity, and spirit. In 2017, Philadelphia added a black and a brown stripe to their flag to symbolically represent the LGBTQ people of color who have often felt marginalized from their own community. It's also worth noting that at this year's Pride Parade in Philadelphia, they had the world's largest pride flag this year, which I thought was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Today, many organizations have adopted the flag, also adding the colors of the transgender pride flag, which are baby blue and light pink. So, knowing what we know now of the history of the movement, what are your thoughts on where it is now, how far it's come, and has it come far enough? Does it need to go further?
Okay, so I would definitely say that we're doing a lot better than how it used to be. I would also still say that it's not perfect and that discrimination is still very rampant and we still have a long ways to go. At least for now, currently in the U.S., gay marriage has been legal since 2015. For the most part, gay parents can have kids, and, I would definitely say it's not as bad as it used to be. Like, it's more commonly accepted now. It's not one of the more hush-hush topics, even though some people today still want it to be. And, there's still hate crimes going on, obviously, but I do think that so far it's getting better, but also for some reason it's also getting worse, because especially in the U.S., a lot of anti-trans legislation has been coming out recently that just makes me feel really bad for any trans kids or adults out there, because, just all the stuff that's happening is kind of just crazy, and it's sad to see us taking steps back, but considering where we are now, I definitely think it's better than how it used to be.
Yeah, and I would tend to agree that, we look back at when the event started with, Stonewall riots and how far the community's come, and it's come a massive amount since then. I think the thing that concerns me most is the steps backwards that we're taking. These aren't steps that are insignificant stumbling blocks. These are steps that are fueled by ignorance and hatred, and these are steps that are being pushed by prominent politicians and people who have a significant say on which way the law goes. It's one thing, and at no point in time are hate crimes acceptable, but it's one thing to have some redneck hick who, smashes your windows or calls you a slur be a step backwards. It's another thing, and no offense to the redneck hicks out there, I'm sure they're fine people too, but, it's a whole different matter when you have a potential, well, not potential, it's a presidential nominee who has no problem getting up in front of the national and the world press and making statements that are demeaning and dangerous and incite that violence. Or members who are politicians in power now who are trying to advance their own political careers by putting a stake in the ground against liberal views of LGBTQ opponents of his. And when you have people that are changing the law, not because there's anything wrong with the law or because it makes society better or it makes anything safer, they're changing the law entirely for political purposes to advance their own careers. That's where it gets very dangerous. And that's the state that we're at now. And, the only way to fight that, fortunately, the way you can't fight ignorance. Those people out there who have hatred in them are uninterested in learning or understanding or appreciating. So they're much more difficult to turn around. When you have a politician who's abusing his power and attacking a segment of the population just for the sake of advancing his own career, they're easy to deal with. You just vote them out of office. Yeah. We have the power to do that. And certain politicians from the conservative side that have those views now are starting to see the pushback that society is having on their hatred that they're trying to push. So society, fortunately, can make a difference there. Yeah. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's definitely one of the reasons why when I turn 18, I'm most certainly going to register to vote the minute I can, because I want to see change. I don't want to have to be scared of being myself. I don't want other people to be scared of being themselves. I want everyone to have the equal opportunities that we're all meant to. I don't want to have to see, people not be allowed to do things just because of how they identify or who they are. Because so many of the stuff that, is being outlawed for people of the community is stuff that I don't even think the government should really be trying to regulate anyway. So I'm very much looking forward to voting and being able to make a change that way.
One of the narrow-minded political candidates that I was talking about, I'm not going to name names here, I don't want to mudsling, but one of the things that they tend to pound their chest over and make a big deal about is this concept of drag queen story time. Now, we sat through drag queen story time at the Pride event that we went to, and the stories that were told during this weren't sexual in nature. They weren't corrupting to minors. They were talking about acceptance of understanding who you are and what your place in society is. And they were wholesome messages, and they were inspiring messages. And that is what these politicians are terrified of. They're terrified that they won't be able to brainwash you anymore. That when you have someone out there who's, according to them, indoctrinating children, they're indoctrinating children to understand that you can be whatever you want to be and whoever you want to be. And nobody should tell you who you are, who you can love, who you can be in a relationship with. It's the narrow-minded conservative thinking that wants you to think their way who's most threatened by that. And that's why they're attacking this community now. Mm-hmm. And it's blatantly obvious, once you take a few moments to understand what the community is and what it's about. It's about basic dignity. It's about basic human rights. The government has no place telling you who you can be and what you can be and who you can be with. The country was founded on these principles. Yeah. And now you've got politicians who, because it's contrary to their beliefs and their, distorted view of the world, they're threatened by it, and they're trying desperately to squash it. Yeah. It's kind of bleak, but I think we, as the people, have the power to make the changes that are necessary to take care of things. Yeah. So Let's take our second break. And when we come back, we're going to do something a little bit different in our third segment. We're going to do a question and answer session. I'm going to ask you questions, and hopefully you're going to give me answers and the audience. And then we'll show our video and kind of talk about what the event was and how it went down. So we'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we are talking about Pride Month, and we're going to do a little bit of question and answer. So I'm going to ask you a few questions. You answer them as best as you can, and if you're not comfortable answering any of them, just say so and we'll move on. So the first question that I have is, why is Pride Month important to you?
Okay, so Pride Month has become something really important to me as of the past couple of years because I've recently found a lot more about myself. After kind of exploring my sexuality and kind of trying to define it more than how I was originally doing it, I've come to realize that I'm aro-ace, basically aromantic asexual. That's what it stands for, and basically what it is, it's I just don't feel romantic or intimate attraction to anybody. And, you know, I'm fine being single, I'm fine not getting married. That's kind of what it is. And Pride Month became important to me because it meant that there was acceptance, and I wanted to feel accepted for, you know, the way I felt. And while I would say that my group technically isn't as aggressively attacked against as many of the other groups, we live in a world where it's strange to not have those feelings. And if you don't have those feelings, a lot of people think that there's something wrong with you. And that's kind of why I like Pride Month, because it validates the fact that no, nothing's wrong with you. Everything is fine. You're normal. You're fine. It's, you know, okay to have those feelings. So that's kind of why Pride Month is important to me, because not only do I feel more accepted in my identity, but I also want others to feel that same acceptance.
And that's that unity and that support of the community we had talked about before. I think that's wonderful. Next question is, how do you celebrate Pride Month?
So technically this is my second year fully celebrating Pride Month as I've been out. And something that me and Mommy have done for the past 2 years is go to this cute little Pride Festival in Pittman. And it's a really cute area that has little vendors where you can buy like little trinkets and stuff. There was the drag story time, and there's like all these various little events that just basically is kind of just, you know, showing your pride and so forth. And this past month technically, you ended up going with us, and I brought 2 of my friends who were there to support me, and we pretty much just had a really fun time with it.
Okay. Now, you obviously have your own personal reasons why you celebrate it. Do you celebrate it for anyone else in particular?
I do like to celebrate it for my other friends, because I do have friends who are also part of the community. And I like to, the idea of celebrating it for them and with them, because, I want them to feel accepted like I have, and, I kind of just like the fact that we can all just be in an accepting area.
What do you hope to get from Pride Month? Obviously, acceptance and support, but is there something else that you hope will come from celebrating Pride Month?
Well, other than the acceptance, I hope that this would also open up other people's eyes. I hope it's an event that can allow other people to also understand it, because there's still plenty of other people who don't really get it or don't support it and think it's evil or something. And I kind of hope that, eventually if people can start to see the accepting environment of it, maybe they'll start to kind of think about it differently and maybe become more accepting.
Now, what do you hope other people in the community get from it as well? Is this a situation where, because of it being such a supporting group, that people who may not have been comfortable expressing who they were, is this a safe environment for them to come out in and to find the support and help that they need to really be who they are?
Absolutely. And, if someone isn't comfortable with coming out, then hey, it's fine. But I definitely think that for people who are either questioning it or know what they are but don't feel like they're in an environment where they can be out and proud about it, I definitely think Pride Month is a very accepting place where you can just feel safe, whether it be like you aren't comfortable with saying anything or you want to say something but feel like you can't. I feel it's really just something where everybody can kind of just feel safe, and it's something that if you come from anywhere where you think it would be dangerous for you to say anything, it's at least showing you that people do and will accept you.
What about people like me, for instance, who aren't part of the community? I colloquially refer to it as being a member of the rainbow. If I'm not part of that community, but I want to support the people who are, because it's the right thing to do, is Pride Month something that I should be involved with? And if so, how? What's the best way to get involved with it? What's the best way to kind of show that level of support for people that we love and we want to take care of?
Well, I definitely think that Pride Month is getting involved in some way in Pride Month is definitely a good way to show that even if you're not part of the community, you're willing to accept people who are part of the community, as well as to show love for any members of your family who are part of the community. And really, I think one of the best ways you can do that is taking them to Pride events or getting them something Pride-based. Or just, following them and allowing them to go to these events. I'm not saying you have to get, completely involved in every single facet of it, but I'd say that as long as you show at least some support for it, or at least allow or your kids or any of your family members to go to these events or even go with them, I think that's a pretty good sign of support.
So what can somebody who is, like me, an ally of the community, how can we help? Is it a matter of getting the word out? Is it a matter of participating in events? What is it that an ally can do that can actually help the community?
Well, there's plenty of LGBTQ foundations and charities that if any ally is able to be aware of, can donate to help just the community and especially the youths. And going to these events and taking place in some of the activities can also greatly show your support. And also standing up for people who will go and, say mean things to any of the other members. Just being somebody who's willing to stand up against injustice is, I think, a really good way to help out.
So there's obviously people out there who are anti-LGBTQ. And in fact, when we show you the video, stick around to the end because there's really a pitiful protest of people based on the signage they have, really hypocrites, but we'll talk about that when we get to the video. But there's a community, there's a large segment of the population out there who are against the LGBTQ community. What's the most important message someone who doesn't celebrate or support Pride Month or the community, what's the most important message that they need to hear that maybe might not bring them around to be allies, but at least maybe bring them to the point of acceptance and allowing people to be themselves? What do they need to hear?
Well, probably that there's nothing wrong with the community. It's not something that's unnatural or against anything. It's really just something that happened, and there's nothing wrong with it. There's, no crime in it. There's there's really nothing bad that goes on with it. When you take it to, the most basic level. There's also the facet that the whole point of Pride is just for acceptance. And that it's not this whole, evil thing of indoctrinating kids or, making them think certain things or, just trying to... It's none of that. It's really just about acceptance. It's just about understanding. And it's just... It has kind messages, and it's something that a lot of people, I feel, could benefit to hear from. And even if somebody is against the community and... for whatever reason, I think the important thing for them to hear is that it's normal and it's fine if it happens. And also, the whole point of the events isn't to shove it in your kid's face. It's just to express acceptance and unity among everybody.
Okay, I can't argue with that. I think that's a great message to get out to everyone. So we're going to take a couple minutes. We're going to run the video here, but for our listening audience, I want you to kind of walk us through what we're seeing on the video and just kind of give us a play-by-play of the video itself so that the folks who are just on audio don't feel left out. Inclusion, see?
Yep.
Here we go.
Okay, so basically the event that we went to, it's kind of this cute little thing that I believe occurred outside of a Baptist church.
Yes, it was Baptist Church.
And pretty much what it was there were various little vendors. There was...
So we had some face painting there, right?
Yeah, there was some face painting.
You had some community leaders that were doing announcements. You had some people that were telling stories and doing some music.
And then there were little vendors where you could buy little trinkets and so forth.
And rainbow donuts, which we got, which
Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to eat any. Were they any good?
Yes, they were good.
Okay.
And there was also this one little area where you could blow bubbles, which me and my friends ended up going towards. So basically a lot of it was kind of in a parking lot, and there were these vendors set up in the different parking spaces. That there were various different vendors.
A lot of local businesses out there to show their support for the community.
Yep.
You had some people that were, just soliciting and selling different things that they had a mix of Pride stuff and non-Pride stuff. I wound up buying a D20 dice container that had really nothing to do with Pride, but they were selling other 3D printed things for Pride.
Yeah, and in the main area, there was something set up for the drag story time
Right.
that you ended up attending.
Which was hilarious. Oh, I was laughing the whole time. They did a very good job. But you had a lot of people that were there. Actually, I bumped into somebody from work who was there as well. But unfortunately, the one thing that we did have was we had protesters that showed up later in the day. And they were, and I'm going to get hate mail for saying this, but they were religious fanatics. You're going to come out there and stand on a corner and say that Jesus saves and, he can help you. And you don't realize that people don't need saving. They don't need help. They don't need a religious experience from it. And I see these people out there who are protesting a pride event that's happening at a Baptist church, and I can't help but think to myself, okay, so you're going to complain about drag queen story time. Were you protesting outside the Catholic churches when all of the children that the Catholic priests, assaulted came out and came to light? Were you out there protesting that as well? Because you can't pick and choose your morals. Yeah. You either are moral or you're not. If it's your team that's not playing by the rules, then you gotta call them on the carpet too.
Yeah.
So it really was. If you have a chance to watch the video, it was like 3 people standing on a street corner with a banner. It was a pretty pitiful turnout for a protest. Mm-hmm. It was peaceful. I will give them credit for that. They didn't really become obnoxious or anything.
Yeah.
There was a significant police presence at the Pride event as well, who were participating in the event, which I thought was fantastic.
Yeah.
It was a really good show, too. There was a lot of people there, a lot of a good showing of people that showed up, at least in my opinion. It was the first one I had ever been to. I didn't know if it was any different from last year.
I mean, from last year, they had a couple more vendors in the parking lot because, there was a much more open area there where, cornhole was being played. I remember there being a couple vendors there where we ended up getting you your Death Star cutting board, I think it was.
Right.
But overall, I definitely think there was a large congregation of people. The amount was about the same from what I remember it being last year.
Well, and you had a chance to actually, because where it's located in this little town of Pittman, it's on their main street, Broadway. And Broadway's lined with shops and little stores and stuff like that. And it's kind of like a little Main Street USA feel to it. So you had a chance to actually walk some of those storefronts. And you kind of saw a mix of support and people who closed their businesses in protest as well. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I didn't really take too much notice to the people closing, but I do have a instance of that last year. But what ended up happening was I went with my friends and some of their guardians, and we were walking down Pittman, and there were plenty of pride flags. It was actually this one that was this entire balcony was decorated with different pride flags with a large general flag, which I thought was kind of cute. And we ended up going to some of the stores. It was this one bakery, I think, where they had a rainbow cheesecake, and they had some pride themed pastries, which I thought was cute. I saw one empty business, but I think that was just because no one was really in there. But last year, me and my mom walked down that same path, and we saw that somebody had this one sign up. It was at a closed store, and it was basically somebody who closed their store that day in protest because of Pride and the event that was going on that day.
Well, and you know what I say, they're entitled to their opinion. Everyone's entitled to their opinion, even if they're wrong. And if it's more important for them to lose business than to be open during something like that where there's no obligation on their part to actually show support, that's their business decision to make.
Yeah.
If you want to make stupid business decisions, we're not going to stop you. So, all in all, what do you think? Was Pride Month, was the Pride event itself successful in your eyes?
I would say so, even though we technically didn't have any protesters last year.
It's always better when we have protesters.
I don't know. We were able to pretty much pay them no mind, really, because, again, they weren't bothering us. We didn't bother them, really.
Right.
So I would still say it was a very successful event. I had a lot of fun with my friends. it was just you could feel the accepting environment even if you weren't taking part in too many of the activities.
Yeah, that was really what my takeaway was. Just the positivity and the acceptance and the uplifting energy that I felt at the event was really something I walked away from that feeling pretty good. You know, I don't know. I don't want to say it was a warm, fuzzy feeling, but it really was. When you walk away and you're around that many positive people who are supportive, it was a very enjoyable time for me.
Yeah.
So, but I think that was all we had. I think we're going to take a quick break, come back, and we'll get your closing thoughts and then finish up the business.
All right.
We'll be right back.
Okay, so to everyone out there, first of all, happy Pride. And I just want to, I guess, reiterate that Pride is really just about acceptance and equality and trying to achieve that for people that are still marginalized to this day. We've come a long way from how it used to be, but it could certainly be a lot better. There's still issues going on around the world, and there's still stuff that we have to work on, but I'm at least happy with the progress we're making so far, and to especially the younger generation out there, we have the power to make the change that the world needs to see. So, just keep that in mind.
Awesome. I think that was very well put. Good way to end on a positive note. And just as a footnote to this and the next several podcasts we're going to be doing, we're kind of taking on some of the more controversial topics, some of the more debatable topics, some of the ones that will generate more hate mail for us, I think.
Well, hateful attention is better than no attention, I guess.
I guess that's true. So if you disagree with this or our take on the topics that we're going to be talking about, what are some of the things that we're going to be talking about?
Well, we're talking about this. We're talking about the definition of woke and that whole thing. We're going to be talking about cancel culture, fighting in school, as well as more about therapy. Yep.
There's a lot of things that we've kind of held off talking about until you've kind of reached a certain age. And I know we try to do a podcast for all teen age ranges. So just an FYI to our listening audience out there, the next couple of topics in the series, from 171 to 179 or so, we're going to be talking about some of the more heavy-hitting topics here. So for parents who listen to this with their kids, just be aware of that. And if it's stuff that's a little too hard-hitting for you, we apologize, and we'll be coming back with some of our less heavy topics afterwards. But before we do go, I want to once again encourage you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Video and audio of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're on Apple, Spotify, Google, wherever you do get our podcast from. I ask that you give us a thumbs up or a vote or a review or whatever your podcast source of choice does. Let people know, what kind of quality we give you, what kind of service, and, even if it's bad. I mean, I'll take bad reviews. Just, feedback.
Just give us something.
Yeah, feedback is good. Speaking of feedback, you can give that directly to us by email at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things. You can find all of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream live. Well, not live. We stream pre-recorded 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. Side note there, if you're an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free Twitch Prime monthly subscription. We'd appreciate you throwing that our way if you could. We're also on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast and Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, where you can find links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Should I even cut to you at this point? I'm not even sure what you're going to say, but and you.
And don't forget to check out our other 2 podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, which, we have a decent selection to choose from. Not sure when we're going to bring a new one out, but,
That's better. That was almost positive.
Thanks. And 8 Cent Hits Tomorrow, our monthly podcast hosted by you and my brother Sam, which hopefully we will have a new episode out. We don't have too many of those, but,
We are scheduled for tomorrow.
You get what you can, I guess.
And that's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 18, Artificial Intelligence. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen.
Hey, everybody. You believe we've done 18 of these?
18, wow. We're on a roll.
Wow. We'll get to 100 in no time.
Yeah, we kind of have fallen off of our cadence of monthly podcasts on this, haven't we?
There's just nothing to talk about.
Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you steer away from all the controversial topics.
Exactly.
So this week we're going to talk about a nice safe topic, and that is artificial intelligence.
No dire implications with that.
So you know how this one's going to end, folks.
Uh-huh.
So is the future of AI more like HAL 9000, Skynet, and The Matrix? Or is it more like WALL-E, Star Trek's Commander Data, or C-3PO from Star Wars? Some of the world's most brilliant minds, like Michio Kaku and Stephen Hawking, recognize the tremendous potential for artificial intelligence, but also offer words of caution at its development. Is artificial intelligence the next step in our evolution, or the first step in our ultimate destruction? How will AI impact humans? How will AI impact what humans create? And could humans be entirely removed from the creative process? That's what we'll be discussing on today's episode of Insights into Tomorrow. But before we do that, I'd like to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. You can find both audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we can be found anywhere you get a podcast these days: Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, etc. I would also encourage you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us suggestions on what you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things, or on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. Are we ready?
Yep, let's get into it.
Let's go. So what is artificial intelligence? So John McCarthy, head of computer science department at Stanford University in 2007, defined artificial intelligence as the science and engineering of making intelligent machines, especially intelligent computer programs. It's related to the similar task of using computers to understand human intelligence, but AI does not have to confine itself to methods that are biologically observable.
Like a brain.
Exactly. And this is kind of a different approach to artificial intelligence than what has traditionally been the measure of artificial intelligence. And that was really something called the Turing test that was created by Alan Turing back in the 1950s. So the Turing test basically said if it's observable and convincing enough to be a human, the test basically was two people having a conversation, a third party watching that conversation, and if the third party watching that conversation, it's all text-based, can't distinguish the AI for the human, then it's passed the Turing test. So kind of a loose definition of what AI was back at the time there. So it was basically how well it could emulate a human being. But I think AI has changed significantly in that time, don't you think?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have to, change what we define it as well. It's not just text based. It can do way more than that now. It's expanded, pretty exponentially since then.
So what is a modern take on artificial intelligence?
So we have some information here from Stuart Russell, professor of computer science at the University of California, Berkeley, and Peter Norvig. I apologize, Peter, if I mispronounced your name there. He's the director of research for Google, published Artificial Intelligence, A Modern Approach. It became one of the leading textbooks, I believe this is Norvig's book, in the study of AI. In it, they delve into 4 potential goals or definitions of AI, which differentiates computer systems on the basis of of rationality and thinking versus acting. So we have the human approach, systems that think like humans, systems that act like humans as well, and the ideal approach, systems that think rationally, and then systems that act rationally. Turing's definition would have fallen under the category of systems that act like humans. And there's a little bit more here that I'm going to keep reading. I didn't realize that was part of it. At its simplest form, artificial intelligence is a field which combines computer science and robust data sets to enable problem solving. Basically, we're making these things as a sort of extra brain to help us out. It also encompasses subfields of machine learning and deep learning, which are frequently mentioned in conjunction with artificial intelligence. These disciplines are comprised of AI algorithms, which seek to create expert systems which make predictions or classifications based on that input data.
So AI right now, some of the biggest things in AI right now probably are algorithms. You have the famed Google algorithm for searches, and they apply it to YouTube. And is the algorithm itself that basically looks at usage patterns and what you're doing online and then determines what else you would like? Is that considered a form of artificial intelligence?
I think it would be. I mean, it's interpreting data and then I guess projecting and it's making its own conclusions based on that data and then sort of showing you that conclusion, right? So if you click on something on Instagram and you read the page long enough and you go back to Instagram, it'll have more things like that. Or it happens to me all the time because every device is listening to you all the time. You mention a product and then 5 seconds later an ad for it pops up on your Instagram, or you text somebody about it and the same thing. So it's definitely always watching and always learning.
Yeah, no, and I agree. And I think we've run into that in the house here because I've got a whole boatload of Amazon A products. I don't want to say the name because I don't want to actually activating. But that's the same sort of thing. That and Siri and what's the Android version of voice
Bixby?
assist? Bixby, is that it? So all of these assistants are some type of artificial intelligence as well. But how intelligent are they really?
Not very.
Yeah, that's kind of like none of them are thinking on their own. They all require some level of input. They all require some source of data that they go out and get. Like if you ask the Amazon devices for information on something, they'll come back and tell you a Google contributor added this. So they don't even seem to compile their own set of knowledge. So it's almost like it's more of an interface to the web than it is really an artificial intelligence. It might be an intelligent way to interface with it, but we're not talking HAL 9000.
Right, it's not learning and adapting necessarily.
Right, and it can't take its own actions or anything like that. When we get into stuff like that, we might be looking at something like a Tesla or a self-driving car, where it takes input from outside sensors and has the ability to make decisions on its own at that point in time.
Right.
That's where we tend to get a little bit more down the rabbit hole of how dangerous things could be.
Yeah, once you start getting into the territory, we transition out of this into our next segment of more developed intelligence, of where that could possibly go once something starts thinking for itself.
Right. So let's take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll dig a little bit deeper into the types of artificial intelligence that are out there. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We are talking artificial intelligence today. So and I don't want to go through every line that we have here, just kind of throw a few things out there. So the types of artificial intelligence that we're really kind of referring to here can be broken into two categories. One's capabilities and the other's functionalities. So under your capabilities, you've got narrow AI. And an example of narrow AI is sort of like what we talked about with Siri, where, it's also referred to as weak AI. It focuses on a narrow task. You could even classify IBM's Watson that was used for chess playing in something like this as well. It's not robust. It's not thinking on its own. You then get into your general AIs, and your general AIs tend to be a little bit more sophisticated. These are your strong AIs. You can understand and learn intellectual tasks that humans can do. So you're getting a little bit smarter with these, but the requirements from a hardware standpoint, you need a supercomputer. The couple that are listed here are two of the fastest supercomputers in the world in order to accomplish this.
Yeah, and do we know what these? We have the Fujitsu K. Do you know what those are used for? Like what type of computing we're using these like intense supercomputers for?
Most of these are being used for simulating weather, simulating nuclear explosions without actually having to fire them off. So
Oh, that's helpful.
they're highly complicated and powerful devices just to get this next level of AI. Mm-hmm. And then the last level of AI from a capability standpoint is what's referred to as super AI. This is where AI, this is your Skynet. This is where it surpasses human intelligence. None exist at this point in time, thankfully. But is this the direction that we're going as we're seeing this natural progression? Are we going to see super AIs?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I want that. And then you get into like the Blade Runner discussion of like what makes something human. When you give something a will of its own, like what we're getting to like deep sci-fi territory here. But I don't know if we would ever get to that point. If what would we need something like that for? I mean, maybe to like run a city, like monitor trains and public works and stuff like that on like a city level. I don't know what we ever need something that smart for, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I could certainly see from an infrastructure standpoint, most of what we do now, you've got positive train controls, a great example you just mentioned with trains, where if the human operator fails to make certain checks, the computer can kick in and run things safely or shut the system down safely. So there's lesser versions of that now, but I think seeing something like that on a grand scale might be something where a super AI would work. What about functionality-based AIs? Tell us about that.
So we've got the reactive machine. Reactive Machine is the primary form of AI that does not store memories or use past experiences to determine future actions. It only works in the present. So an example of this would be IBM's Deep Blue chess playing computer. That thing's really cool, by the way.
Yeah.
I've seen some videos of that. It's really neat.
Gary Kasparov would differ.
We've also got limited memory AI, which trains from the past to make decisions. They do have a memory, but it's very short-lived. And an example of this would be used in self-driving vehicles, like we mentioned, Teslas, things like that. And then finally, we have theory of the mind. On this show, we like to say theater of the mind. That's kind of like that. Theory of the mind AI represents an advanced class of technology and exists only as a concept. They would require a thorough understanding of the people and the things within an environment, including understanding feelings and behaviors. There's no examples because they don't exist, but attempts at mimicking human emotion in automatons is as close as we can get.
One of the things regarding that is that people are trying to experiment with this, and and they're doing it through the same type of training that they're using for Chat GPT and the other AI engines that are out there. We'll talk more about those in a little bit. But what they're doing is they're having human beings emulate emotions, facial expressions of emotions, sadness, happiness, that type of thing. And they're having multiple iterations of people doing these. They're sticking them in a database, and then they're having a computer look at these and interpret them. So just by facial expressions, they're trying to get computers to understand emotions. How effective do you think that would be? How effective would it be for you to have no other communication method whatsoever, but just be able to see someone's face? Do you think that they would be able to convey emotions accurately enough?
I don't know. It would depend on how they're measuring it, right? Like if you're looking at like specific muscle movements for like a frown versus a smile, but everybody expresses emotion in different ways. So you'd have to have some kind of baseline to do that. And I forget the name, but we learned it in college. But it's that thing where you show us an image of a guy's face, and it's that effect where you can interpret it however you want. Like it's the same face over and over again, but if you interpret it as in he's happy, you can kind of see it, or he's sad, you can kind of see it. And so I wonder where you get into something like that, where it's like it's sort of a gray area of, well, is this person really happy? That's when you have to go back to the baseline of if we're measuring facial tics or
Right.
a certain, I don't know, visual ratios on your face.
Yeah, and I agree. And like I don't know if I as a person who doesn't need artificial intelligence would be able to accurately understand emotions.
Right.
And then I look at the technology that we've had with facial recognition already and some of the challenges we've had where you had, for instance, Microsoft's camera technology that they had on their Xbox series. When that came out, not that many years ago, they only used Caucasian people to train it. And as people with darker skin, Asians, African Americans, and so forth, started using it, the technology didn't hold up.
Right.
And it was because of the way that the technology itself was developed and trained and
The foundation of it.
exactly. So it's like, if you can't get that right, then I have a very difficult time thinking you're going to get emotions.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You get into like user error at that point. If you're trying to emulate human behavior, but you don't account for the whole world, how are we going to apply this in any
Right.
practical sense?
Right. And that's why you'd almost have to think you need multiple forms of input, voice inflection, body movement, the micro tics that people have. I could certainly see you coming up with enough data points that you could infer what emotions are, but you need to have those data points there, and it has to be more sensors than just trying to read someone's face.
Yeah, and do we need this? Why would we need this?
Right. And that's another point. One of the implementations that people have talked about with this is customer service. They had the one hotel in Tokyo that didn't last very long, that the front desk was entirely run by automaton.
I'm sure that was a blast.
And it was because they thought the automatons would interact better with people than people would, which I'm not really sure why you would think that. But the problem you run into is you get into that uncanny valley scenario where people are just creeped out by it. It looks enough like a human to make you think it is, but not enough to know it is. So it made people feel very uncomfortable. But I could see in a situation like that where you're implementing emotional stuff, detection, where you want to know if someone's angry. Do I really need to get a manager? Are you like stuff like that, where you're interacting with?
I could see that.
It's funny that they're exploring that path now, when you have grocery stores that are doing away with their self checkout because people dislike not having a human to deal with at a register now. So it's like, I don't know if it's a cultural thing, if it's a regional thing or what, but it seems people are kind of finicky.
Yeah, I don't know. And also, it's like, is it cost effective to build a robot to talk to people than to just hire someone for minimum wage to work at the front desk?
Right. That's a
And
very good
I know
point.
the argument is that, well, the robot could do it for forever, whereas we have to worry about this person, their livelihood, and they need to go to the bathroom, take a break, things like that. Robots don't have to do that. But it's like, I mean, come on.
You don't have to contribute to a 401k with robots either.
Exactly. Yeah, you just got to swap out a few parts every once in a while.
Right.
So I don't know. And the practicality is where I get hung up on of how are we really going to use these things, and are they going to be worth the effort and time we're putting into trying to figure it out?
I agree, and I think it's almost like it's a fun school project people are working on. But the golden ring, or the prize of artificial intelligence, at least as far as sci-fi tells us, is self-awareness.
Mm-hmm.
Self-awareness is where the AI, they only exist hypothetically right now, and only in science fiction for the most part.
Yeah.
But these are the types of systems that can understand internal traits and states and conditions and perceive human emotions. And these machines are smarter than the human mind, which is really what's terrifying, I think, to a lot of people. They'll be able to understand and evoke emotions in those it interacts with, but it'll also have its own emotions, its needs, its beliefs. This is where we get into things like a HAL 9000 from 2001 or Skynet or something like that. I don't know if anyone's shooting for self-awareness. Is self-awareness possible with today's technology?
I was actually just thinking about that because, like, you have in here about it having its own emotions and needs, and I think it would be more terrifying if it didn't have emotions, if it was purely logical, right? Because, you make a AI and it instantly determines that humans are bad for the planet and decides to wipe us out.
Right.
Because, we could make that conclusion, but we're also, we are humans. We're not going to wipe ourselves out, intentionally. So it's like, I don't know if we would get to the point where that's possible. I don't know. I obviously don't know anything about programming, but how would we program emotion? I guess, you're seeing the baby steps with this facial recognition software, but at what point are we able to program emotions? Is it something like using a human brain as the blueprint? I have no idea where this would go, but it sounds like fantasy, but one that is close enough to reality that, maybe, but I just don't know how they would do it.
And you make a very valid point there. I think humans in general have a very difficult time dealing with emotions, recognizing emotions, and coping with them already. I don't know how you would possibly translate that into software.
No, I think it would have to be, you can't, it's all math based, right? So you can't, that's the whole point of emotion. You can't quantify it, right?
Right.
Unless you measure like heart rate, I guess, if you're angry or sweating or, biological reactions. But when it gets to the thinking about interpreting emotions, I just think it's too nebulous. And if we did have a self-aware AI, it would have to be, maybe based off of personality, or it would just be purely logical.
So then we're talking something more along the lines of RoboCop, where we take the ex-con and we stick his brain into the robot there, and that's the artificial intelligence.
Yeah, I was thinking that, or in Halo, if you guys are familiar with that, they use a human brain to then make an AI.
Right.
So the AI is like part human, kind of. Something like that, but I don't think we can do that yet, and I don't know how we would.
And you know what? I think that's probably the biggest limiting factor right now, I think, is our computing power.
Yep.
In order to produce the amount of computational power that the human brain has, you need the fastest supercomputer right now to even approach it. And I think until we get to, real practical quantum computing, I don't think we have much of a hope of even reproducing that. People, I think, don't understand how remarkably capable the human brain is.
A lot going on.
Yeah, how fast it operates, how many different things it can do at one time. And computers just haven't gotten to that point yet. Yes, computers are very good at doing the same thing over and over again. And they're very good at doing math. But they're only that good because humans make them that good.
Yeah, and it's when you get that line of where what we're creating is superseding us that it's like, okay, well, maybe we've gone a little bit too far.
Yeah. Well, it's a good point where we can take a quick break and we'll come back and talk about, is artificial intelligence dangerous in its current form and future forms? We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. So Elon Musk wrote, the pace of progress in artificial intelligence, he says, I'm not referring to narrow AI, is incredibly fast. Unless you have direct exposure to groups like DeepMind, you have no idea how fast. It's growing at a pace close to exponential. The risk of something seriously dangerous happening is in the next 5-year time frame, 10 years at most.
Where was this quote from?
So this was from Elon Musk, and I didn't see where the quote.
I just wanted to see if we were still in the window or not.
I didn't get a date on that, but I have to imagine we're pretty close to that window.
Any day now, the robot uprising is going to happen.
Well, the fact that he made cars that are self-driving and running people over and killing them tells me right now that AI actually physically is dangerous.
He can make himself sound smarter by just becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy.
So, what do you think of that? I mean, I think there's a lot of scholars, there's a lot of scientists that talk about AI. Elon Musk is a guy who's neck deep in it. He's building them. He's releasing them. You see what we do. SpaceX has rockets that fly back to Earth and land themselves. Tesla has cars that can drive themselves and park themselves and stuff. So that's real practical AI that's in the world now. How serious do you think you take this kind of warning from Elon Musk?
Not that seriously. Just because I don't see any like real world application of this idea, right? I also don't know what DeepMind is, but it sounds very scary. But I just don't think. I don't know. I feel like we would be seeing more examples of it other than the Teslas running people over and causing traffic. But that's just faulty hardware. That's not necessarily, the AI thinking for itself and choosing to kill all humans. That's a functionality issue, right? So I don't know. I don't think it would be this quick. I just think we would see more implementation of AI in our day-to-day lives for it to then turn into something dangerous. The most I could see it being is like an over-reliance on computers and AI instead, and when then they malfunction, then you have problems like the recent airport, the FAA systems went down, things like that, things where we have large-scale operations being run by AI, and then the AIs break, and then we have a problem.
So Musk was quoted in a separate quote comparing AI to the dangers of the dictator of North Korea. Now, yes, it's Elon Musk, so there's a lot of
Take it with a big old grain of salt.
there's a lot of self-promoting, angles that he goes through here. But we've got artificial intelligence in machines that are capable of killing people, not designed to, but capable.
Right.
We also have it designed into devices that are designed to kill people. You've got Predator drones that are AI driven. You've got Tomahawk cruise missiles that are AI driven. You've got Phalanx Sea Whiz close-in war weapon systems on ships that are AI driven. These are machines that are built already to kill and are powered by AI. Are those potentially dangerous, or do you think we have enough control over those?
Well, I mean, they're weapons, right? So they're inherently dangerous. It would be more about, again, I just think, are we shooting for the notion of them like rising up and like actively trying to kill people? Because I think it would be much more realistic for them to just be taken over by another human, right? To have somebody hack into them, or to have them malfunction, and instead of targeting here, you're targeting somewhere else where you're not supposed to. I just don't think it would be the AI necessarily choosing to kill a bunch of people. I think instead it would be a malfunction.
So to paraphrase, we're hoping that it's humans that are the problem,
Right.
and not the AI that's
Exactly.
the problem.
And we can count on that.
Yeah, to a certain extent, that logic makes sense, because you can count on that human factor. Like, it's very likely that you would have a foreign entity attack our infrastructure here before I think you would have an AI go rogue and shut down the power grid.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like, you're not gonna, like, you talked about the Predator missiles. Like, the Predator missile's not gonna wake up one day and go, "Hey, I'm gonna go blow up that town." Someone's gonna have to tell it to go do that. We're not at the point where these things can like actively, pursue missions or pursue goals on their own unless they're told to by somebody else, like an operator.
So, all right, let's run with that for a second. So they're not going to rise up. You're not going to have a Skynet take over the world and nuke the entire world. But you have machines that are trusted to go do a job that may involve violence.
Mm-hmm.
If those machines can then be usurped by a nefarious third party, and our trust in those machines allows them to continue to do their job, and they get usurped, we have a new target designation.
Right, exactly. And that's I think where you get into the real world danger of this. But I mean, that's our world in general has a heavy reliance on computers, right? And so I think that comes with the risk, right, of the ease of use and the scale of our operations. You need something like AI to run it, because it's not feasible for people to do it all the time. And I think that just comes with the territory of, if this is how we're going to run things, then there's a chance that someone could take it over. It's no different than, well, it's different, but we're reducing a little bit. But if you had a gun and someone took your gun and killed you with it, it's the same thing.
So AI is the tool.
Yeah.
It's not the intent.
For now, yeah.
Okay.
Until we get to the point where, we have a fleet of drones that are, flying around the globe just taking pot shots wherever they want, that are programmed. Well, I guess they wouldn't be programmed at that point. But I'm saying, like, instead of a fleet of jets flown by pilots, if it was a fully automated, a bunch of drones where they could all communicate and make their own decisions, once they get into that level of autonomy, that's when you're running into more of an AI-based issue, I think.
So Russia's president, Vladimir Putin,
We're getting all the banner people out here today.
He said at one point in time, artificial intelligence is the future, not only for Russia, but for all humankind. It comes with enormous opportunities, but also threats that are difficult to predict. Whoever becomes the leader in this sphere will become the ruler of the world.
That's a little extreme.
First off, do you agree with that?
I mean, I guess, because at that point, wouldn't you just have the strongest army too? If it's, he says it's got enormous opportunity, right? So then by that logic, you would, unless those unpredictable threats like make it worse for you. I don't know. Like, I don't think it's any different than having the strongest standing army, right? And whoever has that, you're by default the most powerful, unless you control like the economy. That's different. But in terms of like military force, if you have a bigger or more effective army, yeah, you're going to be more powerful, right?
So, do you think that in order to combat nations, like assuming Russia's gearing up towards
Right.
artificial intelligence, do you think the only way to combat nations like that is with your own artificial intelligence?
I think so. I mean, that's how these things usually go, right? Like an AI arms race, which, hey, sci-fi authors out there, that's a free title. But yeah, I just think it's going to, and you're going to dig yourself into a hole, right? Because the more we go into this AI route, the more you're getting into these threats that are difficult to predict, like he's talking about. So the further we go with this technology, the more we're getting on that edge of accidentally making something that could either get its own intelligence or something that is more likely to be, like you said, usurped and used against the, whatever country's making it.
Okay. Now we're talking AI in actual active weapons there, but there's potential danger elsewhere too. What about social manipulation? What do you think AI could do from a social manipulation standpoint? I mean, so far we've had social media. I don't want to say usurped because it's being used as it's designed.
Right.
But you've had situations where you've got Facebook and the whole Cambridge Analytics, and you've got Twitter trying to, all the Twitter files coming out now telling us how people try to manipulate elections and stuff. Where do you think AI falls in there? Is AI, is that algorithm as you go through your social feed? Is that AI manipulating you in such a way that it could be dangerous?
Absolutely. And I think that this is where you get into the things that are much more real world dangers, right? Especially when it comes to things like social media, you run into that echo chamber issue where you're only hearing ideas and things that reinforce what you think. So you never hear anybody else's ideas, for better or worse. But generally, I think that's a bad thing. I think that you should be able to, see ideas from everybody and then interpret them how you want. But when you get into this with social media where you're seeing the same things over and over again, it just reinforces your own beliefs and makes you double down. And it makes everybody closed-minded and more isolated from each other and more extreme in their beliefs, too, in certain situations. So I think when you're getting into things like that, and like you said, the Cambridge Analytica thing where it's straight up manipulation of people, I think when those have real world consequences, which they did and still do, I think that's much more dangerous than worrying about a drone going rogue or something like that.
Well, surely manipulating the mindset of common citizens isn't something that's unique to AI. I mean, the Nazi Germany had an entire propaganda ministry that was designed to do that. You've had this type of thing that was driven by humans for hundreds of years now. What does AI bring to the plate that makes it any more dangerous than just humans doing this type of activity?
I think it's the scale and the pace of it, right? So AI is very good at learning. That's what it does, or at least whatever. I'm talking about the algorithm in social media.
Right.
It's good at learning what you do, what you look at, and I think it can do it at a pace and with an effectiveness that humans just can't do, or can't do as fast, or on such a big of a scale. I mean, a human could look at what you do on Twitter, what you click on, what you like, but it would take them much longer to figure out, okay, well, what should I serve them next in their timeline that they'll click on, versus an AI looking at it and figuring it out like that. So I think it just makes it more effective and efficient, honestly.
That's a very good point. So the other one that they talk about is invasion of privacy and social grading. I don't know if we've never really talked about social grading in the past here. It's being done in some Asian countries already, where depending on what your reputation in social media is how you're treated in society. But I've seen this in sci-fi as well, where it's extremely emphasized in how people treat you. But from an invasion of privacy, you brought up a very good point of, well, everything's listening, and if I say something, I start getting advertisements. Is that a bad thing that you get targeted advertising?
I think it depends on how you look at it. I know people that feel like they're being manipulated. They'd rather it be not targeted and just give me what I want.
Well, that's what targeted advertising is they give you what they think you want. Without targeted advertising, you're just going to get a bunch of crap thrown at you there. I mean, is that really a bad thing that you get targeted advertising?
I think when you, like, the people that have issues with it, I think they see it as of being manipulated, that even if it's something I want,
Well, advertising is manipulative.
It's true, which is why it's
That's
so
the
effective.
definition of advertising.
I know. I just think it's like, I think people have an issue with it because it's that invasion of privacy of, even in my own home, I'm being sampled for data and it's being regurgitated back at me so I can become a better consumer. You know, like it eventually it just feels like it's all boiling down to you just pumping money into you know the economy.
Okay, I'll buy that.
It is effective though if you're a business owner.
Absolutely.
From a capitalist standpoint, it's great.
Yeah, exactly. One of the other ones they talk about is misalignment between our goals and the machines. And this one, I don't know how much of a problem this was. The great example they give is you get into a self-driving cab and you say, get me to the airport as quickly as possible. Okay. But if the machine itself is doing what it thinks you've asked it to do, that could involve exceeding the speed limit. It could involve dangerous driving. It could involve driving into the river that's between you and the airport to try to get you there. I think this is kind of a silly example of, you know, I mean, this is no different than people following their GPSs off the road, you know. Is this something we need to worry about, where if we're putting our lives in the hands of these machines at some point in time, and you know, they're already talking about having air taxis to the airport and stuff like that. So you're ramping up the level of complexity and the level of danger associated with the reliance on these machines. Is it possible that somebody misses a line of code that says stop at stop signs? Is that a danger?
I mean, not really, right? If these things are being put out on a global scale, surely they would test them, right, and see if that's an issue. You've had some issues with this with self-driving cars where they have malfunctions, where they'll, you know, I saw one the other day where a Tesla was in like a tunnel and just stopped, and I don't know why, and then like 8 cars hit it. So things like that will happen, but I think if you're talking about like the foundation of the code getting out there, that's something's wrong with it, I don't really think you have to worry about that. I feel like it would be extremely irresponsible of whatever company is making it to put it out there, not having it be fully vetted, especially when you're getting into like transportation and things like that.
There was one example of a Tesla that was driving on a highway at high speed, which they supposedly excel at. They're very good at that because that's how the sensors work best and the computer works best and everything.
Going fast?
On a highway situation where they're not doing stop and go traffic a lot. And what happened was there was a vehicle that was in the left lane that this thing was driving in, and it wasn't expecting a vehicle. It wasn't expecting a stationary target. And because they use LiDAR and they use radar, and they'll gauge the distance between themselves and the next machine. And the assumption is that machine's going to be moving so we can make calculations based on timing. And what happened was this vehicle was stopped in the left-hand lane. The device, the smart car, saw that the machine was there. But because it wasn't moving, it assumed that it was a glitch in the sensor, never tried to hit the brakes, and literally accelerated right through the vehicle. And it did everything it was supposed to do based on the rules that it had. And someone had missed a rule that said, hey, there's the chance that something could be stopped in your lane. You have to stop for it.
Yep.
And that got out there after all this extensive testing. That still got out there into production. So there's a chance that you can get code that's broken out there.
That's true.
How do you deal with that? Who's liable at that point in time?
I mean, probably the company still, right? I mean, it's still their self-driving car that rammed into it. I think the onus is still on them. Even if it's something that they could never predict, then don't make the technology. If there's a chance that something like this could happen, then maybe it's just not meant to be. Or we just go through the trial and error of, you know, potentially people losing their lives until we figure it out and put out enough software updates, if you want to look at it in like a morbid sense. But I mean, there's things
that could be a high attrition rate.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I just think maybe at a certain point, if the body count gets high enough before you hit version 4.0, maybe we just don't do it. Maybe we just stick to driving ourselves around, or we limit it to, you know, certain public transportation options instead of every consumer having their own self-driving car.
And that's certainly a consideration to solve some of these things. And the last danger I wanted to talk about was discrimination. You know, we had already kind of talked about this to a certain extent with
The social grading.
the social grading and with the malfunction of the Microsoft camera system for minorities. How do you think this would have an impact on society itself from a discrimination standpoint? Either facial recognition AI. We had one situation very recently in our area here where somebody was arrested and held for, I think, 48 hours based on a facial recognition that was completely wrong. So it's already happening. Is that a danger that we need to be aware of? Is there checks and balances that can be put in place? Should we not be relying on AI for this type of thing?
I mean, yeah, no, we should not be. If this is gonna happen, yeah. I mean, sure, there's mix up with people getting held when they're not supposed to, and that's an issue for another day of the justice system and things like that. But I think that when it comes to things like this, where you're affecting people's lives, you should probably have a double check system or like a backup to be like, okay, well, the robot figured it out, but let's just use our own eyes and see if this is the guy.
Well, and I see something like this being used extensively in high traffic areas, airports, right? So you want to be safe going through the airport, but you want to be expeditious in moving people through. So a lot of things that we do, we rely on technology to accomplish that. If you get a certain failure rate of that system itself, is that tolerable, or should that be 100% accurate?
That's a good question. I mean, if you're going to be the 99% effective and you get that 1%, there still needs to be a human element so that person isn't held for 3 days because they got the wrong person. Like there needs to be, if someone gets pulled up on facial recognition, someone needs to look at it and have that person come and I'm just saying there needs to still be a human element. We can't let it totally be run by the machines if they're not going to be 100% accurate.
So you need a path of resolution that
Yeah.
is human involved. And I have my own story. There was about 2-3 years ago, I got a ticket at the mail for a vehicle that I didn't even own. And it came back as a red light camera somewhere in North Jersey, which I knew I'd never even been to the town. It was like Amboy or something like that. So they send it with a picture, and you look at the picture, and there's a link to the video for it, and you look at the video, and it had, 5 characters, 6 characters on a license plate? It had all the characters on a license plate that I hadn't had of the vehicle in 20 years. And that plate was originally registered to me, but there was a glitch either on the camera or on the plate. You couldn't read one of the digits in the middle. So the AI just assumed that it was my plate, generates a ticket, and sends the ticket out to me, and I get an order to appear in court. That's AI-driven problems that you have that should have been looked at by a human being, but because of the number of tickets that they produce, you can't. The whole point of having an automated system is because you can't have a human looking at all these things. However, to your point, I was able to call them up, explain to them what it was. They were able to resolve the ticket on the phone, and I didn't have to go for the court appearance. So that system at least had that path to resolution, whereas I think as long as we have that in place, we're safe. But do you want to be that guy that they make that mistake with?
No, and that's the territory, right? If we're going to rely on these things, and it's like, it's something similar to getting on a plane or something where you're giving up a amount of control for convenience or for, convenience, honestly. If you're going to give up that element of what you can control, then there's a risk that comes with that, no matter what it is. And I think that this is an example of that.
That just sounds like a really poor way of explaining the way airplane crashes.
Hey, man, you get on the plane, you got to expect it, all right?
We expect the least expected.
I bring a parachute every time I travel.
All right. I think we've kind of exhausted where we can go wrong with AI at this point from a danger standpoint. Let's take our last break, and we'll come back, and we're going to talk about the impact of AI on our world today and moving forward. We'll be right back.
For 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow, and thank you to today's sponsor, the Second Sith Empire.
Really paid for all that airtime, huh?
They are an awesome guild. I recommend everyone look them up. Anyway, moving right along.
Hit it one more time.
Anyway, so let's look at what the impact of AI on the world today. So some quick figures I dug up here from simplylearn.com. So the revenue from artificial intelligence software market worldwide is expected to reach $126 billion by 2025. That's significant. Not huge, but significant. Gartner predicts 37% of organizations have implemented AI in some form.
I thought they'd be higher.
I would have too. The percentage of enterprises employing AI grew 270% over the last 4 years. And according to Servion Global Solutions, by 2025, 95% of customer interactions will be powered by AI.
So we got 2 years to figure that out.
That's right. And a recent 2020 report from Statista reveals the global AI software market is expected to grow approximately 54% year over year and is expected to reach a forecast size of $22.6 billion. Which doesn't really make sense because the other one's 126.
Sure does. Hey, man, data's weird. They all got different conclusions.
It's numbers, right?
Don't worry about it.
I think the conclusion here is that AI is very much embedded in our lives now. Are we better off for that, or are we worse off for that?
Oh, that's a good question. We've looked at like every aspect of AI, and I think it's good in some aspects, right? We're taking the load off of humans if we can run things with an AI just to make our lives a little bit easier. I think that's a good thing because at a certain point when we're talking about things on a global scale, it's just not practical to expect humans to be able to run all that 24/7. But then when you get into the more dangerous aspects of social manipulation, we're about to get into the discussion of how it affects creative endeavors. I think that's when you start getting into the dangerous territory, and it's really going to be a question of where does this go in the next 5 to 10 years? Are we getting that full on AI integration in every day of our lives? Or is it still like it is now where it's more in the background? It's not necessarily as prominent.
And I agree. I think we're very, very much on the cusp of something significant here. I think we're kind of nipping around the edges right now until we get deeper into it. Some of the special projects that I did want to talk about, one that's in the news now, is ChatGPT. Their tagline is optimizing language models for dialogue. And this is a chatbot that is human-like interactions. You can ask it things, it'll answer them. One of the things, this happens to actually be something that I had directed my developers at the office to dig into a little bit. One of the functions that I see with this is helping to automate and personalize communication for our sales force. So the concept that we had come up with a few years back, and the technology wasn't there yet, was our salespeople know their customers. So the salespeople can go in and drop in notes. Tom likes the Phillies. His wife's name is this. His kids' names are this. And they're going to these colleges. They can put in this metadata about the person. And eventually, the idea was to have this technology that could take this metadata and write a monthly email to each one of your customers that's personalized, that might have specific information as far as offers that we might have, but it looks like it's coming from you. And we want to write these, hand them off to the salesperson, let the salesperson read it and okay it, and then send it out. and we're literally within months of being able to have the system start writing emails like that. Is that, in your opinion, is that a viable, good way of using AI, or are we stealing some of the human element there? Are we muddying the waters?
I mean, it depends on how much you care about these handwritten or emails, these personalized emails. If you're okay sacrificing the human element of it, then it's fine. It still has the human element, right? The salespeople still have to know their customers. They still have to know
Exactly.
the things that make it personal, and they still okay before it's sent off. I think that's fine. Yeah, I don't really have any issues with that.
But if I have a salesperson who doesn't compose emails very well, is it ethical for them to use this system to compose their emails for them, or is it the same as having an assistant doing it for you, or is it different because it's AI?
That's a good question. It's like cheating on homework, kind of.
Right.
But I mean, in the real world, you're not like, I don't know. It's cheating on homework in the real world isn't as big of a deal as it is in high school. Ultimately, at the end of the day, you got to make these sales, right? So if you're not good at writing emails, first off, I don't know how far you would have gotten as a salesperson. But second, it's like a tool. I think in this instance, it's like another tool to use. If emails aren't your thing, but when you're in one-on-one interactions, you can make the sale. Good for you. You can use this as a tool. If you are relying on this to do your job for you, that's a little bit different, right? If you're relying on it to make sales pitches for you and to reach out to customers, and you're kind of just sitting back and maybe putting in a few inputs, then you're relying on it too much, and it's becoming an issue because you're not doing the work.
So it's just a matter of pacing how much you use the tool.
Yeah, and implementation.
So the next one I wanted to talk about was Canva. So Canva is a AI based image generating software out there, and there's a number of them out there now. And you basically give it text input and say, give me a picture done up like Van Gogh of a horse in a rainbow. And it'll go out there and it'll source thousands of different images, and it'll come back and it'll generate what's considered an original image for you, so you don't have to make it yourself. But that image itself is a compilation of all these other works. Is that something that is going too far, or are there any moral implications to that we have to worry about?
Yeah, this is actually the whole reason I wanted to do this episode was things like this. I know we covered the doom and gloom of AI taking over the world, but this is where I think it really is. It strikes a chord with me of it's essentially making like art sausage, but like if you didn't make any of the components of the sausage to begin with, you kind of just put it in the blender and called it your own. It's really devaluing art and the human element of it. And when people feel that they can get this app and make art like with no effort, it kind of defeats the purpose of it in general. There's also Lensa, which is similar to it. And I had an article linked here where there was cases where you could see artist signatures on the final product what Lensa would create because it was just stealing artwork from other people. And that's how a lot of these AI work, is that you put in what you want and it scours the internet and will take from other artists' pages, usually without permission. It just kind of steals it and then, incorporates it back into itself and spits it out for you, but you feel like you've made this and you really haven't. You didn't do any, you don't know how to do digital art or anything like that. It's like putting it on easy mode, but also the bigger thing is stealing from the people that did make something. And I really think it's an issue.
So let me ask you something, and we'll kind of go down the moral path here. If I don't have any artistic ability whatsoever, but I need to come up with a picture, and let's say I need a picture of a tree, and I don't know how to make a picture of a tree. So I'm going to go out and I'm going to look at other people's samples, and I'm going to find one that I really, really like. And then I go and I kind of try to recreate that as my image of a tree. Is that the same moral ambiguity as what a Canva is doing? Because Canva had the same problem. They wound up getting sued by Getty Images.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Because they weren't even pulling the watermarks out.
Oh,
It was so bad. Is me using someone else's inspiration to make my own different than these AIs going out there and grabbing these, because they don't always take a one-to-one image. They may take portions of an image, almost like sampling a track in music, and then they assemble it together from multiple different sources. What's the difference in the two of those?
Well, I think, in your example, I'm assuming you're like drawing it yourself. Right?
Exactly.
Yeah. That's the thing. That's where I think the line is. With the AI generated art, you're just typing in what you want and it just appears, and it's compiled from other images. With the inspiration, you are taking inspiration from that thing that somebody else made and then making your own interpretation of it. Even if it's not very good, you still put in the time and the work to make it something original, even if it's inspired by something else. Like you said, with sampling music, you can take a sample from another song that somebody else made, but then you incorporate that section of it and you make a whole new thing out of it. It's its own thing, even if it's borrowing from something else. And I think that's kind of where the line is drawn.
That's a good point. The other thing with Lensa is Lensa has one of the big functions Lensa adds is what they call their magic correction. So you take a picture of someone, you run it through the Lensa filtering. You have the filters with Snapchat and stuff like that can make the googly eyes and all that crazy stuff that you can do. Is the AI that's doing that different, or do you take exception to that from a creative standpoint when it's taking your art and enhancing it because maybe you don't have the technical capabilities to do that?
I mean, that's a good question. It's similar to, photoshopping an image, right? Or using a filter on Instagram, or it's not authentically the thing, but it's, I don't know. As long as you still made it from the beginning, I think it's a little bit better than just straight up stealing the art. But I still think it's messing with the authenticity of it, right? And it gets into our perception of what is made by humans and what is made by AI, and what does that mean for art if we can't tell the difference. And I think that's sort of the road we're going down at this point. When it gets into the enhancement, it's not as bad. It's still not great.
Well, and I'll counter that and say if you can't tell the difference between whether it's man-made or machine-made, isn't that really the ultimate goal of AI at that point, is to make it indistinguishable from human hands?
Well, that's the scary part, right? Because if you can't tell the difference, but it still stole a bunch of other people's art, then it is actively devaluing all the art that it just stole from, even if you can't tell the difference. Even if you don't know that it took from, 10 other artists to make this, it still happened, right? And it's still, even if it's indistinguishable, the consequences of it are still real.
So the dilemma that you're referring to here is more the sourcing of where it gets its material from, rather than the generation of that material.
Right, because it's not magic, right? Like the AI is not making, it's not like physically drawing it, I mean, but it's not necessarily entirely originally from the mind of the AI. It's taking from other people to make it, and that's kind of where the issue is.
So it's just creative copying.
Yeah.
So all right, let me ask you this. If you were an artist and you had a vast portfolio of your own artwork and you use that solely to power your AI, and you decided that you're going to recreate your art in the AI style, is that legitimate?
Yeah, as long as it's only taken from your stuff. Like if that's things that you made that are, I'm not going to get in the legal aspect of it. I'm not a lawyer, but if you can guarantee that it's only pulling from your art and you are totally signing off on it, then yeah, that's fine. It gets into it when it's taking other people's art without their consent or knowledge.
So, all right, being a Star Wars fan and a Eagles fan, let me throw a couple examples of non-AI out there where both of those entities have taken what they've had, they've modified those and regurgitated it back out to the public strictly for money purposes. There wasn't anything to enhance the art. There wasn't anything to make it better or different or really anything. It was literally, I just want more money, so I'm going to re-release it. Do you have a moral issue with that, with people basically exploiting their own material for money there, trying to, I'm going to say, con people out of buying it again, because I'm one of those idiots who does it.
I was going to say, yeah. Not really, no. I mean, morally, yeah, it's not ideal, right? Like, you shouldn't be scamming people, but these things have value, and there's a reason that, they're getting the money that they are. They wouldn't be re-releasing if they weren't making money. But it's not like fundamentally impacting how we view art, right? It's just someone making a quick buck because they're re-releasing their greatest hits for the 1000th time. It's not like, it would be like if the Eagles released a record that was music that was all samples and they didn't credit anybody. Like, that is what we're talking about here. But everybody loved it and acted like it was their original music.
So are we really to the point where Canva and ChatGPT and Lensa are making us fundamentally reconsider art at this point?
I think we're getting there. And I mean, I think the Lensa specifically, at least in my sphere, really took a lot of people by storm of like, this is awesome. Look how cool I look. I'm a cowboy. I'm a robot. But then it came out of how it really works, and everyone was like, oh, so it's not magic. It's not a computer making, like, it's not a computer coming up with this art itself. It's a computer interpreting other forms of art, stealing and chopping it up, and then mashing it into one new thing. And that was kind of where the issue came in. So I think we're getting there. We're getting there, right? And I have, like a soapbox I wrote on here, but looking at things like the Indiana Jones 5 trailer, where it's a wholly digital younger Harrison Ford, and you really can't tell the difference. Like, we're now there where in movies these CGI creations are getting close enough where you can't really tell the difference. We're past the days of Rogue One where it's zombie Tarkin and all that.
That was terrible.
But we're getting to the point where the CGI creations or de-aging in movies is becoming so realistic that it's becoming legitimately hard to tell the difference. And it's, between that and the AI art generation, it's like, where is there room for people at this point, for the human touch of it all? And that's what really, interests me and kind of scares me.
So for years now, before AI existed, before computer generated graphics in movies and TV existed, people have been using makeup to make you look older or make you look younger. That never caused us to question the purpose of the place of art in the world. Why would de-aging someone digitally cause that kind of conflict in the art world now?
Well, because for makeup, like, you have to apply that, right? It's a physical thing you have to do. With this, it's less about the de-aging and more about the, like, making someone young again so you can make more movies with them. Like, Harrison Ford is like 80 years old. He can't be Indiana Jones like he was in the 80s. But if we can de-age him and, like, make him look young again, even though he's an old man in real life, we can keep making these movies and keep pumping them out. That's where I think the issue is. When you're doing old age makeup or trying to make someone look young with makeup, it's a little bit different because you still know underneath that makeup is still the person, right? Whereas with this, it's not. The robot.
So, okay, I will counter that with Chris Pine in Star Trek. So they didn't use makeup, they didn't use digital de-aging. They just changed the actor and they relaunched the entire franchise. So it happens. There's different methods of this happening in doing what they did, because they did the same thing with Luke Skywalker.
Yep.
Where they didn't even bring Mark Hamill in to play the role or even to do the voice, because in Boba Fett, whatever, Book of Boba, or
the
Mando
Mandalorian
2.5,
yeah.
or, in that episode where he comes in, his voice is even digitally redone by an AI voice manipulating.
And now Darth Vader, James Earl Jones, is no longer the voice. It's all signed over to AI.
So he signed it over, and they can generate James Earl Jones' voice through AI. I'm struggling to understand where the issue is with that.
I think when it comes to, we'll use James Earl Jones as the example. When you get into like a vocal performance, when you get into the human element of it, there are things that he might do when he does a read for the fifth take that he does something different, and it's way better, right? And it was a fluke, but hey, he read it this way, and that's the line we're going to use. When you get it with AI, I don't think they're going to be able to do, like, there's that human element where you can get that random spark of creativity or performance that elevates a role more than it would just be if it was a human doing it. I think it's really that loss of the human element that I think is the dangerous part.
Well, and I think the ultimate goal of AI is to not have the human element injected into it, but have its own unique element injected into it. So I think you still have the potential for that. It didn't just have James Earl Jones record every word in the English dictionary and it just assembles them together like a really bad AI.
They should do that. That'd be pretty funny.
It basically recorded his inflections and his ability to say certain syllables. It was a much more sophisticated thing than just recording words. And then the AI assembles those sounds, but it doesn't do it the same way every time.
But like, isn't that weird? Like, James Earl Jones is still alive, right? And unfortunately, he's going to die one day. But they're still going to use that after he's dead to make Star Wars movies with Darth Vader. Isn't that weird? It's like putting him in the ghost in the machine.
You know what? They embalmed Lennon's body and they stuck it on display in the public square for decades.
Yeah, but they didn't Weekend at Bernie's him like a puppet in a movie after he was dead. Like, I don't know. It's something about like when it comes to real life people being like turned into AI generated things, whether it be the Harrison Ford in Indiana Jones 5 or James Earl Jones and now with Darth Vader. When you're taking real people that are in real life and harnessing them using AI for creative things, it doesn't sit right with me. It just seems strange. I don't know.
Well, and you know what? To play devil's advocate here, James Earl Jones wasn't just James Earl Jones who was the voice of Darth Vader. There was so much audio work that went into that voice that it wasn't just him talking into a microphone. So there was already more to it than just James Earl Jones. If they can get that out of a computer and James Earl Jones doesn't have to show up and he already got his paycheck.
Yeah, but like, sure, there are other elements, but his voice is still the core of it, right? So if he died in the world where we don't have AI, that'd be it.
So I will counter that argument with every other element, every other example of Star Wars that Darth Vader shows up in and it's voiced by someone beside James Earl Jones. It's not believable.
I don't know, man. We got to figure something out then. Like, at a certain point, you got to, like, the real world has to have some kind of impact. Like, we can't, like, I don't know. Was Carrie Fisher alive when they did that Rogue One thing? I think she was at the time, right? Like, that's so weird. It's so weird that these are real people that are aging, that we are just plucking, like, the best version of them and putting them in, like, CGI. And now with the voices is like eternalized. I don't know. It freaks me out.
Well, all right. So I'll give you a different angle on that. So you have, as an actor, especially a female actor, you have a finite lifespan that the industry will tolerate your aging to, right? So if you get to a point, let's say you're 50, okay? The number of roles that you run into when you're 50 are severely limited. If someone could extend their acting career and their opportunity to make money in the business by allowing digital manipulation of their features, don't you think that's at least a worthwhile endeavor for it?
Yeah, I guess, but like, do we just want to completely give in to like ageism and not try to fix it? Like, or we just want to submit to like the industry-wide like issue? I don't know. It just seems like we're compromising just to not have to like tackle the real problem head on.
Well, and I agree that it's a problem that needs to be tackled. But in the meantime, you're robbing people of opportunities if you take that tool away.
Yeah, but you're robbing them of opportunities by like being ageist too. So it's like
I agree, but the problem is a role may require somebody of a certain age to be convincing.
Wouldn't you be taking away opportunities from potentially another actress that is right for the part if we're going to instead use AI or robot Carrie Fisher instead of recasting someone that might be good at it?
It's possible, but if you were doing a Star Wars film that was after Rogue One and you needed Princess Leia in there, now granted it's a little different because she's passed away, but if you needed someone that's age appropriate who was that actor, wouldn't it be easier and more convincing to age reduce that actor so they could do that role?
No.
Well, why not? Because then you'd wind up getting like somebody who looks nothing like Han Solo showing up in a Han Solo movie. Okay,
that's true. That movie had other problems. I think that was, I don't know. This is not the Solo podcast, but I think I don't know. For me personally, I think it should be a recasting. I don't think it should be using AI. People cling, especially when it comes to Star Wars and properties like it, people cling to that past so hard. The past, what did Kylo Ren say? Kill it if you have to. Like, I think, I don't know, we're getting like, it's like the metatextual level of this, but I think, like, we can't just, like, keep digging up these people and putting them into computers. And, like, Indiana
No,
Jones.
but you can. That's the point. You can.
That's the beauty of it. We can. We never have to move on.
Nobody has to die now.
No one's ever really gone. I don't know, man. I guess we'll see when Indiana Jones 5 comes out and they just make a whole movie with CGI Harrison Ford and call it a day.
Okay. So you
Hey, man,
went through-
support your local artist, all right, before the robots come for us all.
So that's really what you're getting at here. The risk that you're seeing here is that it could severely negatively impact actual artists with what.
Yeah, it's like the old auto factories, right? Once they figured out how to automate all that stuff, all those people got fired. If we can automate writing a script for a movie, the people that are in the movie, their voices, the effects, if we can automate all that stuff, we don't even need people anymore. And at a certain point,
So that's a twisted idea of what history is. When they automated factories, people, instead of doing menial, repetitive tasks, were trained to do better tasks. What killed auto factories were unions that kept trying to get more and more money for people. Okay, so let's just put history aside for a second there and not distort it that much.
it would still be the same outcome, though. With if we found a way to automate all this stuff, where people couldn't tell the difference, we wouldn't need people to do it anymore. And I
No,
think,
but instead of being a makeup artist, you become a digital effects artist.
what if they don't want to do that? What if they like makeup? They shouldn't be forced to change because of.
So then you work in stage, okay?
they go work at Walmart.
They're not digitally enhancing anybody on the stage in a play, okay?
Not yet. We have holograms.
You're killing me.
I'm just saying it's something to think about. It's really important that we keep the human element in these things because that's where we get sparks of creativity that you couldn't get from a robot. There's things that they don't understand. There's ways to perform, ways to say things, ways to create that AI will never know.
Until we get to the self-aware AI, and then you got to worry about other things.
Yeah, then they're coming here and they're going to get me first. They're going to turn me into AI sausage.
You picked over most of your soapbox here. Was there anything else that you wanted to sum up there?
No, that's pretty much it. Watch out. Just be weary. Anything AI, I think you should be weary. Make sure you're making sure where this stuff is coming from. Don't just look at it like it's like science magic. It's not. All these things have to come from somewhere, real tangible things.
I agree. And to be honest with you, the point of support your local artist, I absolutely agree with. That's why one of the things that I really enjoy when we go to these comic book shows and these pop culture shows is interacting with some of these artists, looking at what they're doing, watching what they're doing live, communicating with them, talking to them, what inspires them. I find that to be one of the most rewarding things of going to these shows and actually seeing the brilliance that's out there in a lot of the young artists today.
Absolutely. I don't really have any artistic talent, so I have a lot of like admiration for people.
You have a
that
lot
can,
of pent-up frustration
yeah,
on that.
why couldn't it be me? I want to use a robot. No, but people that can just pick up a pen and just make something brilliant. Like it's incredible, and I just think that we need to make sure that sticks around. Also, when you're going to these shows, make sure that whoever you're buying from isn't using Lensa to just make this art and sell it to you, because that is for sure going to happen. Because people will try to swindle you. So just think about it.
All right. I think that was all we had today, unless you were...
No, that was it.
You still worked up? You get all off your chest?
Hey, man, I think we fixed it.
Okay.
As with every show, we've solved all the problems.
You know what? We didn't end with doom and gloom.
That's true. We
though.
led with it, and then we worked our way back.
There you go. A little reverse psychology there. All right, so that was it for the show today. Before we do go, I do want to once again ask that you subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions of this podcast can be found listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We are available on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Amazon, anywhere you get a podcast. I would also ask you to write in, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We do stream on Twitch 5 days a week at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free monthly Twitch Prime subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way. You can find us on Instagram at Insights Into Things, or you can find links to all that and more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the book.
Stay safe out there, everybody.
Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights in Entertainment. This is episode 148, Swapping the Bobs Again. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my patient and understanding co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, dear?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
I'm doing all right. We've been out of the loop for a while here with the podcast.
Yeah, we sure have.
We've had a lot going on.
Yeah, that is true. We've been busy.
We've had marching band syndrome. We've had COVID syndrome. You can still hear it in my voice probably that I'm still suffering from a little bit, and this is almost 2 months after getting it now.
Yeah, we're almost 2 months.
Almost 2 months now, so I'm still reeling from its effects. Given the severity I had it with, I'm kind of glad I got my shots, all the shots that I did.
I was just gonna say, we were all very fortunate to have all been vaccinated and boosted, and we were just about so close to getting our next round of boosters, and then we all kind of got sick, and yeah, that kind of put things on the back burner. But fortunately, we all had a very mild case. We were all very fortunate. Unfortunately, you are still reeling with it, but not as bad as it could have been, obviously.
Right. And we have marching band to thank for that. We're pretty sure we got it from marching band.
Such a happy family activity.
Yeah. So, but a lot of stuff has happened. There's a lot to talk about. We're not going to get to everything today. We are going to talk about really two big things that happened in entertainment. One being the changing of the Bobs,
which happened actually on the same day. The finale of
right.
Yeah, so
we'll
kind of funny how it happened that way.
We'll be talking about Disney rotating the Bobs again. Then we're going to talk a little bit about The Walking Dead and their series finale and the impact and the future of that. And then we had a couple of events. One we just attended this weekend that I did not grab any of the pictures from you to put up for. So theater of the mind for our viewing audience this time around.
We'll describe everything in detail for you.
So stick around for the last segment. We're going to talk about some of the stuff that we've been attending recently. But before we do that, I do want to take a moment to ask you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find both audio and video versions of all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Entertainment. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher. I don't think we're on Stitcher. Stitcher doesn't do video. Neither does Spotify, as a matter of fact.
Probably should redo that list, huh?
So you can find audio versions listed as Insights into Entertainment under all of those, but video versions have our Insights into Thing has video and audio. When you can find it, where you can find it.
Right.
I would also ask you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how bad I'm doing today, because I'm a little out of practice. Give us your show suggestions or conventions or other events in your area you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things. Or we're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. Or you can find all those links and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Shall we get into it?
Sure.
Here we go.
So, the changing of the Bobs. This was some very interesting news that I know a lot of fans of Disney were hoping for some big change to happen, and last month it happened. So Bob Iger was probably one of the most successful CEOs in history of the Walt Disney Company, and now it seems that he's returning back to run the media empire. And this was very shocking news that basically dropped Sunday, November 20th at night. And what was interesting about this was that when all the other changes that have been happening with Disney, in a lot of cases, cast members were finding out about it after the fact. Information in most cases about the different layoffs and things, all people were finding out about it through social media after the fact. And a lot of the cast members were very upset that, they didn't get any sort of notice ahead of time. And Sunday night, I guess it was early Sunday night, an email actually went out to all of the cast members. So cast members were actually the first ones to know about,
as they should be,
all of these changes. So that was definitely a step in the right direction that so many of the cast members actually felt. Now, Bob Chapek, who replaced Iger in 2020, was actually stepping down immediately. It was like effective that night. All of the website information updated. It was almost like Chapek didn't even exist after the fact. It was Susan Arnold, who was the chairman of the board, had said in a statement that night, we thank Bob Chapek for his service to Disney over his long career, including navigating the company through the unexpected challenges of the pandemic. The board has concluded that as Disney embarks on an increasingly complex period of industry transformation, Bob Iger is uniquely situated to lead the company through this pivotal period.
Translation: Bob Chapek sucks, and we're bringing Iger back until we figure it out.
And what was funny was, literally the next day, the stocks, had gone up 9%.
Still didn't make it up to.
Still didn't make it up to where they were during all of this, but definitely you're seeing, some of the changes from what you could see online and, social media. Cast members were elated by it.
There wasn't anybody who wasn't elated.
You know what?
By
There were very.
Chapek got a golden parachute.
Yeah, he got a golden parachute. But that's the thing, is that so many people were, because I think one of the other things that was kind of looming was there was another layoff that was going to be looming, and now, as far as I know, none of that is in place. Now, granted, how long is it going to take for certain changes to go into effect? That's what will be interesting to see, and how many things that Chapek started are going to be undone. Because we know they're not going to get rid of certain things, but are they going to start modifying?
Well, and let's face it, he comes in, if you want to play devil's advocate, you can say, oh, well, he came in during the pandemic and that was really what burned him. But in reality, a lot of companies, everybody went through the pandemic.
Right.
And a lot of companies didn't go into the pandemic with the same balance sheet that Disney did.
Right.
And somehow Chapek manages to wipe out 36% of that budget sheet after doing all the layoffs that he did, all the cutbacks that he did, all the penny pinching that he did.
Right.
He still managed to lose 36%. That's just an astounding level of incompetence that I don't think you've seen in business, you know, since somebody bought a company for $44 billion and lost $20 billion the next day on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Twitter being that company, obviously. So nobody was sad to see Chapek go.
No.
Even Chapek wasn't, because he just got his contract renewed.
Right.
So you know he's getting paid for his full contract. You know he's getting a golden parachute to just walk away and not say anything.
Right. Right.
So he's set for life at this point in time. He basically stepped in crap and he's set for life now.
yeah.
What Disney, I think, is scared of is they've only got Bob Iger for 2 years.
Right.
So they need to groom a new successor in 2 years to have him ready.
Right.
Who's that successor going to be?
Well, and that's the thing, is there have been a couple of different articles that have come out with, you know, the proposed, you know, hey, this person's, you know, ready to come up and this person's ready to come up. So it definitely sounds like it's going to be somebody that's already in the Disney Corporation, whether or not it's somebody that's well known by, you know, other people. Problem was Chapek was from the corporation too. So
Well, Chapek was from Parks.
right, but he was still, and that was what he ended up hurting,
Right.
you know,
that
so
was what he
much of.
targeted the most.
Right, which is kind of shocking where if that's where he was from, but then of course he also, you had everything that happened with Scarlett Johansson and you had,
Well, yeah, he
you
screwed
know,
the pooch
all
on
of-
that one, too.
right, so there was so much that got hurt along the way of everything.
Basically, anything he touched, he screwed up.
Right, right.
all he
the
had to do,
streaming, and-
okay?
right.
You're coming in as the head of a company that literally prints money. It's got more money than God. All you have to do is not screw up.
Right,
And all he did was screw up.
right, right.
Everything he got involved with, he screwed up. So to see him gone is a good thing. My concern is, who were the people that picked him in the first place?
Right.
They should be gone too because of how poor a judgment they had.
Right, right.
Because if they're involved in picking the next successor, you're back in the same boat. So where are you going to go with that?
Yeah, so it'll be, you know, interesting to see. It's 2 years, and a lot can happen in 2 years. And, you know, obviously not as much will be undone. Because I don't think they're...
He doesn't have time to.
Right, he doesn't have time to undo it.
He's got to correct the ship right now and
Right.
get it back on course, get a successor going.
Right,
He doesn't have the luxury of going back and retconning all the stuff that Chapek screwed up.
right. So, you know, again, how quickly things will happen, that will, you know, will be, you know, left to see, and maybe we'll actually be going sooner than, you know,
There is a
later.
chance, you know, I'll concede the point that there is a chance that we may be going back sooner than I had originally anticipated.
right, because I even was under the notion, you know, after we were just there in the summer, I was like, yeah, I don't know if I want to go back
It was
anytime
literally
soon.
the first time I felt I didn't get my money's worth at Disney.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I've bitched and complained about Disney from day one because of
Oh, absolutely.
various things.
Yeah,
And-
and I agree.
Iger, you know, I was down on Iger for the longest time
Mm-hmm.
because I think he was completely overpaid. Now he comes back now, and he was making about 54 with compensation,
Mm-hmm.
right? So his compensation package right now is about 24. So he's half of what he was at before,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the vast majority of it is incentive based.
Right, right.
So he's got to do something to turn the company around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But as much as I was down on him before, you really can't knock him for some of the stuff that he did. I mean, he had probably one of the longest list of accomplishments of any Disney CEO ever.
Right, right.
I mean, this guy had more wins than Babe Ruth. He was just literally the golden child. And that was 15 years
Mm-hmm.
as CEO,
Right.
with a total of, I think it was 50 years or something like that with the company
I
in
think
general.
so. Close to it.
I mean, some of the stuff that he went down, Lucasfilm,
Mm-hmm.
Pixar, Marvel,
Marvel.
these are all the acquisitions that he made.
Mm-hmm.
So it was incredible, some of the stuff that he's done. 2 years coming back, though? I mean, it's amazing how much damage Chapek did in the short time. How
Yeah.
long was he there?
999 days, according to a bunch of different people, which, you know.
And he did a lot of damage in that amount of time.
Yeah. And granted, yes, totally understand. Pandemic, that put a lot of strain, but I think that's where you needed to kind of, you know, everybody else is going through all these hard times. Don't put the hard times on something that is expendable, really. You know, nobody needs to go on vacation. You know, they want to go on vacation. And that should have been where you had, you know, less of a strain. And what he ended up doing was raising prices, you know, for so much of the stuff that it basically became a place for only the 1% to go.
Yeah,
You know, they didn't really care about the value resorts. They didn't care about, you know, the person that, you know, the locals who want to go and escape, you know, a couple of hours a day. They wanted the people who were willing to spend, you know, a week there in their high-end places, you know, the Star Wars resort. Like, that's been...
that big giant middle finger to the fans.
Yeah, really. And you have people that are like, all right, I did it once. I don't need to ever really do it again. Oh,
Well,
and
at
I
those,
also...
at those prices, you
and I
can't.
spent $6,000 for it. Like, that's insane for when I could go on a week's cruise for that amount of money. Why would I want to spend 2 days in an all immersive? Ooh, where now, you know, they have so much opening where it's like, all right, well, now it's this whole immersive thing. But if nobody else is there, who's there? Who are you gonna immerse with?
Right.
Who are you gonna play along with?
Well, and that was one of the problems that they had with the shift in philosophy.
Right.
And that shift in philosophy left people like us and a lot of other people
Mhm.
who we've gone down 3 times in 1 year.
Right.
Whenever you've conned me into buying season passes. And, whoa, if you go 3 times, we get our money's worth. I get my money's worth by not buying the season passes in the first place. But for people like us, it wasn't practical for us to go down.
Right.
And they continued raising prices 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
Now, every year they raise their prices, and it's expected,
Right.
whether it's justified or not. 3 times this year, this calendar year,
Mhm.
they've raised their prices.
Mm-hmm.
They just raised them again on the local
Mm-hmm.
season passes.
Right.
That's insane.
Right.
So not only are they raising their prices at an enormous rate, and we're not talking 1%, 2%, we're talking 10%, 13% in some instances.
Right.
They haven't brought back anywhere near the stuff that they had taken
Right.
out.
Right.
So you still don't get the ambiance. You don't get the experience. You don't even get, like, some of the stalls are closed down.
Right.
You know, when we were there, we went through Magic Kingdom. You've got stalls that are not stalls, but stores.
Right.
Entire stores are shut down. It literally looks like
Well,
a
that was like
slum
when
in Disney.
we noticed it more so in Hollywood Studios, the one backlot area where
Right.
the Little Mermaid show, that's been closed, so there's nothing there. Then they had the little gift shop that was there. That's completely closed. The Playhouse Disney, that's closed. They had a couple of characters, but that was really it. And that whole area used to have a whole bunch of stuff. Then back where the Muppet store was, when you leave the Muppet movie, that's closed. So they have all these stores, you know, and all these areas where there's nothing there. So you kind of walk through and you're kind of like, this is kind of creepy and deserted. And like you said too, Magic Kingdom,
It's like Disneyland, the inner city experience or something,
right.
you know?
And then of course
I'm waiting to see like graffiti on the walls at some point.
and then you have Epcot with all the construction that was going on, which, hey, that's great. But again, like we've said before, you have all this construction and I'm still paying full price
Right.
for things that aren't open and
Right.
things that are closed. Like, maybe you should give me a discount. Or,
but instead they're finding new things for you to pay for.
Mhm.
Well, you need to pay for your magic bands now. We don't give them to you
Right.
for free. You got to pay for your parking now, which it still blows my mind why you have to pay for parking at Disney.
if you're a resort guest.
If you're a resort, it makes no sense whatsoever to
Right.
me. You got to pay for your refills now too because we got to chip the cup, and it's like, how many different ways are you going to nickel and dime people?
And then Genie Plus and
that
whole
waste
thing
of
that,
time and effort and money. It's just, yeah. And this is just the parks. This is just how he screwed the parks up.
Yeah.
This isn't even outside of that. The movies and the
Right.
terrible television that they're churning out on Disney Plus now just to say that they have fresh content.
Right, which supposedly that's one of the things that Iger is, like, okay, we don't need to have a new, Star Wars series every 6 months.
Right,
Or,
right.
like there's too much. Let's kind of
Yeah.
turn
We
back.
don't need a
on some of
12
that.
episode series of a show that we only needed 2 episodes of.
Right.
So
So,
anyway, the Bobs are back again. At least Iger is.
right. One Bob.
Chapek is sitting on a beach somewhere laughing it up now.
Yeah.
I'm curious where he winds up. Like, where can you go after literally nosediving the company for the entire time you're there? Who's going to hire you at that point in time?
Somebody will. I'm sure there's some small entertainment company that would be willing to take him on, or something.
Just to have the name, I guess. I
Yeah.
don't know. Anyway, hopefully it gets better.
Yeah.
We're holding out hope.
Yep. Absolutely.
So we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back and talk about some Walking Dead. We'll be right back.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Entertainment, and now we're going to talk a little bit about Walking Dead. So for the longest time, 11 years now, 10 years now?
10 seasons. Well, it was 11 seasons.
10
total.
seasons now, Walking Dead was what's been described as the flagship of AMC. It really was the anchor show for AMC.
Mhm, yeah.
It spawned numerous spin-offs already. Finally came to a close.
Yeah.
Very different ending than what the comics had. I mean, the series itself had diverged from the comics quite some time back. I think it's like when I think of series finales, the one that always sticks out in my mind is MASH.
Right.
You know, the number of people that watched that was like record breaking. It was like people around the world watched it. I don't think Walking Dead had nearly those numbers. Why do you think that is? If it was such an important show on AMC, have viewing habits changed? Is AMC not a major player in the entertainment of this type of thing?
I'm not sure because I haven't I didn't look to see what the stats were for it ending. But I know viewership over the years had dropped because I actually had friends who were, diehard Walking Dead fans and got to a certain point where it was like, yeah, no, I'm done, and kind of checked out maybe halfway through, the 10-year span, 11-year span of it, and just kind of got burnt out with it, or it got a little too dark for them, with everything that was going on, and they kind of, were like, yeah, no, I'm done with it. And some people kind of
a zombie apocalypse during a zombie apocalypse with COVID it wasn't the best.
Well,
thing.
and that's the thing. But I'm talking about even before, COVID and things like that. That there were some people that just kind of like checked out. But it was interesting to see the couple of different documentaries that they did, talking about the fans and how a show about, survival and the apocalypse brought families together, because you ended up getting people who normally wouldn't sit down to watch a television show together, watching a television show and becoming friends with people online because they were watching it. And that was kind of how you started watching it, because you weren't interested in watching it when I started watching it.
Zombie shows really are not really my thing.
Right.
But it's funny because as I kind of watched over my shoulder while you were watching it, it became very apparent that it was a zombie show that had very little to do with zombies.
Right, because it was really about human survival and human interaction and how
terrible human beings
how terrible we are in a crisis situation, and who rises above, and who becomes strong and who becomes weak, and what skill sets do you have to bring you forward,
right?
How are you marketable, in this new environment?
What's your resume in the zombie apocalypse look like?
Not so good, I don't think. And so that's what I think was kind of interesting, because again, that was one of the things when I started watching it. There was a friend of mine where we would watch it together, and we would text while, like, oh my God, did you see that? Da, 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 da. And then it got to a certain point where they didn't watch it anymore, and I used to watch it, in the living room, and then I was like, you know what, I'm going to go downstairs and watch it on the big TV. And that's when, you weren't sitting there watching it. You were, on your computer, and you would kind of, you'd look over, and then you finally, sat with me and you'd ask questions. Who's that? Who's this? And then you decided, well, I have to watch it from the beginning, and you started season 1.
And that was a painful trek, going all the way back to season 1, watching it from season 1, episode 1, all the way through. I think I started watching with you in season 7, I think.
Maybe.
And it's funny because I binged all those seasons inside of, I think, 2 months.
Right. And what was so funny was you figure it had been 7-8 years since I saw it. So there were things that I really didn't remember, because it was one of those things where once I watched an episode, I never watched it again. I didn't go back and
it's a good thing I binged it, because if I had to suffer through that whole season walkabout with Terminus and everything, if I had to suffer through an entire season like that, I would have stopped watching the show.
And again, I think that you have people who maybe didn't start watching it at the beginning and did what you did and binged because it kept their interest, because they knew, oh, well, the good stuff is coming.
Right. Well, and then I did the extra homework, and I went out and I read on the Walking Dead Wikipedia
right,
the summaries for every single one of the comics for every edition of the comics.
That was actually, so before... Was it before? No, because I think I started reading the comics.
You were reading them first, because you were reading the compendiums first.
Right, I was reading because I had 2 of the compendiums. So I got up to, the Glen stuff. So I knew that was coming. And again, what was nice was there were certain things that were happening that I knew about, but I didn't know about, and things like that. And that's how a lot of the fans were, because there were a lot of fans that went back and started reading the comics or had read the comics to begin with and now wanted to see the show. So it was nice when there were things that were different to kind of keep you on edge.
Yeah.
And then, of course, you have the whole Glenn thing where everyone's like, oh, this is when Glenn goes. And then all of a sudden, Abraham goes too. And you're like, what? That?
Well, and to the show's credit, they didn't pop his eyeball out like they did in the comics.
Well, that was
Glenn. When
that was
they
Glenn.
Popped his eyeball
right.
out.
So that's where a lot of people were like, nope, I'm done, because now. But I think that was good, because then at least you didn't have a full blueprint of.
And that was the thing.
what
Like, it
was
was
to watch ahead.
it stuck pretty close to the comics up till that point, and that was where the big diversion started
Right.
happening.
And that's where you
Now,
had the divide
Granted,
of
you
people.
started out with characters in the show that weren't in the comics.
Right.
You had character development with like Carol that was completely different.
Mm-hmm.
And that was freaky, the interaction with her and Rick and his wife, and
Right.
that was weird stuff in the comics.
Right.
You didn't get any of that stuff.
Mm-mm.
And I think ultimately it's funny, characters that didn't make it, either didn't exist in the comics or didn't make it very far in the comics, wind up being the ones that are
Right.
there in
That
the end.
lived, in the end.
And,
Yeah.
and are getting their own spin-off.
Right. And now are getting their own spin-off. So, yeah, kind of, I think you still had a lot of people that watched, and, but again, because it's broken off into a couple of different, spin-offs, it's not going away anytime soon, obviously, from what we've
honestly,
seen.
I think that was one of the things that was very anticlimactic for me was, all right, so The Walking Dead is done. This is the end of The Walking Dead, except for these other two shows that are going on, these two new shows that are coming out, and it was like, it's not over.
Right, because technically,
it was very straight. Like when MASH was over, they had MASH spin-offs, but
Right.
they were the characters in completely different modes.
Mm-hmm.
Like you had the After MASH, where they came back to the States and they were in a hospital or something like that. So it wasn't the same type of storylines where they're still in the zombie apocalypse.
Right.
They're just in a different town or a
right,
different
the
city
zombie
or something.
apocalypse hasn't ended. You have, one group that's going up to New York. You have another person that's crossing the Atlantic and getting to France.
I don't know how he's getting his motorcycle there.
I don't know how he's doing that either. And then you have, the ongoing story of Fear the Walking Dead. I don't even know where they are now, because that was one show that I only saw 2 seasons of, and I kind of stopped watching that one. And then you have, the one show, World Beyond, that was just a 2-season, and that was it.
Well, and I think the problem you run into with World Beyond is they establish a quasi-civilization,
Right.
a military-based quasi-civilization there that is huge
Right.
and dominant. And you've yet to see that really spill into any of the other ones.
Right.
It spills
yet-
a little into The Walking Dead with the Rick and stuff like that. 'Cause
Right.
You see
Because now
a character
that's gonna
crossover there.
right. So now we're gonna see. So really, kind of World Beyond was setting up the Rick and Michonne.
right.
Now, from what we knew, the Rick storyline, because we knew Rick was still alive. They hadn't. They had alleged that he was still alive.
Right.
Everything that had been planned was supposed to be a bunch of movies.
Right.
Well, now the movies got scratched, and now it's going to be a series.
A limited series.
Right. So now we're going to find out, okay, so what the heck happened? And obviously, we know it had something to do with the military operation that was part of World Beyond. So that was kind of like World Beyond was really setting up the whole Rick and Michonne storyline,
Right.
with that. The whole going to New York thing, we don't know why that was happening and why the two people, you
They
know.
got to have Kurt Russell show up as Snake Plissken to really make it work.
That would be funny. But that's the thing is, why is it Negan and
Which they don't establish by the end of the season finale.
Right, because
Series
the
finale.
only thing that we find out from the series finale is Rick and Michonne are, you know, like basically that was it. We don't know why Daryl is going to France. We don't know why, you know, Negan and why can't I think of her name? Maggie, thank you, are going to New York because we know, you know, at the end, Negan is married. He has a kid on the way.
Right.
Is she part of the thing that they end up, you know, and that's the other thing too, is because they finished Walking Dead with kind of, all right, we've taken the town back. We've gotten rid of the bad guy and, you know, now everything should be good. So why does everybody need to go off?
Right.
You know,
right.
like you finally are in a good place. Why you leave?
Yeah, given the reputation over 11 seasons, it's entirely possible that Ezekiel kicks them out because they seem to ruin everything.
Yeah,
they
you know
touch.
what? Maybe it's
They're
not
like, hey,
them.
you guys are related to Bob Chapek, aren't you?
You need to get out. So yeah, you know, it'll be interesting, you know, to see. You know, so you have the 3 new series. So you have Walking Dead Daryl Dixon.
I really hope they come up with a better title than that.
You know, and now the other thing too that I guess it was from World Beyond, was the fast zombies, you know, the ones in France.
Right, you got climbers.
You got the climbers.
You got runners.
And you got the ones that can open doors now.
Yeah, you got the articulated ones, the guys that can pick stuff up.
Right. So what is it that makes him want to go to France? Now, that was also supposed to be where Carol was originally supposed to be going with him, but because they were actually filming in France, which seemed kind of odd during, you know, this whole time period, why you wouldn't just do, you know, a set or something and stay stateside. She's not going, so they had to kind of redo that whole storyline. Then you have the Walking Dead Dead City, which is the one with Maggie and Negan. Again, very odd
Lauren
couple.
Cohen, who, by the way, is from Cherry Hill, New Jersey.
Right, she was born in Cherry Hill,
our
New
neck of the
Jersey.
woods.
And then obviously we have the currently untitled series, which will feature Rick and Michonne, which we've, you know, they kind of hinted at that during the last episode of The Walking Dead. Plus you have the returning of Fear the Walking Dead.
Right.
World Beyond, again, was just a 2-episode thing, two seasons, and that was it. So
yeah, so Walking Dead's over, but long live the Walking Dead. Long live the Walking Dead. So yeah, we'll see where we wind up with it.
Yeah.
We'll see if they're worth watching moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to take another quick break. We'll be back, and we're going to talk about some of the things we've been doing as far as pop culture-y, seasonally type stuffy stuff. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Entertainment. So we've been out and about. We had two things actually on the show notes today, but we have a third one to add to it from last week. The first one was we attended the very first Monster Mania at Oaks, Greater Philadelphia.
I think they've actually done one there before. We
did the outside one.
We did the outside one. I thought they've done one there before, but for some reason
I thought this was the first one.
I don't.
It
think
was our first one.
It was our first one.
So we'll just go with that.
We'll go with that. It was our first one, and Monster Mania has always been kind of one of our local conventions that
we're not married to it. We don't go to it every time.
We were going kind of like, maybe we'll go. The biggest problem with Monster Mania was the venue.
Yes.
Because they would do it in Cherry Hill. They would do a Maryland version as well. And the problem with the Cherry Hill is that it was at a nice hotel, but unfortunately, hardly any parking, very crowded area. They did finally start kind of spreading it out throughout the years, but again, just in general,
you were
even
on top of each other.
Right,
yeah.
even pre-pandemic, you were very much on top of each other, and parking just not being, and I always felt bad for anybody that was actually staying there as a guest and had no idea what was going on.
I think I told you years ago, I had a friend of mine who he had a cousin or somebody who was attending a wedding reception the same weekend.
Oh, jeez.
And they come down off the elevator and they're getting ready to go to the wedding reception and wherever the ballroom was. And all they see is all these people dressed in horror costumes walking out to go to the convention. It's like, I guess that makes a heck of an impression.
Yeah. So, so it's one that we didn't always go to because of, the venue and knowing, oh my God, it's going to take us forever to find parking.
Well, and it was also a little high price for the experience.
Right.
We never really attended the panels, and it was always a pain
and they
to
really
get through
didn't
there.
have too many panels. They
Like,
would do a
screenings.
couple of shows, and that was really really it. So this time they were doing it at Oaks, which is probably our favorite venue of all the venues. One, because it's very spacious. Whatever we've been to has not felt crowded. We've done RetroCon there. We did the Greater Philadelphia.
RetroCon.
We did the Greater Philadelphia Expo there. And now we can add Monster Mania as well. One, free parking, tons of parking. And it's such a big venue that they usually have more than one event going on at a time, and you don't feel like there's more than one event going on at a time. The good news is, because they had such a good turnout, they are going back to Oaks next year. We did do, during, I guess it was last summer or before the summer, last May, they had done an outdoor, it was basically a flea market.
It was like a sweat lodge.
It was a sweat lodge. So it was nice to see them, back here inside. And what was nice was the one area they had a whole bunch of celebrities, so that if you wanted to partake in that.
It was set up in such a way that you had very organized, very large aisles for your vendors.
Yes.
Nothing was crowded. You had an entire other area for your panels.
Mm-hmm.
With plenty of seating.
Right.
You
And
didn't have to sign up for any of them. You could just walk
and all
into
the panels were, it was actually open air. So, if you happen to be walking by, it was like, oh,
Right.
so-and-so's speaking. We're like, oh, well,
Then
we'll
they
sit
had
down
the
for a little
celebrities
bit.
in the back room. They had the food off to the side. It was so well done. I mean, of all the conventions that we've gone to, I think it was probably one of the best layouts that they've had of all the conventions we've gone to.
Yeah.
I was very happy with the experience. I was very happy with the fact that I wasn't elbowing people left and right. Plenty of space. Very well done. We'll definitely be going back.
And again, like I said, they've already booked it. They signed their contract.
And the number of vendors. They must have had 30-40% more vendors there than they do, because you can house that many there.
Right. Right.
They couldn't house that many in Cherry Hill.
Yeah, so definitely, if you're a fan of the monster conventions, this is definitely one that
Even if you're a fan of just pop culture, because of the increased number of vendors,
yeah,
it wasn't just horror stuff.
right,
Which was really nice.
yeah, and they have a couple of other vendors there, selling coffee and pickles and other things.
Yeah, but you had sci-fi there. You had typical pop culture. You had movie stuff there.
Right, because you always,
you had toy vendors there.
Right, because you usually always get a vendor who not only has their sci-fi or their horror stuff, but they have their other stuff, as well.
So before we move on to the next one on the list, let's talk about what we did this weekend since we're on a convention kick.
Sure. So for our second year in a row now, we have gone down to Maryland and gone to Ocean City Comic Con. You found out about this a couple of years ago through a coworker whose husband happens to be one of the organizers of it.
He also happens to be a local artist down there as well, and that's how he got involved with it.
Right, so that's how he got involved with it. So last year was the first year that we went. We made a weekend of it because we don't live that close to
and we had so much fun. I broke a rib down there, so...
So much fun.
Didn't have that much fun this time around.
Yeah, thank goodness. But what's nice is they do it around this time of year, and there's other things going on during the time of year. So if you do want to make a weekend getaway, there's other things to do. A number of the restaurants are open. It's not going to be as crowded and busy as it is during the summer. You don't have as many of it's more of the big hotels that are open.
Right.
The little small mom and pop ones aren't available, but the bigger resorts are. There's one of the resorts that partners with the Comic Con. So if you book through them, you get a discount.
The Grand Resort and Spa.
Right. Even though nothing with the spa is open during.
No, nor is it particularly grand either. So.
Well, I think the room we were in this time looked like it had been renovated versus the last the last year. But Winterfest is going on at that time.
SantaCon, you can do a pub crawl with a bunch of drunk Santas.
And SantaCon was going on that weekend as well, where I don't know if they do it on purpose, but SantaCon was going on last year the same time, so that was kind of interesting. The boardwalk, a bunch of the boardwalk stuff is open.
As long as you're not hungry, you're not going to get food on the boardwalk.
Unless you just want
fries.
But they're not open terribly late, so you can't do the convention, till 5:00 and think, oh, well, now I'm going to go to the boardwalk for a couple of hours. So you do have to kind of look to see what time, places are open to. We tried 2 new places to eat.
Absolutely.
And both were really good, so we would highly, recommend that. So again, for us, it's about a 2.5 hour ride, and makes a nice little, weekend, getaway. So
this year they actually expanded the show floor. They had 30% more space here. They opened up a back room. I have it on good authority that they're going to be expanding it again next year. They improved their food process. They improved their ticketing process. They're looking into doing online ticketing sales next year as well to speed that process up. We were very fortunate. We bought them at the hotel ahead of time, so we were able to get right in. They also are looking, not next year, but possibly the following year, to expand it to 2 days. So what's really nice is it's a great convention. And it's a convention that they're taking the profits and pouring it back into it and making it better and better.
Yeah.
So just over 2 years of going, we've seen it get better, and they're making it even better after that. So it's a local convention run by locals, but it's people who are passionate.
Right.
It's local artists who are running it.
Yeah.
So they know what a convention needs to have to be successful.
Right.
So it's kind of a breath of fresh air to see that kind of thing. It's not some corporate conglomeration who's just out there churning out conventions to make money. It's people who are there at the conventions, which you can really tell the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that, that we commented on, and when you had talked to, your coworker about it, they, said, yeah, that was kind of the point. Most conventions that you go to, you have, here's this vendor aisle and this vendor aisle, and here's all of our artists. We kind of put them in Artist Alley, away. And you have a lot of people that never even go down Artist Alley because they're not interested in all of that. And, and in some cases it's a shame because there's some really good artists there, that just want to be recognized. And what was nice was here, they mixed them in with everybody else. So it wasn't here is just the vendor selling this, and here's just the people doing this. Here's a mix of everything.
Absolutely.
So you'd have, an artist next to somebody else. So if it was something that you weren't interested in the artist, okay, so you walk right past them, or you give a nod and you look at the next person, or maybe because you're looking at the one vendor, oh, there's an artist here. Oh, let me look and see what you have. So that was kind of nice that it was kind of blended a little bit better than some of the other, conventions that we've gone to.
So Ocean City Comic Con, definitely recommend it again. Before we do go, let's talk seasonal stuff.
Sure.
We've done one so far. We may be doing another one this weekend. What did we do so far?
So we did Night of Lights at Creamy Acres. So this was one that when they started doing the lights, it was only a wagon ride through. You weren't driving through. So you had to be in one of their wagons riding through. And then with the pandemic, they changed it over so that you could drive your own car. So this year they actually brought back the wagons, but you're still able to drive your car through, which is nice because then you don't have to, especially if it's cold or the weather is questionable, you don't have to worry about.
Or if their music is terrible.
Right. Then you can listen to your own music. So this is one that we've done the past couple of years. It's a little local for us. And what's nice is after, you're done going through, they do have a little shop area. You can go and see Santa. They do have fire pits now, because I think last year, I don't think they were doing fire pits just yet.
No.
I can't remember. So they had fire pits. You could buy a little s'mores kit, which was $4 or something to make 2 s'mores. But hey, but they had a little bit more food available. They had like a bakery area, and then they had, cheesesteaks and chicken fingers and, some fried stuff.
All that Christmassy food.
And then they have a couple of characters, walking around.
creepy
characters. But it's nice because it's a local farm that does this. You can buy your tickets online, or you can buy them there, and a nice little enjoyable drive-through Christmas light display.
All right, I'm going to put you on the spot. What are we doing this weekend?
So we are probably, depending on what the weather is, I'm guessing maybe Shady Brook.
Yeah, probably.
We also are fortunate enough that Diggerland, which they happen to do a drive-through one as well, so maybe we'll give them a try.
Well, and Shady Brook is probably the biggest in our area. That one's up in Bucks County,
right,
Pennsylvania.
Right, that one's further for us to go to, and depending on what the weather is like.
And usually what we'll do is if it's a decent day, we'll go up, we'll
Right.
hit Peddler's Village,
Mhm.
we'll stay there, we'll hit there in late afternoon. They turn their lights on
Right,
fairly early. You get to enjoy those lights,
Mhm.
and then on the way home,
we drive.
we'll hit Shady Brook.
Right, and if because I think the last time we went, I think it started raining when we got done, so we didn't do any of the fire pits, because that's another thing too, is they started having fire pits, but you actually had to make reservations, or they had private
They had private ones you
ones,
could do,
but they had public ones too.
We had to fight for a couple cheeks on the bench.
Right.
So-
So we'll see. We'll see
So-
how it goes.
It's always that fun part of fighting around the fire that we love to do around the holidays.
But now we have our own, fire pit. So
right, we have to assemble that. This
we have to
weekend
assemble
and
that this
find
weekend.
stuff to burn. Where we throwing furniture and stuff in there.
So if you got anything you need to burn,
Yeah, bring it over. Just make
bring
sure
it
it's
over.
cut down real small.
Right.
It's not
Right.
a big pit. So, anyway, I think that's all we had for the show this week. Hopefully, we'll be back on our regular cadence moving forward now.
Yeah, we'll see.
We'll see about that. I took a couple of weeks off because I just wasn't feeling up to it. So
Right.
moving forward, hopefully we'll be a little more. Before we do go, though, I do once again want to ask you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio and video versions of our podcast listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, Buzzsprout, any place you can find a podcast these days. You can also find this show listed as Insights into Entertainment as well on your podcast listings. Feel free to email us, write into us at comments@insightsintothings.com. Hit us up on Twitter. We do accept DMs if you want to send some over with suggestions or just feedback on how we're doing. You can hit us at twitter.com/insights_things. I'm stealing all your lines here, aren't I?
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's okay.
You're next. You do
All
the
right.
rest.
So you can also find us on Facebook at facebook.com/Insights into Things podcast. You can find us on Instagram if I ever decide to post there again, on Instagram.com/Insights into Things. But obviously, the best place to go would be our official website, which has links to everything that we do, and that is insightsintothings.com.
That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to that was kind of a sudden intro there, wasn't it? Kind of cut that off a little abruptly. A little out of practice. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 149. Franklin, my dear, I don't give a Zolocon. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my rested and relaxed co-host, Michelle.
Hi, everyone.
How are you doing today, dear?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I am frustrated because my camera 3 is not working and I had to quickly replace it.
I understand.
But other than technical difficulties, I think I'm doing just
Well,
fine.
that's good.
So been kind of on a hiatus for a while here. with our
Unintentional.
entertainment. We just haven't had a lot to talk
Yeah,
about.
we keep kind of trying to, I guess, revamp how we want the show to be, what we want the show to be, and we just haven't really found that right mix of what we actually want to
Right.
do. We don't want to just regurgitate, the news stories
We want to add value.
Right.
We want to add value to the things that we talk
Right.
about.
We want to make it so that, also you can go back to a past podcast and re-listen to it again
Right.
and find some entertainment value from it. So,
And I think the weekly cadence got to be too much of a grind. It got to the point where we were struggling to find things to
right.
include in the
So
show.
it was definitely we want it to be quality, not necessarily quantity. So if it's something where it's once a month, it's once a month. If it's twice a month, it's twice a month. If it's,
I think at minimum once a month. I think we can come up with
Probably.
enough things to talk
Probably.
about, especially now that convention season's going
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
So today we're not really going to be talking about much in the way of news. We're going to be talking about a couple of things that we had attended. We will be talking in our first segment about the Disney 100 exhibition at the Franklin Institute in Philadelphia. Then the next day, actually, we went to ZoloCon. ZoloCon.
It's your most favorite convention toy show to go to.
So we
Just
we
so
have
you
a
can
little
say
bit
that.
of- we have a little bit of footage from both of those. We'll take a look at those. And then I kind of threw something together real quick for our third segment here. I thought it would be worthwhile, since our last podcast, we talked about swapping the Bobs again and Bob Iger coming back. Thought it'd be kind of interesting to kind of see where things are and what challenges Iger might be facing right now, and just get your opinion on that and how things are going with Disney, since he's come back into the
Sure.
fold. But before we do that, though, I would like to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment, and you can get audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. You can find us pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast these days, Google, Apple, Spotify, and so forth. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your suggestions on what you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things. Or you can get links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Shall we get into it?
Sure.
Here we go. So, Disney 100, Franklin Institute, Philadelphia. We were there
Last weekend.
last weekend, which was that opening
No,
weekend?
it was their second weekend.
Second weekend.
They
Second
opened
weekend.
the week before.
Right. So we were there early in the morning. We got there. We did the museum. We had a 12:30 time for the exhibit. And they have it in the same exhibit hall they have all the other ones. We've done the Star Wars one. We've done the Marvel one. What are your thoughts? Walk us through it.
So I have to say, if you are a fan of Disney, any aspect of Disney, being in this area, we're very fortunate because this is the only location within the United States that this is going to be. So there are people that are traveling from all over the country to come and see it because this is the only place. So that's kind of special to think that that we're kind of hosting it, even though we're not physically hosting
Well,
it.
and let's be fair. Since they always do the D23 in
Well, that's-
California, the least they could do is give the East
Right,
Coast something.
exactly. And that's when you think about all of the D23 events and everything else, it's usually always Florida or it's California. So to actually have it, in Philadelphia, so really for anybody that's within, a couple of hours, and you're a Disney fan, this is a look into, behind the scenes stuff that you don't normally get to see. Disney has been doing a lot of different behind the scenes shows on Disney Plus, like, you know, Behind the Vault, or, you know, all these different shows. There's a couple of different
Oh,
ones.
you mean that show that you started watching again without me? That Disney show?
No, the other one that we already
The
watched.
the other one that you're watching.
No, we already watched it.
Well, I thought you stopped at one point.
That's the attraction one. That's the other one.
I know there was one of them.
There was one.
There was one that you left me out of. I know
Right.
that.
Well, anyway, there's various different shows that are on that Disney Plus is running, that they've been running, where they give you some of these behind the scene things from the archives, you know, look at stuff that, unless you work for, you know, the Disney Corporation, you've never seen. So this is such an opportunity to be able to see so many different things from so many different decades, you know, going back 100 years really with the company when you think about it, and different aspects of it. So you have the animated part of it, you have the music part of it, you have the attractions, you know, so they break down the whole exhibit into, I think they had it in 10, what did they call it? What did they call it? Why can't I think of the word?
I don't know. What do they call it?
The different themed galleries, you know, the different galleries that, you know, and each gallery had a different theme to it. One was costuming, one was the individual characters, one, like I said, was the music, technology, even showing some of the audio animatronic body parts, how they would manipulate a character to make it move. Obviously, then the drawing aspect of it, and even going from the original way that the movies and cartoons were drawn to now the computer animated. How do they make Rapunzel's hair move a certain way? And so they have all these little videos going on.
Algorithms like Google, right?
Exactly. So there's a lot to it and so much to really see. And unfortunately, there were so many people there that it's kind of hard to read everything and to look at everything. So fortunately, because we live so close by, it's definitely something that I want to get to again to be able to...
So how long is it actually?
It is actually in Philadelphia until August 27th. Okay. So you have quite a while, you know, all of the summer, and all of the spring to get there.
This isn't the only location that they're going to be doing.
Right.
So two other locations.
Two other locations. So in April, it will actually open up in Munich. So it will be going simultaneously with
so they're probably showing
different things. And the one in Munich actually goes until September 3rd. So it goes a little bit beyond the Philadelphia one. And then the dates for London are actually fall of 2023. They actually don't even have their dates open yet. So I'm guessing maybe part of Munich's show and part of Philly's show might end up at the London show, I'm guessing.
So let's talk a little bit about what was on display. You mentioned there's multiple galleries. What were some of the galleries? How were they themed? What were some of the things that were there that kind of stuck out at you? The stuff that jumped.
Sure.
out?
So they start off. They go sort of in a linear fashion, starting with the very beginning of everything and how the Disney company started. And you have the Alice shorts, and then Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, and then obviously Mickey Mouse. So that's the progression. So they have some original drawings of all three of those with some videos playing. as you're walking through that section. And then they kind of go through, and then it goes on to the whole, Mickey and everything that happened, how he kind of blew up, I guess, and how the company really kind of formed around that and everything. And then they had, the whole music section with the original songs for Snow White and because that was really their first musical. And so they had some of the original sheet music from that, and along with drawings and things like that. So you have that whole aspect. And then they go through the whole character development. How do they develop a character and basically take you through the different iterations of the character. So you have, here's their first sketch of a character, and then where does it go from there? And then to the maquettes, where here's our final model of a character. So now you can actually see it in a 3D form to be able to manipulate it and do other things with it.
So the exhibits themselves, there's a lot of static exhibits that are there. There's a lot of descriptive plaques to read, to give descriptions and stuff like that. But not all of it is static. There's some interactive exhibits that they have there. Can you talk a little bit about the interactive?
Well, the one interactive exhibit wasn't working, which I don't know if it hasn't been set up yet, if it was too early, or if it already broke down, which is kind of a shame if it's only been within the first week. They have a lot of different ones where you can listen to different presentations, and then they have other ones, again, where they had one where it was different colors, and you could pick different color schemes, and when you picked certain colors, it would show you which character was associated with that. I really didn't do much of the interactives. I don't know if you guys, because we weren't really walking around
We
together.
kind of blew through a good portion of that, because most of the interactive, so the way the exhibit itself is arranged is you have small rooms that are then connected by hallways. And a lot of the interactive listening things and stuff like that are on the walls in those, in those walkways. So the problem that I ran into is it was very crowded. So those walkways became bottlenecks. So I kind of was rushing to get through those into a more open room. So we skipped a lot of that stuff. Most of the things that we went in and took a look at were just the static. That's the eye pop. But what I did notice is there's a lot of subtlety in there. There's a like when you walk into the first open room, the room itself is roughly round with large displays in the middle. Well, in the middle of these large projection displays are original novels like Grimm's fairy tales and stuff like that, which were they weren't just like library books. These were like the original novels that inspired the stories that Disney did, which if you didn't get up there and see those, you would have never realized.
And that was one that I had missed. Whereas one of the things that I ended up seeing was a Winnie the Pooh that was from the live action movie, and then they had from the live action Beauty and the Beast movie, they had models of two of the characters from that, and that was kind of like back around a corner. So there were certain things where you had to kind of wait in line to see, because so many people were going to see, but if you went past it, you would have missed it, because they were kind of back in the corner in a certain area.
So they did have a section there for one of the galleries was kind of dedicated to the parks and things that came out of the parks. Talk about that a little bit, and what were some of the things that they had?
Yeah, so one of the things was they had one of the original ride vehicles from Peter Pan So that was really cool to see. And really that hasn't changed much over the years if you know, have gone to the park. You know, recently it pretty much looks the same. Then one of the bobsleds from the Matterhorn was there as well. One of the other things that was really cool, I don't think you had it in your video, but I know I took a picture of it, was they had the original name tags from when the Disneyland first opened. And I guess when they had first done them, they had numbers on them, and they had the number 1, which was Walt Disney's original name tag, you know, from the park. So that was really kind of interesting. And then they had some other models. So they had one of the dolls from It's a Small World. They had one of the characters from Mr. Toad's Wild Ride, one of the little devils there. One of the other things that was kind of cool was it was a model from... all you Disney fans are gonna yell at me because I'm.
Is it in the movie?
I don't think it was in the movie, but it was the Inner Space ride.
Oh.
But the little model, it's the Doom buggy. It's, you know, but it was blue because on that ride it was the Omna. I can't think of the ride vehicle, but it looks like it's a little Doom buggy, except it's blue and there are people in it. So that
Maddie did catch
yeah,
that.
I was like, oh look, there's my Doom. Oh, it's not the Doom buggy, you know. But I knew what it was because I knew they used that same ride vehicle in other rides back in the day.
So of everything that they had there, what was the biggest highlight for you of the entire thing?
Oh, I don't know.
What jumped out at you the most?
I don't know. I don't know if there was any like
What was the most impressive thing?
Was the most impressive? Well, I guess the castle, but that wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah, that was just a model of the castle. I think, you know, Walt's name badge, you know, his name tag was probably, you know, from a sentimental,
Totally
you
see
know.
that. The thing that jumped out at me the most was the model of the Nautilus.
Mm,
Like, it was the hero model that was 12 feet
Right,
long.
right.
It was monstrous.
right.
That was just impressive to come around the corner and see that.
Yeah, like everything was like, wow, cool. Like if they would have had something from the Haunted Mansion, that probably would have been
Yeah.
like my
But they didn't, and that was kind of
yeah.
disappointing.
But that's the whole thing is I don't know if
And
other
it's a shame because it was such a pet project of Walt's.
Right.
To do.
Right.
He was so involved in doing that.
like I would have liked to have seen more stuff with the audio animatronics and a little bit more of the history and the technology for that. But again, they had the different movies going on. In one of the movies, you know, one of the clips they had was a behind the scenes of the Haunted Mansion. So they did have
Well,
that.
Let's run the video.
Sure,
You
sure.
can kind of give us some commentary over the video and point out the things that catch your eye.
Sure. So this was a cute little pre-show, I guess, when you first, you know, walked in.
And it was neatly done because
Uh-huh.
it was when you're there, it's a hologram. It's a multi-screen 3-dimensional hologram.
Yeah. So of course, being able to see, you know, Walt Disney like that was really kind of cool. You know, kind of creepy, but kind of cool all at the same time.
We believe in it
There we
all
go.
the way. We have confidence in our ability to do it right, and we work hard to do the best possible job. There's really no secret about our approach. We keep moving forward, opening up new doors, doing new things, because we're curious. And curiosity keeps leading us down new paths. We're always exploring and experimenting.
Everybody ready? Then on with the show!
Then move along.
Right.
Yeah, so this is the first section that you kind of walk through, and it shows, Oswald. Then this was an area where they had concepts of the different parks, different lands, and of course the Haunted Mansion right there. This was that book section that you were talking about. So this was talking about where they got the inspiration for their different movies and shorts and things like that. And this was, again, the innovation area and the multiplane, a miniature version of the multiplane camera. Talking about, again, that the first animated musical and
that was
the original.
They had the original scores there. For.
Yeah. And the original, record album.
Yeah, like this is where you kind of you feel the history here. With the pieces are there.
Yeah. And then they had various different costumes from some of their live action. So this was from the Cruella movie.
So that's one of the interactive ones where you can listen to the...
Right, so they kind of had like a little history of Cruella.
What's this?
I don't know, some
science fiction.
Some science fiction-y thing, and some dice from a guy that wants to be a pilot, and oh look, it's chicken. No, it's pork.
Well, that's dinner.
And of course, BB-8, and these were screen-used props that were here.
Right.
So some, they had a nice little Star Wars section, so it was kind of cool, obviously.
It was little, though.
Yeah, it was kind of surprising that it was as small as it was. Here's those books again. Yeah, and there were different interactive things with that
each of them had screens on there.
And then this was the music section, talking about how influential music, and how much a part of music is.
There's that creepy doll.
There's that creepy doll. It's a small world. And
this is neat because it actually lights up, like there's a shot of the actual ride there,
yeah.
And they lit up. Ironically enough, the devil not nearly as creepy as the other one was.
Yeah, definitely not as creepy as that. And he's from, Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. And then this was interesting, so...
in a creepy way.
In a creepy way. I have a story about the doll that we can talk about after the video. And then they had, a little bit of a Marvel section, so that was kind of nice to be included.
When the movie franchise makes as much as it does, you
have to put something in from that. And then, of course, when you get to the end, there's a gift shop.
There is a gift shop.
So, they're very Disney of them.
Surprisingly poorly stocked gift shop, though.
Yeah. Not as many exclusive things as I would have expected.
This was actually seeing things from the musicals, too.
Yes, they did a whole, so along with the musical, they also had the Broadway aspect of it. And then here's that
the
Nautilus.
Like, it's literally 12 feet, 15 feet.
Yeah.
It's monstrous. And here's a creepy Olaf to go along with the other creepy characters we saw.
Because again, this was part of the Broadway show, and they developed it and made the character. And then this was, this really cool Cinderella's castle that was kind of towards the end of it with, the fireworks.
Not so loud fireworks.
Not so loud fireworks.
And you never get to watch fireworks. Parks.
I very rarely do.
So this was
I never get to see them from the right angle. I'm usually seeing them from the backside of something because our daughter is not a fan of loud sounds. But now with, AirPods, she could.
Right.
And maybe I'll actually get to see fireworks the next time we go. So what was interesting about that Mickey doll was, again, one of the specials that's on Disney Plus, where they kind of do a behind the scenes thing. And this is from one that was from a couple of years ago, so it's not new. But if you go on Disney Plus, you'll find it. They talk about that Mickey doll because when Mickey's his shorts, became available, there was this woman who sewed this doll and had sent it to Walt, and he loved it so much that he kind of hired her to make them, but she couldn't make them fast enough, so she actually sold the pattern to McCall's, so that's what that doll represented there, where you could go and buy the pattern to make your own Mickey Mouse doll. So that was kind of, an interesting, side note of seeing that and then seeing it on the television show too.
So to wrap it all up, what are your final thoughts on the Disney 100 exhibition at the Franklin Institute?
If you're a fan, you have to go. You can't miss this opportunity, especially if you're somewhere within the East Coast, or if you're out on the West Coast and you want to fly out to Pennsylvania to Philadelphia and make a weekend trip of it. There's obviously enough stuff to do in the area. We're pretty historic in the Philadelphia area. We've had a couple of things happen here, so you could definitely make a week, a long weekend trip. What's nice is that if it's something where you don't want to do the rest of the museum, because if you if you go during the day with the exhibit, you get the rest of the Franklin Institute included in it. But if it's something where you don't want to do that, they do evening hours Thursday through Saturday from 5 to 8 p.m. So it's a little bit less because you're just doing the exhibit. But if you want to have, a full day, then obviously you can do the museum as well as the exhibit. And again, up until August 27th in Philadelphia. Then, unless you're in Munich, then that one starts in April. And then this fall, it'll be in London.
All right. And, like you said, we're going to probably go back again in the evening just for the exhibit.
Right.
Hopefully it won't be as crowded, but fortunately we have plenty of time to do it.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we're going to talk about ZoloCon. We'll be right back.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Entertainment. Now we get to talk about ZoloCon. Sorry, I can't help myself.
I know.
So, ZoloCon is a sci-fi and fantasy expo that focuses on vintage toys and comics from the 1970s and up. Tell us about it. Tell us about your experience. How did you enjoy it this year?
So this past weekend, it's funny because as far as we knew, they only did it once a year. And then I guess last year or the year before, they started doing it twice a year. Now, this year, they'll actually be doing 3 different events. So this happened to be what they consider their winter edition. And it was actually the largest one to date. And we could definitely tell vendors all over the place in various different places, even in some parts of the building we had never even been to before. And every area was jam-packed. I don't think there was really any empty spaces this year.
Usually you'd go through there and you'd see like empty vendor tables or vendors that didn't show up for Sunday
Right.
or something. Everybody was packed.
Yeah, everybody was there.
You have the main room where the centrifuge is, which is the highlight of the whole thing.
Right.
You have another room at that level and then a hallway that was packed.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have the upstairs room
Right.
where you've got 2 rooms split by a bar, which, by the way, they had alcohol on the main floor this time.
Right.
So
Right.
you can get drinks the whole time and get sloshed while you're buying lots of toys.
Right. Right.
And then down on the first floor, they had vendors there, which they'd never had before.
And they were also doing tattoos.
And they were doing tattoos.
There were a
down
couple of
there as
different
well.
tattoo artists, which that seems to be like the new thing at toy
At
shows and
conventions,
conventions is to have a various tattoo artist. Go buy a Luke Skywalker and get a tattoo
Right.
while you're here.
So not only did we find the exhibition area downstairs,
Mm-hmm.
we also happened to find the restaurant they had there that we never knew they had.
Right. And I think that's relatively new as well. So that might have, been something that they started. Well, I did see the one sign that they were normally open just like Fridays, I guess, during the
Okay.
week. So maybe on the weekends
Or
if
if
they
they've got
have
an
an event and they know there are going to be people around. Because I can't see just going there for a meal. It's kind of out of the
Sure.
way.
Well, and that's it. The complex that they're in
Right.
is an office complex.
Right.
There's a school in there.
Right.
There's a manufacturing in there.
So I could see like on a Friday.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Yeah.
different stuff that's actually in there.
Right.
At what used to be the Brewster Aviation plant before World War II, and then it became the naval testing
Mm-hmm.
station as well. So again, Philadelphia, a lot of history just in that one little area
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
How were the crowds?
It was crowded, but it wasn't, it wasn't unmanageable. It was because everybody kind of flowed through, and it's done in such a way in the main room because it's where the centrifuge is. It's a big circular room. They do 2 rows. So they have the inner circle and they have the outer circle.
So it's like a dart.
Yeah. And they leave enough room in between so you definitely don't feel like you're, getting, claustrophobic. And usually what we end up doing, because there's so much on both sides, is we'll do each aisle, each circle twice. We'll do, the outside. So we look at just that,
So do the left side, then you do the right side, then you come to the inner circle, do the
right.
left side, do the
And
right
so that
side.
this way we get to see, everything, so that we're not, oh, did you see that? No, I was looking over here. And I never felt like there wasn't enough room to do that. They do have stairs to get to the upstairs area, but there's also elevators, which were very spacious because we ended up taking
'Cause
that.
it was like a cargo elevator.
Yeah. So
Which was themed, by the way.
yes,
That's
it
what
was. It was space themed, so it was just so.
That was kinda neat.
That part is kind of cool, but they have something for everyone. They have if you're into Pops, which that seems to be a
Which I'm not.
big seller. Almost everybody, you'll find a handful or 2 handfuls of vendors that are selling that. Then you have brand new toys that are out. Obviously the vintage toys, and that's what a lot of people obviously are going for. There was the one vendor, I think this was the first time we saw who does pins.
Yes.
Beautiful pins. So between Maddie and myself, We bought a bunch of different pins.
Well, and even the pendant guy that I had bought the
Yeah,
one
I was
thing
gonna
at,
say the
which I don't
pendant.
want to talk about because he hasn't gotten his
Right, he
presents yet,
hasn't gotten his stuff yet.
But the pendant guy that's there who hand makes his own pendants.
Right,
And it was neat because he's there interacting with it. He's not just selling his stuff.
right.
He's soliciting input for what you'd like to see him make
Right,
in his
like
next show.
what would you like me to make? So that's what's always so cool about these events is it's that unique item that you didn't know existed maybe, or you did and you're like, the one guy who we've seen, because again, we go to so many of these now that we run into a lot of the same vendors, but
Right.
it's like, okay, well, what do you have for this show? And the one guy, he sells Lego minifigures and he makes the Lego figures. This time around, I didn't buy a Lego figure from him. He was selling purses and wallets, and he had a Haunted Mansion purse. And I was like, all right, take my money.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
again, something you never know what you're going to find when you go. And like you said, part of the whole ZoloCon experience is the venue itself. Sure. Just, knowing the history of that building and what happened there. And that was what was kind of cool too this time around, was because we were going to these other areas of the building, there were more pictures and plaques and different historical things about what had happened at that building in the past. So that's
The one
really kind of
thing
cool.
that I had noticed was while it was vendor heavy, it was kind of light on artists this time around. There wasn't many. Like last time, there was probably 3 or 4 times as many artists on that inner ring there. Didn't get as many artists this time. So I don't know if it's really it's not a comic book show.
Right.
Even though there are guys that are selling comics.
Right.
So you don't get a lot of artists. They had the one author there who Maddie had bought her book last time.
Oh,
we were
okay.
there. But not really a lot in the way of artwork,
Right.
which I don't have enough room on my walls right now as it is, but
Right.
kind of noticed that was one of the big changes. They also changed the refreshment area up here this time because they put the alcohol down where the refreshments were, so you didn't have the seating area there. So
Right.
for someone like me who I can't stay on my feet that long, it was kind of difficult trying to find little nooks and so forth here. And in fact, when we left, I had to send you guys back up for
Right.
the last piece I wanted because I couldn't do all the walking.
Right. Right.
So happy with what you got? Did you get anything that was good?
Yeah, like I said, Maddie and I got a couple of pins. I ended up getting some Star Wars Pyrex, really for you, for lunches. So, interesting, unique things that wouldn't have thought to
Let me
find.
cue up the video.
Sure.
We can. This was video footage that we took while we were there, and I had Maddie walk around with the camera for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Just to see what some of the things were that they had.
Yeah, so it's neat to see, because again, here's the big giant centrifuge and various space stuff just there while you're walking around.
But you could see how wide these aisles
Oh,
are. So
yeah.
there's plenty of room
Yeah.
for the aisles, which is nice. So you're not elbow to elbow with people. like
Right,
you are at
right.
Some of the shows.
Right. Some of the sections, with individual vendors, if they had like a little corner and you wanted to go into the corner to see, then it might have been tight. But other than that, for the most part, and there were a lot of people there when we were there, so it wasn't like it was...
And this was Sunday that we were there.
Right. We usually always tend to go on a Sunday.
If we're not going for panels or for celebrities, which we usually don't go for, we'll almost always go on a Sunday. We'll go on the last day of the show because the vendors tend to be a lot more interested in selling their stuff.
Right.
Yeah,
and you have, a bunch of the vendors with homemade,
a couple of vendors with D&D stuff, dice
Right.
and dice towers, which, it's kind of nice to see that coming into its own now.
Right.
I really need to coach her on how not to make sudden movements with the camera. A couple of these I had to slow down.
Go slow. Yeah, it's just such a nice yeah, because like the one vendor selling coffee, he wasn't there at
Right.
this one. So here was
There's
the
your
pin,
Yeah.
and all
Ton of pins. too.
ton of different types of pins, and more on her website, which is nice. A couple of people dressed up, not a whole lot.
Not a lot.
But there were some. They were doing a custom toy.
Well, they usually do a costume contest. Did they do that on Saturday? Is that why?
I don't know, maybe, but they were doing a custom toy contest.
Right, like a action figure.
Right.
toy. Yeah.
Right. So again, lots of different pops.
I was talking to that particular vendor. He said he's got 3,000 pops back at his shop
Oh, I
right
bet.
now.
I bet. And then you have different video games. So if you play any, older systems, there's usually always a couple of different people selling that. Sometimes you get a t-shirt person
Yep.
selling things. The one t-shirt guy who does t-shirt artwork and pins, he happened to be there, so I picked up a t-shirt from him. Maddie picked up another pin of his because I follow him on Facebook, so I knew he had an Owl House, which is one of the shows that she and I watch on Disney Plus. So he had a pin that had come out a couple of months ago. So we knew he was going to be there, so we definitely made a beeline to go and get something from him.
Well,
so.
and the thing that's really nice is that when you have that many vendors there, you don't get a lot of duplicate vendors. You get
Yes.
a lot of variety, a lot of different things to choose from. And the vendors, like the interaction with the vendors, I think since COVID, really, I've noticed, has been very positive. They're very outgoing. They're very engaging now.
Because everybody misses being around
Yeah.
people and talking to people and
Yeah.
and doing
And
this.
I struck up a conversation with one of the vendors. I was there for 15 minutes just talking about, how the shows have been going and how business has been and, different types of customers. And they're not just vendors. They're people that love the same things that you love
Right,
too. So
right.
it's almost like a community at this point.
Oh,
which is kinda
absolutely.
nice.
Absolutely. And that was, they one of the Facebook groups, they have another ZoloCon Facebook group, and it was one of the organizers of it, and he was just over the moon about how well it went, and that this was their largest attendance to date, and that they couldn't speak, they had so many nice things to say about the vendors that were there, about the guests that were there, about just everything all around, just giving out the love.
It's a great show. It's a great venue. It's not far for us. It's in Warminster.
Right.
So it's 45 minutes.
About 45 minutes for us. Yeah.
So it's not that far from us, and it's just it's a nice day out. And it's kind of nice to go out there and buy stuff that you can't buy anywhere else.
Right, exactly. And that's what's always, and I think for us now, we've kind of, we've gotten to the point where we just have way too much stuff. You've seen our collection, and it's still, since we did that video, a year ago now, there's been more
And
stuff.
that was only a small sampling.
That wasn't even all of it. Where we've kind of come to the conclusion, we don't need to buy anything more. So for us to go to a show, it's really to see,
It's the experience.
It's the
We're going for the
experience of it,
experience.
or to find that
Well, like
unique.
I'm going to find stuff for other people now. Like I managed
Right.
to get 2 really cool things for Sam this time.
Right.
around that I couldn't get anywhere else. But
Right.
that's kind of where I'm at.
Right. And Maddie ended up picking up a couple of things that she wouldn't have normally been able to find. And the things that I got, again, were that unique, individual, one-of-a-kind
the types
thing.
of things that I would be looking to add to my collection at this point are things that would require me to mortgage the house. So I'm trying not to add things to my collection at this point.
Right. And that, or if you find that small little thing that, okay, that's not going to take up, a lot of room, or,
Right.
or this adds to somebody else, or something to go with D&D, or, something.
Yeah, that's really what I'm looking for now. I was kind of disappointed I didn't find any D&D minis there. Not that I
Right.
need more minis either.
Right,
but-
you don't need more minis either. But that's, that's the thing is for us, it's also the experience of just going and being with the community.
Absolutely.
And again, this is the type of show where there aren't panels, there aren't the celebrities to go see. It's not like Monster Mania or Wizards or, some of the other shows. It's
You
really,
mean Fan Expo. It's
Fan-
not Wizards anymore. It'll always be Wizards.
it'll always be Wizards to me, just like downtown Disney. You can't take that away from me.
All right. So I think we've covered that one pretty well. We're going to take another quick break, and when we come back, we're going to get a feeler for how Bob's doing. The new old Bob. That's what I should have named this. The new old Bob show. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So Bob is back at Disney. Not that Bob, the other Bob.
Right.
So
The original Bob.
We've swapped Bob's back to the old Bob. And he's facing some challenges. He's only supposed to be there for 2 years, kind of a short time to turn things around. Chapek did a brilliant job of running things into the ground in the short amount of time that he was there. One of the first things that Iger's doing now that he's back is apparently slashing 7,000 jobs, and there's 5.5 billion in cost cutting he has to make somewhere. Should I feel bad that Disney's hard up for cash at this point in time?
And that's the thing is, are they really? Because I haven't seen anything where...
Not according to their stock price, they're not.
Right. That's, where it's kind of, huh?
Right. And it's almost imagined, because you look at some of the things that they're running into, and you're running into sluggish box office sales. Like, for instance, that new Quantum Mania movie came out and it tanked at the box office. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, box office sales are down in general since COVID.
Right.
That plus everyone knows that their stuff's going to come out on Disney Plus in a few months. So
Right, so
spend the money
why-
to go to the box office?
Right.
The streaming business has been hit hard because they've completely flooded the market and turned people off with crap, really. I mean, they're literally just churning out stuff to put on there,
Right.
and it's not quality stuff. So
Or the
streaming's taking a
stuff
hit.
that is good, they cancel after 2 seasons.
yeah.
There have been a number of shows that Maddie and I have started to watch, and it's like, oh, by the way, this is done now.
Right.
Like, oh, we couldn't even get like a second season or a third season. Like, okay,
Right.
thanks. So it almost makes you not want to watch something
Right.
until there's
It's almost like
3 or 4
Google.
seasons out.
Like, nobody wants to Google comes out with really cool stuff, but as soon as you
Right.
get into it, they cancel it and it goes away. So
Right.
nobody wants to do that. And Disney's putting themselves into the same position as well. They're canceling shows that I'm not even watching.
And-
Usually I'm the one that kills shows when I watch them and start getting into them.
Exactly.
So I think that 5.5 billion they're talking about really is it's a fictitious number that they think they should be making that. I don't think Disney's losing money. Disney's got more money than God.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when God needs to put a new world in place, he goes to Disney for a loan.
Is that what it does?
So it's not that Disney's losing money. They're just not making it as fast as they want to.
Okay.
And part of the problem you run into is, yeah, you know what? You keep coming out with superhero movies just for the sake of coming out with superhero movies. They finally reached the point of saturation with Marvel, and nobody wants to go see it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Well, they learned that lesson pretty fast with Star Wars.
Right.
You know, they flooded the market with Star Wars, trying to turn it into another Marvel, and that bit them in the butt really quick.
Right. Right.
So I can't feel bad for Disney.
Mm-hmm.
So the real question comes down to, in 2 years, can they come up with a succession plan for Iger? And really what I have to ask is, do you need a succession plan for Iger? Is he really going to be gone in 2 years?
Mm.
Because given how much his incentive is for success, I don't see him going away anytime soon.
Yeah, I could see him still staying on as a consultant
Right.
when he's still
Right.
doing
So,
things. But then again, you also have to look at everything that's kind of going on right now in the state of Florida. And
true
that's
as
a
well.
whole other kit and caboodle of that whole toxicness
Well,
that
and let's be honest. What's going on in Florida is a temporary thing.
hopefully.
It's temporary because it's a pissing match between DeSantis and Disney.
Right.
And it really was a pissing match between DeSantis and Chapek.
Right.
And Chapek's out of the picture. And
Right.
DeSantis is going to be out of the picture in 2024 when he runs for president anyway.
Hopefully.
So it doesn't really, that's not that big a deal. In fact, Disney came out with a statement recently basically saying, you know, we're going to focus on what we do best. We're going to provide the best experience for people, blah, blah. They took the high ground.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't buy into the taunting and the stick poking that DeSantis was trying to draw them into.
Mm-hmm.
And they basically said, look, we operate under numerous jurisdictions and numerous regulations around the world, and we make it work, and we'll make it work here.
Mm-hmm.
So ultimately, I think what's going to happen with this little pissing match between DeSantis and Disney is the taxpayers are going to lose out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they skirted around the idea of having to take on all that debt for Reedy Creek by just restructuring the zone itself, and now DeSantis has his hand-picked group of
Right. He
board
picked all
members
of
in
his
there.
board members and everything.
Well, the fact of the matter is, Disney's been supplementing Reedy Creek since it was created.
Mm-hmm.
Disney's not going to do that anymore.
Right.
So Reedy Creek, or whatever the Central Florida Tourism District, or whatever they call it now because they had to rename it, they're not going to have the same budget they had before, but they still have the same requirements. And it's ultimately the people of Florida that are going to have to pay for that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when people look at their tax bill after this whole fiasco, this little vindictive fiasco that DeSantis put together, they're going to realize, well, maybe we shouldn't have reelected him for this. Maybe he's having a hard time keeping politics out of business and keeping it from being personal. And, you know, that's really what it was. It was his own little
Oh, absolutely.
crusade.
Absolutely.
And ultimately, when the Florida taxpayers get their bill, that's when you're going to start seeing things change. And I think what's going to happen is by the time he goes to run for president, those tax bills are going to be in. And it's going to seriously impact his ability to raise money for his campaign. That's just what I think. I'm not a fortune teller myself. So that state down there of flux is really not going to be that big of an impact.
Mm,
Disney's the number one job maker in the state.
absolutely.
Do you really want to piss him off and have him leave the state?
And that's the thing, because there are a lot of people who don't forget, there were a lot of people from California where they, the Disney company was transferring a lot of jobs from California down to Florida. And now there are a lot of people that are like, I don't know if I want to go down here in this hostile environment right now, the way that things are. So now there's, some various talk going back and forth of, well, maybe we should wait 2 years before, making this change, that maybe California is the better idea. And of course, there's, all the different people saying that, gee, I wonder what Florida would be like if Disney decided, you know what, we're going to just up and move Walt Disney World to a different part of the country,
Right.
and see how quick.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna. It's Disney is such a huge part of the economy down there that all they have to do is move one division that they have down there, and you're talking thousands of jobs that move out of the state.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's the response. It's a direct response to DeSantis. He can't afford that bad press.
No.
And the only reason he's doing the things he's doing now, and the other stunts that he's doing, it's not just Disney centric.
Yeah.
The whole stunt with the flying migrants up to Democrat cities, and his whole stance. I love the fact that he's got this major stance against border security. Somebody really needs to tell the man he doesn't have a border with another country with his state. He doesn't. So you don't have border security.
Right.
So he's doing all this just for the publicity he needs to gain national attention so that he can make a run for 2024. After 2024, assuming he doesn't win, after 2024, he's going to be relegated to the crap pile of history at that point in time.
He's going to be wishing he had a job at Disney.
Yeah,
hopefully.
because he's burning every bridge there. Because what's Disney going to do? They thought they bought him as a politician because they backed his original election. What's going to happen when your politician that you bought doesn't vote in your favor? You're going to go buy another politician.
Right, exactly.
And the last thing you want is to have literally one of the largest corporations in the world, again, a company with more money than God, backing a politician other than you in the presidential race.
Yep.
That's never going to end well for a DeSantis.
No.
And that's exactly what's going to wind up happening.
Here's to hoping.
Plus all those voters that they have down there.
Oh,
all those
absolutely.
taxpayers that they have down there that are getting screwed by DeSantis. Does he think they're going to vote for him for president? If he gets into a pissing match with Disney when he's just a governor of a state, what's he going to do as president? He's not going to be looking out for these people.
No.
So he's burning his own bridges. So by 2024, between him and Trump tearing the Republican Party to the ground and literally just burning it to the ground, he's not going to have anything after 2024. So I'm not worried about any of that stuff.
Okay.
But, Iger's staying out of that now. It was
Right.
funny how he was commenting on it when Chapek was steering the ship in the wrong direction.
Right.
To
try and get him.
Chapek already had the company in the ditch, and he was over there kind of poking a stick in his cage about it.
Right.
Now that he's back in charge, he's not saying anything about it. He's
No.
tight-lipped about the whole thing.
Which is the way it needs to be.
Exactly. So the one thing I did see is that they're doing away with the parking charge.
Right. We did see that was, one of the things that did go away.
And that helps me to justify going down.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's really been one of the only things I've seen kind of come back. I know they were talking about the reservation system, that they were still leaving that in place, but they were opening it up for more people. The park hopping, changing the time on that to make it more accessible. I think they were starting to do some of the annual passes.
Right. They were doing the extra magic hours in the morning. They were expanding out to other resorts.
Right.
The
So
problem is Chapek dug a huge hole. that
Right.
He's got to claw his way out of before he wins people like me back.
yeah.
And I wasn't a big fan of Iger's to begin with.
Right.
So he's going to have to, he's got his work cut out for him.
Right.
I would want to be in his position. And I don't think he's going to be able to fix all of this stuff in 2 years.
No, I think a lot of it's going to take time because it's one of those things. They were so quick to make the changes in the first place, and then of course you had the pandemic that kind of escalated it.
Kind of breathed down, was
So-
breathing down everyone's neck about it.
Right. So like now you have, they're starting to do dining options again. Like not the traditional dining plan that they had before, but something.
And they got to get rid of the Genie Plus. Oh my!
They're
God.
not though. That's the problem. Genie Plus isn't going
They'll
anywhere. They're
never-
modifying it
They'll
again.
never win me back
Right.
with Genie Plus. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It was a waste of money. It was a terrible experience.
Mm-hmm.
I walked out of Disney for the first time in, 18 years that we've been going? 15 years that we've been going? Walked out of the first time and felt like I didn't get my money's worth out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're paying Disney money,
Right.
you damn well better feel like you're getting your money's worth out of it.
No, I agree. I was very disappointed with it as well, but you never even you never felt like you had that with the fast passes. Like you didn't have to really learn how to navigate it. It was there were probably people when FastPass first started that had a hard time with it and didn't quite understand how to make it work and that was
once you got to hang a FastPass, you could make the system work for you.
right.
There's no way the Genie Plus works for anybody.
I don't know. That's the thing is I think we probably needed to do a little bit more research. But that's
It's
the
a
other
broken system, though.
but that's my whole point is that I shouldn't have to take a college course in how to use Genie Plus before I go on a vacation. That's where
And the thing is, they build it as being anybody can use it. It's super convenient. You do everything through the app. Everything's wonderful.
right.
Well, one, I'm paying for it. Two, it has built-in restrictions that doesn't even come close to comparing with FastPass the way it
Right.
was.
Right.
Three, the app was terrible.
Right.
It was confusing. It didn't always work. Oh, and you got to kill your phone battery just so you
Right.
can get around the park.
Right. Exactly.
Terrible idea.
Right. The idea is I'm on a vacation. I shouldn't have to be constantly on
Right.
my phone. Like when they had FastPass Plus, when they had the FastPass system, as long as you knew what time your FastPass was for,
It was simple. It
you
was
didn't
easy.
need to be on your
I
phone.
could do all that on my phone, or I could go to a kiosk, or I
Right.
could go to a park cast member in the park. I got options.
Right.
And that was free.
Right.
I'm paying for a system that they've deliberately handicapped now.
Right.
So as long as that's in place, they're not going to get me back.
Mhm.
It's just that simple.
No, I agree.
So sorry, Bob, but it's an uphill battle. I wouldn't want his job.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even want his salary for his job, to be honest with you.
It's gonna take a while. It's not something that's gonna.
But that's the thing. He doesn't have a watch.
He doesn't have a while. Yes, I know. Well,
So
and
unless
maybe
he's making revolutionary changes, they're breathing down his neck about $5.5 billion that they didn't lose, that they want back because they're not making money
Right.
fast enough. That's what they're concerned about.
and that's the thing is where is it that you're cutting these jobs? Is it from certain divisions? Is it a
Well, 'cause
little bit?
They didn't ramp back up from the cuts from COVID.
Right, and that was going to be my next thing is I know that there are still cast members from the parks that never got called back because they just never opened up that section of the park or where they had worked before. So
Yeah.
that's okay. How many are these new cuts? Now what are you going to cut? What are you closing? Or is it
Yeah.
that's the whole thing.
What service am I losing now when I
Right.
go down?
But I'm
Because
paying
you're
for
not going to cut the price.
right.
You're going to raise the price and cut
because
the
you need to
service
make
again.
them right because you
Right.
need to make the money now.
So I'll wait for the dust to settle and figure out who his successor is and how bad they are
Yeah, I guess
before
we'll
I
have
go
to
back
see.
down. Anyway, Okay, we haven't had a chance to bash Disney in a while. It was good to
See, do you feel better now?
I do. I feel like there's a weight lifted off of me now. This was such a great de-stressor for me.
I'm so glad.
So that's all we had today. Before we do go, I want to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions of this podcast can be found listed as Insights into Entertainment. You can get audio and video of all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, etc. I would also invite you to write to us. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things.
We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
You can find us streaming 6 days a week on YouTube, as well as all of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
Or you can find all that and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 172. What does it, I totally blew it. What does it mean to be woke? Clearly I'm not woke. I can't even read the script.
We'll just cut it out in post.
We'll fix it in post. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my responsible and aware co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
See, at least I got your name right. That's something, right?
Yeah, you know, sometimes that's all you really need. Or,
Sometimes that's the most you can hope for.
yeah.
So how you doing this week?
All right. You know, been chilling ever since I've been off of school.
Yes, you have. Enjoying your time off.
Yep, definitely.
That's what the summer's for. Relax, recharge, and get ready to go back.
Yep.
So this is the next, what we like to call controversial topic in this series of 9 hard-hitting topics. I guess as hard-hitting as we get here on Insights into Teens.
Yeah.
So woke, it's one of the most divisive and misused terms in society today. A term that's being used to define political philosophies, stifle the education of certain topics, and explain away business philosophies and put down people you would disagree with. On today's episode of Insights into Teens, we're going to talk about what woke is, what it really means, and why it's so misused as a word. But before we get into that, I do want to just offer a real quick public service announcement and suggest that you, if you don't already do so, subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens, and audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things anywhere you can get a podcast these days. I would also encourage you to write in, give us your feedback. This series of episodes is a great example to call in and tell us how wrong we are or how right we are and exchange some ideas with us. We would definitely welcome that.
Yep.
You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things. Or you can find links to all of our social media on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Sure.
Here we go. So you did most of the research on this one here. And the first source that we used was theatlantic.com. And it's an excerpt from a letter to the Atlantic from a concerned parent. And they say, I write as a concerned parent of a fifth grader at a private school that appears to prioritize, quote, social justice over academic excellence. The school has brought in a consultant, and now the kids are reading all this new woke literature, and at the expense of the classics we all grew up on, like To Kill a Mockingbird and The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. Most of the teachers and parents I talk with just want school to be school, not some kind of Maoist social re-education. Who's this all for? Another one says, I'm a left-wing New York Democrat. I believe strongly in equal rights for all people, and I think we've still got a ways to go when it comes to equality. But I don't want school to make my son feel bad just because he's white. It's not like he owned slaves. His great-great-great-grandparents were starving in Ireland during the time of slavery. I think these two letters from really two very different camps kind of illustrate what the problem in society is today. It's that you have to be one extreme or the other. There's no moderation. You know, you either jump in with both feet and you charge headlong into these things without really thinking them through, because these really aren't the most intelligent statements that adults could be making about these topics.
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of sort of where we're going with the podcast today, to highlight where some of these problems really are. What's our next source tell us?
So pardon my pronunciation of this. Our next source comes from can you help me with that?
MercadoNet?
Mercadonet.com. And basically, this is an excerpt of an individual's blog that's titled, quote, Wokeness is stalking your kids, and here's how to protect them. In recent weeks, the following incidents took place, all involving people I know and know personally who live near me. A middle school teacher was unable to focus at school where a female student who identifies as a boy, identifying as a dog, kept barking in class. The teacher refused to say anything about it. A girl refused to use the school washroom all day because she didn't want to use the gender-neutral washroom with boys. Using the girls' only washroom, which is out of the way, would single her out among her peers. A mother was baffled when her teen started spouting words like colonialism and patriarchy while dressing down her father for not clearing his plate from the table. A grad year student looking into post-secondary options found the first required course for the local college's fine arts program is, quote, Intro to Critical and Cultural Theory, a Marxist-based philosophy that subtly encourages aggression and division. An elementary student borrowed a library graphic novel of Little Women in which Jo comes out as a lesbian and shares a kiss with another girl. A Catholic high school teacher asked students to introduce themselves using their preferred pronouns.
Now, let me take a second to kind of comment on a couple of these things here. Some of these are kind of the extreme of, I don't even want to say it's woke, it's really just idiocy, right? So So if you got someone who's identifying as a dog, okay, that's just a cry for attention there.
Yeah, and I actually have an instance kind of with this. My math teacher ended up mentioning something about this with some of the other students in my class, and I ended up overhearing it. And she was talking about, like, I have no problem with kids who want to identify as different genders, but I cross the line when you want to identify as an animal.
Yeah, I mean, that's really someone that's if you stop to think about it and you talk about it with them and you see what they're doing, chances are they're probably mocking the entire situation there.
Yeah.
And if they're not, that really is a cry for help, and they probably need some assistance.
Yeah.
Because if they're identifying as a different, animal race, they're probably traumatized and they're probably hiding from something.
Yeah.
It's not some kind of political thing. And the problem I think we run into is all of this becomes political because everything today becomes political.
Yeah.
And there's legitimate motivation behind a lot of these things that has nothing to do with politics.
Yeah.
And that's sort of lost in a lot of what we're talking about here today. So a couple of examples of wokeism are also taking place in the workforce. A new employee taking diversity and inclusivity training was required to answer yes to the question, does refusing to use a person's preferred pronouns constitute harassment? A hairdresser had 2 customers an hour apart tell her how they, quote, can't say anything in the face of woke ideology such as these scenarios. They feel as if their opinions are being nullified. And again, this is one of those things where it really is, it's not one side or the other. People who take anything to an extreme are really distorting the entire matter for their own purposes.
Yeah.
We just did our episode on Pride Month last week, and we had talked about some of the complaints that people had from the right side, where they don't think that kids should be going to drag shows that are sexually charged. And I don't think that's unreasonable. But in the same breath, they don't want kids going to drag queen story time, which the one that I attended had nothing to do with anything that would have been inappropriate to kids. So the generalization that people tend to have when they come up with these specific examples, where they want to pick out that 1% of the things that do happen and ignore the other 99%, is just another form of extremism where you're distorting the facts to suit your own agenda.
Yeah.
And, a lot of times these anti-woke people say, well, I don't want you indoctrinating my kids. Well, what do you think you're doing when you're distorting the facts of things and when you're trying to hide historical facts and when you're trying to ban books that you don't agree with? That's just another form of indoctrination. You don't want people to indoctrinate your kids as long as it's indoctrinating your own philosophy in them was really what they should be saying.
Yeah.
And that's just hypocrisy.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna ignore the fact that like there's really extreme parts on both sides, like you mentioned. Yes, they're identifying as a dog is just weird and is something that no one should really be accepting, because you can't, that's not something that can really happen. And at the same token, that can also normally not really be seen as a political statement and normally shouldn't be seen as a political statement. And yeah, some of the fears can be somewhat founded, but again, it's normally a very small minority that just seems to sound louder because it's seen as being really bad or whatever.
Yeah, and the problem that you have is when you take things out of context. If you take a quote out of context and you twist it to try to make your own point, you can look like you're making your own point and try to support your own point of view, but because you're taking it out of context, it's really just a lie. And Is that how we want to indoctrinate our kids, to teach them to lie in order to get what they want?
Yeah.
You either have morals or you don't, and you can't pick and choose. You either play by the rules or you don't. And the people that want to distort the rules and change the rules to win the game are no better than the people that they're coming out against. And I think really cooler minds need to prevail here, and you have to have reasonable people get together and discuss these things.
Yeah.
So we're going to take a break. We're going to come back. We're going to talk about empowering our youth, and we'll talk about what the word woke actually means, what the dictionary definition is, and how far off and distorted it's being made in the popular mainstream media. We'll be right back.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about what does it mean to be woke. And now we're going to talk about empowering our youth. And this information comes to us from the source of dailyutahchronicle.com. So thanks to technological and social changes, today's younger generation has the ability to use their voices for change more so than any generation before. Some parents are concerned about how involved their children have become in social issues, especially when their children's opinions begin to differ from their own. Today's parents need to take caution when trying to tell the young minds of today to stay quiet about the things happening in the world they are destined to inherit. Any discussion between parents and their teenagers should be done respectfully. That respect should be a two-way exchange. Parents don't need to be afraid of their children being woke, nor should they constrain a teen's ability to speak up. Empowerment is something all parents should seek for their children.
So what does woke mean? It's not working. I prepared this and it's not working. Hang on. Because I had the wrong one. So, okay, we'll skip that and we'll come back. We'll come back to that. So what does woke mean? According to the Merriam-Webster dictionary definition of woke, woke is to be, quote, aware of and actively attentive to important facts and issues, especially issues of racial and social justice. It's a term coined by minority communities to express awareness of different issues. A lack of understanding of the term and of today's youth leads some to see the word as an example of teen slang, while others view it as a way to belittle those with differing political views. In reality, the term is an expression of neither of these negative views. Those that believe it is a failure to understand its significance.
So despite being misused and often misunderstood, the term woke provides a common space to talk about issues on social media and in our communities. Wokeness shouldn't be dismissed as simply a phase of growing up or an act of rebellion, Political awareness and activism is beneficial to not only the participant, but also the communities and issues they're involved with. Political awareness does not mean political correctness. There is room for differing points of views and opinions. Being woke means an openness to other ideas, a sense of compassion to the plight of others, and a desire to understand an issue from more than just your own perspective. For today's youth, wokeness is about taking a stand for what is right and navigating an ever-evolving, sometimes scary world.
Parents and leaders of today need to approach wokeness with an open mind and understand that it isn't just obnoxious slang. Parents shouldn't feel worried, but rather feel proud that their children are using their voices for good. They should not dismiss the value of political discussion because of a fear of disagreement or arguments. Parents must develop a connection and trust with their children so these important discussions can take place. If they don't take place now, when the parents have a chance to help guide their children, then it'll help it happen elsewhere, under different circumstances, in a way that parents aren't part of. The parents of a woke teen need to truly see their children for who they are and understand that it's okay if they think differently. Simply put, a parent with a woke teen holds the ability to cultivate and embrace their teen's unique perspective. So you hear politicians throw woke around all the time now. Here's an example of what we're talking about.
Woke ideology, woke in the legislature, the woke in the schools, the woke in the corporations, the woke mob. Florida is where woke goes to die.
You keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
So obviously we had a little bit of fun with that one, but the truth is the way that it's being used in those examples and in society in general is wrong.
Yeah, and one of the things that I found interesting when it came to my research on this was that woke was actually something that's existed for far longer than, the public has actually been using it. Before Black Lives Matter, before really 2020 as a whole, it was something that was coined, in the past by, the colored community as a sense to bring up awareness to the racial injustices of the time. And I found it interesting because it was used to mainly refer to people being aware of the racial injustices and wanting to actively take part in trying to change them. And then eventually it ended up culminating into relating to other social justices, such as the LGBTQ plus community and gender equality.
And the thing is, the way that politicians tend to use this today is really one to promote fear. If you're afraid of something and they can come in with a solution that they can fix that problem, take that fear away, that's manipulation. Hitler did the same thing. And politicians in this country have a history of using conflict and war to boost themselves. Reagan had all his little wars in Central America and South America. You had both George W. and George H.W. Bush had their own wars to increase their popularity. You had Donald Trump tried to incite race wars with his, fanboy image of all these white supremacy groups. Now you've got someone like a Ron DeSantis who's trying to promote a cultural war because everybody that can rally around some kind of cause, some kind of anger, some kind of hatred can be manipulated and can be controlled. And that's what politicians are trying to do here. And we're smarter than that as a society. And we're better than that as a society. We shouldn't let people manipulate us like that.
Yeah.
You have, I'm going to keep bashing Ron DeSantis here because he's the king of woke right now. His entire campaign is about being anti-woke. But at the same time, what else is he doing? He's banning books in schools. He's passing legislation that's anti-LGBTQ. He's passing legislation to dictate what higher education, what the college systems can do and what they can teach. He's doing everything he can to control the minds of the people of Florida. Because the one thing that every politician, regardless of party, the one thing every politician is terrified of is an intelligent voter, an informed voter. Mm-hmm. If they can corner the market on what quote unquote truth is, then they can control the voting population.
Yeah.
And I don't want to turn this into a political debate, but the way that they're taking what really is a positive thing, being woke, we'll go back to the definition here. Woke is to be aware and actively attentive to important facts. Why wouldn't you want your kids to be aware of important facts and important issues?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you want your kids to be aware of racially charged issues and social justice?
Yeah, and that's the one thing that I found. A lot of people have been, not only have politicians been using it, as a sense of, as to bring a sense of fear to their voters, but it's also commonly used as an insult against people.
Yeah.
Which I definitely find strange. It's like anytime somebody calls another person woke, I just think of that definition and I'm like, well, that's not really a bad thing.
That's like insulting you for being intelligent. You should be dumb like me. It makes no sense. And it follows the philosophy he has of banning books and dictating what can be taught in schools. It's all about control and controlling that knowledge. And you not being woke means that you're ignorant of things, means that you don't know things, means that your eyes aren't open. You're not I would encourage you. I'm not telling you to take my opinion or anybody else's opinion. Go do your own research. Go use different sources to do your research on. Don't just look at one news site. When I, peruse my news, I look at probably 4 or 5 different news sources, many of which conflict with each other. Because while a lot of what they tell you in the media, a lot of what the politicians tell you is really self-serving, fake news is real, right? So you've got a lot of media sources out there. Their job is to get ratings, to sell advertising or to sell newspapers or whatever it is. Their job isn't to bring the truth. So the level of journalistic integrity that used to be part of the news has rapidly decreased. But the information is out there, and you can do the research. Anyone who's listening or watching the podcast, do your own research. Don't listen to what someone else tells you. I would even say question what your teachers tell you, because teachers can be wrong too. We're human beings. Everybody can be wrong. You know how many times you brought home homework that had errors on it, that had factual information that was wrong? And every time that happens, I find out who the teacher is and I email it into the teacher and ask them why this is incorrect, because they're supposed to be teaching you. They're not doing it maliciously like politicians are, but people make errors, that people make mistakes. If you stop questioning these sources of knowledge and sources of authority, then you're just a mindless lemming at that point in time. Just get in line and follow behind the next person who doesn't want to think. We have the right, we have the obligation as citizens to think for ourselves. You're not voting yet. You will be in a few years. And when you vote, when anybody votes, you need to be an informed voter.
Yeah, and that's why, the thing is, I've seen, people commenting on videos about saying, various things, I guess, that kind of align with their political alignment. And, I go and Google those sayings. I Google the facts that they have, and a lot of the times, they're not even saying true facts. They never provide their sources. They kind of just make up stuff to work with their view. And really, I just feel like people should, be doing the research before they say anything, really. Or, try not to, constantly have, false facts put out there without actually looking at the research. Because you could be completely wrong. And a lot of times that happens.
And part of the problem is a lot of times the sources that are out there that we rely on seem very legitimate, seem very reliable, but even the news is putting information out that's incorrect that they wind up correcting afterwards. You've got journalists that have their own agendas. You've got newspaper publishers that have their own agendas. They're not out there for your benefit. They're not out there for the betterment of human society. They're out there to make money. And anybody who has an agenda that's different than yours potentially is trying to manipulate you. And that's just, a fact of nature. So be smart enough to do the research. Don't just trust a single source. And be smart enough to question these people. Anybody who's that desperate and that agitated to get you upset about something and to get you agitated about something is trying to do it so that you can't think with a clear head. Be woke. Be aware of things. And be intelligent about things.
Yep.
Now, aside from that, there are other things that we can do to try to help the situation along here. When we come back, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk about healthy activism. We'll be right back, and hopefully I won't push the wrong button this time.
Hopefully not.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about what does it mean to be woke. And now we're going to have a bit of a talk about healthy activism. Parents should also discuss healthy habits for their teens' political and social involvement. It can seem like involving technology continues to attack the good old days. Safety should be a priority, and teens have grown far wary of the consequences of being too open with opinions and information online. Political and tech savviness become even more crucial when teenagers head to college, where many young adults first get involved in social activism. To prepare for new social environments, parents should teach their children to responsibly engage in politics. Young adults need to learn that they have a voice and responsibilities that come with it.
Parents misunderstanding woke culture leads to condensation, not the kind of condensation you get from humidity.
Yeah.
And misunderstandings between parents and children. This dismissive attitude blatantly disregards many issues that young adults today face. There's no reason why young adults shouldn't use their voices. Thousands of young adults who may be wrongfully brushed off as woke are making strides to provoke change and awareness for a variety of issues. Parents can and should be a healthy part of that movement and those discussions. Adults need to understand that there's no shame in learning something new from the youth of today.
And I do want to say something real quick on that last note. So, I did this Hobie leadership program a couple weekends ago, and it was something that I was the only representative on my school, and it was kind of a seminar about leadership. And the first person that went up, the first speaker that we ended up seeing, actually ended up saying how he thinks that the youth of today are smarter than people of older generations. Because he ended up having like this, he had his own experience at Hobie where this one speaker who he ended up watching, was basically talking and complaining about his generation and like all the bad things that were happening, and basically he was one of the few people that ended up standing up to that, and he ended up realizing how much smarter the younger generation is compared to the older generation, because we have access to so much more information at this point. And, you know, I definitely don't think that parents should shame kids for thinking differently, because you can really learn a lot from people who are younger than you.
And I agree 110%. Thinking differently is how things get better. If you don't think differently, then nothing changes, nothing evolves, no new inventions come out, no new policies change, no new laws change, and you go on numb through life. It's when you get those revolutionary thinkers who want to challenge the system and want to challenge the status quo that real change happens. And we had done a podcast a while back on complaining. And basically the conclusion of that discussion was nothing changes if you don't complain. And only people who are willing to change things and have the motivation, the intelligence, and the willingness to take on ingrained systems are the ones that are going to complain and make that complaint a productive outcome. And you can't complain if you're ignorant.
Yeah.
If you're not woke, right? So if you're woke, then you're in tune with what's going on. You're observant of the things around you. You're questioning the authorities. You're questioning the media. You're not believing what the politicians are trying to sell you. You're smart enough to go out, do the research, and figure out things for yourself rather than have somebody else think for you. When you're not woke, you just don't want to think for yourself. Yeah. You're content to let someone like a Ron DeSantis or someone else think for you. And that's okay. Not everyone can be extraordinary. And if you want to be incredibly average and an underachiever and not do anything interesting or successful in life, that's your choice too. You can do that. In fact, the vast majority of the population are like that. But the world needs people who are extraordinary. And the only people in the world who are extraordinary are people who are woke and aware of things. It's important to keep that in mind.
Yeah.
So, do you think, and we'll kind of finish up with an impromptu question and answer, do you think you're woke?
I'd say so. If, the past, however many minutes we've been on haven't kind of clued you into that already, I would consider myself woke, and I don't consider it an insult. I don't consider it like my political association. I really just think of it as I'm willing to make change in the world. Because the world is still screwed up. It really is. Like, there's people who are trying to revert things to the past, and the things that they're trying to revert are things that are gonna harm a lot of other people. And really, we shouldn't be doing that. We need to be moving forward, not taking like 10 steps back.
Well said. What would you say to somebody who is anti-woke and is trying to drive culture into that anti-woke state, like we heard from, a candidate for U.S. president.
Well, I basically want them to understand that that's not really what woke is supposed to be. A lot of people that kind of are anti-woke are really using it in the wrong way. And if you notice, a lot of, figures that are anti-woke or are against the idea of wokeness normally never define woke. It's kind of just supposed to be an implied thing. And really, a lot of it, that kind of just means that they are allowed to shape people's ideas of what woke actually is, so that you don't have to do the research on it, just take my word for it. So I'd kind of just try to let them know that, no, that's not at all what woke is, you're kind of getting it wrong. And I'd provide them sources for what woke actually means, and why it's really not as bad as they make it out to seem.
So if woke is this dirty word, and there's a large segment of the population that thinks woke is this newest evil on society, but we know, obviously, from our research and our discussion here that woke is a good thing. So if the word woke triggers these people, what word would you use to describe what woke is that would be less controversial?
If I had to use another word to describe its definition, I'd kind of go along the lines of wanting to make change, or something along the lines of intuitive, I suppose, or visionary, something like that. Along the lines of somebody that wants to see change and will make sure that change is seen through, someone who's willing to who is willing to watch the world change for the better. That's kind of how I would define it, I suppose.
Okay, I think that works. Do you think you could make a compelling enough argument to someone like a Ron DeSantis to understand that, one, he's using the term incorrectly, and two, his philosophy is not conducive to the betterment of society?
I mean, I feel like I could change the minds of somebody who is anti-woke, but I'm not sure if I could change the minds of someone like Ron DeSantis, because, you could tell somebody something and say that it's actually a good thing. You can provide the sources, you can provide the definition, and some people are still going to remain ignorant. It's going to be really hard to break that shell, and one thing that I've kind of learned is that you can only push for so long as an individual. You can only really do so much for certain people. While you can change the minds of plenty of other people, there's always going to be at least somebody that will stick to their grounds and aren't willing to change, because a lot of changing this mindset is really about the individual person who should be the one to change. And a lot of people aren't really willing to do that, because, again, being anti-woke kind of makes you seem a little ignorant to a lot of things, and not at all being an insult for anybody that's anti-woke, but I could certainly change a lot of minds who are kind of on the cusp of it, but to people who are so far on the line of being against it, I feel a lot of that really just comes down to them wanting to change.
So what do you do with someone like that? Somebody who is unwilling or unable to change, somebody who's holding society back, or potentially taking up a leadership position that could have a detrimental impact on society. What do you do with someone like that? Do you just ignore them? Do you work to counter them? Obviously, we're talking in this case specifically about a politician. Do you work to get them out of office, or do you try to cooperate with them? Do you try to do something to alleviate the problem because you can't eliminate it, or do you just ignore it and hope it goes away?
Well, it can certainly depend on the amount of power that somebody has. If you're talking about an actual politician that has these detrimental views that can affect millions of people who have opposite views of them, then I'd say it's probably in your best interest to be at least voting them out. I wouldn't say you're going to be able to reason with them necessarily, because a lot of it is more or less just for them to kind of inflate their popularity and to get people on their side. So you really can't do much in the way of convincing them otherwise. You can certainly try, but I kind of am trying to grasp with the idea that that's not the most realistic thing to do. So really the best you can hope for is to just vote them out of office. When it comes to somebody more personal or somebody that has less influence but still has like these harmful views, I'd say at that point you can probably try to reason with them, but even then there's going to be people who are more stuck up about it. And another thing that I learned at Hobie that somebody ended up mentioning was that there's going to be at least 40% of people that aren't going to like you, and like there's nothing you can really do to change that. However, the majority of people are probably going to like you, and really, you should focus on the majority of people who agree and are ready and willing to make that change, rather than, like, the few people that, like, are not at all willing to change their minds. I'm not saying to ignore them completely, but, like, definitely focus on the majority of support that you'd have, rather than the small minority of people who still won't change their minds.
Okay, I think that's a pretty sound philosophy. So I think we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back. We're going to get your closing thoughts, and then we'll finish up the business of the podcast.
Alrighty.
Be right back.
Okay, so to everybody out there, my hope for this podcast at least is that at least some people watching have changed their opinions on what woke actually means, or at least understand more clearly what it actually means, and to hopefully no longer be using it in such a harmful context. I don't want to be changing anybody's views entirely. I want everybody to respect everybody's views, even if they're different. I just hope that this podcast at least enlighten people on a seemingly political trigger word that, like, is constantly misused, and at least to bring light to its true meaning and hopefully even change the minds of a few people.
Okay. That was a very altruistic justification for this podcast, and I think it suited it. That was all we had today. Before we do go, I do want to once again I want to invite you to subscribe to the podcast. I would also ask you to give us a rating, give us a thumbs up, give us a review on whichever podcast catcher you use. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Video and audio of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. And we're available on Apple, Spotify, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, etc., etc. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback. Tell us if we're totally off our rocker with what we talked about here today, or, agree with us and tell us how you try to make a difference in the world, a positive change. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things. On Facebook, we're at Insights Into Things Podcast. On Instagram, we're at instagram.com/Insights Into Things. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/Insights Into Things. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free monthly Twitch subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way. Or you can reach out to us through our website at www.insightsintothings.com.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, which you guys should hopefully be having a few new podcasts going on, but we have a decent selection enough already. And Insights into Tomorrow are not entirely monthly podcasts, but we just put out a new episode of it, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
Wow, your marketing is getting better. I'll give you that.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
That's it, folks. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 147, Disney Dissected. I am your host, Joseph Whalen, and my patient and understanding co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
So what makes you patient and understanding for this episode, dear?
I don't know. I'm kind of confused.
It's because you were patient and understanding with me when I was down in Disney.
Oh, okay. I thought that's what it was, but I wasn't completely sure. I didn't divorce you while we were away,
that is true. So. And welcome back to the show, by the way. You did take a couple of episodes off while Sam sort of stepped in for the topics he wanted to do.
Yep.
So this is your first time back in the studio recording for almost 2 months now, isn't it?
I can't even remember because I did an Insights into Tomorrow episode.
Right. You stepped in for him.
We kind of filled, and then we were trying to find other topics to talk about to give Sam some more time doing the entertainment stuff, and me, and it just never. There wasn't anything that,
nothing jumping out.
Yeah, nothing jumping out.
So. But he kind of took to the entertainment side, so he may come in and fill in for you more often. We'll see.
There you go.
Today we are talking about dissecting Disney. And this is really about our trip to Disney.
Right.
So as previously promised on this podcast, this week we bring you our review of the current state of Disney parks in Florida. Having spent a week down in somewhat sunny, often rainy, and oppressively hot Florida, we've had a chance to see if Disney has been able to bring the magic back. We'll take a look at the resort we stayed at, the amenities offered, and the service at the resort. And then we'll take a look at some of the technology that Disney's trying to throw at its guests to justify the drawbacks of a lack of service in some parts, but a cost as well, as they pretend to give you more services.
Right.
And finally, we'll talk about our experiences at 3 of the 4 parks, because we don't really go to Animal Kingdom because it kind of sucks. But
other people enjoy that park.
Other people do enjoy it. We don't.
We don't. It's not one of our favorites.
It's not. And it's not an all-day park for us, even if we do go.
Right.
And we'll talk about where those parks stand compared to our previous visits. Before we do that, though, I do want to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. You can also find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we're available any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your show suggestions, what you want us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things, or you can visit us on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com for all of our social media links. Are we ready?
Sure.
Let's go. So the resort. So this was our first time back since COVID hit. It's been over 2 years since we've been back. Tried to take it kind of light. We didn't go overboard on this time. We actually did sell our DVC in the interim since our last time down.
Correct.
So we weren't staying at a DVC resort. We stayed at All Star Movies.
Correct.
So what was your first impression of the resort itself?
Overall, I really didn't notice much of a difference. One of the things that they've been pushing even before COVID started was getting you to do online check-in in advance of your reservation so that you didn't have to go to the front desk for check-in. And again, like I said, that's been something that was going on before COVID even happened, because we would normally do that, where we would check in a couple of weeks beforehand, and then usually once we got down to the area, we would get a text message saying our room was ready, and we could just go to our room because we already had Magic Band, so there was no need to go to get a key or anything like that. So that was still in place. So again, we didn't go to the front desk. Basically, the only thing that we checked in with was security. Once we first got there, showing our ID, they basically, yep, you're here. And, we kind of went on our merry little way. And probably within, 20 minutes of us getting to the physical resort, we got a text message that our room was ready, but we had gone to the main building to go get lunch and kind of walk around a little bit before we actually made our way. So again, nothing really seemed that different from the last time. Of course, it's been probably 3 or 4 years maybe since we've been at an All-Stars or a value resort, because again, we were using our DVC for most of the trip. So again, I didn't notice anything major, different in it. Obviously, and we'll talk about it, that the rooms have obviously been updated since the last time we had stayed at a value resort.
Yeah, and that's really the biggest thing I think that I noticed about the resort was they pulled out all the carpeting. Because it was always themed rooms. It was always some kind of, print carpet on there that was relevant to the building that you're in or whatever.
Right.
We happened to be staying in Dalmatians while we were there. But they pulled it out. You had all hardwood floors. You had all brand new furniture.
Correct.
You had really what was an innovative approach to furniture, where you had a convertible bed.
Right. You had
down from
sort
the
of
wall.
a Murphy bed.
Yeah.
That when the Murphy bed was up, it was actually a table.
Right.
So and it was so funny because I think the first time we went to convert it, we were like, what do we do? Like, there were no instructions when all you really had to do was just pull it down. So you just had to make sure that the table was cleared off.
What was nice about it was the use of space was much better than it had been with two beds in there.
Yes.
The problem is that when we come in, me specifically, I come in with
Lots
a
of
load of
stuff.
technology. And what I'll do is I'll set up on the table and leave it there for the duration. And unfortunately, we didn't have that option here because the table went away at night because we had to use the bed.
Right. So I could totally see if it was something where you were maybe only, 2 people in a room and you didn't need to have that second bed all the time, that you could, easily leave everything. But I could see for anybody that had 3 or more people, you would always have to transform your room or just leave your bed down, but then you didn't have
You didn't have
the
any
table.
surface space.
So that would have been a nice thing if they had something where they had like a flip down table attached to the wall.
Yeah, like an IKEA style table.
Right, where you could just flip it down and this way put the chairs, because you still had two chairs.
Right, you had to do something with the chairs
Right,
from the table.
and that was what was so funny, was like seeing other rooms, what people did with their chairs. Now the other thing too that we had was you rented a scooter from an outside company, so we had it in our room, so that kind of ate up some of the room in some of the surface room of the hotel room. So a lot of people would put their chairs against the window. There was actually one that actually just put them outside.
Yeah.
I guess they needed, that much more room. So it was kind of, you didn't know what to do with the chairs once the bed was down. Like there was no specific, area. It was basically, okay, well, we'll put it over here for today.
So they upgraded the bathroom area as well.
Yes.
So traditionally what you had was you have a small bathroom that has a shower and a toilet, and then your sink is outside in sort of like a little prep area.
Right.
And that, for privacy in that area, you typically have a curtain that goes
Well, it was
across.
funny because I remember years ago they didn't have the curtain.
Right, you had nothing there originally.
So that this way, if somebody was brushing their teeth, it was out in the open, but where the bathtub and shower and the toilet are, there was always a door.
Right.
And then at some point they added a curtain, so that this way, if you wanted to get changed, and so they they evolved.
So that's been evolved into a barn door style sliding door,
Right.
for additional privacy. But what really struck me was they replaced the door, the swing door on hinges in the bathroom area, with a telescoping door,
Right.
that slid in behind the wall itself, which I thought was a brilliant use of space. Like that's one thing that they really did, was when they redid the rooms, they did things to maximize that space. Like over where your cooler, because you don't have a refrigerator anymore, where the cooler is, there's a piece of furniture that's kind of like a little breakfast nook type thing.
Right.
So
because they had a coffee maker, like a single-use coffee maker there. They had your ice bucket there, and then there was a drawer
for all drink accessories.
Had like the coffees and the teas and everything to go with the coffee, and that area you could kind of use as a bar,
right?
Your beverage keeping, snack
like a beverage
area.
cart, basically.
Yeah.
So the room was okay. There were a few issues with it. The one thing we noticed when we got in there was the lock plate on the door was loose and eventually fell off.
Right.
The room phone did not work.
And that we only found out because we went to call the front desk one time and went.
So we couldn't call the front desk from the phone. We tried to use the app, and we'll get into the app a little bit later, but we tried to use the app, and that didn't work either.
Right.
So you happened to find one of the maid service, and they were able to call
housekeeping, and they got a hold of somebody.
We had multiple issues with plumbing there, where they had to come and snake the toilet. And it wasn't just us. There were 3 other instances where I saw them walking around with the snake.
Oh, wow.
going
So
to
it was
different
other
rooms.
people. Okay. So
it was an issue with the hotel itself.
Okay.
What else did we have? Drainage. Oh, my goodness. It rained, and you had literally swampland if you were walking around the outside.
And that's something just in general with Disney, you can find on TikTok and YouTube other people posting videos from the park.
Sure.
But
I've never had that experience. And all the resorts that we've been
I don't
there
think
before,
we've ever noticed.
because someone would be out there taking care of it.
True.
They may have had drainage issues
in the past, but we just never noticed it.
Guests.
Yeah, that could be. Yeah.
And the one area by the parking lot that had the big drainage issue, they had one of the grounds crew come through on one of their little John Deeres and track mud all over the sidewalk in the process of doing that.
Right,
And no one cleaned that up. And it's starting to look a little run down and tired. There were a couple of areas there. They were basically fire hydrant areas that weren't maintained. They were rusted. The paint was coming off.
Okay.
So it was very un-Disney like. Disney is always, even at the discount resorts like that, they've always kept up with it. And it just seems like it's kind of run down. The first day we got there, the elevator, one of the 2 elevators was offline. It took them most of the day to get that one fixed.
Well, they were actually cleaning. They were cleaning the I don't know what you call it. On the top where they had like plastic panels covering the lights, because when we had gotten up to our room or down, I don't remember, I ended up seeing the maintenance, and they were basically just cleaning. So there wasn't anything wrong with the elevator. They were actually just cleaning it.
I see.
So,
and then really the only other big complaint I had about the resort was you had someone out there for the better part of a day who was pressure washing one of the staircases at the end of the building.
Right.
And just the fumes, because it was an internal combustion engine compressor they were using. You were gagging as soon as you walked out of your room. Now, granted, it was hot, it was humid, the air wasn't good to begin with.
Right. It might not have been a good day to do that.
I mean, have a little, wait for people to at least leave and go to the parks, because this was like, first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
They're doing this type of stuff. So, room service. So where we normally don't do room service, we'll put our do not disturb sign out there. They used to do daily room service.
Correct.
And now they're down to every other day, every
3 days or something. And I think it's every 4 days if you're DVC.
Yeah. And to me, that's a significant drop in service, because they didn't reduce the cost of the room at all.
Right.
In fact, it went up. And you're getting less service there. So that was a ding, I think, in my book. Paying for parking. Still one of my biggest pet peeves that I have there.
Right. And again, going back to that whole, hey, we didn't check in, there was nothing ever said in anything.
Right. It's
like,
just
hey, by the way, because for the most part, this was actually one of the first times that we didn't charge things back to the room. One, because we had done a whole gift card thing, so that was a good portion of our charges, and then we just charged it on to our various credit cards, because in most cases, if you were using a Disney credit card and your bill was a certain amount, you would actually get 10% off, whereas if you were charging it back to the room, you weren't going to get that discount. So it wasn't until the end of our stay when we actually got our portfolio, and I was like, oh, what were all these charges? And opened it up, and it was parking. That was literally all it was. And that's where, again, we've been there since they've been charging for parking, so it wasn't a shock for us. But what if this was our first time and we didn't know? That's something, granted, yes, it's not the security officer's job checking you in, but if you're doing the mobile check-in, if you're checking in, online beforehand, something should pop up saying, hey, by the way, just so you know, if you're driving, you're going to have this $15 a day or whatever.
How did they know that we were driving is what I'd like to know.
Well, because we checked in with security, that was what.
So that could have been a rental car we had for one day and got rid of it, or we could have been getting dropped off by someone. How do they know that you're parking there?
Well, and then that's the thing, is that we would have had to.
I would dispute that charge because it was never detailed anywhere on the original bill.
And that's the other thing too, because what used to happen is when you would go to the front desk and check in, they would ask you, "Oh, are you, staying on property?" Because they would give you a parking permit. Right. So now they don't even print out.
And they'd get your license plate number.
Right. But they got my license plate number when we checked in, because security there was a camera towards the back that could see my tag.
So they're nickel and diming you there, which was very annoying.
Right.
We bought the mugs, which I didn't want to do, but you thought it'd be a good idea to buy the mugs.
Right.
And the quality of mugs have gone down significantly. They've got the cheapest lids. The lids kept falling off. I almost lost the lid twice. It's just, I was very disappointed at that, but that's there to support the fact that you can't get multiple refills. You buy a disposable cup from them, you pay $4 for it, and you're allowed 3 refills within an hour or two, or something like that, which is idiotic. It really is.
Right.
Because Disney is not losing money on me getting a refill on my soda.
And granted, you almost never got a refill on your soda.
Right.
Right.
You know, so.
And the problem that I have
But
with
the
that
fact
is
that they
you're charging
do
me
that.
$4 for a soda where 90% of the cost of that drink is the
is
cup.
just the cup. Yeah.
And you're
yeah.
putting a chip in that cup now so I can't get refills, which makes the cup more expensive.
Mm-hmm.
It's an idiotic business model that they have there.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to go on with any other complaints about the resorts. Did you have any highlights, any positives, anything nice to say to counter any of my complaints?
Well, the one thing I did like, which was new, I think, since the last time we were there, is that they actually have, when you go to the buses, if you're taking the resort transportation, because usually most of the time, if we didn't have the scooter already, we would usually just drive to the park. This way we wouldn't have to worry about waiting for a bus or anything else. But because of the scooter, we had to use the transportation. And one of the nice things was, as soon as you got to the area, they had a little schedule showing you when the next bus, estimated time when the next bus for the different locations was going to be coming. So that I thought was very helpful.
And they've had that at the moderate and the higher end resorts.
Right.
This was new for us
at the Value Resort.
Value
So it was
Resort.
that
is
was
nice.
a nice touch to see. So
All right, so we'll give them a plus for that one then. Let's take a quick break and we'll come back and we'll talk about some of the technology that Disney is throwing at some of these issues. We'll be right back.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Entertainment. Today we are dissecting Disney. So one of the things that Disney has done to try to enhance the experience is go the technology route. And that technology route is apps on your smartphone at this point in time and bands and all that stuff. So right now, the Disney World app that they have with their nice little 50th anniversary logo on there is the central part of that technology push. You pretty much need it for anything you want to do: booking rides, checking times, getting into your room, pretending to call the front office because it doesn't work for that.
your photo pass,
Yeah.
reservations.
I have to say that I was very unimpressed with the app. I found it to be poorly designed. Someone looked like someone gave a 5-year-old a box of crowns and asked him to design an interface. It was confusing. It was not obvious or intuitive to use. Finding the information that I wanted just to go in and look up times or to look up available slots for reservations for different extra services like building a lightsaber or a droid, you couldn't find that stuff. And the whole thing was predicated upon this whole idea of build your experience. And in order to do that, you pick the things you want, and that's all that you saw. If you ever wanted to stop outside of that, you had to go back through the entire wizard and reset all your settings in there to see anything. And I thought it was a terrible experience. Right down to the point that you bought one of the new Magic Band Pluses. And what happened with that? Tell us what happened with that.
So I wasn't going to buy the new Magic Band, but the last day we were in a park happened to be the Magic Kingdom, and at Magic Kingdom they had a Haunted Mansion one. So of course me being the Haunted Mansion person that I am, all right, fine, I'll get it, just to have it, whatever. And we charge it while we were in Hall of Presidents. You had already bought one and you had no issues getting it to sync up. Everything was fine. I go to sync it up and I get an error. And I try and go through again, and then it tells me that the app has a bug and to uninstall and reinstall the app to try and fix it. I do that, doesn't work. I try taking, because there's a QR code, so first I try linking it by the wireless link. That didn't work. Then I tried taking a picture of the QR code to do it that way. That doesn't work. Then I even tried entering the code manually.
Which is a challenge considering how small those numbers are.
Right. Entering the code, nothing. As soon as I would do it, it would fail and again tell me that I had a bug. So by that point, I was just fed up, and after spending almost $50 on it, I went back to the store to return it. And of course, the cast member there was like, oh, well, if you do decide to, purchase another one, we do have tech support people, located throughout the park that would be, willing to help you. And by that point, it was already our last day. Maybe if it was our first day in the park and I had, the whole rest of the week to worry about it. But this was literally our last day.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm done.
It wasn't the band itself, it was the app.
Right.
So that's really where I think the biggest complaint was, because there was a lot of things with that app. The calling the front office.
Well,
when our phone
calling the
didn't
front
work,
desk.
We tried to call the front desk. You can get to it through the app if you could find it, because it wasn't easy to find.
Right, and that was another thing, another challenge of things weren't where you thought they would be.
Right.
If you did a search, it would eventually find it, but it was like I shouldn't have to be searching every time.
It was almost like they did no user testing of this.
And then that was the whole thing too, because when we were having the issues with the bathroom, I was like, all right, well, let me just call the front desk. And I'm like, and I couldn't even Google a phone number for the front desk either. And then the one day I actually just walked up to the front desk and they were like, oh, well, you could have just done it on your app. I'm like, no, I couldn't. And she didn't believe me.
Right.
And she walked me through it and was like, oh, okay, that is a problem. Yeah. No shit. I know it's a problem. I'm pretty tech savvy. I understand not everybody is tech savvy and you have to talk to, every guest like we're an idiot, but it really wasn't there. And then, so you can't even say, oh, well, it's because you had an Android, because you even had the same problem and you have an Apple phone.
Right.
So it clearly wasn't user error.
No,
it's something with your app.
It was app specific.
Right.
So some of the other things I found were an issue was you could look up wait times for rides. Mm-hmm. They weren't accurate. When you guys were going around and doing things, I was riding around the scooter looking at wait times on the app.
Okay.
Oh my God, they were 15 minutes off, 20 minutes off.
So they weren't updating
They
as
were
often.
not done in real time on the app itself, which makes the app useless at that point when it comes to that function.
Right, because especially if that's what you're determining, oh, well, this wait's only, or this wait's 60 minutes, but yet the wait might only be 15 minutes if you actually went there, but then you don't want to go there because...
The entire purpose of the Genie experience is you don't need a fast pass because we can tell you when these times trend here, and it's completely wrong. I lost my Magic Band at one point in time because it was on a little holder on my
original
my original one. So we kind of panicked a little bit there. We were able to get the ticket to get into the park, but I didn't have a way to get into the room.
Right.
So I was able to use the app for that, and it worked. But it was awkward. It's like 4 screens in, you don't know where on the phone it's transmitting so I'm moving the phone all around the thing to try to get the thing to work.
Right.
It scans the first time and it goes green, but it won't unlock. Well, there's a prompt on the screen that you don't get an audible prompt on where you have to accept the ability to unlock the door at that point.
Yeah, see, I never tried doing it that way. So
Yeah, it was not good. And the other problem is they don't have any free charging stations that you can use around the park.
Right,
If you want to pay for them, there's a
I was
couple.
gonna say they have the charging rods that I know, and that was something that we knew going in from various other people who had been there and various other YouTube videos and things that said, if you're going, you're gonna be on your phone a whole lot more. Make sure you have some sort of battery backup so that you can charge your phone. And honestly, there was only for me, there was one day that I had to charge my phone, but I really didn't even need to. But that was also because we really weren't using the phone as much.
Well, and we'll talk about that in a second, too.
Yeah.
And the last big complaint that I have about the app is they have this device where they're tracking the vast majority of people because you're dependent on it to use the park.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not using the data. We wind up outside waiting for a bus. It took us almost an hour to get a bus when the entire line was full waiting for buses. How are you not using this? You're tracking these people.
Right.
And you're tracking them for the purpose of taking a picture and tying it to their account.
Mm-hmm.
How are you not using that information to dispatch buses?
Right.
Or crowd control for different rides? Like, I don't understand why you would have all this information and then not use it for a constructive purpose.
Mm-hmm.
They're using it to try to sell you stuff, and that's all they're using it for. And that's a huge insult to the guests.
No, I agree. Especially when it comes to the end of the night where everybody is tired, everybody is cranky.
Yep.
Why you would have all these empty buses. Now, granted, maybe you didn't have enough bus drivers, but maybe that's what you need to plan, is that you always know at the end of the night you're going to have a rush of people wanting to get out. Why not put that extra
and in the past, they've had instances where you've had cast members at the bus stops. And the cast members are calling in to dispatch saying, I need a bus for this resort. I need a bus for this resort. They didn't have that.
Right.
And they didn't need it because they have the technology. They just chose not to use the technology.
Yeah.
So let's talk about that massive scam that is Genie Plus.
Oh, Genie Plus.
So tell us how much we paid for that and how much we used it.
So we paid $15 per person per day that we were in a park on a regular park ticket. So we only went to the park for 3 days, but the one day was the Halloween party. And because of it being a special ticket event, you don't use Genie Plus on that day. So we only had to pay for Genie Plus for 2 of the days that we were in the park. So $45, so $90 total for the 2 days for the 3 of us, because each individual person has to have it for however many days. And since we hadn't used it before, we figured, you know what? Let's try it. Let's give it a try and see if it makes a difference or helps us out.
We took one for the team so we could review it for the podcast.
Right. And granted, there are lots of pros and cons. There were a couple of friends of mine who had used it before, and they said, oh, it takes a couple of days to get used to it. I'm like, well, I only have 2 days to get used to it. So I either need it to work or not work. And the big push before used to be, buying it ahead of time and making sure you had it, even though you couldn't really do anything with it until the day of. And now there's some other changes that they're making to it. And again, I'm not really 100% sure of what they all are because we're not there anymore. So I'm not really paying attention as to what those changes are. But I know one of the major changes was that you didn't have to purchase it until that day if you wanted to get it. So
doesn't make
again,
it worthwhile.
Right. So
how many rides did we get on using that system?
Okay. So in Epcot, which was our first day, we did the Remy ride with it. We did have a
We did it with that, or was that with the virtual queue?
no, the only thing that the virtual queue you could do with the virtual queue was the Guardians of the Galaxy, and that we didn't get. And that I woke up at
So we got
6:45, so because they had a 7 o'clock and a 1 o'clock for the virtual queue, and I got up at 6:45 to try and get a 7 o'clock, and by 7 o'clock,
well, we already knew the virtual queues were broken.
right? So that was
So we got one ride in Epcot.
well, we technically had two because we ended up getting Soarin', and then you didn't want to go on Soarin', so we canceled it, and we ended up doing the single rider, which we didn't know was available.
Well, that's another thing I want to talk about, but when we get to the
Sure.
parks.
So we did have one, but then since you decided not to go on the ride and they had that available, we used that in place of it. So we had gotten rid of that, and then that was when we made the Remy reservation, because the other thing too is when you make the reservation on the Genie Plus now, you can only have one at a time.
Right.
And then once the time frame starts for that reservation or that lightning lane, that's when you can make an additional lightning lane through your Genie Plus.
All right. So we paid $15. We paid $30.
$45.
$45 because I didn't go on Remy, so I'm not counting myself for that. So for $30, you went on one ride in Epcot
Mm-hmm.
for $30.
Mhm.
And how much did we pay for park tickets?
More than $30.
$1.20 maybe?
I think it was about that. I don't remember
So
what.
$30 for one ride.
Mm-hmm.
Then we did Studios. How many rides did we get on with Genie Plus with that?
We did. Maddie and I did Toy Story Mania with it. We did Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Coaster with that. What else did we do? We didn't need it for... No, we did use it for Smuggler's Run.
For the second run through.
For the second run, because again, we did the
solo rider.
The solo rider. So we got 3. Did we get a fourth one? I think we only got 3.
Okay.
So we got 3 with that.
So that's now $60 for 4 rides.
Mm-hmm.
Was it worth it?
Probably not.
This is $60 on top of $120 per person per ticket to get in to ride the rides anyway.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So we're talking about $150 per person for Genie Plus and a ticket. And Genie Plus got you 4 rides. That to me is a scam.
Mm.
The other thing that I found was interesting is we got into Magic Kingdom early on Friday because of the party.
Right.
And it was still regular admission in there.
Mm-hmm.
We walked past Peter Pan.
Right.
And the Lightning Lane. And the Lightning Lane was easily a 20-minute wait at Peter Pan.
Mm-hmm.
What's the purpose of the Lightning Lane if it's a 20-minute wait?
Right.
This is the problem that I have.
Well, when the regular ride is a 60-minute wait, a 20-minute wait is nothing. But again,
Still,
yes, we know.
That's not Lightning. I'm sorry.
Right. I understand that.
Lightning is I walk in and she'll be able to get right on the ride.
Right.
Especially when I'm paying for it.
Right.
What rides were not eligible for Genie Plus?
I don't know if there was anything.
Besides Guardians of the Galaxy.
Well, Guardians of the Galaxy, because that was the virtual queue.
Right. So you could only do virtual. Was Rise of the Resistance one you had to pay to get on, or was that eligible with Lightning Plus?
I think it might have been, because I think what they do with their certain big ticket rides, you know, kind of their e-ticket rides, is they offer the additional pay for me
Right.
Lightning Lane, and there's so many of those that they put out, and then there's so many regular
it's-
lightning lanes and
So here's where the real scam is.
Oh, yeah.
So pay $15 for Genie Plus, unless you want to go on this other ride, and then pay another $15 to get on that ride.
Right. And it's not always $15 because depending
They change the
on
rates
because
based on
right, the time of
day
year.
and-
So it
right.
could be $20 to go.
Okay.
But all the ones that we saw where they were an additional fee. So like the Guardians of the Galaxy, we didn't get the virtual queue. But now they didn't, so with that it was only virtual queue or paid lightning lane. There was no standby, meaning you couldn't just go and wait for 2 hours on a line to get on the
Thank
ride.
God for that.
Right. So it was either you got in the virtual queue for free, or you paid $15 to
So
get a time spot.
comparing Genie, the scam of Genie Plus to FastPass.
Oh my God. There's no comparison between.
Okay. I think that ends the argument on that one then.
Right. There was, I personally didn't. Now, if we had done a full Magic Kingdom day, I could see Magic Kingdom.
Well, the problem I have with that is you can only reserve one at a time.
Right.
And you have a 1 hour cooldown after you've either canceled it or used it.
I don't think we did.
In the app, you do.
Because I was actually able, because the one,
Might not have been on canceling, but
I don't
on
know,
use.
because there was one that I had one reservation and I actually had the next one and it was actually overlapping because the one was from like 1 to 2 and the next one was from like 1:30 to 2:30 and I was actually surprised
All
that
right,
it,
well, then they may have changed that.
or it could have been a
I had a work
fluke.
colleague that was down there 2 months
I
ago
don't
and
know.
said that was one of the problems they ran into.
So maybe that was something that,
So let's move on from Genie Plus because if I stay on that, my blood pressure's going to go up. Real quick, before we go to break, Magic Band Plus.
okay,
Is it worth the price? It was about $50 with tax.
I wouldn't have done it.
How do you feel about the fact that you need to charge the thing? It takes 90 minutes to charge. When you first buy it, you got to charge it.
You know what? I already have my watch that needs to charge, so that was kind of a, oh, okay.
Well, and that's the other thing. It's a proprietary
Right,
charger.
and that was the thing that you said was, oh, great, so now if I lose this charger, I'm never going to be able to charge my Magic Band again.
But
So-
they sell extra chargers
But they
there
do
now.
sell extra chargers for you.
But
so,
God forbid you give me a device that can charge on an Apple charger or an Android charger or a standard Qi charger.
Right. And the other thing too was, yeah, it's cute that you walk past, so they have the different statues and stuff, and if you wave your band in front of it, sometimes the
or if
statue
you walk past it, or if you look at it wrong, you have no idea how to trigger these things.
Right, because there's nothing that I found. I'm sure probably somebody has put together a YouTube video saying, oh, here are the different things that your Magic Band
Right.
will do. And the thing is, they've been doing things like this for years. Back when they had the 100th anniversary, the 100-year anniversary or the 100th birthday for Walt Disney, they had these special pins that you could get.
Right.
And when you would go on certain rides, the pins would light up. Or if you were watching the fireworks, they'd light up. That so this is kind of the
So they're
same
also,
thing.
They're vinyl. They're like the old ones
right.
were. So they're very sweaty. They're very hot to wear.
Right.
Mine fell off 3 times.
Right.
After having put it on, I had to have you carry it for me
Right.
because I was afraid I was going to lose it.
Right.
What else did I have down here?
That it didn't have any sound.
No sound. So like the thing would vibrate and the thing would light up, but like you have no idea why.
Right, because when we were walking out of Magic Kingdom, we didn't walk past anything
Right.
special that I knew, and all of a sudden I'm like, why is the band...
Right.
I already have enough things on my watch to notify me of different things. I
to
didn't
me,
need
it's
it.
almost like, hey, this is really cool technology. Let's sell it. And nobody was like, what are we going to do with it? What's the purpose of it? Oh,
Yeah.
just sell it. We'll figure it out later.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas when the Magic Bands came out, they had a true purpose.
Right, and I could see if we were annual pass holders or we were still DVC and we'd be going down a couple of times a year. All right, sure, I'll get the new band, because that's the other thing too, is that no longer as a resort guest do you get a free Magic Band because that was what they kind of moved away from, the room keys.
Right. The crack dealers at Disney gave you the first dose, and now you got to pay for the rest.
Well, fortunately, we have enough Magic Bands. We don't need we don't need to buy a $50 one. So.
All right. So the technology to me seems more like a scam than anything else, and it's a money grab. I think we can kind of agree on that to a large extent.
Sure, we'll go with that.
All right, let's take our last break, and we'll come back and we'll chop up the park experience. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
All right, we're back bitching about Disney parks. Here we go.
It's going to be such a great podcast.
So we've got 3 to complain about, and I'll start off with Epcot. So we're still at the point where we have to make a reservation to get in the park.
Correct.
One would think the reason for that was to regulate how many people were in the park, you would think, right?
You would think.
Still packed and crowded as hell. Don't understand that. Got to make a reservation, but I got people crawling all over me still. Someone needs to explain that one. Huge sections of the park are shut down because of the construction that's happening, which isn't unusual for Disney. The problem is it requires you to completely reroute how you get from point A to point B.
Correct.
In a park that has literally the longest walk between rides already. So it's forcing you to extend those rides where they probably could have been a little more strategic in how they set those barriers up. And the fact that you have to order ahead for food now because you can't even stand in line to buy food almost at any of the restaurants, the quick serve restaurants.
Well, we actually didn't run into any problems with any of the quick serve. They were still
okay, good.
We were still able to. It wasn't mandatory because I know when they first opened after COVID, that was the only way you could.
All right, then I'll save that complaint for
reservations.
studios because I have a very specific complaint about that in studios.
So Epcot, we really didn't do any because the food and wine was going on, so that you had to go to the little individual booths, and they weren't really that busy. And then after that, we kind of cut our day early because that was our first day in the park. It was extremely hot, and there was so much lack of shaded areas for us to go and hide that we just kind of called it a day just because we were just overheated by that point. So we really didn't have a big quick service meal. We just kind of snacked.
So we weren't there long enough for it to really be a problem.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So then we go to Hollywood Studios. Again, crowded. Don't know why. The restriction to the quick serve I had a problem with here because it was hot. Normally when it's hot, I'll go into the ABC commissary just to cool off, sit in a corner somewhere, relax. Couldn't get in if I didn't have a food order. They literally had bouncers sitting outside the entrance, not letting people in.
Right.
How do you do that? It's like getting a reservation at McDonald's. It's idiotic.
I didn't understand that. But you did eventually get in because you said you were just going
They stuck me in a corner, literally between two pillars to charge the scooter.
When I went to go find you, I'm like, where the heck is he?
Now I give total props to all the cast members that were there because they were making sure I was okay. They were offering me water.
One woman comes over and asks if I wanted to have a cupcake. So the staff was fantastic,
Right.
but the policies, I think, were terrible.
That's, I think, what it is it's the policies that other people
Right.
put into place. And now you have these cast members that are the ones enforcing it and are like, ugh.
So the other thing that bugged me was I was very much looking forward to going to Galaxy's Edge, going to Doc Ondar's, and shopping and buying some of the unique stuff. And they didn't have jack in there.
Right.
Not only did they not have anything cool, new, or interesting, they had a 20-minute wait in line to look at the lightsabers that they had in the case if you wanted to buy something.
Mm-hmm.
A 20-minute wait to spend $200 and some dollars.
Yeah, that is crazy.
That's ridiculous. And they had a guy sitting there enforcing, almost like he had a cattle prod, making sure people were bunched up on top of each other because the lines were packed so tight.
Right.
That was such a turnoff for me. It
Yeah.
really was. What else do we have? Finding a seat at the quick serve was like, almost impossible. You had people just circling around waiting for someone to get up.
Right. Now, we did eat at the docking station.
Right.
And that, again, didn't have a problem, because they asked when you got there, did you do a mobile order or are you placing an order? Because they had two separate lines.
Right. They let you get in to order something, which was nice because I could at least get in and cool off.
Right. And then, just like, the quick serve. But we've had that before where there weren't always tables available depending on what time.
Well, before our quick serve was always the way that we went because or the mobile ordering was how we went because that was our secret weapon.
Right. And now everybody does it. So, of course, you need the app to do it. And, but it worked out. We still got a meal. We still had a table.
Couldn't book anything with Savi's workshop to build a lightsaber.
Well, and honestly, if we had tried to book it when we had made our reservations, we probably would have.
I shouldn't have to book spending $400.
I understand that.
6 months in advance. I shouldn't have to do that.
Right. But that's the thing is when we went 2 years ago, we made those reservations as soon as we could make them and we got them.
My biggest concern here was I couldn't even see that there weren't reservations or how to make that. It wasn't even an option. Right. It took you a while to find
because
that.
I had to search. I did a search for Savi's and
right.
Again, it was a whole secret thing because if I didn't know what to call it, I wouldn't have been able to find it. There was nothing obvious. Again, you had to search, but you had to know what you were searching for. So
there were far fewer character interactions at Galaxy's Edge this time than the last time.
Mm-hmm.
Everywhere you looked, last time we were there was a character you were bumping into them left and right.
Right.
There were 2 or 3.
Kylo Ren and some stormtroopers.
Right.
That was
and
about
at
it.
one point in time, Chewbacca and somebody else was up on a platform somewhere.
Oh, see, I didn't even see them.
You couldn't interact with them. They were basically up there just waving at people like it was a parade float.
Right. Well, that even happened when we were in Epcot. Pooh Bear was behind a fence.
Oh, yeah. They stuck him out in the sun.
The poor Pooh Bear.
Man.
He was melting, I'm sure. Yeah. So
the other issue I had was solo rider times, not single rider. It was solo rider at Smuggler's Run, which I thought was funny.
Right.
They don't publish them.
Right.
You didn't know. The only way we knew it was a 5-minute single rider line was because we overheard someone say it. And we're like, excuse me, how long is a single rider? And they're like, 5 minutes. I'm like, all right, let's go.
Right.
And like one other person did the same thing. And it's like, given how bad your application works for booking these rides, how are you not? It's not up on the signs.
Right.
Nobody's out there. They had one cast member come out and start saying, hey, 5-minute single rider ride if anybody wants to get on.
Right.
How do you not have a provision for that?
Right. And that's something. So going back to Epcot, Test Track has been a single rider ride for as long as I can remember. So most people know about it. So they have, 3 separate entrances for it. And then, of course, as soon as you get close, they're like, oh, don't forget, your party will be separated, blah, 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 blah. And you go on. I had only known about Soarin' having it from watching somebody else's video. So if I didn't watch that other person's video, I wouldn't have known. And I think at Soarin', they're still doing it as a test. It's not official. And again, we had gotten it as the one lightning lane, and when we went up, I was like, oh, are you guys still doing, oh, look, and they basically just have like a cast member holding a sign saying single rider, and then you go on. Smuggler's Run, I wasn't sure if they were doing it until we got to the front of it, and we're like, oh, okay, great. And we, I think it took us longer to walk the whole entrance.
That's just poor planning and poor execution on Disney's part. That's a major selling point that you could be using to enhance people's visits there, especially with the crappy system that you put in place instead of the fast passes.
Right.
So we, at one point in time, wanted to go over to Star Wars Launch Bay and cool off, look at the stuff they had there, see if there's anything to shop for. And it was literally a ghost town.
Right.
They shut down the Little Mermaid thing that was there. They shut down the gift shop that was there.
Right. Little Mermaid has been shut down since.
But everything was shut down. The only thing that was open was a couple of the Play Disney thing.
Right. But they did have Star Wars characters. That was still open.
Yeah, if you walked 5 miles back,
well, that was the whole thing, right?
Because they weren't advertising it anymore.
Right. Well, no, they had the sign when you got to the area, so you had to know. But yeah, that was the whole thing, because the Launch Bay area, there was the whole shop there, and then you'd walk through the shop, and then they'd have the characters and artifacts from the
but again,
from the movies and things.
It was like just a completely forgotten area.
Right. It was just kind of, and the other thing too was it closed at 5.
Right.
So then that whole section, even though there wasn't a whole lot to the section to begin with, became even more of a ghost town, because again, you already had the Little Mermaid that they haven't reopened Little Mermaid yet. So the little princess store right next to it, that shut down. Then there's a Play Disney gift shop that hasn't opened yet. So you had the couple of characters, but no gift shop. And then you had...
Like at that point in time, just shut the whole area down and block it off.
Exactly.
You're just... It's ridiculous to even have a couple of things open.
Right.
Like I went to get the scooter. I could have swore I saw a tumbleweed blow through. It was so deserted over there.
Well, the squirrels were more entertaining over there.
It was embarrassing.
Yeah, it was
really
kind of sad. And the other thing too was, like, Maddie and I did the Muppet movie, and there's a Muppet gift shop as soon as you get out. And I was like, all right, as soon as we get out, we'll go into the, gift shop to cool off. And that wasn't open too. So that was really kind of the first, seeing a lot of the gift shops that weren't open, because in Epcot doesn't have as many little gift shops along the way, because you have all of the different countries, so all of those were open. So we really didn't see the effect of things until we got, to Epcot.
All right, 5 minutes, Magic Kingdom, and then we got to summarize.
Okay.
Go ahead. You go.
Okay, so for the Magic Kingdom, that was our Halloween party. As you had mentioned before, with the Halloween party, they let you get into the park 3 hours before your park time. So, of course, there's, tons of lines to try and get in, everybody to get in. And, of course, because of the holiday party, you have a special band, so it takes longer to get in. And, of course, the storms are coming. So you got people that are trying to leave the park, people trying to come in the park. So, of course, very crowded, at the beginning of it. And it always seems to be kind of disorganized no matter what time you go. So I don't know if it's something where if we actually went closer to 7 o'clock or closer to 6 o'clock, if we wouldn't run into that or not.
Well, and what would make sense if they did that is you do a rope drop type thing. Mm-hmm. And for all the people that are coming in for the party, you get them checked in, you get their bands on in that time ahead of time, because they're all queuing up.
Yeah, because that happened
and then you have a rope drop when you let them in.
Because that happened when we did, when we did the Christmas party?
I think it was a Christmas party.
Where you actually checked in at the Polynesian.
Right.
And you got your band and everything, so you were already checked in, so as soon as you got off the monorail, you went right in. So they need to kind of go back to that system of, checking in someplace else. Mm-hmm. I will say, though, that their security system has gotten better, because they don't do every bag being checked.
Right.
So you kind of go through a metal detector, some sort of scanning thing.
I don't know if that's better or if it's just more lax to get people through.
I don't know, but it seemed to go smoother, so that was at least a positive that I saw. But obviously here was another instance. Now again, don't know how much of it was because it was the holiday party or not, but again, we saw a lot of different shops that were closed. But again, not every shop is always open for the holiday party.
Well, and some of the shops we know were closed because they turned them into other things.
Right, exactly. And then some rides or certain attractions, they turn over to trick-or-treating, you know, areas. The one thing that was bizarre was, you know, because again, they have all these different trick-or-treating sections, and they didn't start handing out candy until 7 o'clock. And at one point, we were in Tomorrowland, and it was 6 o'clock, and there was a line forming
And they
for
were letting
people
form a line, which was
to wait for candy, for free candy.
For a couple pieces of candy you'd get.
So we were just like, no, we're going to go on some other rides. So that was kind of crazy. But once the party kind of started, and also once the rain kind of died down, we really didn't have too many issues. It kind of spread out because then you have the people, because there are people that go to the party just to go and see the specialty characters that only come out for the holiday party.
Right.
Then you have people that are just doing the trick-or-treating. You know, then you have some people that are there to see the special Halloween parade and to see the special Halloween fireworks. So it kind of helps to break it up, because that's when Maddie was able to get on Splash Mountain in 5 minutes. Big Thunder Mountain in 5 minutes. I think Space Mountain was 20 minutes. I think that was her longest wait. Haunted Mansion, I think it was about 20 minutes, maybe even less, for us to get on that.
So let's summarize before we leave here.
Sure.
Give me a score, 1 out of 10, 10 being the highest of your overall Disney experience. Give me that artificially high score you're going to give me.
7.
Really? Wow, I would not have thought it would have been that low.
Really?
Yeah.
You would have thought I would have given it higher.
I thought you would have been an 8 or a 9.
Ha ha!
I'd probably give it about a 5.
Mm-hmm.
And really my problem was more with management and execution.
Mm-hmm.
You know, poor planning, and you can blame it on the fact that they haven't brought all their staff back, whatever you want to blame it on.
Yeah.
But there's ways to compensate for that. And to me, it was a disappointing experience.
The one highlight of our trip, and I think we can both agree on this.
Steve from Brooklyn.
Steve from Brooklyn.
Absolutely. Steve from Brooklyn. He was so close to restoring my faith in Disney. He was so optimistic. He was the best bus driver we ever had.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
He was so good, I almost want to use Facebook again so I can follow him. Almost. But Facebook's too evil.
Right. So fortunately, I'm already friends with him. So, and I had been friends with him already. And when he pulled up, I was like,
that was a very
I'm Facebook friends with you.
Magical experience. And I don't use that term very often for Disney, but that was a magical experience. And I thank him for that.
Yes.
All right, that is all we had for today, and probably that's more than enough. We kind of cut some of my complaints short because I, do have a heart condition with blood pressure and everything. So, before we do go though, I would like to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions listed as Insights into Entertainment. Audio and video versions of all of our network's podcasts can be found under Insights into Things. We're on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, etc. I would also ask you to write in, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things.
We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
We're also on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
We're also on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
Or you can find all that and much more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 170, Perspectives on Parenting, Top Challenges. Yeah, pretty much, I guess. I don't know.
Top challenges?
That's what it's called.
No, it's nurturing.
Fine, okay.
I think we didn't get the right notes there.
I'm your host, Madison Whalen, clearly not very good at it, and my co-host, Joseph Whalen.
Hi, how you doing?
How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Kind of figured as much. And as hopefully with our, more penultimate, not really penultimate, really. What do you call these? Our tens?
Our tens, yes.
As with our tens for now, we have a special guest, my mother and co-host of that kind of dead podcast, Insights and Entertainment, Michelle Whalen.
Wow, that was an intro.
There's our marketing department again for you.
Hey, it makes it more fun, I'm not great at this, but it makes it so that everybody laughs along.
There you go.
That's all that matters.
Sure.
We all have fun in the process, right?
All right, so this is one of our Perspectives on Parenting episodes that we're trying to do every 10 episodes. We have just concluded our emotional intelligence series, and this is kind of the transition into the next period.
Right.
And last time we actually only got through one of the planned segments we had for questions, so we're going to be spending this episode going over the second segment of questions, that being that of nurturing. And pretty much this is just going to be a Q&A between me and my parents, and it's kind of get more of the parenting perspective about how challenging it is to be a parent. Without further ado, I think we can get started. How about you?
Sure.
All right.
I guess I should do a transition now.
Probably.
Okay, we'll skip all the credits and everything now. Okay, let's go.
All right, so our starting questions relate to showing kids that you love them, because that's a part of nurturing your kids.
Because we're legally required to love you.
No, we're not. I don't think that's actually part of it. We just happen to do it, so.
Yeah, So the first question we have, which I guess can go out to either of you, because I haven't, pre-said, which one's going to which. So anyone can answer this, really. How much or often do you feel you express how much you care about me?
I would say probably daily, hourly. Depends on the mood.
Fair enough.
Depends if you're being a pain. No, even Daddy and I are very fortunate with you. You really are, not to toot your own horn, but you're a very exceptional kid, and so it's very easy to love you, even when we're upset with you. We still love you.
That's nice. It's nice to know.
And to Mommy's point, I think one of the things that you discover is that each of us shows, we express it differently, right? Mommy expresses it every day by
making sure you get to the school bus, and by making sure that there's food on the table, and by making sure that your lunch is packed and all that stuff. Mommy does it numerous times throughout the day. Not so much with me, but
I pack your lunch too.
She still packs your lunch.
No, I mean, I'm not the one that I don't express it as often as you do like that. But generally when I do it, it's not the accumulation of little things. It's the more deliberate things.
Quality, not the quantity.
Exactly.
That makes sense. All right, the next question we have here is, what ways do you feel that you express your love for me? Which, I guess kind of follows the previous question. How about you? Go first.
You being me?
Yes.
Okay, I'll go first. Well, I think I do it by spending the time that we spend together. We spend a lot of quality time together, especially when it's study time or homework time or project time for school. I enjoy doing stuff like that with you. Or playing rock band, or it's to me, I'm more into the experience and spending time and dedicating that to you. But I also like buying you presents and stuff and little things. Like we have our Temu days and stuff, and it's like whenever I put an order in, I make sure I get something for you because I know it lifts your spirits and it's something that makes you smile.
That makes sense. So besides, basically taking care of my every whim in the morning and during the entire day, how else do you think you express your love, Mommy?
Well, I think, spending time with you. We haven't done it in a while, but we used to have TV time every night where we would just sit and watch, television together. We go and get our nails done together. We'll, take trips to Five Below, usually on a day off from school. I try and, take a day off or take time off from school, from work, to be able to spend the day with you and, do Dave & Buster's or go to the mall or something, where we have that fun time.
Especially when I can't
together.
Go to Dave & Buster's.
Right, because we do it intentionally to make sure that, Daddy's left out.
I think in general, we're very fortunate that you enjoy spending time with us. Like that's a bonus.
Right.
And I don't know how long that's going to be like that. So I think Mommy and I are wise enough to take advantage of that when we can so that we can enjoy that time now.
Yeah. All right. So this is going to get a little dark. So prepare for this, I guess. Would any factor about me that came up, such as my gender or sexuality, cause you to love me any less?
And who's that for?
Either of you, honestly.
I'll go first.
Okay.
It had no bearing whatsoever. Like, ever. I knew from the moment I, wanted to be a mom that no matter what the gender was, I would love the child, no matter what, as long as the child didn't grow up to be a sociopath, I would always, love that child no matter what, unconditionally. And I think with the changes you've gone through with different things throughout, your lifetime so far, there's never been a moment that I haven't been supportive of you. And that's one of those things that I can't wrap my head around for parents that would disown their child because of their, sexuality or their gender identity or anything like that, where parents just, or even religion, where kids decide that they want to practice a different religion and, they just totally become disowned. And I just, as a parent, I don't understand how you can just turn that off. If it's something where you committed a crime, you committed murder, or you did something heinous, that I could totally understand as a parent, walking away from. But something because you choose who you are, why wouldn't I love you?
Yeah, I think that's a very good answer.
Thank you.
Daddy?
And I would agree. And there was never a point in time with any of those circumstances that would have caused me not to love you. I think if anything, it's caused anxiety on my part, because sometimes it's things that I don't understand and I try to understand it, or it's things that are so profoundly outside my control that my natural instinct to try to protect you is compromised at times. So if there's any issues that I have, it's more issues with me and my own ability to cope with things than it is with you on any level.
All right.
And
Good.
for the record, I'd help you bury the body. just so you know.
All right, good answers from on both parts. I appreciate both, for different reasons. Next question we have is, are there times that you have to limit my actions just because you wanted to protect me? I guess we can go
I
on
guess
you.
I asked for that one, didn't I? Yes, all the time. And I do it, and I'll be the first one to admit that I do it discriminatingly and probably unfairly. For the longest time when you were growing up, I had the biggest fear of how boys were going to react to you. I know boys, and I know what they're capable of. I know how they think, and it terrifies me to have boys around my little girl. So, yeah, I probably said things. I probably did things that were in the spirit of protecting you that were probably overbearing. I'll admit to that, and I'm not apologizing for that. My job is to protect you, and I protect you the best way that I know how.
That's fair. Mommy, how about you?
Well, I think, and we had this conversation not that long ago where, I had said I didn't feel that I was a helicopter parent, but I felt I had to be a helicopter parent because of Daddy, because of the way Daddy felt about certain things, and where I felt okay about certain situations, Daddy didn't. So to make him happy, I became the partial helicopter parent to watch over and make sure things were fine, where I think if I hadn't done that, things still would have been fine. I don't think you were ever in any situation that could have or would have gone, in a bad situation. But because of the way Daddy being much more overbearing in certain respects, I had to, he wanted to be the overbearing one, but I had to be the one to do the actions. He was management.
When in doubt, blame my dad.
Yep, pretty much.
That's usually a good tactic.
Yeah, all right. Next up, we have there been any rifts in our relationship due to anything you might have done that you believed was in my best interest, but I didn't agree with?
I'll take that one first.
All right.
The only thing that immediately pops to mind is how I reacted when you revealed that you were aromantic. So I think my reaction was probably misinterpreted, but it was probably not presented in a way that was acceptable. And I think that, at least it felt to me as though it kind of drove a wedge between us for a little while. And my point was, you're young. I understand you feel this way, but, let's not close ourselves off to other opportunities. And you interpreted that as, I wasn't respecting how you felt. And I totally understood where you were coming from with that, but that was not the intention. That was not the message that I was trying to get across, and I didn't present it in an acceptable manner.
Okay, going a bit dark there.
Well, you asked.
I guess so. Mommy, anything with you?
I don't think so. Like, because I think I've been the voice of reason when certain situations like that, you know, have come into play. You know, what, you've been grounded twice in your life, and that was, you know, you were in nursery school at the time. Like, I can't even remember the last time you were punished for something, you know.
And I didn't have to help bury the body that time.
Right. You know, you had a couple of timeouts, and, you know, other than that, it might be something, hey, did you finish the laundry? Oh, wait a second, you were supposed to work on laundry yesterday or the day before, you know, stuff like that. So it's, you know, for the most part, I really can't, you know, say that, you know, oh yeah, here, you know, it's those small things. It's, you know, the things that, you know, all right, so laundry didn't get folded. All right, whatever. We'll turn the dryer on again and we'll fluff everything up and we'll fold it tomorrow, you know. So I think that's where, you know, fortunately, you know, when it comes to school, when it comes to your grades, obviously never an issue on our part. You're harder on yourself than Daddy or I ever have to be. So that's never, you know, something. So if it's, you know, you didn't do a chore, okay, you didn't do it today, you'll do it tomorrow. Okay, that's fine.
All right. Good answers. Next up, we have, do you think one of the many jobs of a parent must be to love and care for their kid, or is it something that's more optional?
Clearly, I thought it was a job to love you, but I mean, I think if you're a decent human being, you do. I don't think it's an optional thing, and I don't think it's really a job. It's, do you love your kids? If you don't, why'd you have kids? You know, to me, it's a natural thing to me. And that's really the only way I can explain it.
That makes sense.
No, and I think it's much, I'm trying to think of the wording, but it's kind of, yeah, like it's a duh, why would you have kids? But unfortunately, there are people that do have kids for the wrong reasons. And unfortunately, you know, parents sometimes just don't have that paternal instinct or that paternal desire. And, you know, you'll see where, you know, people have kids and then hand the kids off to the grandparents or some other family relative to raise just because they have no connection to that child. So it seems kind of, again, like a duh, why wouldn't you love your child? But there are people out there that have kids that have no connection to them, just because, you know, of past trauma with them, or they're just not that parenting type. So it's not as obvious, I think, as you know, some people think it is.
All right. I agree. Next question we have is there anything that I could do that would make you stop loving me? Pretty simple question.
Is it really? Because it's a pretty profound question. Really.
I mean, I guess, but like there might be a simple answer. I don't know.
It's one of those things where, no, right now I couldn't think of a single thing that you could do that would make me stop loving you. 20 years from now? I don't know, maybe. It's subjective. For me, at least. How about you?
Yeah, probably, you know, the same. You know, unless you did something to cause great harm, or, you know, I don't know. You know, you get the nuclear codes and you know, blow up a couple of countries. I don't know.
I'll cross that one off the list.
Check. All right, the last one we have for this segment is, should all parents on some level have love for their child no matter what?
Boy, you're really pushing this whole love thing. Do you not feel love?
No, I'm just asking your opinion.
Do you need a hug?
I think we covered this with the previous question, but yeah, I think all parents should have love for their child. You know, whether there's a disconnect or not, I can certainly see situations where that happens, but I don't know. It's not like you're not a pet, right? It's not a love that's developed. To me, it's a genetic type thing. Like the love that I have for my kids is unlike the love that I have for anything in the world. And I can't fathom not loving my kids. You know, Sam and I had gone through some rough patches a few years back, but I didn't stop loving him through that. And I don't know, I have a very difficult time wrapping my head around the concept of not loving your kids. Like, it's just, to me, it's always been there. So.
All right, so that was the end of our first segment. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll talk about spending quality family time together.
Ooh, quality time. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we are on our second Perspectives on Parenting episode. And right now we're going to be talking about spending quality family time together. First question in this segment is, what would you consider to be quality family time?
Me, quality family time is any time I get to spend with my family. And it doesn't have to be game night or vacations or anything like that. I mean, we've done 16-hour rides to Disney and back, and I consider that quality time. You know, whenever we're interacting with each other, I think it's quality time because you're building that relationship, you're enjoying the time together, and that's probably the most important thing to me, at least.
All right. Next question we have is, do you think the idea of spending time as a family can differ from different households?
Oh, absolutely, because there are, families that, they get together for sporting events, or, their kids are on teams or different, extracurricular activities, and, that's where they spend their time together. Like when you were doing marching band, I was active, with the Band Parent Association so that I could, find out when things were going on and be there to support and help out and do things like that. So there are parents that are active with that with their kids, and there are some that aren't. So, everybody kind of has their own different idea of quality time. One of the things that we're very fortunate is that we all have dinner together pretty much 99% of the time. It's very rare that we don't all sit down together and have dinner. And there are some families that never have dinner together because the parents work, second shift or third shift, and, some are coming and going while, kids are at school. So sometimes, they might only get to have a meal together, on a weekend or on a day off from work or something, where for us, that's something we do every day. Some people would find that, very fortunate that we do that, and we kind of take it for granted that it's, something kind of easy that we do.
Yeah, I definitely would say that. Well, I guess we kind of answered the third one, so we could probably move on from that. So, going along with that question, should every family try to strive to have some sort of quality spent family time together?
I would say yes, but I think, again, that's kind of subjective. It works for us. It might not work for everybody. There are families that don't get along with each other. There are families that their schedules don't permit it. So if you try to do something like that, it could overstress a situation. But I mean, speaking just from experience, that's really what I thrive on. That's what energizes me, and that's what, brightens my day. And if I have a rough day at work, I look forward to coming home, to having dinner, to having our talks, and, doing a podcast or whatever it is that we do. That's what, I don't live to work. I work to live, and I live for my family is really, and then that quality time is a representation of that.
All right. So I don't really know if I want to phrase the question like how it's written, but let's see. So should parents see quality time with their child as something more like it's okay if they don't do it, if they do it occasionally it's fine, or should they strive to be doing it?
I guess it really depends on the situation because, again, there are some parents that like to be hands-on, that want to be, with their child and spend time with their child and do activities with their kids. And there are other parents that are more standoffish, that, feel uncomfortable, doing that. So it's, it would be nice if every parent spent quality time with their kids, but unfortunately not every parent does.
Yeah, I could definitely, understand that, and, how that could be different between everybody. So how do you think our family dynamic would be different if we didn't spend time together?
I think it would probably be like the family dynamic that I had at home, because we didn't really spend time together. My dad kind of was never around, so he was, and it wasn't for a number of reasons, one of which was he worked a really odd shift, but that was one of many reasons. But I think it would be like that, and I think that's kind of why I tend to be, I don't know, smothering maybe when it comes to family time and wanting to have my family near me. Like, it sounds silly, but one of the things that that is a pleasant sound for me is if you guys are out doing something and I'm sitting downstairs and I hear the chime of the door. It's like, oh, everybody's home now. So the house is complete now. The house has a completely different feel to it when it has the family here than if I'm here by myself. So it's one of those things where I don't think I'd like the family dynamic if we didn't have that family time.
I can certainly understand that. Final question we have in this segment, because, for some reason some of the other ones just ended up combining, is do you enjoy that we all have time to spend with each other?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, it's wonderful that we all get along and that we all enjoy each other's company and that we do enjoy going and doing things together, during the week and, on the weekends and vacations and things like that. But I also think it's nice when we get to have our time away from each other too. It's not where we're, we spend 24/7 together, because I think, it kind of makes the time that we do spend together special. When, if I go off to Red Tent or something with, friends of mine, or you go and do something with friends of yours, or Daddy does stuff, with
random people because I have no friends.
No, I was going to say, like when you play your Star Wars game, technically you're home, but you're not, engaging with us. You're, doing your own thing. I think that's important as part of the dynamic as well, is for everybody to have, that time away from the family unit, as well.
I have that effect on people,
Yeah, where we just don't want to be around you.
They want to get away from me. That's one of my talents.
Right.
Well, either way, that was the end of our second segment. We'll be right back and talk about being a role model.
Role models.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we have our episode on perspectives of parenting, which honestly now I'm starting to realize is completely different from the title of the podcast. Never mind. Anyway, now we're going to be asking questions more or less about being a role model. So the first one we have is, do you believe that parents can act as important role models in their kids' lives?
Absolutely. I think, I feel bad for kids that don't see their parents as a role model. Because I think, that should kind of be, the kid's number one hero or number one role model, person to look up to. And I know in a lot of cases it's not, unfortunately, because, of just whatever the relationship is, with the child and the parent.
That's true. How about this? Could a parent be both a good and bad role model to their kid?
Absolutely, and I strive to straddle that fence myself as much as possible. You know what I say? Nobody's useless. You can always serve as a bad example. Seriously, though, yes. Parents can and should serve as role models, and parents get to choose what kind of role models they do, because especially at an earlier age, kids tend to look up to their parents just by default and try to emulate them. And whether you exhibit good behavior or you exhibit bad behavior, the kids are going to emulate that. So, for first-time parents, it's really tough to do simple things, watch your language around your kids and don't say things that you don't want your kids saying, and don't act a certain way. Don't do things in front of your kids that you don't want your kids doing. And if you're a first-time parent, a lot of people don't realize that right off the bat. So you can corrupt kids pretty quickly like that. So it's very easy to unintentionally be that bad role model, I think.
All right. So, how do you believe a good role model could affect a child?
I think, a good role model would be probably the best example, for a child to strive, to achieve things and just see that, this was a good role model. This is what I want to be like. So I think that's the best kind of role model to be.
All right. So, how do you think a bad role model parent could affect a kid?
Boy, how did that question come to me? I think the problem that you run into with bad role models, even bad role models can have a good effect on kids. All right. I talk about my father a lot. I think my father was a bad role model. He wasn't a particularly good family man. He didn't spend time with us as a family. He treated my mother poorly. He treated us poorly. But by being a bad role model, it made me want to be a better person, a better father, a better husband. And I think if you have enough positive influence in your life to recognize when you have a bad role model, the role model then can serve a positive purpose. But if you don't have that positive influence in your life to be able to tell right from wrong, I think you can wind up repeating the sins of the role model.
Some very deep questions we got here, don't we?
Deep thoughts.
Yep. We already answered this one, kind of. So, is it okay to rely on other sources of role models for your kids?
Absolutely, because there are some parents who just don't have the knowledge or the self-confidence to feel like a positive role model, and in that situation they kind of are a better role model to show their kids, hey, listen, this is what I did wrong, as a kid or as an adult. Don't follow my examples. Look towards, this other relative, or, as much as I would hate to say, ooh, look at this celebrity, maybe, somebody that they know, or, that maybe the child looks up to for other reasons, a sports figure, even, look, this person went to college and this person strived to make all these changes and better themselves. This is who you should be. Don't be like me, where the parent has enough knowledge to realize, hey, you know what? I'm not a good role model. Don't do what I did. Follow, something else.
Yeah, and just to follow that up, I agree 100%. I think it's okay to have that alternate role model if the parents aren't up to the role, or even as a supplemental in addition to your parents. But I think you need to have parents or a mentor that's close to you that can help you find a role model that's appropriate. You need that level of guidance, that right from wrong, that character judge. You need someone that can help you find that role model, because unfortunately today's society is so quick to turn to celebrities and inappropriate celebrities as role models just because they're celebrities. And what people tend to find out is once they go down that rabbit hole is that celebrities can be very flawed individuals who probably should not be emulated.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. So, even with outside role models, how much do you think the actions of a parent can affect the development of their kids?
100%. If it's the parent that's around, your child, and probably even if the parent isn't around the child, you're still affecting that child. You figure there are parents of divorce where a child might, split their time between two households. And maybe if they're, spending certain time with one parent versus the other, that could, have a positive or a negative effect on the child, depending on what type of environment that child's in. So it's kind of hard to say. It could kind of go either way, I think.
All right. And the final question I have for all of us is, how do you feel about the possible role modeling you've given me over the years?
I think we did horrible.
I think I did too much role modeling because you're personality-wise very much like me, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but that was never my intention in role modeling you. My biggest hope is that you are you. I want you. You're a unique, brilliant, wonderful, creative individual, and I want you to be you. I don't want you to be a mini version of me. And there's a certain extent, I did the same thing with Sam, and I don't know if it's just because of a forceful personality I have or what, but I want
the genetics.
The genetics. I want you to be you, and I think maybe I was too much of a role model at times, but I think at this point in time, you're starting to blossom and come into your own, and you are that unique person that I always wanted you to be.
Oh, me? I think there are things that, like Daddy said, I'm very proud of you for being who you are. I look forward to the other changes that you'll be going through the next, 2 years of high school and then onto college, hopefully, and where that leads you. Things that I kind of thought how you felt about things, recently finding out that you feel differently kind of surprised me. I don't know if it shocked me, but I kind of felt like I wasn't a good role model in that respect because of the choices that you were making with that. But I support your decisions and, again, would never not love you for it and feel, okay, if that's the way you are, that's the way you are, because that's your decision. You came to that conclusion on your own, and that's how it should be with things like that. So I think, for the 16 and a half years you've been around, I think we've done a pretty darn good job so far.
Alrighty.
All that, and she's humble too.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, that's the end of our
awkward, painful discussion.
Okay, fine. I'm sorry. I'm not used to hosting, and I don't even have any, good...
Oh, my goodness. I was not commenting on your hosting skills. Boy, somebody's sensitive.
Aren't
anyway.
you glad we have this quality time together?
See,
Yay,
this
look
is
at
quality.
this quality time.
Anyway,
Did we want to do some show plugs? Or did you have closing thoughts? Anything?
I could probably do show plugs.
All right. How about we do some show plugs here?
Because, I didn't do it in the beginning, but even then I don't really agree with this. But anyway, so show plugs. You can find us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, TuneIn, and pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast at this point. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. Let us know how we're doing. Tell us your show topics. Tell us what you don't want us to do. All that good stuff.
Ask us where the bodies are.
We're still trying to find those bodies, people. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. We're on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. You can find our audio podcast listed as podcast.insightsintoteens.com. You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We're on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. And you can get links to all these and more on our website at www.insightsintothings.com.
That's it.
Yep.
Another one in the books.
Bye.
No, we don't need your advertising.
All right,
You're
fine.
not
Bye,
helping
everyone.
anything. Bye.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to that sudden intro to Insights into Entertainment, episode 151, Indie Strikes Back, the Disney Fire Sale. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my rested and relaxed co-host, Michelle Whalen. I don't think I changed that from the last one.
I don't think so. I think you kind of left it.
Because you were very busy today. I don't think you're rested and relaxed.
No, I am not.
How you doing today, dear?
I am doing well. How are you?
Doing okay. So we finally, we had some, I guess, entertainment news that was worthy of talking about.
True.
Anything else exciting happened since our last podcast?
I can't think of anything. I don't even remember.
It was only a few weeks ago.
Yeah, it
wasn't
that long ago. No, I don't think anything
I
really.
think things have been kind of tame.
Yeah.
So
they normally are for us. So
usually, thankfully.
Mm-hmm. We're not at Comic-Con this week.
That's
San
true.
Diego.
Yeah, we didn't go out to San Diego for that. We don't have any conventions coming up anytime soon, do we?
No, because the last one, Fan Expo, we actually decided not to go to.
Yeah.
So I think the next one coming up is, I think there was a ZoloCon fall thing, and then RetroCon is the one that comes in September. So I don't think there's anything in the summer lineup for us.
Interesting. That's usually our season too to do them.
Yeah.
But yeah, when a good one comes around, we'll cover it for everyone.
Absolutely.
So with the writers and actors on strike, box office numbers struggling to rebound after the pandemic, and missteps from streaming costing studios billions, what could Hollywood possibly do to save the day? Maybe have a fire sale. Make some money, or at least that's what Bob Iger's looking to do. But before we see our heroes on the picket lines or unemployment lines, we first saw them on the silver screen in Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. And we've got our thoughts on that and more coming up on this episode of Insights into Entertainment. But first, I'd like to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. You can find audio and video versions of all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we're available anywhere you get a podcast, Google, Stitcher, Podbean, Pandora, wherever. I'd also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us suggestions on what you'd like us to cover. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can catch us on Twitter at insights_things, or you can find links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Sure.
Let's do it. So, how not to handle a strike? So, everyone knows that the actors and the writers are on strike right now. It's kind of hard to miss the talent strikes happening across the entire entertainment industry at the moment. First, the Writers Guild of America went on strike in the name of fair wages and protections against AI encroachment, which I thought was kind of interesting. We didn't think AI was going to be destroying the world
soon.
through that method.
Right.
And then just recently, the Screen Actors Guild and the American Federation of Television and Radio Artists, SAG-AFTRA. Boy, that just rolls right off the tongue, doesn't it?
Sure does.
They joined them shortly afterward
Yes,
on the
they
picket
did.
line. So who are they fighting? So they're fighting the Hollywood studios, represented by the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers. The producers are the bad guys, depending on your point of view, I guess.
In most cases, yeah.
So what's particularly curious about all this is how the Hollywood studios seemed to invite a strike, and then once they got one, they did everything in their power to inflame it even further. So this spring, it seemed like some Hollywood studios were actively itching for a writer's strike. Speculation about why exactly ran the gamut. Maybe it was to save a little money in the short run on shows the Writers Guild were part of. But more obviously, it might be to secure the least costly compromise on issues like residuals and transparency about viewership.
So, as discussions broke down between the two parties and the SAG-AFTRA representatives, we're seeing a majority of their demands rejected despite a nearly unanimous strike vote. A Deadline story quoted unnamed executives detailing a strategy to bleed striking writers until they came crawling back. Further inflaming the issue were comments from well-known Hollywood executive Bob Iger of Disney saying, "There's a level of expectation that they have that is just not realistic, and they are adding to the set of the challenges that this business is already facing that is, quite frankly, very disruptive." Iger may have succeeded in looking like a cool, calm, and collected voice of the studio, but he actually opened a can of worms that simply egged on the SAG-AFTRA president, Fran Drescher. Her response was one that was up there with a battle cry, motivational speeches like that of which Hollywood has historically been known for. "We are the victims here," she said, marking the start of the actor strike. We are being victimized by the very greedy entity. I am shocked by the way the people that have been in this business are treating us. I cannot believe it, quite frankly, how far apart we are on so many things. How they plead poverty, that they're losing money left and right, then giving hundreds of millions of dollars to their CEOs. It's disgusting. Shame on them. They stand on the wrong side of history. And this was a very funny meme that kind of popped up where, the woman we all thought would lead the rebellion against the machines and, the woman who actually ended up leading the rebellion against, the machines.
That is very funny.
Yeah. So Barry Diller, who is the chairman and senior executive of IAC and Expedia Group, and a former Hollywood chief, suggested that the studio executives and top-earning actors take a 25% pay cut to bring a quick end to the strike and help prevent the collapse of the entire industry. It's worth noting that at this time, the motion picture industry is still struggling to recover its box office numbers, which are nearly half of what they were pre-pandemic. It's also worth noting that in their haste to capitalize on the streaming bandwagon, many companies are in the red. Disney, Peacock, Paramount Plus, HBO Max, Discovery Plus have reportedly lost a combined $18 billion since 2020, which begs the question, can either side in this strike really afford it?
Yeah, I think that the sad thing here is obviously the fans are the ones that are going to be losing out
Right.
in general.
Right.
You know, the last time we had this, was it back in the 20-aughts or whatever when
Right.
the strike was, we wound up getting a rash of reality TV.
Well, and the one, I guess, positive is there's been such an influx between all of the different streaming services that have so much original content that's already there. So if nothing were to come back for a little while, there's plenty out there. It's just that you're not going to get anything new. So anything that people are waiting for, like a new season of Stranger Things or new things, that are on regular broadcast television, that's what's going to hurt. Whereas, somebody like a Netflix or, all of these other streaming services, they're probably not really going to be hurting because there's so much content that probably the average person hasn't gone through everything in the catalog yet.
Well, and that's also a good point because even Disney's getting to the point where their exclusive streaming content they're going to be releasing on network television. They have already announced they're releasing the Miss Marvel series.
Right.
That was never intended to come out on network television.
Right. And I think there was something else from HBO that was going to be released on, so that's how they're kind of balancing, okay, well, we have enough on our streaming, but what are we going to do on broadcast? Okay, well, now we'll start doing a little bit of this to make it happen.
So, of course, inflaming all this is the wage disparity between executives and the actors and writers who make up the union workforces on strike. So just to put this into perspective, the average pay for top Hollywood executives climbed an average of 53% from 2018 to 2021, up to $28 million annually. And to put that further into perspective, you've got Bob Iger of Disney, who makes $31 million. Of course, he just renegotiated, so he's going to be making $1 million, but his incentives put him back up into the 20s. You have David Zaslav of Warner Brothers, who is compensated $39.3 million. Ted Sarandos of Netflix gets $50.3 million a year. Brian Roberts of Comcast is $32.1. Bob Bakish of Paramount is $32. And you have Tim Cook from Apple at the top at $99.4 million. Now, granted, Tim Cook, Apple does more than just streaming.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So there's a lot more going on there. So you could probably take, 60% of that out and he'd still be in that third of the $40 million just for the streaming side of things.
Right.
So to contrast that, we take a look at the Writers Guild of America, and what their average writers make per year is about $250,000.
And that's probably on the high end for...
That's average. That's what your average writer makes. And your average SAG-AFTRA actor makes about $40,000. That's what blew my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Now, granted, that average is low because you have the top 1% talent.
Right, that make $10 million a movie or something. Yeah.
Well, more than that.
Well, yeah.
So, taking a look at the top talent, you've got Tom Cruise, who in 2023, which is about half over, has taken in over $100 million. You have Will Smith, who took in $35 million just for his Apple TV Plus show, Emancipation. Now, that's a real slap in the face.
That was funny.
You have Leonardo DiCaprio, who brings in $30 million or more per project, as does Brad Pitt. You have Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, who routinely brings in $20 million per project. Now, I'd certainly like to smell what The Rock is smelling compensation-wise. Even Will Ferrell, who I'm not a big fan of him, I know a lot of people like him and think he's funny, he demands about $20 million per project as well. So the 1% of the club, really, they're the bulk of the actors that are involved here. your extras, your bit parts, your character actors, the people that aren't your big Hollywood stars,
Right.
they make up the bulk of the union.
Right.
And they're making an average of $40,000 a year.
Well, and some of them aren't even making that because in order to get benefits through the union, you have to be making a minimum of $24,000 a year. And there are so many
And I agree.
that
That's
aren't
why
even
these numbers are average
making that.
numbers.
Right.
So obviously,
No, I get it. I
you
get
got
it.
people making more, you got people making less.
And there was actually, something that I saw that said where you had about, if they took 25% off the top, and there was something that I saw that even said 2% of the top executive salaries. So 2% would be like nothing. Nobody would notice, but basically everybody that's in the union would be able to get coverage because of just that 2% off the top for everybody.
Right.
Now, what is interesting was I just saw briefly an article I didn't read fully, but there's one of the movie studios, A24, that they actually met all the negotiations. So anybody that's actually working with A24, with their production team, they're not striking because they said, okay, you want more money? Here's more money. The actors, you need more money. So they went, all of the demands that were asked for between the actors and the writers, they met them. So those people are working.
Right.
So,
So the vast majority of Hollywood really is made up of starving actors who live paycheck to paycheck.
Yep.
Now, being the person that I am, I want to ask the question, why not just go get a real job if you're not making it in acting? I understand it's a lot of people's dream.
Right.
But if you're living paycheck to paycheck and you can't make ends meet, maybe it's time to go get another job somewhere.
And in a lot of cases, they do have other jobs. They are doing other things. So.
Have you ever considered a career in truck driving? And I don't mean to sound callous about it, but
right.
If you're not, like, if I wanted to be a doctor and I'm a failed doctor and I can't do it, I'm not going to keep trying to be a doctor. I'm going to go do something else.
Right.
And in this case, it's the industry. The industry's not treating it right. If I work for a company and that company mistreats me, doesn't compensate me fairly for my work, doesn't provide benefits, I'm going to leave and go somewhere else and do something else.
I know. And many people do. And you see that time and time again where, unfortunately, the paparazzi are now, in the age that we're in, that everybody has a camera on their phone. Someone will go to the grocery store and, hey, aren't you, so-and-so? You used to be on television. Now you're bagging groceries. And you get belittled for going and earning an honest living and doing that in some cases.
And you know what? That stems from caring what other people think.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's where I think a lot of people, they try and, okay, well, if I can't be on the screen, let me see if I can do behind the scenes and do something. So you see that too, where people try and, get into production or set design or something to kind of...
Or you turn into Kevin Sorbo and you just troll people on Twitter when you're not a successful actor.
Yeah, that too. So
really what the strike boils down to is two things. One, it's salaries. Mm-hmm. Really, it's three things. It's salaries because of the disparity between, and I don't know why you would pick on CEOs. I think the problem you have is that when you compare yourself to a CEO and you're an actor, the value that you lend to the franchise at that point in time is on a completely different measuring scale than what the CEO or what the executives bring. It's like you're comparing apples and oranges. So I think that's a problem right there, that you're comparing yourself to that. The other one that they have is residuals from streaming.
Right.
So the problem that you run into here is traditionally the studios are usually 2 or 3 steps behind technology.
Right.
They missed the ball on VHS and got screwed on that. They missed the ball on DVDs because they tried to encrypt them and they got screwed on that. So they kind of got out. This is the first time in decades that they got out ahead of things. Mm-hmm. And they got into streaming, and it was supposedly successful, even though they're $18 billion in the hole because they invested so much money in it. And the problem that you have is the previous contracts didn't, streaming exploded so quickly,
Right.
you couldn't have it in a contract before.
Well, and really it was because of the pandemic, because everything really changed in some respects for
yes
that.
and no. I mean, Netflix was a streaming juggernaut well before the pandemic.
Right.
Everybody saw that
Right.
and was shocked that Netflix, because everyone had their content on Netflix.
True.
Everybody was shocked at how well Netflix did. And Netflix did so well because they just poured money hand over fist into original content.
Right.
They were in the red for years producing content
Right.
just to get it out there and get subscribers in. So you had technology explode, and the industry's trying to catch up to it now. You're also dealing with the industry at a very fragile state now. Your ticket sales, your box office ticket sales are about 50% what they were pre-pandemic. You've got streaming services that are hemorrhaging money to the point that they're pulling back on projects now because they can't afford to keep making new content. So to strike now, when the industry is at its weakest, to a certain extent, I think Iger's right in that it's a really bad time to do this because you're really going to hurt the industry. What's going to happen here is they'll resolve this strike, obviously, at some point in time. But how many people are going to be out of a job because you're going to have studios that are cutting budgets back because of the losses they're already incurring, plus the losses that they're incurring because of the strike? So you may see as much, I've seen speculation up to a 30% cut in the workforce in the industry. Is that really the union benefiting its employees at that point in time? Where, okay, you can get your 20% raise, but you're out of a job now. Good luck finding a job at that rate.
Yeah.
So it's a double-edged sword. And then finally, the third one they're complaining about is AI. Now, AI, there's a couple of different aspects of AI. One is the writing. You know, you can go out and have some AI system write a script for you. The AI that's out there today isn't good enough to write a Hollywood script
Right.
because all it does is it parrots what's out there already.
Right.
So you're not going to, it's good to help supplement or to start or whatever. It's not going to replace writers.
Right.
So that's an irrational fear right now. The other fear is deep fakes,
Right.
where you've got industries where you can produce somebody else's likeness. Well, there's already laws for that. You don't need to have something in your contract. If somebody uses your likeness, like you can't make Indiana Jones without Harrison Ford.
Right.
You can digitally reproduce them, and they did. They de-aged him and they digitally reproduced them. But if they did that without Harrison Ford's permission and involvement, he would have sued them.
Well, and I think that's what a lot of these background actors are concerned about who are on that bottom level, is that they're going to go in and do something and there's going to be something in the contract saying, you know, oh, we now own your likeness, and it's going to be, you know, hidden somewhere.
And then they can still do that. There's nothing that says they can't do that. So you need to have an agent that's going to read your contract for you.
That's the thing, is that they're trying to protect, to make sure that's not something that's added on because it's now so easy to do.
But that's not something you can expect to use as a bargaining chip in a negotiation for a strike. That's something that's a negotiating point when you negotiate your contract. So make sure that your agent and your lawyer know how to read a contract.
Right.
So I'm kind of hesitant on giving them credit for that one here. But salary-wise, I'll totally give you that. Streaming, you know, we covered the what was the one with her studio where Disney didn't want to pay her?
Oh, Scarlett Johansson.
Scarlett Johansson,
That
yes.
was the kind of the start of everything.
So Disney basically engaged in a contract with her that said they'd pay her a certain percent for ticket sales at the box office.
Right.
Then the pandemic hit, and they released it streaming.
Right.
And they said, oh, but we don't have an agreement on streaming. And they pretended as though they could just do whatever they wanted with it at that point in time.
Right.
When in reality, you didn't have an agreement for streaming. So you legally have no rights to stream it. It's not that you don't have to pay me for it.
Right.
So they wound up settling that out of court, though. But that's another, instance of how streaming, it's so new that the industry it's falling over itself now to try to figure out what to do with it.
Right.
So anyway, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back and we're going to talk about Disney's fire sale. We'll be right back.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
So welcome back, everyone. So, how much would Disney go for in a fire sale? Probably outside of our price range. But in a recent interview for Squawk Box, conducted by David Faber, held at a media conference in Sun Valley, Idaho, Iger's made some volatile comments he's since been trying to walk back from. The initial questions revolved around the impact of the writers and the actors' strike, but quickly moved to business matters that may have revealed more information than Iger was originally intended to go public at the time. During the interview, he indicated that ABC and its local stations may not be core to the Walt Disney Company. The interviewer speculated about a possible sale, and Iger said, "We have to be open-minded and objective about the future of those businesses." Bloomberg reports that with cable television on the decline, Iger wants to sell most of Disney's TV assets, mainly ABC, Freeform, and FX.
Well, Bob Iger had made it clear that he's looking to sell some of the company's TV and streaming assets. Rumors have been swirling for months in the industry that Disney may even be considering selling the entire company. Disney's streaming services have been losing money and subscribers. Disney lost 4 million subscribers last quarter. Streaming is expected to have hit a total loss of $800 million in the third quarter. According to Bloomberg, Iger wants to completely sell or restructure Disney's TV and streaming business in India, where Disney Plus has had its biggest losses. Disney Plus Hotstar, the region's version of Disney Plus, lost streaming rights to Indian Premier League cricket matches, leading to the service losing 3.8 million subscribers in quarter one and 4.6 million subscribers in quarter two. Despite the recent setbacks, Iger looks to double down on streaming with his plan to hold on to Hulu. Disney will launch a combined app for Hulu and Disney Plus later this year, though Disney will more than likely have to buy Comcast's 33% stake in Hulu in 2024.
So experts speculate that selling Disney's TV networks could get them about $8 billion, which could help offset the cost of that last third. Potential buyers would be financial entities like private equity firms. Iger also wants to hang on to ESPN, but is looking for a partner for a sports network. Potential partners include sports companies and Apple. Speaking of Apple, there have been rumors since Iger's return last November that he will sell all of Disney to the tech company. At the time, Iger called these rumors nothing more than speculation, but the sale still seems to be a possibility. Bob Iger isn't known for selling. During his first tenure as Disney CEO, he acquired Pixar, Marvel, and Lucasfilms, which have all proven successful purchases.
According to Bloomberg, TV generated 35% of Disney's revenue, about $24.8 billion, prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, and over 50%, $7.5 billion, of its operating income. Contrast that against the massive losses from streaming, and it's a bit of a head-scratcher as to why he'd want to keep the loser and sell the winner. Disney Plus was Iger's baby before he retired the first time around. Launched under his part-time successor, Bob Chapek, it met with initial success despite its surprisingly discounted monthly rate, but quickly started hemorrhaging subscribers, failing to offset the high costs of their premiere productions. It's also worth noting that Iger got his start not just in TV, but in ABC. When the Walt Disney Company acquired ABC in 1995, they acquired Iger, and he worked his way up to the CEO of the entire company over the next decade, finally landing the top spot in 2005 after Michael Eisner was ousted. Iger was CEO until retiring in 2020, but returned to the position in November 2022 after they kicked Bob Chapek back out. So, what do you think? Do you think selling it off piecemeal is worthwhile? Or do you think they should sell the entire thing at one time?
I don't know. It's kind of interesting. So it kind of reminds me of the documentary that we watched on Marvel and the history of Marvel and how that went. And you kind of see how, okay, you had Marvel and they weren't doing well, so they sold this entity to this to this one, this to this one, and this to this one. And then while it worked for them, it kind of made a mess of things because you had this company that could do this and this company that could do this. But if you had this company that wanted to do something joint, they couldn't without trying to jump through hoops to pay all these other people. So if you were to do that, I could see that kind of happening with Disney, where certain things with Disney would succeed, and then I think certain things with Disney would kind of fall flat if you just kind of sold it off to the highest bidder, to do one or the other. ESPN, does that need to still be with Disney? I think ESPN could go anywhere. Like, there's not enough crossover with ESPN and anything else with Disney. Okay, so Disney, down in Orlando, they have the Wide World of Sports. That's really the only kind of tie-in between the two.
That was ABC, though.
Right. So, so I don't really see an issue if you said, okay, we're going to sell that part off to somebody else. The network TV stuff, I guess maybe you could kind of let that go to somebody else, because right now there's a partnership, because every now and then there'll be, a Disney movie or something. And then, of course, they tried with the whole Disney Plus thing with Dancing with the Stars. The last season of it, instead of putting it on network television, they only had it streaming on Disney Plus, and they saw their numbers go down. So what are they doing this season? It's going to be back, on regular television, and then they'll, put the episodes on Disney Plus after the fact. So, kind of going back to how they were. So I don't know. It's kind of a mixed bag. I obviously I don't want Apple to buy them just because I'm anti-Apple, but that's just me. But then again, maybe, Apple getting into it, maybe we'd see things get updated in the parks and things like that haven't, that have been neglected over the years. So I don't know. I'm kind of...
Well, and I think you raise a couple of very good points. One being, the things that he seems to want to hold on to are the ones that are the most logical to get rid of. Mm-hmm. And the ones he's saying he wants to get rid of are the money makers that are the most logical ones to hold on to. Like yeah, ESPN can be parceled off and sold off either on its own or to somebody else and have zero effect on Disney whatsoever. Nothing's tied to ESPN. Why Disney even has it still is amazing to me. But ABC, ABC has been their premier broadcast network for decades now. You know, it's been there for special events. It's been there for special releases. It doesn't make sense, especially considering it's making money. And it's making a lot of money, apparently. So why would you get rid of that? So these statements from him almost seem like false flags to me. Like he's throwing stuff out there. He's testing the waters and seeing what kind of reaction he's going to get. Is somebody going to make him an offer? What kind of offer are they going to make? He's also not talking about selling off anything other than streaming and television right now.
Right.
So you've got production studios, you've got all your intellectual property that he's still holding on to and not talking about selling. You've got your parks that he's got that he's not talking about. So I think what they're running into is streaming. They went about it wrong. When they went into streaming, they went into it, unlike everything else Disney does, they went into it on the cheap.
Right.
The price that they released their streaming service at was a fraction, literally 50% off of what every other streaming service was. And the production value that they were putting into it, which shows like The Mandalorian and everything else, they were spending a fortune on it. They were making essentially feature-length movies in each of those episodes and spending a lot of money on it.
Yeah.
So it almost sounds like it's a little bit of regret on how they launched their streaming. But I think it's almost him trying to shake up the industry, try to shake up the executives at Disney to realize that there's a awakening coming and something has to give. He's not going to be there that much longer.
Right.
I don't think there's enough time for him to start selling off assets,
Right.
even with the contract extension he just got. So I think what he's really trying to do, since you've renegotiated his contract and he's looking for the incentive bonuses, is he's trying to kick people in the pants and get them moving to get some money so that he can get his bonuses.
Yeah.
I would be shocked if they sold off anything in the next 2 to 3 years. What do you think?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's, again, testing the waters, seeing what's out there, seeing, like, hey, I might be interested in selling, the Louvre, and, how much are you going to give me for it? How much is it worth to you? And kind of seeing, okay, where's that going to put me at the end of the deal?
Well, and that's the thing. Like, so if somebody comes in and starts speculating and saying, I'm going to give you $5 billion for ABC, you have any idea what that's going to do to their stock price? And all he's trying to do is boost the stock price. If he can do it by, basically doing what Elon Musk does, going out there saying stupid stuff to change your stock price,
right?
That works too, as long as the stock price goes up and it stays there.
Yeah.
If he, I think he's trying to generate this idea of value. Like, I know what we have is valuable. I want somebody else to tell me how valuable it is and tell the rest of the world, so that people realize how valuable we are.
Sure.
So I think it's a lot of bluster right now.
I can see that.
I'll be honest with you, I'm an Apple person. I don't want to see Apple acquire Disney either, but that's just me. So anyway, we're going to take our second break and we'll be back with our review of Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
So Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. I'll give you my take on it first, and then you can give yours. So I went out and did a little bit of research to see what the critics said, and RogerEbert.com's review of the movie hit the nail on the head, where they described it as never boring but never really entertaining at the same time. Overall, it was at about the level of a streaming miniseries that's probably where it would have been best showcased. It wasn't worth a big screen adventure, and it certainly wasn't worthy of capping off such an illustrious series. But that phrase, in fact, I think, has to be drawn into question. When only 2 of the 5 movies in the franchise are illustrious and exceptional, should we really be looking back so fondly on the Indiana Jones franchise as we do? I think it's more nostalgia than anything else. But let's take a deeper look at the movie, without giving away too many spoilers. So hands down, and we'll take a look at the series real quick too. So hands down, the best movie in the series was Raiders of the Lost Ark. It lit the spark for the franchise, and it reinvigorated the entire movie genre going forward. When we get to the Temple of Doom, it's a mediocre showing with a weak cast, limited lackluster special effects, and an uninteresting story. But it was a sequel, so expectations were low. We get to The Last Crusade, and it was an absolute masterpiece and dispelled any doubts about sequels being subpar. It recaptured the original spirit of Raiders, and it gave us what we thought would be, at that time, a fitting end to the saga, especially the name, Last Crusade. That would have worked. Then we get to Crystal Skull, a movie that had such potential, so many opportunities to do the right thing, and seemed so deliberately self-sabotaging to make us cringe at the thought of watching it again. Because I did. I sat down and watched them all with our daughter because she hadn't seen them all. The Dial of Destiny. See, it's not even a memorable title. The Dial of Destiny falls somewhere between Crystal Skull and Temple of Doom. It wants to be a classic indie adventure, but lacks the inspiration. Much like the previous failed movies, the object of the adventure is a weak plot point pulled from a known existing museum piece, combined with a plot that pushes it beyond the realm of believability. And that's where the movie loses me and so many other fans, is they push it to the point of ludicrousness. And it was just flat. It had no emotion. It had no oomph. It felt old and tired and weak. I mean, granted, Harrison Ford's like 97 now or something like that.
81.
There's only so much oomph you can get from the man at this point in time.
But for 80 years old, he's not, sitting in a nursing home, drooling in a corner. So you gotta kind of give him, credit for that, I guess.
So what are your thoughts?
Okay, so I don't know. I think I'm kind of in the same boat as you. It was, it definitely wasn't one of the better, but it definitely wasn't at the bottom where, Crystal Skull was. I know when we went and saw that in the theater, we kind of left the theater going, really? That's where you went with it? Like, okay. So, so going into this, it was like, okay, they have to do something better. And they did. So it was definitely better. And again, interesting little plot twist that you kind of have going on with it. Again, was it realistic? Well, some of the stuff that happened in Raiders really wasn't realistic. It was supernaturally. So you can kind of go, okay, every movie kind of has that aspect of some, make-believe magic thing, going on. There were some touching moments. There were some sad moments of it. The one thing was like everybody that Indy is meeting up with is getting killed off. You have somebody you're like, yeah, I'm going to help you. But, oh, you're dead. Oh, I'm going to help you. Oh, you're dead. It's like, nobody help him. You're going to die. Haven't you learned your lesson? So that was kind of interesting. The bad guy is a bad guy, but he's trying to make things better for bad guys is really what it comes down to, and the little things that go back and forth. But yeah, in some cases it kind of felt flat, but he's also 80 years old. So yeah, the fact that he's kind of tired, and the one premise behind it is he's getting ready to finally retire from teaching. And it's like, great, now I can't retire because now I got to go across the world and try and look for this last, adventure. So it was, again, it was definitely, it kept moving. There weren't too many slow parts, but like, they had said in the review, it was like, okay, there was so much going on, but yet nothing was going on. Like, did you need to have all of that?
Right. It was just make busy stuff.
Right.
It didn't drive a plot or anything.
Right.
I mean, they would have been better off calling it Indiana Jones and the Search for Social Security. I mean, that's really what it felt like.
Yeah.
It's like, I got nothing out of it. Like, I walked out of there thinking, oh, okay, well, let's watch the next episode next week. And it almost felt like it's a serial that left it hanging.
Yeah.
Like, and it's supposed to be the last one.
Right.
So I think the series would have done so much better had they just not done the last two movies and ended it with Last Crusade.
Last Crusade. No, I could totally agree.
I would have been perfectly fine with it. But to my point, you've got 5 movies in this series, and only 2 of them are good. Is it really a great series at that point? I mean, yeah, if you're a baseball player, you're batting .250 at that point. Like, it's not incredible. I can't get excited about that at this point. And it's almost like they're doing a discredit to the franchise. Like Crystal Skull was just abysmal.
Well, it's kind of funny if you go to Hollywood Studios in Disney and they have the Indiana Jones show. It's all stuff based on Raiders of the Lost Ark. They've never incorporated, with all of these other movies, they've never changed the script to match, where other theme park things, you have, Pirates of the Caribbean, that they made a movie based on the ride, so then they went back and added aspects of the movie to the ride, and every time a new movie came out, they would change the ride, where here you have something where, nope, this is the only thing that we've done, and that's what we leave it at.
It's almost like they made the movie because they couldn't end the franchise on Crystal Skull because it was so bad. So I think they thought it would be successful as long as it wasn't as bad as Crystal Skull.
And
it wasn't.
And it wasn't.
So I think it's mission accomplished for them.
Right.
Well, but the movie didn't need to be made.
I think it would have been better off if they had done it like a streaming, a six-part episode.
Yeah.
And that's how you would have.
That would have worked just fine.
Yeah.
So, anyway, I wouldn't go and pay for it knowing what I know now. I'd wait for it to come out on streaming. That's just me.
And kind of going, leading back to where everything was. Now you're seeing movies that they're only out in the theater for 3 months and then they're available to stream. So a lot of people,
which is another reason why Disney's losing money on streaming.
Right, and that's kind of going back to, so people are like, well, why should I go to the movie theater when I'll be able to just watch it in my home, and I'll be able to pause it and get a drink and a snack. And, you know, if something comes up, I can finish the movie tomorrow. I don't have to sit and waste, you know,
And
3
again,
hours.
That's a reflection of them not knowing what to do with the new technology.
Right.
And they're basically abusing themselves with this technology because they don't know how to use it.
Right.
So I think that was all we had today.
Yep.
Before we go, I do want to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. You can find audio and video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, etc., etc. I would also invite you to write in and give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at insights_things.
We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
We stream 5 days a week on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Instagram at insightsintothings.
And you can find all that and much more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And that's it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 20, Don't Touch That Dial. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host today, Sam Whalen. How you doing today, Sam?
Good. How you doing?
Fantastic. So this topic kind of came up when I was doing some research on various things that we could talk about. This one kind of hit home, mainly because of what you do. What is it that you do that's tied to this topic?
So I currently am a producer at an AM radio station. I run the board for a bunch of different shows 3 days a week. I also would like to break into the FM market at some point. That's sort of my goal. Went to college for it, did radio in college, did radio in high school. Radio is my passion, and it's what I want to do for a living. This topic was important and something I think about too often.
Awesome. Well, thank you for the resume there. We'll make sure we get
no
that
problem.
out to
Yeah,
everyone.
check out my website.
So the article that I came across happened to deal with current automakers like BMW, Tesla, Audi, Porsche, and Volvo, all taking steps to remove AM radios from their electric vehicles. And it made me think, and it's making a lot of people think, what's the fate of this aging but reliable form of communication? And that's what we're going to discuss today. But before we do that, I did want to take a moment to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. You can find video and audio of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we're pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast these days, Apple, Spotify, Google, and so forth.
I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things, or you can find links to all of our social media on our main website at www.insightsintothings.com. Shall we get into it?
Let's get into it.
Let's do it. So there's one particular article that I read was on a site, northjersey.com. And they kind of talk about the fact that it's no secret that AM radio has kind of lost much of its luster over the decades. And it was introduced in the early 1900s. And it's lost out to superior technologies, FM being the first one that threatened it, satellite radio, and now we're talking, podcasts and streaming and YouTube and everything you can get over the internet now. In fact, that's one of the things that these car companies are saying is that everything that you could get over AM, you can get over streaming now in the car, which I guess is a valid point as long as that infrastructure is working, right? AM has been traditionally relegated mostly to talk shows at this point in time. And again, that's because of the limitations in the technology. Can you talk a little bit about your experience with AM and what the limitations of that technology are and why people might be wanting to move away from it?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, if you listen to any AM broadcast, you're going to hear it immediately, the difference between AM and FM. The sound quality is just much lower, and that has to do a lot with how it transmits its signal. It limits itself, essentially. But because it's so simple, it's effective in more rural areas and areas where you might not have the high-speed internet you would need for streaming services. But again, because of those limitations, like you said, we are mostly talk. Because anything more complicated, you just wouldn't hear it because it's, as it's broadcasted, it's all garbled, and talk is the only thing that really can come through effectively. But yeah, it's kind of a miracle that AM is still around. I think even as someone that works at an AM station, it is definitely, it feels like a relic. And when you bring it up to anybody, you immediately they're like, it's dated and it feels dated. But there is still a market for it in areas where it's not as populated, where it's easy to get an AM signal. We do have people that call in still. We do have listeners, even with those limitations. So,
well, and that's the technology itself doesn't lend itself to high fidelity broadcast, stereo, or all the new fangled high grade music and stuff that we do now. But what it is, it's reliable and it transmits very far. It doesn't, because of the frequencies that it operates on, it's not as susceptible to interference with, objects, Wi-Fi, for instance. You run Wi-Fi in your house, and if you have drywall in your house, that can interfere with your Wi-Fi signals because of the higher frequencies.
And weather too.
Yes, that's one thing. But I will say that from a weather standpoint, it's interesting listening to AM radio in a thunderstorm because every time there's a bolt of lightning, you can hear it over the radio.
Yep.
But it's exactly that reliability that resulted in it becoming really America's backbone for our national public warning system, which is one of the paramount reasons that people are trying to preserve it now, not just, for talk radio and such, but a large chunk of our emergency broadcast system is done over AM radio. In fact, our government is still trying to preserve this. U.S. Congressman Josh Geitheimer thinks we can't lose AM radio. He says AM radio is resilient to cyber attacks, nuclear threat, and natural disasters. He goes on to say that when cell phones go out, the internet gets cut off, or television doesn't work because there's no power in your house, you can still use an AM radio. It'll still be there.
Yep.
And that's true. I mean, people have hand crank AM radios for emergency weather services and natural disasters and things like that. How significant do you think it would be if AM went away and we lost those forms of communication? Would it be a public health hazard?
I think it definitely could be because, when all else fails, you would still be able to turn to that. Everybody, even if they've never tuned to AM on their car or radio before, you can, and you would still be able to get that information. If that goes away, there really is no fail-safe, or not fail-safe, no like last resort that you'd be able to go to get that information. You could, we get government warnings on our phones, but if there's some kind of electrical malfunction, your phone is dead, and there's no cell service, no internet service, you're not going to get those alerts. TV broadcasts, you see emergency alert system tests on TV all the time, but again, if power goes out or if the TV networks go out, you're going to lose that service. AM radio, it's pretty hard to shut it down unless you like destroy the transmitting towers, because no matter what, it's going to go out. And like you said, you can get a hand cranked radio to always get that signal. So I think it would be, it seems like a really low chance that we'd have to use it for something. But if we did and we didn't have it, the consequences would be pretty rough.
Well, and, I'll take us back to when 9/11 happened. I was working up in central New Jersey, so most of the radio and TV stations that we had pulled from New York. And when the first tower went down, it took one of the major transmitting stations for all the television networks down.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, and because it was mounted on top of the tower, because it was the largest structure in the city. And we lost all of the antenna service that we had at the time. We didn't have cable; we had antenna service, and obviously, it's a time that everyone's kind of scared, not knowing what's going on. So you're looking to get news. Well, all the internet sites were hammered at the time. You couldn't get anything. In fact, the only internet news we could get, we had to go to European sites to get that, and they had spotty reporting at best. We had someone who had an old 9-volt radio in their desk that they would listen to on their break. And they pulled that out, they pulled up an AM news station, and that was how we kept in touch during 9/11. So it's not that unreasonable to think that it's that important. And it's, the whole reason this topic came up was because of the auto industry kind of pushing the issue itself. But that's not really the driving force behind this, but it's the reasoning behind the auto industry's move away from AM is sketchy, I would say, at best. What are the reasonings that they have for moving away from AM?
So I'm looking at the show notes. I'm just trying to make sure we covered the right parts. We already covered the issues, but yeah, the real issue is deeper than car makers trying to modernize their products. This is from Forbes magazine. 40% of all radio listening is done in cars, which is great for us and the radio side of things because you're guaranteed an audience. A lot of, like when you do ratings and stuff, you can't guarantee an audience, but radio, you can kind of cheese the numbers because everyone's got a radio in their car. Even if they're not really listening, it's on. So that counts when it comes to ratings.
Sure, yeah.
If the auto industry turns away from AM, losing that large percentage of listeners could doom the platform and make it impossible to stay commercially viable, which is also very true because in radio, it all comes down to your ratings so that you can sell advertising to then go back into the station to fund more things. It's a cycle. And ratings are everything. If you don't have those ratings and you don't have that market, you've pretty much got no reason to be operational because it is all commercial based, even if it is being used for government services. Bipartisan groups of elected leaders have sponsored the AM for Every Vehicle Act, which I imagine is, a bill to force AM in every car, no matter what.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I think that would be a good thing, because even if you never use it, like you said, when it comes to 9/11, having it in a time like that would be extremely useful and helpful. And if there was no option for that, I don't know what you would do. I think it would make panic even worse than it probably already would be.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think it's almost like a safety blanket at this point in time. People know that if they need to get that information, they can, even though they might not avail themselves of it on a regular basis. There's thousands and thousands of weather radios out there that people have just when there's a storm, and those weather radios get their information over an AM band. Mm-hmm. Now, one of the things that the auto industry is claiming is that because of the electrical emissions from electrical vehicles, it causes interference over AM radios, and they don't want a negative experience for their users
that are listening to AM radio. Like that Venn diagram is pretty small.
That's a very good point. Is that the fact that they've got
people that are listening to AM radios are clearly not looking for a high fidelity signal to begin with.
Yeah, I don't think, like I said, the Venn diagram of electric car users and AM radio listeners are that in between is, I would argue, probably non-existent.
and I would tend to agree with that as well. So, and that's why I say I think their motivation for it's to save money, but I can't imagine that putting an AM capable radio in an electric vehicle is the cost center.
Well, it's also probably because they want to have a deal with satellite radio companies, because most times when you buy a car now, it's got Sirius built into it, Sirius XM.
Well, yeah, but my vehicle has Sirius built into it. They didn't have to not have AM on it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they wouldn't do it. Maybe if it's I don't think it's an electrical interference problem. I just don't buy that.
I don't either, and that's almost like one of those things where they don't want you to use your cell phone on an airplane,
right,
because it interferes with telemetry. And it's like, yes, if under certain circumstances there's a 1 in a million chance that it interferes with it, you probably don't want that chance happening on a plane. I can't imagine there being anything detrimental about an AM radio that's just receiving, not transmitting,
right,
on an electric vehicle.
Yeah, and like I have a AM radio transmitter hooked up to my stereo, or a receiver hooked up to my stereo, and it's just like a square piece of plastic with wire wrapped around it. That's all you need to get AM signal. It's not like you need a full stereo or radio head to get it.
Right.
You just need some wire that you stick out.
And it's funny you mention that, because during that 9/11 situation, the radio that we had was not getting a very good signal. So we actually took a piece of coax, stripped all the shielding off of it, and just turned that bigger antenna and got a clearer signal.
Yeah, and like that's one of the reasons I love radio so much. Not just AM. I don't really love AM that much, but FM, radio in general, the concept of radio. It's so accessible, and I've always equated it to like sticking your hand in a river. Like the radio is always there, and there's so many ways to access it. And you could have a big boombox that you tune your favorite station to, but you can also have something in the palm of your hand that can do the same thing. And I just think like you don't really get that with any other medium. Not to mention it's very like personable. Like when you're listening to a DJ, it feels like it's just you and them having a conversation, and you don't get that with TV or movies.
Sure.
And I think AM does have that, and that's another reason why talk is so successful on AM when it is because you can access it in a variety of ways that are pretty easy, and you don't have to pay to listen to the radio. Like you don't have to pay a subscription fee. You can just have a wire and stick it up in the air and have some sort of output, and you're listening. There's no barrier to entry, and that's one of the reasons I love it so much. And it's so accessible no matter where you are in life. I just think it's great.
Well, and it's funny because there's been a push by politicians to declare internet as a public utility. Everyone needs to have internet. And I don't want to argue with that. I mean, that's our medium of choice for the podcast. And I think everyone should have it. But if everyone should have the internet as a public service, everyone should have AM. Mm-hmm. AM already exists. Why would you take it away?
And it's much easier to give everybody access to AM than it is internet.
Absolutely.
Because the less populated areas you get, it's way harder to get that internet working. I have a friend of mine who lives in Maine, and his two choices for internet were Spectrum or like satellite internet, which is way worse.
Right.
And the delay in that is insane. And this is in 2023, and he's not even in like a rural area. He's just in Maine. There's still parts of the country where you're not getting 5G, upload speeds and things like that. And, that's going to be a problem for many more years to come. They're not going to have that ironed out. Certainly not in a way that it works as reliably as AM does now.
Well, and that's sort of what the auto industry is kind of counting on, is people getting this information over the internet. And the problem with the model of the internet is it's cost-centric to the consumer, where if you want the internet, you have to pay for it in some form, either through taxes, through direct subscriptions, or whatever, whereas AM is producer-centric. So if someone wants to produce content and put it out on radio, they have to fund it. Mm-hmm. They fund it through through listenership and through advertising, but there's no cost, like you said, to the consumer at that point in time. So it makes it accessible to low-income people, to seniors, to everybody out there who doesn't have unlimited income and free disposable income.
And going back to that accessibility thing, it's pretty easy to understand. It's a dial.
Sure. You flip it on and you turn it to where you want to listen to something.
Yeah, and it's just, I don't think there's any other like medium of communication that's like it, and I think that's the reason it's still around. It's people say the radio industry is dying, and I don't think it's dying. I think it's just changing. I think it's evolving. But I think the core technology of how FM and AM transmission works, I think there's always going to be a place for that as long as, broadcasting towers still exist.
Well, the fact that you have podcasts that have become so popular tells me that the content that comes over AM is still popular. The medium may be changing,
right?
But that content is still deliverable. It's ease of use, it's low cost, and it's accessible to everybody. It makes a lot of sense to keep it around for people who aren't high tech and have disposable income to pay for the content that they're looking for. There's a market for all the other stuff, and there's nothing to take away from that. But AM still serves a huge portion of the public, and I think it's probably worthwhile to keep it around.
Yeah, absolutely.
On that note, I think we're going to take our first break, and we'll come back and we'll talk about why AM is so important. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back, everyone, to Insights into Tomorrow. Today we're talking about AM radio and the value of it in today's modern world. So in this segment, we're going to talk about why AM radio is so important. Like I said at the top of the show, I am a producer at an AM radio station, so you can take that however you want. They're not paying me to say this, though. They're barely paying me to work. So some members of the right-leaning media, such as Sean Hannity, suggest the phasing out of AM could be a conspiracy to silence conservative voices. And boy, does that sound like a narrative we've heard before. Many right-leaning talk shows that are the key to the Republican base live on AM. That's very, very true. A lot of the shows that I run are like that. And they are just more popular than a lot of the other shows we get. Because they have that built-in audience, essentially. Why would we have a note in here about Elon Musk? Isn't Elon Musk emerging as a leader of the right? Why would Tesla be participating in this conspiracy? That's a good point. Elon clearly is on the right side when it comes to the political spectrum. Going back to the EV vehicles wanting to get rid of AM radio, why would he be doing that if it's a constant echo chamber for right-leaning ideas? I don't know. That's a good question. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I don't. It makes me go back to the thought that it's a cost savings thing, but I don't know how you're saving money on it by getting rid of it. What other motivation would he have other than making sure that other medium, he owns Twitter too. So maybe it's a way of trying to make sure that the mediums that he favors more are at the forefront, removing. And I don't want to get into conspiracy theories here, but one of the things that right-leaning side of the country seems to think is that if they eliminate options for people and the only options that you have left to adopt are the options that they want you to adopt, then you obviously wind up following their indoctrination.
Right.
Is this a factor of that? I doubt it. I think that's kind of a stretch, but I think it's more of a technology thing. Like, I don't even know what kind of radio a Tesla has at this point in time because it's a computer interface that it has.
Yeah, I have no idea. But I could see Elon being more of the mind of, there's a ton of right-wing stuff on like YouTube and their own sites that are getting plenty of traffic. And I could see Elon being completely fine with just moving past AM entirely to focus more on that digital side of things. You know, guys like I'm not even going to mention their names, but you know who they are, the guys that are, you know, on that side of the spectrum that are online doing their shows. They're basically doing an AM talk radio show just on the internet, and they're getting way more eyes on than they would ever get on AM. So I could see Elon just being of the mindset that AM is dead and we'll just move on from it.
Well, and let's be honest, the format that we do on this show here is very well suited, with the exception of the video, obviously, but it's very well suited to being on an AM radio station. Which is why I say, like, the most popular podcasts that are out there today are really an AM podcast. They're an AM talk show that happens to be on the internet. So there isn't a lack of demand for what AM offers from a format standpoint. Is it just a technology thing?
I mean, yeah. Once again, we go back to this issue of technology. Jordan Walton, executive director of the New Jersey Broadcasters Association, tells us, due to the nature of the sound, AM lends itself to the spoken word, which is why the talk shows gravitate toward it, which is true. When I'm producing shows, we are very aware that we are spoken word when it comes to things like compression rate and what we're uploading our shows at. It really doesn't matter that much because when it's processed through the transmitter, it's going to sound like it sounds on AM no matter what we do to it. Hundreds of foreign language stations on the platform serve marginalized communities, which is also very true. I run a lot of shows dealing with Eastern European communities in the area, Ukrainian people, Polish people. And that was an aspect of the radio industry that I had no idea about before I started this job. And it's really opened my eyes to it, how important it is to these communities to have that access. I mean, holding full-on religious services that through the AM dial that they might not be able to get to otherwise. It's a big deal, and it's in those communities. It is still very active, and of course, nearly 47 million Americans listen to AM, which is a lot of people. And if that just happened to go away, that's 47 million people that just lose access to that platform.
Yeah, and I go back to when I was a kid. You know, my grandmother lived with us. She was from, as my mother used to term it, the old country. She was from Lithuania. And she didn't speak English very well, didn't understand English very well. So she was very self-conscious going out in public because she couldn't communicate. There happened to be at the time a radio station, a local AM radio station that she would listen to that was done, I don't know if it was done in Lithuanian, but it was done in a language that she understood. And that was like her connection to the outside world. She would get religious services through it. She would get news through it. It was a friendly voice that she didn't hear unless she was talking to members of her own community. And that level of cultural sensitivity, I think, is very important to maintain for those marginalized people.
Absolutely. I mean, some of the shows that we run are entirely in other languages, entirely in Polish or entirely in Ukrainian. And, you know, I don't speak those languages, but somebody's listening because otherwise they wouldn't be on the air.
Right. So, and as with everything, cost is still a factor. You know, as a platform, AM's comparatively inexpensive, certainly to produce and create content for. AM's also the great equalizer across drastically divergent economic situations. From a millionaire to a Porsche, from a millionaire in a Porsche to a homeless person with a battery radio, anyone can tune in, is the quote that I found.
And that's kind of what I talked about earlier, the accessibility of it. There's no subscription fee. As long as you have a way to receive the transmission, because they're all around you. You know, you can't see them, obviously, but, you know, FM signals and AM signals are all around you. As long as you've got a way to...
You can't see them. I can see them.
I think you got to see a doctor. As long as you've got a way to receive that, you can access it. And I think that's a wonderful thing.
You're absolutely right. And again, talking about your friend who's in Maine and other people, you know, you've got farmers and seniors and immigrants who all rely on it because it's a cheap cost of entry into getting into these areas, these discussions. You don't need any high-tech gear. You don't need any advanced knowledge of computers. You literally flip a button, turn it on, turn the knob to where you want to go, and it's there. So that accessibility makes it appealing to a lot of people. Probably the most significant reason AM is important, again, we touched on earlier, is a means of emergency communication. Severe weather alerts, Amber alerts, and other emergency broadcasts all go out over AM frequencies. Now, A lot of those you can get over your cell phone now too. But in times of emergencies, hurricanes, tornadoes, earthquakes, the technology required to make the internet work, and you know, full disclosure, I think everyone knows by now, I work in technology. I work with the internet. The fact that it works as well as it does is a miracle. There are so many points of failure that can stop the internet from working, especially when you're talking about cell signals, that in times of a natural disaster, it's literally the first thing to go down. FEMA has spent decades building out its integrated public alert warning system, or its IPAWS system, using somewhere in the range of 77 primary emergency alerting stations around the country that are AM-based stations. So you've got a huge infrastructure for emergency broadcasting that's already been invested by the country to build this out, and it works. I think that's my biggest catch is there's no reason not to use it. It's not like it's failing. It's not like our crumbling road infrastructure where bridges are literally falling down within driving distance of us here. This works. The technology is sufficient enough to do the job that it's doing, and there's no reason not to use it. The stations brought vital information, warnings, and comfort during tragedies like hurricanes and earthquakes, and again, in the wake of 9/11. So I can't think of a compelling reason for AM to go away. The fact that it's an old technology shouldn't be a reason. The wheel is an old technology, and that's not going away because it's thousands of years old, right?
Yeah, I don't really see why you'd get rid of it. I mean, it still works. It's worked essentially the same way for like 100 years at this point. I forget when it was invented. I think in the early 1900s, but like it still works, especially when it comes to things like this. Why would you get rid of it? And what is the alternative? Really, like, is there a plan from these automakers for? I guess they don't really. It's not their problem if AM radios are done away with. What the alternative would be for these kind of emergency broadcasts?
No, it's not. And their solution to this is use an app. And I'm sorry, but there isn't an app for the emergency broadcasting system. There isn't an app that works when the internet goes down or your cellular connection goes down. The technology of the internet, and it's ironic because when the concept of the internet came out after Sputnik launched, the idea was to move away from circuit-switched telephone networks that could be taken out in a nuclear strike to a packet switch network which can route around outages on the network. So the whole premise of the internet was to have a redundant system of communication that didn't go down during emergencies. And the first thing that goes down in times of emergencies is your local internet connection. Mm-hmm. Like it happens every time. You know, we have gusty storms here and our cable internet goes out or the power goes out. And it's like there's so many things that an internet connection is dependent on that if any one of those goes down, whether it's your power at your house, your router, the wire to your house, the wire on the street, the wire back to the central office, there's so many things that could go out that would take down your internet. And if you think about the technology for AM, what do you have? You have the radio station and their antenna. Mm-hmm. They're the only two things that you need. And you could set up a portable AM radio broadcasting station within an hour of a natural disaster. Mm-hmm. So the level of redundancy isn't anywhere near where it is with AM.
Yeah, just like a personal anecdote. I remember there was one time when I was younger, we got stuck in traffic somewhere. It was like standstill traffic. And the first thing you did was tune to AM.
That was the New Jersey Turnpike, the Pennsylvania Turnpike coming back from Hershey.
Yep. And the first thing you did was you tuned to one of our local AM stations to get the traffic. And they did traffic and weather like every 20 minutes, maybe less than that, every 15 minutes. But that was the first thing it did because it was reliable, and we might not at the time had, as up-to-date, Google Maps as we do now, but it was a way that you knew that you could count on to get that information pretty much immediately and effectively, and it worked without any kind of issue.
Yeah, so I don't think there's a huge danger of AM going away. What concerns me more is the fact that you have manufacturers that are marginalizing it now. It's one thing to lose market share to a superior technology when the product that you're trying to consume, like music, relies on that superior technology. If you listen to a radio, the same song on AM and on FM, you can hear the difference. Losing market share to that is understandable because you're getting a higher quality product.
Right.
Losing market share just because some auto manufacturer decides that they don't want to put a radio in your car anymore, that's pretty arbitrary at that point in time. And you're taking the choice out of the hands of the consumer at that point.
Yeah, and again, we've hit this a bunch, but like it doesn't cost that much. It can't cost that much. I have an FM and AM receiver hooked up to my stereo, and it's just 2 wires. Like I don't understand like what the argument. It's not like it's costing hundreds of thousands of dollars to install these devices in cars. It can't cost that much, you know. And it's just like, why get rid of it? I don't understand it.
Yeah, no, I agree. We're going to take another break here, and we come back. We're going to talk about how it can be saved, because we're not the only ones that think it should be. There are other people, fortunately, in positions of power who think it should be saved. We'll be back in a minute.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking about AM radio and people fighting to get rid of it. Well, back in 2013, Ajit Pai of the FCC saw the problem looming and embarked on a personal quest to save it. After a little more than a year in the job, he urged the FCC to undertake an overhaul of the AM radio, which he called the audible core of our national culture. He sees AM as vital in emergencies and in rural areas. He goes on to say AM radio is localism. It's community. AM's longer wavelength means that it can be heard at far greater distances, and try that again. AM's longer wavelength means it can be heard at far greater distances, and so increases. He said AM radio is always going to be there. For example, he cited Fort Yukon, Alaska, where the AM station KZPA broadcasts inquiries about missing hunters and transmits flood alerts during the annual spring ice breakup. I can't imagine there being an app for that that's reliable out in Fort Yukon, Alaska.
Yeah, exactly.
What do you think about this? The chairman of the FCC is fighting for this.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. It's good that someone is. Ajit Pai is a questionable guy in most aspects of what he does politically, but this seems like something that is a positive thing that he's doing. You know, it's good that he is sticking up for it, and, we'll see, if that continues and what his support would actually mean in terms of keeping AM radio around. But, having the head of the FCC, or I don't think he's the head of the FCC.
Not anymore, no.
When he was, still having him advocate for that. But, it's good to know that there are people higher up that are fighting for it for whatever reason. It's better to have it than not have it at all.
What about Congress? What's Congress doing for us?
So they are trying to save AM radio as well, with automakers threatening to pull the plug. A backlash by station owners, listeners, and legislators prompted Ford to announce it was reversing course on its previous announcement to stop installing AM radios in its cars. But with Tesla and the EV manufacturers announcing their intentions to phase out the technology, a congressional subcommittee was debating the merits of proposed legislation to make AM receivers standard equipment on new vehicles. So they just were talking about it, I guess. That's what it sounds like.
I think that's what politicians normally do.
removing AM radios from cars could dramatically reduce the audience, with 74% of AM listening happening in the car, according to Nielsen. Automakers cite audio interference. We covered a little bit of this with electrical motors and the ability to stream stations as justification for phasing out the AM radios, which we already said the market for AM listeners and EV users is probably really small. The Communications and Technology Subcommittee of the Energy and Commerce Committee, the ECC, heard nearly 3 hours of testimony as to why AM should be saved. That must have been a long 3 hours.
I'll bet that was a real snore fest.
We mentioned this earlier, but the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act would require, quote, dashboard access to any AM broadcast stations in a, quote, manner that is conspicuous to a driver. The primary rationale is AM radio's integral role in alerting the public of emergencies situations as part of a national network. So again, it goes back to this thing of, if it's not broke, why do we get rid of it? And if it's something that we could use in an emergency where we can't really count on anything else, why get rid of it? And I think that's really what it comes down to. Even if, getting rid of the entertainment side of it, the talk radio side of it, at the end of the day, it is a utility, right? That it is used for emergency purposes. And it would be like getting rid of emergency alert systems in general. Something on that scale, like, these are important for in times of crisis, and it's something that is a reliable way to make sure that people get the information they need to know to stay safe. Why would we get rid of that?
I agree. And the subcommittee even goes on to talk about what we had discussed earlier, that there's a lot of programming on AM radio that'll have no place to go if AM dies a quicker than natural death.